Islamic Liberation Theology. Resisting the Empire. Hamid Dabashi. For my children Kaaba, parties, and Chelgis my signs of hope for their America. The revolutionary situation which prevails today, especially in the Third World, is an expression of this growing radicalization. To support the social revolution means to abolish the present status quo and to attempt to replace it with a qualitatively different one. It means to attempt to put an end to the domination of some countries by others. Gustavo Gutierrez, Roman Catholic theologian and Peruvian Dominican priest. Power never takes a back step, only in the face of more power. Malcolm X, American Muslim revolutionary. Introduction. There's a friend of mine who lives in New Orleans, is black, and I wrote down exactly, word for word, what she said, because I think it bears repeating. She said, after 9/11, I was American. Now after Hurricane Katrina in August 2005 I'm back to being black. And I think among the feathers in George Bush's resume is that I think he has lost a whole generation of black people who might have felt that way after September 11th, and now are like, you know what? I can't believe I started to buy into that bullshit. Bill Maher, Real Time with Bill Maker. HBO, September 15, 2005. A global rise in terrorist attacks and the terrorizing U.S. military campaigns during the first decade of the 21st century have once again raised the specter of Islam as the principal nemesis of the Western civilization. The daily headlines across the world report of deadly terrorist attacks and even more devastating carnage caused by the US-led military invasions and colonial occupations of sovereign nation-states. In the midst of this violent spiral of fear and fury, Islam and the West are once again posited as the principal coded categories of this global confrontation between two irreconcilable adversaries. While sharing the fear of millions of others from this frightening predicament around the world, I differ in my reading of its causes and consequences. My primary point of departure in this book is that contrary to the assumptions of a clash of civilization between Islam and the West, we have in fact concluded the period of civilizational conflict. The period of civilizational thinking had a very short but crucial role in the course of the colonial encounter of Muslims with European modernity. That mode of civilizational thinking has now effectively exhausted its uses and abuses in facilitating the operation of the globalized capital. In this book I wish to propose, in direct opposition to Samuel Huntington's thesis of the clash of civilizations, that in fact we have already entered a post-civilizational period in global conflict, one in which we need a fresh understanding of the nature of globalizing power and the emerging revolutionary manners of resisting it. Predicated on this argument, my principal purpose in this book is to investigate the emerging modes of Islamic revolutionary mobilization in the aftermath of the collapse of Islam and the West as the most potent dialectical binary that was generated and sustained in the course of the Muslim colonial encounter with European modernity. My argument in this book is predicated on the counterintuitive suggestion that with the collapse of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York on September 11, 2001 also imploded the Twin Towers of Islam and the West as the most potent binary oppositions crafted and constructed in the course of colonial modernity. At once post-colonial and postmodern, the emerging global reconfiguration of power has no use for that outdated binary, but plenty of room for the globalized empire and manners of revolutionary resistance to it. This is not a war between Islam and the West anymore. We are at the threshold of a whole new reconfiguration of power and politics, empire building, and moral and normative resistances to it. In this book, I wish to investigate the specifically Islamic manners of opposing this imperial upsurge in the aftermath of the Islam and the West binary opposition. The signs of this resistance are all over the globe but difficult to read because the dying ashes of the old dialectic and the emerging fire of the new confrontation are still mixed and too early to decipher. Released from the binary nexus of Islam and the West, Islam as the faith of a globalized community, and the imperial proclivities innate to the operation of capital continue to be evident and operative. What precisely is the nature and function of that globalized imperial power and what an Islamic, or any other, mode of resistance to it would be is still too early to tell. A few facts are evident, and articulating them in some detail will clear the air for further urgent reflections. If, as I suggest, the supposition of an eternal conflict between Islam and the West is no longer a legitimate category, and if, as I will demonstrate, the West has lost all its categorical legitimacy to be an antagonistic interlocutor for Islam, what then? Today Muslims, as millions of other people around the globe who do not confess their faith but share their fate, face an incessantly globalized empire whose amorphous shape has not yet allowed for an articulated response. The purpose of this book is to articulate and historicize the contours of that response. What I propose in this book is radically different from the current wisdom of looking into political Islamism in order to understand the nature and function of spectacular acts of violence that militant Muslims commit. The prevalent understanding of contemporary militant Islamism, whether generated by the U.S. propaganda machinery or otherwise, continues to operate on an outdated epistemic assumption that we have inherited from the colonial phase of Muslim encounter with European modernity. In this book, I will propose the end of that form of Islamic ideology, and begin to articulate the terms of its emerging geopolitics, and, more importantly, the liberation theology that is contingent on the changing parameters of a whole new social history for a globalized Islam. In short, and quite simply, this book is about the end of Islamic ideology as the organizing principle of political resistance to colonial modernity. My thesis, simply put, is this: militant Islamism emerged from the early 19th century in response to European colonialism, gradually mutating a medieval faith into a solitary site of ideological resistance to colonial modernity. These almost 200 years of incessant transformation of Islam into Islamic ideology came to an end with the success and subsequent failure of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. My purpose in this book is to bring an analytical attention to the following critical developments in the aftermath of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. 1. The creation of the Wahhabi-inspired Taliban in Afghanistan, both to expel the Soviets and to prevent the spread of the Shia-inspired Islamic Revolution of Iran into Central Asia. 2. The U.S. support for Saddam Hussein to invade Iran, engage in an 8-year mutually destructive war, and thus to prevent the spread of the Islamic Revolution westward into the rest of the Islamic and the Arab world. 3. The cataclysmic collapse of the Soviet Union and the Eastern European extensions of its empire. 4. The rise of an amorphous blowback in the aftermath of the Soviet departure from Afghanistan, when the US-sponsored, Saudi-financed, and Pakistani-administered creation of the Taliban came back to bite its own creators. 5. Saddam Hussein's taking advantage of the same amorphous blowback condition and invading Kuwait. 6. The collapse of the Soviet Union and the subsequent U.S. invasion of Iraq, and ultimately, 7. The rise of the USA as the single surviving superpower, the historic rift between the USA and Europe over the Second Gulf War, the rapid unification of Europe into a major global power quite independent and in fact in competition with the USA, and thus the end of the West as a legitimate category with any enduring credence left to its economic or political consequences. With the West thus dismantled as an organizing principle of Euro-North American modernity, I propose that Islam too has lost its principal interlocutor over the last 200 years. The result: a simultaneous dismantling of both Islam and the West as the mirror image of each other, and the evident emergence of a new mode of imperial domination and revolutionary resistance to it. My task in this book is to begin to understand what the parameters of these new revolutionary agenda might be, while arguing emphatically that we have passed through a major turning point in the global manners of both imperial power and revolutionary resistances to it. On Tuesday, September 11, 2001, 4 passenger airliners were hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center in New York, the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and into a field in Pennsylvania. Upwards of 3,000 people were reported killed in these attacks. All the assailants were killed along with their victims. No militant organization immediately assumed responsibility for the operation. The U.S. officials, however, immediately blamed a shadowy organization called Al-Qaeda, its leader Osama bin Laden, his supporters among the Taliban leadership in Afghanistan. The Taliban, literally students, formerly known as Mujahideen, or freedom fighters, were mostly recruited from Afghan refugees in Pakistan, financed by the Saudis, and trained by Pakistani intelligence, all with the direct involvement of the USA, to fight against the Soviets in Afghanistan while preventing the eastward spread of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. To prevent its westward spread, the self-same alliance plus Europeans had massively aided Saddam Hussein in his invasion of Iran. In less than a month, on October 7, 2001, the USA led a massive military campaign against Afghanistan in order to topple the Taliban regime and hunt for Osama bin Laden, who was reported to have masterminded the September 11 attacks. The Taliban regime brought to power by a Saudi-Pakistani alliance soon collapsed. Osama bin Laden remained at large, and tens of thousands of Afghans were killed, a conservative estimate of almost 10 Afghans for every single American killed on September 11. Operation Enduring Freedom, as the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan was termed in the emerging Orwellian newspeak of Washington, commenced the U.S. war on terror itself, the master newspeak term packaging the commencement of a renewed and improved U.S. imperial design for the globe. In the very same month of October 2001, the U.S. Senate approved the U.S. Patriot Act, giving unprecedented and sweeping power to the federal government to abrogate U.S. and international law in its war on terror. In the following year, in his January 2002 State of the Union address, President George Bush included Iraq, Iran, and North Korea in what he now termed an axis of evil. There was, this speech suggested, a grand design linking 2 Muslim and 1 non-Muslim countries to conspire with runaway terrorists and maim and murder Americans at random and with no provocation. President Bush, now standing obviously for the polar opposite of an axis of evil, or a singular source of good, would not stand for that and would initiate what he called preemptive strikes against those he suspected of wishing to harm America and Americans. By November of that year, President Bush signed into law a bill creating a Department of Homeland Security, believed to be the widest and most far-reaching reorganization of the federal government in half a century, thus promoting a vast atmosphere of fear and intimidation, in which unprecedented measures were taken to protect Americans against future terrorist attacks, while systematically dismantling their time-honored civil and human rights. Domestic abuse of power and military adventurism abroad were now squarely predicated on a deliberate campaign of fear that the U.S. neocons, the ideological arm of the Bush administration, generated and sustained in order to justify their megalomaniac design for a planetary control of the Earth, along with a militarized space program that extended the domain of that control into extraterrestrial realms. As the project for a new American century, the ideological blueprint of the U.S. neocons outlined it, this delusional urge to command and control went far beyond the planet Earth or the universe around it and broke through the narrative of spatial control and sought to claim exclusive ownership of the very concept of time, the very idea of history. The planet Earth was not enough, its course of rotation into the solar system and in perpetuity was the object of desire. The Afghan campaign still very much underway and causing havoc on the civilian population, the U.S. President commenced yet another war on March 20, 2003 against the sovereign nation-state of Iraq, this time around on the pretense that the Iraqi President Saddam Hussein was involved with the events of 9/11 and that he was in fact amassing weapons of mass destruction, WMD. Every single member of the Bush administration, beginning with the President himself, down to his Secretary of State Colin Powell and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, and of course aided, abetted, and endorsed by the CNN, the New York Times, Fox News, and the rest of the U.S. propaganda machinery, systematically lied and deceived Americans, and with them the rest of the world, into believing that Saddam Hussein was indeed developing weapons of mass destruction. He was not. Months and years into the carnage that the USA unleashed in Iraq, the Bush administration finally admitted publicly that they found no evidence of WMD in Iraq, or any indication that Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden had any link whatsoever, or that Iraq in any shape or form was involved in the events of 9/11. These were all lies deliberately manufactured by the Bush administration and through the willing agency of CNN and the New York Times sold to the gullible or sport utility vehicle, SUV, infested segments of the American public. No one was fired, no one resigned, no one was impeached. The New York Times, CNN, Fox News, and the industry of disinformation and deceit they collectively represent proceeded to do business as usual. Operation Iraqi Freedom, as the lexicon of the U.S. Newspeak continued to be conjugated in ever more obscene terms, expanded the U.S. imperial design and military operations both in the region and around the globe. The principal allies of the USA in the region were Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Israel, a military dictatorship, a medieval potentate, and an apartheid Jewish state. A few weeks after the commencement of the U.S. invasion of Iraq, on May 1, 2003, President Bush declared victory and in a public ceremony on the U.S. aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln announced that his mission was accomplished. Months and years after that declaration, Iraq continued to be the scene of the most savage warfare and insurrectionary resistance, and soon after that civil war all generated, sustained, instigated, and prolonged by the US-led invasion and occupation of Iraq. A Johns Hopkins University study estimated that some 655,000 Iraqis had been killed since the commencement of the illegal and immoral US-led invasion. Thousands of U.S. soldiers were also killed in scenes reminiscent of the carnage the U.S. military had caused in Vietnam. The ratio of casualties now went well beyond 10 Iraqis per 1 American. In 2 years under American military occupation, more innocent Iraqi civilians were raped, maimed, and murdered than in the entire preceding quarter of a century under President Saddam Hussein, and President Saddam Hussein was by far the most brutal mass murderer in the entire Arab and Muslim world. Meanwhile in Afghanistan, the carnage continued apace and regular reports of war and insurrection were coming out apace. A puppet regime installed by the USA and headed by an incompetent bureaucrat beholden to the US support, Hamid Karzai, stood idly by as the nefarious Taliban regrouped and came back to haunt the central administration, all under the watchful eyes of General Pervez Musharraf, the head of the military junta running Pakistan, the military subcontractor of the USA and Saudi Arabia. The combined effects of Operations Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom caused the uncounted murder of innocent Afghans and Iraqis, massive destruction of civil and industrial infrastructures of 2 nation-states, and the astronomical profits that it generated for major US and EU corporations, a rapid and furious rise in terrorism and lawlessness around the world, first and foremost by the USA and its European allies themselves, the systematic corrosion of civil liberties and human rights at the home front, all aided and abetted by a US propaganda industry, headed by CNN, the New York Times, and Fox News, that with leaps and bounds surpassed the legendary operation of master propagandists like Joseph Goebbels in the heyday of the Nazi Germany. Never in human history was a nation so besieged and flooded as Americans were at the threshold of the 21st century, with not just deceit and disinformation but with charlatan propagandists effectively determining the terms of even dissent against the status quo. This was no ordinary empire with its politicians, journalists, and even literary figures partaking in its imperial vernacular. This was a brute and naked lust for power with a systematic mendacity written over all its pathological attempts at publicly justifying it. Ahmed Chalabi, an Iraqi businessman seeking his fortune in a post-Saddam era, conspired with an even more opportunity journalist named Judith Miller of the New York Times in manufacturing a belief that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Ahmed Chalabi and Judith Miller in turn persuaded an even more than willing partner, the New York Times, and they collectively deceived an entire nation, and with them the world, into believing that was indeed the case, and they thus treacherously manufactured a consent to an illegal and immoral war costing hundreds of thousands of innocent and poor lives, Afghan, Iraqi, and American. No one was held accountable. No one committed harakiri. There are cultures that have a noble sense of guilt, shame, and honor, and there are those that don't. In May 2004, almost a year after President Bush had declared victory in Iraq, the revelations about the U.S. torture chambers in Abu Ghraib prison became the first public evidence as to what sort of victory the President of the USA had exactly in mind. Similar torture chambers by the U.S. military were reported in the Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, as well as in the U.S. military base in Guantanamo Bay, and in a network of subterranean dungeons on various European sites. Snapshots and video recording of U.S. military personnel suddenly circulated in the world media, showing them in some of the obscenest gestures humanity has ever witnessed, sexually abusing and physically torturing their Iraqi prisoners. The holy book of Muslims, the Quran, was reported to have been regularly flushed down toilets by way of adding psychological to physical torture, while hooded inmates were shot in the image of the crucifix. Such atrocities were not limited to Iraqi inmates and extended well into the civilian population, repeatedly subject to mass murder by American soldiers sent there to liberate them from tyranny and despotism. In one particularly gruesome case of rape and murder of Iraqi civilians by the liberating U.S. Army, a criminal investigation unearthed the killing of a family of 4 Iraqis in their home in Mahmoudiya, south of Baghdad, in March 2006. The U.S. soldiers were all charged with planning, carrying out, and covering up the rape and murder. All 4 soldiers, Specialist James Barker, PTE Jesse Spielman, SGT Paul Cortez, and PTE Brian Howard, belonged to the 2nd Brigade of the Elite 101st Airborne Division. They were all charged with conspiring to rape the girl in the attack after shooting dead her parents and her 5-year-old sister. In subsequent investigations, the Iraqi medics reported that when they arrived on the scene they found in the living room of the family's home the body of the 14-year-old victim. She had been raped and then burned from the waist up. The rest of her family were also found murdered in the same house, her mother shot in the chest, her father in the head, and her little sister with a bullet in her face. Instead of outrage, the leading U.S. legal and human rights activists and intellectuals Alan Dershowitz and Michael Ignatieff, chief among them, openly, publicly, eloquently, and with detailed analysis supported, endorsed, rationalized, theorized and sought to legalize the systematic torturing of people. The lesser evil, they called it. Their civilization, they argued, was in danger, and they had to defend it against barbarians. Meanwhile, the carnage caused by the U.S. invasion of Iraq and the legitimate resistance of a people against the colonial occupation of their homeland raged through a ravaged nation with fury and fire. Every single day since the commencement of the U.S. occupation of Iraq in March 20, 2003, an entire nation was subjected to what the then U.S. Secretary of State Donald Rumsfeld dubbed a campaign of shock and awe, to which Iraqis responded with widespread insurrectionary uprising, causing more death and destruction, in turn leading to massive massacres in cities like Fallujah, Najaf, or Tal Afar. No one was counting the Iraqi casualties: men, women, and children maimed, murdered, and savagely raped as if no one was watching. CNN was counting one by one the number of U.S. military personnel killed while illegally and immorally occupying Iraq. After a while one could not tell whether Paul Wolfowitz worked for CNN and Wolf Blitzer for the Pentagon, or whether it was the other way around. What remained constant was the common denominator of a wolfish, predatory, savagery that defined the age, and with it the contours of a bestial empire that carried the American flag on its mast. In November 2004, Americans elected George W. Bush once again as their president democratically, openly, and with a clear and decisive victory for their incumbent president. This was all after the carnage in Afghanistan and in Iraq, after the reports of torture and rape of Afghans and Iraqis. There were millions of Americans who opposed George W. Bush and voted against him. But President Bush came to power not through a military coup or any other kind of hostile takeover. He was elected officially, openly, democratically, and legally, on the basis of the venerable democratic institutions of the USA, voted into office by Americans themselves, the descendants of Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and John F. Kennedy. No Martian or Afghan or Iraqi or a citizen of the axis of evil was allowed to vote in the U.S. presidential election 2004. Only Americans born and bred in the USA could vote for or against President Bush. The majority of them voted for President Bush. I have gained political capital, the U.S. President George W. Bush clearly and correctly declared soon after his victory, and I intend to spend it. And when the leader of the world capitalist economy says he intends to spend rather than invest his capital, people at the four corners of the globalized world have plenty of reasons to fear their very livelihood. In August 2005, the deadly Hurricane Katrina hit southern USA, swept through the Gulf Coast states, and buried the city of New Orleans underwater. Millions of poor, mostly black, people, systematically ignored and hidden from global sight by the combined will, not conspiracy, of CNN, the New York Times, Fox News, and the rest of the propaganda machinery they best represent, were left to their own non-existent devices. Hurricane Katrina blew away, among poor people's very meager livelihood, the systematic cover-up of poverty and destitution in the heart of a flailing empire. The criminal negligence of the U.S. officials in attending to the poorest, weakest, and most vulnerable among its own population was marked and underlined by the initial response of the federal government sending in the Army and the National Guard and their sharpshooters to shoot and kill defenseless citizens if they dared to go to a shopping center to find food or shelter. Maintaining law and order, they called it, defending their civilization against barbarians. The residents of New Orleans had an uncanny similarity to the citizens of Afghanistan and Iraq, poor and disenfranchised people divided into two opposing camps, both at the mercy of a merciless empire, mostly run by white people. If Hurricane Katrina in late August 2005 was the undoing of the trauma of 9/11, then how else can we read the vicious cycle of violence between the U.S. empire and its shapeless nemesis that the events of 9/11 has inaugurated? As Chalmers Johnson has demonstrated in The Sorrows of Empire, Militarism, Secrecy, and the End of the Republic, 2004, the aggressive militarization of the USA during the Cold War and soon after the collapse of the Soviet Union has ultimately come to a fully fledged imperial proportion in the aftermath of the events of 9/11 and the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. As Kevin Phillips has thoroughly documented the development in his American Theocracy, The Peril and Politics of Radical Religion, Oil, and Borrowed Money in the 21st Century, 2006, this imperial arrogance has assumed an incessantly Christian eschatological disposition. The principal ally of this Christian empire is an avowedly Jewish state called Israel. The Christian empire and the Jewish state have collectively decided to call their mutual nemesis Islamism. There is an Islamic republic in the immediate vicinity of this Jewish state that is both its mirror image in religious fanaticism and the locus class sikus of this apparition they call Islamism. Both the factual evidence of the Islamic Republic and the delusional apparition the US and Israel call Islamism have a deep-rooted origin in a legitimate, but long since outdated, mode of ideological resistance to European colonialism and American imperialism. As the last remaining apartheid outpost of European colonialism in the region, Israel is particular in pointing out the threat that Islamism poses to its illegitimate existence. Since the very inception of the State of Israel in 1948, the existence of a Jewish state has legitimized and exacerbated the increasing rise of militant Islamism in its neighborhood. Since the events of 9/11, the USA has aggressively joined the Jewish state in branding its enemy as Islamist in origin and disposition. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, it is imperative to come out from under the shadow of the US and Israeli manufactured knowledge about Islamism and systematically historicize the events prior and after September 11 and thus make a definitive distinction between the legitimate mode of Islamic revolutionary movements over the last 200 years, a perfectly rightful component of other anti-colonial movements such as nationalism and socialism, and the Islamism that is now identified with Osama bin Laden. And Al-Qaeda and Islamism that is the immediate byproduct of the US imperial designs for the region at large. My principal objective in this book is to make this distinction between Islamic revolutionary movements throughout the 19th and 20th century and the mode of Islamism identified with the events of 9/11, then acknowledge with appreciation and in fact give a homage to the extraordinary significance of anti-colonial Islamic revolutionary movements, while categorically differentiating them with the sort of militant adventurism and barbaric and senseless acts of violence identified with the figure of Osama bin Laden, and then, most importantly, give an outline of the emerging Islamic liberation theology that is as legitimate as its predecessor in the 19th and 20th centuries, with the added advantage of not falling into the trap of an absolutist, puritanical, and totalistic disposition. That this Christian empire and that Jewish state, built on the broken back of Palestinians, ought to be opposed and ended, and free and democratic states restored in their stead, I am absolutely convinced. That classical anti-colonial Islamic movements have done their services, made their mistakes, achieved their limited ends, and are now categorically outdated, I have no doubt. That the mode of militant Islamism that Osama bin Laden and his shadowy organization Al-Qaeda represent are signs of senseless and barbaric violence with no legitimate political project I know for a fact. And ultimately that a new mode of Islamic liberation theology will have to emerge to join other modes of revolutionary resistance to this predatory empire, and that colonial settlement is the principal point of my concern in this book. This in short is my project in a nutshell. I write this book in the shadow of an incompetent empire successful in threatening, endangering, and outright torturing and murdering people around the globe, and yet incapable of providing the most basic necessities of a decent livelihood for its own citizens, an empire not only categorically devoid of anything resembling an ideological legitimacy, but in fact chiefly responsible for generating nothing but a global hatred for anything remotely connected to things called American. Innocent and courageous Americans, valiantly and on a regular and sustained level risking their very livelihood and in an overwhelming atmosphere of fear and intimidation resisting the imperial atrocities of their government, are as much at the mercy of this global hatred of Americans as those chiefly responsible for having and holding their president in power. The main U.S. media defined by CNN, The New York Times, and Fox News, and without a single exception owned and operated by corporate interests, are chiefly responsible for sustaining the imperial hubris of this country. The war on terrorism is itself a supreme act of terrorism, a collectively manufactured pseudonym for the U.S. imperial designs for the globe. Detailed, articulate, and magnificent books like Chalmers Johnson's The Sorrows of Empire, Militarism, Secrecy, and the End of the Republic, 2004, have already started giving frightening accounts of how this empire seeks to operate. Michael Mann's Incoherent Empire, 2003, provides a wide spectrum of examples on the rampant incompetence of the U.S. empire. V.G. Kiernan's America, The New Imperialism, 2005, traces the rise of the U.S. empire from white settlement to an attempted world hegemony. Meanwhile, Howard Friel and Richard Fox The Record of the Paper, How the New York Times Misreports U.S. Foreign Policy, 2004, has fully exposed the effective collaboration perpetrated by a news organization completely at the service of the U.S. imperial projects. In his Chain of Command, The Road from 9/11 to Abu Ghraib, 2004, Seymour Hersh has mapped out the route leading to the horrors of the U.S. torture chambers in Iraq. The singular contribution of British historians to this collective acts of courageous revolt against manufacturing consent for the U.S. empire is Niall Ferguson's Colossus, The Price of America's Empire, 2004, unabashedly calling for the USA to take over where the British had left off plundering the world for the benefit of a few, all on the economic model best theorized by Milton Friedman, 1912 to 2006. The Nathan Sharansky of capitalism, whose recent death reminded the world of the terror of predatory imperialism he best and singularly represented. From a perspective located somewhere in between the overextended wings of that imperial hubris and the spectacular acts of senseless and vile violence identified with the fact and figure of Osama bin Laden, I wish to give an outline of the potential modes and manners of resisting that empire in a variety of mutually complementary ways, including an Islamic liberation theology that first and foremost denounces the militant adventurism of Saudi millionaires gone rebel. To make that succinct argument, I will first need to clear the air of our contemporary condition. My principal proposal in this book is entirely counterintuitive and launched against the prevalent propaganda manufactured in the USA and regurgitated globally that the current war that the USA has launched in Afghanistan and Iraq, and by extension its client state Israel, carries against Palestinians and Lebanese is the result of a height in radical Islamism, and as such the manifestation of a civilizational conflict between Islam and the West. I disagree with and oppose that reading. I believe otherwise. My argument in this book is that the events of 9/11 and all that has happened after that in Afghanistan and Iraq are in fact the signs of the end of radical Islamism and not its height or commencement. Acts of violence have always been definitive to all political projects. From Karl Marx to Max Weber to George Sorel to Che Guevara to Frantz Fanon to Malcolm X, all major theorists and practitioners of revolutionary movements have long since recognized the centrality of violence in all political acts for the establishment or in search of the destruction of a state apparatus. At least since the Boston Tea Party, December 16, 1773, even Americans have known that the state for Weber was defined as the monopoly of violence. Any act of violence targeted against the state simply reciprocates that wisdom. Like all other revolutionary movements throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, from nationalism to socialism, Islamism has had its share of perfectly legitimate, that is Weber's term, use of violence to project and advance its political agenda. But what we have witnessed during the events of 9/11 are acts of violence without any such legitimacy or project, and as such entirely outside the fold of any programmatic use of violence for specific political projects. These are acts of violence for purely spectacular and instantaneous purposes, immediate visual gratification, without the slightest attention to any systematic political project. Osama bin Laden and his associates, the way they have been manufactured and projected on the world media, lack any serious or legitimate political project, or grassroots support, or identifiable constituency, for that matter. Their militant adventurism is launched with the abiding purpose of achieving spectacular attention. It is wrong to try to read Osama bin Laden's Al Jazeera video appearances in search of any political project, the way, for example, that Bruce Lawrence has sought to do in his Messages to the World, The Statements of Osama bin Laden, 2005. These performances are sheer visual stunts and must be viewed as video installations that use Al Jazeera as their site of citation. Any attempt to link the spectacular acts of violence attributed to Osama bin Laden to Islamic revolutionary movements of the last 200 years is either a manufactured mode of knowledge for political purposes or else a sheer act of historical illiteracy. With the phenomenon of Osama bin Laden, the shadowy assumption of Al-Qaeda, and the events of 9/11, we are all at the threshold of a whole new epistemic shift in political Islam and the yet-to-be-identified interlocutor it will have to identify as its nemesis. Predicated on this argument, my main thesis in this book is that the West, as a civilizational category, has long since ended, and as a result the epistemic collapse of the sustained and lopsided dialogue between Islam and the West is no longer a viable proposition, first and foremost because the West, as the iconic referent of the European Enlightenment modernity, has self-destructed in what is now codenamed postmodernity, and second because the emerging geopolitics of the capital has generated a new and unprecedented geopolitics of power in which the notion and location of a fictive fabrication called the West has no longer any function to perform. Islamic revolutionary movements as legitimate political projects, throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, were very much articulated in combatant conversation with colonial consequences of the West as their principal interlocutor. With the West now dead, Islam lacks an interlocutor, and the leading Muslim intellectuals, activists, and leaders do not know to whom they are talking. Spectacular acts of violence, a la those attributed to Osama bin Laden, are intermediary and confused acts of visual anarchism in dire search for a post-Western interlocution, location, site, and citation. It is still too early to tell what will emerge from our current condition. But what is certain is that Islam and the West, as one of the most potent delusional binaries of the last 200 years, has in fact exhausted all its epistemic possibilities and thus ended its regenerative epistemic energy. One must not confuse the propaganda machinery of CNN and co., manufacturing a belligerent Islamism and positing it against a besieged West for the real condition of our global whereabouts. Without understanding that emerging geopolitics, without dismantling the outdated and depleted epistemic binary historically manufactured between Islam and the West, and without discrediting the senseless and barbaric acts of iconic violence now globally attributed to and codenamed Al-Qaeda, it is impossible to see the rising contours of the U.S. empire, the potential manners of resisting it, and the specific mode of an Islamic liberation theology that can be party, but never definitive, to that global resistance. My argument here is that Islam and the West, as a set of binary opposition that in its cross-essentializing force gave both its components an aura of ontological authenticity, can no longer hold because the West has now economically and normatively imploded, and so has the Islam that it had engendered in a combative and prolonged dialogue, and thus such contemporary Muslim intellectuals as Abdul Karim Sarish or Tariq Ramadan have no clue to whom they are talking or against what contestant. Interlocutors are articulating the particulars of their own faith. At their analytical best, I will demonstrate in this book, Muslim intellectuals are talking to an interlocutor long since dead. The entire oeuvre of Abdul Karim Sarish, as perhaps the best such example, is an eloquent, persuasive, at times exceptionally erudite conversation with a dead interlocutor, a ghost, an apparition, a goblin, a reality that no longer exists. From this premise, I will then proceed to argue that the Islamic ideology that has been crafted over the last 200 years has ipso facto ended. As a mode of liberation theology, the Islamic ideology was created over the last 200 years in combative correspondence to and critical conversation with a global colonial monstrosity codenamed the West. With the West and the Islam that it dialectically generated as a site of ideological resistance to colonialism, now ended, we have neither that West to demand and exact binary opposition to itself, nor indeed do we have that Islam that was created as one particularly potent version of that binary opposition. As a set of commanding binary opposition, Islam and the West was created under specific historical conditions, with a presumed center for the operation of the capital and a designated periphery to its colonial extensions. That center and thus that periphery have now disappeared, for the rapidly and blatantly globalized capital no longer allows for such illusions. As a mode of resistance to the West that had dialectically generated and sustained it, Islamic ideology, a political ideology predicated on Islam, pretty much on the same model that liberation theology was predicated on Christianity, was equally essentialized, categorical, and monolithic. It allowed for no diversity. It in fact eliminated and destroyed its own diverse intellectual legacies under the pressure and in correspondence with the European Enlightenment modernity, to which it was beholden, whether it resisted it in its radical versions or else embraced it in its more liberal mutations or even in blatantly secular ideologies articulated and institutionalized in Muslim societies. Muslims, believing or otherwise, were beholden to the power and mystique of the West, more a figment of their own captured imagination than a reality sui generis, and no matter what they did, opposed, or embraced it, they ended up corroborating and further ossifying the ontological veracity of that thing they kept calling the West. The West has now withered in correspondences with the amorphous capital, which no longer has any center. A principal target of 9/11 attacks, the World Trade Center in New York, was a misnomer. The World Trade has no center. The center is already in the periphery in the center. The colonial has always been embedded in the capital in the colonial. The third world is now squarely in the first, and the first in the third. The amorphous capital, centerless, has now generated a globalized empire that operates without hegemony, no longer under the grand narrative of the West, and with brute force and an ideological machinery that is more a globalized source of hatred and infamy against the US than a convincing source of engineering consent with its warmongering. With a limited range of operation among the Washington, D.C. neocons, the self-projection of the USA as an empire is aided and abetted by the Christian evangelical zeal in active and ideological collaboration with the US-Israel axis of Neo-Zionism. Israel is now, just like the United Arab Emirates, a shopping mall extension of the US-inspired global capitalism encircling US military and strategic interests. Shopping malls are no hegemony. The US empire does not only lack the ability to generate communal consensus, acceptance, and compliance among those it seeks to dominate, it in fact, as judged by poll after poll conducted by US and European pollsters alike, generates hatred and revulsion against it. So what the world faces is a globalized empire, seeking to protect the operation of an amorphous capital, which the rise of a mere hurricane can send jitters through its spines, with a mercenary army, a phantasmagoric military machinery extended into the outer space, and an Al-Qaeda blueprint for its own guerrilla operations. Al-Qaeda, I propose here, is not just a minor guerrilla operation hiding somewhere in a proverbial Afghan cave with possible extended sympathizers around the region. Al-Qaeda is also the code name of a reimagined U.S. imperial military operation projecting itself as an omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent military force that can strike at any time anywhere in the world. That projected power is delusional both in the assumption that there actually exists such a global terrorist organization and in the wish to rebuild the Pentagon on the model of its blueprint. On the basis of this argument, I propose that resisting a US-inspired globalized empire requires a radical rethinking of the very notion of ideology, whether in its secular or theological variations. Neither anti-colonial nationalism, nor Soviet-style socialism, nor indeed nativist grassroots ideologies such as Islamic ideology of the last 200 years in Muslim countries or its Christian version the liberation theology of the last quarter of the century in Latin America is capable of mobilizing and sustaining enough revolutionary synergy to resist this predatory empire. In terms domestic to any liberation theology, Christian or Islamic, no such resistance can any longer be in terms of a singular ideology embedded in a medieval theology, or an ideologically updated version of it to resist a center-based Western empire, or else through spectacular acts of senseless and iconic violence. Precisely because the nature and disposition of this flailing empire, like the operation of the capital it wants to control, is amorphous, then resistance to it must be in terms of ideological guerrilla operations lightweight, regional, cross-cultural, non-essentialist, and if it be in theological terms then in terms that account for the existence of THIRD-WORLDISM in the world, that is to say of veritable theological incongruities in principle, a radically counter-authentic notion of ideologies, revolutions, and revolutionaries. The ethics of this theology is other-based, not self-based. Levinasian rather than Husserlian. Its ethics, in Levinas' words, is otherwise than being or beyond essence. It does not authenticate itself. It embraces its own otherwise. The worst revolutionaries of this generation would be the authentic revolutionaries. The best ones are the syncretic, those who think, in Johnny Vadimo's words, with an il pensiero debole, with weak thoughts, and always breaking through the colonially manufactured boundaries of dividing thoughts and sentiments to rule people and their destinies. The worst aspect of Islamic ideology, ultimately its undoing, was its consistent conversation with Western modernity, its arch-nemesis and thus its principal interlocutor. Islamic ideology replicated the systematic essentialism of Western modernity with which it was historically interlocked in a sustained and prolonged combat. Islam and the West thus generated, sustained, and corroborated each other in each other's metaphysical absolutism, dead certainties, cul-de-sacs. On the Western side of the binary, this meant a civilizational gloss over national, subnational, cross-national, and non-national universes of affinities. On the Islamic side of the self-same equation, this meant an almost inevitable adaptation of Islamic ideology, of Islamic law, of the Sharia at the very heavy price of all non-legalistic dimension of a vastly multifaceted, polyfocal, and heterodimensional world religion, the consequences of which for a free and democratic society have been simply catastrophic, for the Islam of Islam and the West mutates the potentially free and autonomous subjects of a republic into legal subjects of a medieval jurisprudence that no matter how liberally it is interpreted it remains deadly contrary to the creation of free and autonomous citizens of a republic. As much as it had a fundamental share in anti-colonial movements throughout the Muslim world, Islamic ideology, as a mode of liberation theology, ultimately failed to emancipate itself from the limited imaginary of Islamic law and replicated its nomocentric rigidity. The only way that an Islamic liberation theology can be part of a global resistance to any empire, American or otherwise, is to be party to a global conversation, safeguarding its theological monotheism by placing it within a heterogeneous, multifaceted, and syncretic theodicy that instead of trying to rationalize and thus dismiss the existence of altruity, incongruity, and choice in the world, it in fact embraces its ideological rivals and theological alternatives. As specific examples of this liberation theology, towards the end of my book, I will examine the case of the American Muslim revolutionary Malcolm X, who consistently broke into newer insurrectionary grounds, while looking at the political possibilities dormant in such revolutionary movements as those of Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Palestine, and the Shias in Iraq. These revolutionary movements are now at a crossroads. Either following the dead end of an Islamic Republic, of Iran, a Jewish state, of Israel, or a Christian empire, of the USA, or else becoming integral to a national and regional liberation movement that predicated on a theodicy accounting for and accepting their alternatives, entering into a syncretic dialogue with them, and regionally engendering a mode of revolutionary mobilization that only in its theodicy is it, or can it be, theological. In specifically Islamic theological terms, this liberation theology will relearn the wisdom of the old Mu'tazilite position when facing a choice between free will, ikhtiyar, and predestination, jabr, known as al-manzila bain al-manzilatain, the position between the two positions. In the midst of that emancipatory dialectic dwells the enduring significance of a liberation theology that can face and embrace its own alterities. I write this book from the heart of an empire that writes its own imperialism in quotation marks. I wish to attend to the matter of resisting the predatory urges of this imperialism outside any quotation marks. What I am after in this book is deciphering the contours of a new liberating theology in Islam that is conducive to the predicament of Muslims around the globe and in terms specific to their moral and imaginative modes of resistance to an empire that, chasing after an amorphous capital, is as ruthless in its militant disposition as it is rootless in any enduring idea, principle, or judgment. What President Bush, Prime Minister Blair, and His Holiness Pope Benedict collectively concur to call Islamism is the byproduct of the US-UK war of terrorism and has absolutely nothing, to do with the fate of millions of Muslims around the globe, all at the mercy of a globalized mode of warmongering that has terrorized the lives of Muslims and non-Muslims alike. In a new planetary vision of our world, where the distorting parallels of Islam and the West no longer holds, Islam is freed both from any such binary opposition and from the luxurious adventurism of the bin Laden variety, and thus Muslims are free once again to rethink their faith in terms domestic to their aspirations and global to their worldliness. This time around, this theology should no longer define itself via a combative conversation with an altered ipsiety like the West, but must instead learn the enduring wisdom of embracing its ideological alterities. What Muslims and all other human beings face are the predatory monstrosities of an imperial proclivity embedded in the logic of the capital itself. That capital is not American, but American militarism seeks to claim it. Resisting the tyrannies of both that capital and the militarism that seeks to steer it the American way are not just Muslims, but poor and disenfranchised people all over the world. Rich Muslims of the Saudi family type are not the subject of this resistance, for they are the agents of crushing it. Poor and disenfranchised Americans, of the sort whose dead bodies were floating in the streets of New Orleans, are not the agents of U.S. imperialism. They are as much its victims as their counterparts in Afghanistan or Iraq. Alongside Muslims are thus ordinary people of all sorts of religions, cultures, ideologies, and emotive universes that can no longer be reduced to religious and secular bipolarities. From amidst this cacophony of moral imaginaries, in plural, Muslims will have to learn the logic of their own inauthenticity, syncretism, pluralisms, and alterities. The more amorphous the nature of the globalized capital, and the more vile and violent the imperial design that seeks to sustain and benefit from it, the more solid and enduring must be the nature of the syncretic liberation theologies that need to join other liberation moments to resist them both. The outline of my argument in this book, working towards an articulation of an Islamic liberation theology, will proceed as follows. Throughout the 19th and the 20th centuries, Muslims were dragged out of their medieval slumber and their collective faith was gradually mutated from a multifaceted religion into a singular site of ideological resistance to European colonialism. Like much of the rest of the world, Muslims received the European modernity through the birth channel of colonialism, and the paradox embedded in colonial modernity at once purporting to engender and yet aborting agency was the paradox at the heart of Muslim predicament in modernity. Constitutional to the project of capitalist modernity was a colonial shadow in which liberation theologies such as Christian liberation theology in Latin America or Islamic political movements in the Muslim world emerged. Muslims thus became politically instrumental in robbing themselves of their own intellectual heritage as they aggressively transformed their religion into a singular site of combatant conversation with and revolutionary uprising against colonial modernity. These are the principal issues that I will raise and address in my first chapter, Resisting the Empire. My point of departure in this chapter, however, is not a distant past, but the immediate present and the unfolding future. So I will first give an outline of the current emergence of the USA as a globalized empire, then I will give an outline of the outdated bipolarity between Islam and the West as a belated mode of producing legitimate resistances to this empire, and then by way of a background I will provide a history of how within the epistemic limitations of that binary, Muslim ideologues had articulated an Islamic mode of resistance to European colonialism. I will conclude this chapter by arguing that the amorphous nature of the U.S. empire, chasing after the protection of an equally nebulous capital, requires a mode of resistance neither evident in the spectacular acts of iconic violence represented in the events of 9/11, identified with a shadowy organization called Al-Qaeda, and personified in a militant adventurer named Osama bin Laden, nor indeed possible to emerge from the outdated binary opposition manufactured at the height of European colonial modernity and posited as quintessential and ahistorical opposition between Islam and the West. In the second chapter, The End of Islamic Ideology, I will demonstrate in some analytical detail how after 200 years of sustained developments throughout the Muslim world, militant Islamism came to a sudden but inevitable end at the conclusion of one of its most spectacular revolutionary successes. I will argue and demonstrate that the 1979 success of the Islamic Revolution in Iran was the end of militant Islamism, both the height of its ideological success and the final evidence of its institutional failure. Here, I will extend my argument far beyond the specifics of the Islamic Revolution in Iran and give an account of the quintessential paradox at the heart of Islam as a religion of protest, that it morally succeeds precisely at the moment of its political failure and that it morally fails at the moment of its political success, and that it is precisely this paradox that will need to be overcome via a necessary and strategic move away from the radically ideologized Islam and worked creatively towards an Islamic theodicy, namely a mode of liberation theology that does not simply account for the existence of its moral and normative shadows but in fact embraces them. The exhaustion of an epistemic mode of knowledge and ideology production, a theme that I borrow from the long and illustrious tradition of the sociology of knowledge, does not mean a sudden end of continued, though futile, conversation with the West. To demonstrate this point, in the third chapter, Blindness and Insight, I will concentrate on the writings of one of the most prolific Muslim public intellectuals alive, Abdul Karim Sarash, in pointed and analytical comparison with the globalized adventurism of neo-Wahhabi militants like Osama bin Laden, Ayman al-Zawahiri, and Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. Here, I will give a detailed outline of why and how at the most serious epistemic level Islamism of the sort that is still conversant with the European colonial modernity has hit rock bottom, a cul-de-sac, and come to a cataclysmic end, and how is it that prominent intellectuals like Abdul Karim Sarash manage at once to write with an astonishing intellectual proficiency and yet have absolutely nothing to say about the global predicament of Muslims today, ultimately ending up in an inevitable mystical quagmire. My argument in this chapter is that the intellectual vacuity of Abdul Karim Sarash and militant adventurism of Osama bin Laden and co. are in fact the two sides of the same coin conversing with a dead interlocutor. Here, I will examine Abdul Karim Sarash as the very last Muslim ideologue, the Muslim ideologue who ends the Islamic conversation with colonial modernity, and Osama bin Laden as the very last pseudo-Saladin, fighting against imaginary crusaders. Bush and Blair are no crusaders. They carry no cross sign, just dollar and pound signs. They are after oil, not the Holy Grail. In this respect, Abdul Karim Sarash has a rather bizarre similarity with Osama bin Laden, for he too carries, though on an intellectual plane, a futile, pointless, outdated and entirely irrelevant conversation with a West that simply no longer exists. In the same vein, there is also another uncanny similarity between Sarish's ideas and the neo-Wahhabi sentiments at the root of such al-Qaeda propagandists as Ayman al-Zawahiri. Both the late neo-Wahhabism of al-Zawahiri and the post-Islamic revolutionary Shi'ism of Sarish represent entirely outdated modes of encounter with the emerging amorphous empire. The USA is not the West. Not even Western Europe that initially gave rise to the notion of the West is the West anymore, for the unification of Europe, EU, in juxtaposition against the economic might of the USA has already signaled the collapse of the West as the civilizational umbrella of Western European North American capitalism, and points to an entirely different geopolitics of capital and its habitual cultural camouflaging of its brute intentions. Western modernity, as a result, with which Islam carried a 200-year-old combatant conversation, has now yielded to a postmodern imperialism, with no regard for national boundaries or civilizational divides, a condition of capital in which Bush, Blair, and Benedict have emerged as the most eloquent scholars of what Islam is and what Muslims ought to do. Samuel Huntington's thesis of the clash of civilization was neither a diagnosis nor a prognosis, it was an autopsy, though entirely unbeknown to the author himself. He was too busy thinking he was providing U.S. imperialism with a vernacular ideology, he did not, to notice it. Samuel Huntington and Bernard Lewis, the would-be ideologues of U.S. imperialism, are wasting the U.S. taxpayers' money with their frequent flyer programs to the U.S. Pentagon, for instead of providing the U.S. imperial proclivities with convincing ideologies and attempted justification, they are in fact doing exactly the opposite, increasing the global hatred of the USA. Someone in the U.S. Treasury ought to put a recall on these ideologues and ask for the U.S. taxpayers' money back. My principal argument in this chapter is that if from Jamal al-Din al-Afghani early in the 19th century, through such principal ideologues of Muslim Brotherhood as Sayyid Qutb, Muslim reformists like Allama Iqbal, and all the way down to such ideologues of the Islamic Revolution in Iran as Ali Shariati, in later 20th century militant Islamism cultivated a healthy combination of radical theory and revolutionary praxis, at the threshold of the 21st century, people like Osama bin Laden, Saudi Arabia, Ayman al-Zawahiri, Egypt, and Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, Jordan, are associated with no such revolutionary project, and only with a useless, senseless, and vile mode of spectacular acts of iconic violence with no theoretical articulation, intellectual backbone, or social project, while theorists like Abdul Karim Sarash, recently joined by a publicity-manufactured reformist named Tariq Ramadan, carry on a misplaced and outdated conversation with a Western modernity that no longer exists and is simply a figment of their own arrested imagination. In this chapter I will pay close attention to Osama bin Laden as a particularly poignant pathology. As a revolutionary project, militant Islamism is today completely eclipsed by the figure and fantasy of Osama bin Laden, the rambling practitioner of spectacular terror. There is neither a sustained revolutionary project nor a proposed political agenda to the spectacular acts of violence attributed to Osama bin Laden. As such, he represents an inarticulate and iconic degeneration of Islamic revolutionary movements of the last 2 centuries into random acts of spectacular violence. Whether he is actually behind them or not is an almost moot and entirely academic question, and as such perfectly fit to be theorized by Tony Blair or else pontificated by the Holy Father Pope Benedict. In this respect, Osama bin Laden has his functional equivalent in the USA in Bernard Lewis and Samuel Huntington, and an avalanche of neocon artists they have occasioned, who too have posited the global configuration of power in empty and equally iconic civilizational terms, executed with an even more barbaric campaign of shock and awe by their Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. The principal point of this chapter is to demonstrate the intellectual exhaustion of Islam and the West to produce any revolutionary project capable of resisting the U.S. aspirations for a globalized empire. In the next 2 chapters, I will document in detail 2 complementary sets of evidence, one historical and the other doctrinal, that will demonstrate the specific conditions in which the decline and demise of militant Islamism is both socially visible and doctrinally inevitable, thus setting the stage for a new liberation theology that will correspond and converse more specifically with the globalized condition of Muslims living in the shadow of a postmodern empire. In the fourth chapter, Islam and Globalization, I will analyze the political fragmentation of the social basis of militant Islamism under the conditions called globalization, and then on that premise investigate the emerging modes of revolutionary resistances to any manner of globalizing empire. As a revolutionary template of such actual and potential movements, in the fifth chapter, Tazia as Theater of Protest, I will give an account of the historically most militant Islamic sect, Shi'ism, but this time through a reading of its passion play, Tazia, the symbolically most explosive repertoire of its insurrectionary disposition, its theater of protest. As the single most performative evidence of Islam as a religion of protest, a religion that can never lose its revolutionary disposition without ipso facto contradicting and thus getting ready to redeem itself, Tazia is a theater of redemption and protest inundated with rich revolutionary potentials. I wish to explore these potentials and through an examination of its particular mode of, non-Aristotelian, mimesis investigate its renewed significance in an emerging liberation theology. My proposal in this chapter is that the asyncretic mimesis operative in Tazia, that there is no one-to-one correspondence in its iconic acts of representation, corresponds to a manner of liberation theology in which a mode of permanent but inconclusive revolution can face the amorphous empire by remaining always on the offensive but never in power. My concluding argument begins to trace the moral and material foundations of the rise of a new mode of liberation movement that if it were to be articulated in religious domains then it must be designated as a theodicy rather than a theology, the difference between the two being of grave political consequences. In the sixth chapter, Liberation Theodicy, I give an account of how a new strategy of resistance is needed as Islam recedes into the fabric of the societies it defines at large. While Osama bin Laden's presumed adventurism and Saddam Hussein's evident thuggery have dismantled Islamism to its last measures, Islam is yet again emerging, though this time around as the localized site of political resistance to the globalizing empire. In my final argument, I give an account of a liberation theodicy that corresponds to the geographical transmutation of Islam beyond its imaginary boundaries. The transnational globalizing geography that has now fully bloomed is no longer bound to an east-west or north-south axis, nor indeed is the doctrinal bifurcation of the world into Dar al-Islam, domain of peace, and Dar al-Harb, domain of war, is any longer possible. The creative, though dangerous, liaison colonially postulated between Islam and the West having exhausted its historical usefulness, both the U.S. empire and the emerging pockets of resistance to it will have to cross over presumed cultural divides and their corresponding countries. In this chapter I will navigate through such anti-imperial movements as the Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Palestine, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Shiite community in Iraq, and read them along with Muslim communities in Europe and see in what particular ways they can overcome the dangers of their corruption into perpetrators of senseless violence, on the model of suicidal violence and indiscriminate and mass murder of innocent people, and instead articulate a revolutionary project of national and regional liberation movements committed to resisting the predatory U.S. empire and the dismantling of the discredited and failed Zionist state in favor of a one-state solution for all inhabitants of Palestine, Jews, Christians, Muslims, and atheists alike, which can become the exemplary model of a similar state for the entire region, so that instead of the Islamic Republic of Iran being replicated in the region, the democratic republics of Iraq, Lebanon, and particularly Palestine free, democratic, equitable, with constitutional rights for all its citizens will be exported to all the backward and retarded Arab and Muslim states. With the massive presence of Muslim migrant laborers throughout the globe, Islam is now irreversibly globalized. Its very sacred language is no longer spoken just in Arabic, Persian, Turkish, or Urdu, but in fact in the varieties of English spoken from Brooklyn, USA, to Bradford, UK, and now above all full of neologisms on Al Jazeera. The globalized empire has arisen from the very same material forces that have occasioned the globalization of Muslim migrant laborers and thus the emerging Islam itself. The beneficiaries of the globalized capital are no longer, if they ever were, some fictitious white Europeans or Americans, nor indeed are those disenfranchised by it all Muslims, Orientals, or colored. The Arab sheikhs in Kuwait and the ruling clerics in Iran are as much the beneficiaries of the globalized capital as more than 35 million US citizens who live under the poverty line are disenfranchised by it. With Condoleezza Rice and Colin Powell in positions of warmongering power, shoulder to shoulder with George Bush and Dick Cheney, the color line is no longer the defining moment of the 21st century, even if it were in the 20th. Capitalism is color blind and gender neutral. If Condoleezza Rice is willing to kill to keep capitalism rolling, she can be the next president of the USA for all capitalism cares. An Islamic liberation theology that still divides the world into East-West or Muslim-non-Muslim, believer-non-believer, practicing-non-practicing will mean absolutely nothing in the troubled years ahead. The only liberation movement against the terror of a globalizing empire that will be meaningful and mobilizing will have to be cross-cultural and global precisely in the same way that the empire it must oppose and the capital it must curtail are global. That liberation movement will have to account for the existence and accommodate the inclusion of the non-Islamic and as a result not a liberation theology but a liberation theodicy that at once recognizes and celebrates diversity. Theodicy in this sense is not accounting for the existence of any evil in the world, but the presence of diversity, alterity, shades and shadows of truth, variations that collectively make the world wonder at its own marvel. Theodicy of liberation liberates Islam itself, before anything else, from the dogged dogmatism of its nomocentric juridicalism having brutally suppressed its own logocentric and homocentric domains in Islamic philosophy and mysticism. At the heart of Islamic political culture is a paradox: it is only in power when it is not in power, and it loses legitimacy when it is in power. The only way that this innate paradox at the heart of Islam can be put to work for a permanent good is for Islam no longer to be triumphalist but tolerant, aware of its own polyfocality, and in that awareness and tolerance not just to resist the abuse of power but also the temptation of power. The massive globalization of Islam by Muslim labor migrations throughout the world now provides for the former, its liberation theodicy for the latter. No globally minded liberation movement will have a speck of legitimacy without categorically including the disenfranchised communities within the USA in the very heart of the empire, and as globally exposed in the scandalous events around Hurricane Katrina in August 2005. The fattened beneficiaries of the globalized capital in the USA cannot and must not be allowed to appropriate its revolutionary history. The anti-colonial history of the USA needs to be retrieved in the name and for the cause of its poor, sick, homeless, unemployed, uninsured, and massively impoverished communities. The USA is a microcosm of the world at large. There is already a third world in the very heart of this heartless empire. These are the poor and the disinherited among the Native Americans, African Americans, Latino Americans, Asian Americans, and then among a rainbow of new legal and illegal immigrants from around the globe. The revolutionary disposition of those colonies that once fought the British Empire is not a distant and forgotten memory, it has in fact a glorious paragon of contemporary hope. His name is Malcolm X. In his revolutionary legacy, Malcolm X will link any global Islamic liberation movement to the heart of the most progressive uprising of the wretched of this earth against their obscene oppressors. For that hope to materialize, any understanding of Islamic liberation theology must embrace the princely memory of Malcolm X. In my concluding, 7th, chapter, Malcolm X as a Muslim revolutionary, I will turn to Malcolm X and retrieve his legacy as a Muslim revolutionary in the heart of the empire and demonstrate how in his character and culture he already represents the model of a radical epistemic shift in the manufactured dialogue between Islam and the West. Malcolm X, in my judgment, is a singularly important revolutionary character whose conversion to Islam and the massive epistemic shift that it occasioned in the course of his revolutionary career is yet to be properly understood and thoroughly theorized. In the revolutionary character of Malcolm X is gathered the most critical link necessary between the alienated colonial corners of capitalist modernity and the disenfranchised communities in its metropolitan center. By far the most pernicious achievement of Orientalism was not that it was a discourse of domination but that it was a discourse of alienation. Through the generation of a false consciousness in the form of civilizational divides, Orientalism was instrumental in alienating the colonial corners of capitalist modernity from their integral connection to the capital. by summoning and dispatching the colonial world into a manufactured civilizational other Islamic, African, Chinese, Indian, etc. Orientalism was the most pernicious ideological force at the service of colonial modernity, systematically alienating the living labor of the colonials from their dead labor accumulated in metropolitan capital. A false categorical distinction was thus generated and sustained between the working class in the heart of capitalism and those in its colonial periphery, because they were assigned to two colonially fabricated civilizations, the West versus the rest. It is not until the dawn of the so-called globalization that this fabricated distinction between metropolitan and colonial labor is ipso facto bridged. The significance of Malcolm X is that he rises from the heart of the metropolitan disenfranchised poor in the USA and moves out to reach one of the most massively manufactured civilizational other of the West in the Islamic world. In his revolutionary character, as a result, we already have a transgressive bridge connecting the wretched of the earth otherwise treacherously separated by the pernicious project of Orientalism, squarely at the service of European colonialism, into two false civilizational camps, a project initiated and sustained to divide the world to rule it better. If Bernard Lewis has spent a long life manufacturing and perpetuating a hateful division between Islam and the West, Malcolm X spent a short but glorious life linking that binary opposition and proving Bernard Lewis and his band of Orientalists wrong. There is no other evolutionary figure who, like Malcolm X, so gracefully and courageously climbs over that dilapidated wall which mercenary Orientalists have constructed between the western part of their own perturbed imagination and the rest of the world to separate the poor and the working class into manufactured cultures and civilizations in order to be able to dispatch poor Americans to maim and murder their own brothers and sisters around the globe. Retrieving the critical character of Malcolm X as a Muslim revolutionary is quintessential to any Islamic liberation project that must by definition include the ailing heart of this empire. Donald Rumsfeld's campaign of shock and awe that announced the commencement of the U.S. war against Iraq in spring 2003, combined with the mind-numbing theft and destruction of world cultural heritage in Mesopotamia that it occasioned, have indeed frightened the world out of a collective wit. Artifacts that were testaments to the very alphabets of our humanity and had survived from Chenghis Khan to Attila the Hun, from Tamerlane to Hitler, finally collapsed at the foot of Donald Rumsfeld and the predacious brutality of the war machine he unleashed. The whole world is indeed in a state of shock and awe at the sheer enormity of this unforgivable crime against humanity. Today more than ever, voices of reason and visions of sanity must prevail. We are no longer safe in the serenity of our professional careers and private lives. We must speak truth to power in a clear and concise language. Reading the specifics of our vanishing history is now more than ever the guiding light of our collective reason. This book is a sustained moment to pause and reflect against the grain of that speed with which our historical memory is being corroded. How and why did militant Islam begin to converse with colonial modernity? When and why did it run out of ideological energy? And ultimately, what are the emerging forces of discontent that seek and must liberate Muslims from their own local tyranny in face of a predatory global empire in terms domestic to their hopes, loyal to the best in their character and culture? Posing these questions and seeking to answer them is no longer limited to Muslims or non-Muslims. We are all trapped. The cycle of violence benefits the worst amongst us and endangers the rest. We must be put on reverse gear to maneuver out of this nasty spot and then move on. 1. Resisting the empire. I ain't got no quarrel with those Viet Cong, no Viet Cong ever called me nigger. Muhammad Ali. Over the last 200 years, until the threshold of the 21st century, Muslims around the world have been engaged in a vital confrontation, first with European colonialism and after the demise of that calamity with the rise of the U.S. empire. This fateful confrontation has meant a systematic corrosion of the innate cosmopolitanism of Islamic cultures and its gradual mutation into a singular site of ideological resistance to foreign domination in both political and cultural terms. The rise of Islamic ideologies worldwide corroborated the centrality of European capitalist modernity, in which its colonial edges were categorically denigrated and denied agency, a reality against which a series of anti-colonial ideologies and movements took shape, among them both Christian and Islamic liberation theologies. In this chapter I intend to give an account of the outdated bipolarity between Islam and the West that for 2 centuries defined the terms of domination and resistance in the entire Muslim world. My intention here ultimately is to argue that the amorphous nature of capital in its current stage has generated an equally amorphous empire, and the dialectic of these 2 historical forces will perforce generate a succession of different and differing modes of resistance to it by people inevitably disenfranchised by its operation and devastated by its ravages. My ultimate intention in this book is to see in what particular terms might militant Islamic movements, beyond and above the current vicious cycle one can call the Bush-Bin Laden syndrome, have a share in this legitimate resistance to a predatory empire. People of this part of the world ought to know that Americans care. It was an unguarded moment at an apparently impromptu press conference with President Bush, and there was nothing particularly unusual about this nonsensical and blasé phrase, which I heard and watched on CNN on Friday, September 2, 2005. Nothing except, President Bush was not in Baghdad, Basra, Kandahar, or Kabul. He was in Biloxi, Mississippi, visiting the ravaged area a few days after Hurricane Katrina had devastated New Orleans and the tri-state region surrounding it, from Louisiana to Mississippi to Alabama. President Bush was not in this part of the world. He was in Biloxi, Mississippi. When did Biloxi, Mississippi become this part of the world, to the President of the USA? Strange. But true. The mutation of Biloxi, Mississippi, into this part of the world, when a U.S. president is caught off guard exporting in reverse his vacuous foreign policy vernacular into a devastating domestic scene, cannot and should not be dismissed as yet another indication of President Bush's by now proverbial penchant for dyslexic expressions and outlandish remarks. President Bush was never more accurate and precise, eloquent and correct, in his reference to Biloxi, Mississippi, as this part of the world. The scenes of poor, hungry, and frightened colored people, roaming around the dead bodies of their neighbors and loved ones, while watched over by heavily armed, mostly white, military patrols in armored personnel carriers, brandishing machine guns and automatic rifles, was almost identical with similar scenes from Baghdad, Basra, Kandahar, and Mazar-e-Sharif. Hurricane Katrina had blown away the carpet under which this massive poverty and destitution was systematically brushed. Was this the USA? Where is the Third World these days? It has always been in this or that part of the world, but never presumed in Biloxi, Mississippi. When hungry and poor people, left by their presumably elected officials to their own non-existent devices, had begun entering supermarkets to find food and survive, the first thing that local and federal officials sent to the area was sharpshooters to shoot and kill the intruders. It was straight out of the 1950s propaganda machinery of racist states that reports of rape and murder began circulating in order to justify the shoot-to-kill order issued by federal and state officials. 4 days after the carnage of Katrina, the local and federal government kept sending heavily armed military troops to the area instead of medical personnel, social aid workers, civil engineers, etc. The New York Times and CNN were competing with each other reporting on how more troops were being sent into New Orleans in order to restore calm in the area. Protecting the absolute and irreconcilable principle of capitalism and private property was far more sacrosanct than saving human lives, people dying in their own excrement and being eaten by rats. New Orleans has become exactly like Baghdad, began a poem circulating on the internet at just about this time. Wow. See how drowned in sadness looks New Orleans. Worse than Bam One now appears New Orleans. Just like Baghdad, liberated from law and order. Is now New Orleans, oh world is so full of wonders. Black folks, their fortunes all on retreat. Hungry and mourning swim through their streets. Ready at hand were of course plenty of police officers. With cannonballs and tanks, guarding shops, banks, offices all awaiting President Bush, who soon came up with his orders. That voice of black folks ought to be warded. New Orleans, the city of legendary jazz and heartwarming blues. Full of black folks playing the trumpet with their souls all bruised. In their voices rings the sound of being left to their own devices. With no connections, no protection, throwing their own dices. They are still all in bondage, and yes, indeed also in slavery. Though this time around hidden behind a veil full of embroideries. Upon this veil is cast the shape of, are you ready, democracy. Hiding the fact that black folks are rebelling against this hypocrisy. From the other side of the veil you can hear the sound of blues, linking their nights of sorrow to their days of abuse. I come from the backs burned by lashes. I come from bodies covered with wounds and ashes. I am from the Sunday slave markets of yore. I am black, soft like cotton, not anymore. I am black, full of abandoned hopes and in desperation. Talk to me, tell me of kindness, not of cotton plantations. Did the black people not have enough pains of their own? Did they need to be in a Katrina zone? A hurricane in New Orleans, call it Katrina, Larry, or Dan. Hurried furiously, looking just like a gang of Ku Klux Klan. Killing on its way all the black people it could. And if they survived, homeless they stood. The news came finally from the White House. Beware of black folks, male, female, husband and spouse. That according to the rule at the time of war, they will be shot and killed by the U.S. Army at supermarket door. These are all thieves and plunderers, said President Bush. No hungry person and a loaf of bread, when shove came to push, too. This was a poem not by an American poet, or even a poet from that huge and hollowed hole called the West. The poem was by Hadi Kirsandi, an expatriate Iranian satirist, unable to return to his own homeland because of his political views. Having lived in London and then Los Angeles for a while, and now effectively living nowhere except in the no man's land of the internet, where he runs a website and tells the world what he thinks of it in his mother tongue. Between President Bush referring to Biloxi, Mississippi, as this part of the world, and Hadi Kirsandi composing a poem on the predicament of his fellow human beings in the no man's land of the internet, the fate of the globalized planet, the state of defenseless and atomized individuals, the whims of the amorphous capital that reigns supreme, and then the cries and whispers of the incompetent empire that seeks to rule it, are all cast and narrated. Does this world have a shape, or is it as shapeless as the nebulous capital that spins it? Is the abysmal pit of the war on terrorism the hellhole from which arises a hurricane of a different sort, a senseless, shapeless, shoreless violence, with no beginning, no middle, and no end, breaking poor people's already dilapidated roofs on their head, while their richer neighbors have already fled the scene of the crime? This empire is amorphous, nationless, nameless, merciless. It is not American, so far as millions of anti-war activists are concerned, ordinary Americans from all walks of life who poured into streets of their cities and towns condemning Bush's warmongering and crying out loud, "Not in our name." Resisting this empire has no cultural designation, no denominational domain. It is as global as the monster it seeks to face. Among the side effects of Hurricane Katrina in 2005 was the restoration of a modicum of decency to an otherwise entirely bankrupt U.S. media. On the 4th anniversary of 9/11, the criminal negligence at the root of exposing millions of impoverished Americans to hazardous conditions, just one collateral damage of its predatory pursuit of a whimsical empire, finally forced some observers to dub the catastrophe in New Orleans and its surrounding areas the anti-9/11-3. It was of course a matter of time that the corporate takeover of the U.S. media would soon start whitewashing the terror experienced by millions of people in Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi. But nevertheless, among homes and dreams, Hurricane Katrina had also blown away not just poor people's livelihood but also the cover of the corruption at the vilest and crudest core of the U.S. predatory capitalism and the massive poverty that it generates and sustains not just all around the globe but in its own backyard, and thus the perfectly apt reference of President Bush to Biloxi, Mississippi, as this part of the world, for this indeed was part of the rest of the world, akin to Baghdad, Basra, Fallujah, Kandahar, Kabul, and Mazar-e-Sharif all left in ruins, while between the two of them Bush and Bin Laden had found the planet Earth too small for their megalomaniac egos. By virtue of that very minor slippage, of calling Biloxi, Mississippi, this part of the world, if indeed anyone was watching and listening, it was no longer possible to think, read, and write about Islam and Muslims without simultaneously doing the same about other sites of legitimate resistances to the predatory pursuit of power and capital by U.S. neocons, sites of resistance that were no longer limited to Afghanistan, Iraq, or Palestine, but that had indeed gone around the globe and come to include this part of the world, Biloxi, Mississippi, and its environs, and then beyond them from East LA to the Bronx and Harlem. It's not just Katrina, as Cornel West put it in an essay published pointedly on the 4th anniversary of 9/11. It's Povertina. People were quick to call them refugees because they looked as if they were from another country. They are exiles in America. Their humanity had been rendered invisible, so they were never given high priority when the well-to-do got out and the helicopters came for the few. Almost everyone stuck on rooftops, in the shelters, and dying by the side of the road was poor black. Point 4. Cornel West was never so precise in pointedly dissecting the fate of his people. Charlie Parker, said West of the legendary jazz musician, would have killed somebody if he had not blown his horn. The history of black people in America is one of unbelievable resilience in the face of crushing white supremacist powers. Cornel West did not spare those who had joined the ruling elite to justify the horrors of a racist culture. They shot Brother Martin dead like a dog in 1968 when the mobilization of the black poor was just getting started. At least one of his surviving legacies was the quadrupling in the size of the black middle class. But Oprah Winfrey, the billionaire, and the black judges and chief executives and movie stars do not mean equality, or even equality of opportunity yet. Black faces in high places do not mean racism is over. Condoleezza Rice has sold her soul. Point 5. In the aftermath of Katrina, it was a war of all against all, Cornel West concluded. You're on your own in the center of the American empire. 6. How do we read Islam and Muslims in the aftermath of not just 9/11 but also of anti-9/11, of a subdued class warfare at the heart of the flailing and incompetent U.S. empire? Did Persians perish in destitution when the Achaemenids were ruling the world? Did Romans live in poverty when their generals went about conquering the earth? Did Dickens mean to say something about the poverty and destitution of the British when their colonial officers went around the globe colonizing people? There is no reading of any enduring and meaningful resistance to the predatory U.S. empire. Osama bin Laden and co. are neither enduring nor meaningful, unless and until Cornel West's reading of the plight of poor people in the USA is wedded to a larger calamity that the U.S. military is causing around the globe. There is much confusion in the USA, and by extension around the world, about what is happening in and about Islam, to and by Muslims as they all live under the shadow of the American empire. This confusion is not accidental. It is both historically rooted and deliberately manufactured. There are professional spin doctors, without as much as a preliminary knowledge of the very languages that Muslims speak, shamelessly adding to this systematic mystification of Muslims, confounding the abysmal level of public knowledge about the world at large with their own pathological ignorance and a malignant proclivity to side with power and partake in it. As the historically illiterate U.S. propagandists are manufacturing an Islamic threat based on a violent ideology, they are in fact propagating, ipso facto, a violent ideology of their own, corresponding with a predatory design to rule an unruly world. This is and will remain, as long as it lasts, an empire with no hegemony, except a hegemony by proxy, the manufacturing of a fictive enemy that, like the effigy of a phantom fear, they put together and burn in public squares, until of course a hurricane comes and blows away all the cover-up of the massive poverty over which presides the phantasmagoric nightmare of a global empire. The central task of these spin doctors, and the propaganda machinery they represent, 7, is to separate the fate of the poor and disenfranchised in the USA from those of the people in Iraq, Afghanistan, and the rest of the world, via the creation of an imbecilic, when not nauseatingly fake, mode of patriotism. Uniting the fate of poor people in the USA with those around the globe, and then asking if Muslims have anything positive, progressive, and constructive to say about that mass of humanity in turmoil, is the only way that not just Islam but any world religion can have any meaningful presence in the world. It is imperative to combat the professional spin doctors who are in the business of manufacturing fictive enemies around the world, while whitewashing the horrors of the impoverished masses, and clear the air of this massive, deliberately manufactured confusion and come up with a clear and concise conception of the predicament of Muslims, inseparable from the rest of mankind at large, just before and then in the aftermath of 9/11, and then place it right next to the predicament of their American counterparts of the anti-9/11. If the US media yet again does not whitewash the Katrina catastrophe, the anti-9/11 must supersede and dismantle the massive propaganda machinery it set in motion in the aftermath of 9/11. For this time around there are no dark-skinned Arabs and Muslims categorically to blame, just dark-skinned Americans lying dead, dying, and decaying, or else left homeless and hungry while the richest, most powerful, as the joke goes, country in the world stood by and watched. How do we clear the confusions at the heart of the global fear of the Islam manufactured by the US neocons, and how do we proceed from there to see what are the emerging patterns of legitimate Islamic resistances to US imperial designs? Very simply, by beginning at the ground zero and the year zero of the US imperial age, the iconic 9/11, and then work our way towards the anti-9/11. To combat the propaganda machinery, predicated on a pathological contemporaneity, of the US neocons and their penchant for muddying the waters, we need first and foremost to denounce the horrific events of 9/11 without the slightest hesitation, equivocation, prevarication, evasion, buts, ifs, however, nevertheless, etc. The indiscriminate acts of violence perpetrated on that horrific day are not justifiable on any scale, basis, or assumption. 9/11 was a singular act of diabolic insanity, horrific insignia of vicious violence at the service of no cause, an ignoble manifestation of deranged minds incapable of figuring out where the core of a global injustice is located, and thus lashing out at the iconic signs of an imperial project, irrespective of the sanctity of innocent lives they thus desecrated and wantonly wasted. To the degree that this act of deranged violence was done in the name of Islam, Islam itself, outside any quotation mark, is accountable for the carnage of 9/11. But that degree is as tenuous as Judaism being responsible for the criminal atrocities of Barak Goldstein in particular, or Zionism even in more vicious and systematic ways, piling one generation of vicious injustice upon Palestinians after another. The same holds true in the distinction we must make between the Christianity of poor people, liberation theology of Latin America, and that of the Crusaders or Christian missionary accomplices of European colonialism, or between Hinduism and the criminal thugs representing the BJP in India. Osama bin Laden has a similar claim on Islam, and he does, as Barak Goldstein has on Judaism, Jim Jones on Christianity, or the BJP on Hinduism. None of such comparisons or contrasts should detract from the more fundamental fact that insane acts of violence, whether committed in the name of Islam, Christianity, Judaism, or Hinduism, must be categorically and consistently denounced. Once we categorically denounce such indiscriminate acts of violence, we also need to separate the actual reality of the events of 9/11 from the nauseating propaganda machinery into which they were fed in order to justify the Bush administration's even more horrid acts of violence. If we do not make that distinction, we will inevitably end up in the rise of pathological conspiracy theories that in fact attribute the events of 9/11 to some secret design by the US government itself. 8. Instead of falling into that trap, we need to separate the sheer insanity of those acts of random violence in 9/11 from any subsequent abuses to which they were put by a neocon-inspired global warmongering. Perfectly legitimate sympathy with the victims of 9/11 and their bereaved loved ones must never be marred by the fact that they are viciously abused in a politics of mourning to justify the terrorizing war that the Bush administration has unleashed. Quite to the contrary, the memory of the innocent victims of 9/11 must be turned around and used for the cause of peace and legitimate resistance to this predatory empire. 9. Equally important is not to allow the legitimate global anger against the US imperialism in general and against the Bush administration's criminal neocon project in particular to be translated into an illegitimate sympathy for the equally criminal atrocities of Osama bin Laden and his associates. At the mercy of both George W. Bush and Osama bin Laden are innocent people the world over, whether in New York and New Orleans or in Kandahar and Baghdad. That a band of criminally minded neocons have taken over the sacrosanct institutions of a democracy and driven it to sheer criminal madness around the globe, does not mean that equally criminal adventurers like Osama bin Laden or Abu Musab al-Zarqawi are harbingers of truth, salvation, freedom, and democracy. It is imperative for us to see that Francis Fukuyama, Samuel Huntington, and Bernard Lewis are Ayman al-Zawahiri and Abu Musab al-Zarqawi in business suits, clean-shaven, wearing colorful ties, and speaking a passable English. In a contorted worldview and moral derangement there is no difference between Bush, Blair, Berlusconi, and bin Laden. Anger with any one of them should not amount to sympathy for the other. Along the same argument, we also need to place the historical amnesia subsequently loaded in the iconic sign of 9/11, before the anti-9/11 scandalized it, in the context of the last 200 years. When and how did Islamic ideology as a mode of resistance to European colonialism emerge, when and how did it serve its purposes and die out, what and whence are the current globalized terrorist exchanges between the two camps of President Bush and Osama bin Laden, and ultimately what lays out into the future, signs of hope, reasons for despair, loci of critical attention to articulate the modes and manners of resisting a globalized empire infinitely superior in its manners of inflicting pain, causing terror, wreaking havoc, and spreading fear than any presumed enemy it says it wants to fight. 10. Once the air is thus cleared of any confusion of ideas and sentiments, we are ready for a critical encounter with the events of 9/11. The apocalyptic events of September 11, 2001 and the subsequent unleashing of the massive U.S. military machinery in Afghanistan and Iraq that they occasioned once again brought Islam to the forefront of global attention. The US-led invasion of Afghanistan, 2001, and Iraq, 2003, both predominantly Muslim countries, and the rise of the Arab and Muslim world in anger and fear have resuscitated the specter of a massively politicized Islam as the single most defiant mode of political resistance to the rising U.S. empire. The continued Israeli occupation of Palestine and the cycle of genocidal, homicidal, and suicidal violence that it has occasioned is a deep wound in the side of Muslims the world over, unable to dismantle the last vestige of a European colonialism in their midst, unwilling to live with its extension into a military base for the U.S. imperial operations in their midst. Under the pretext of a U.S.-Israeli strategic alliance, Israel as a quintessentially colonial settlement now categorically functions as a military hardware integral to the operation of the U.S. empire. While the so-called Israeli intellectuals are busy debating Zionism and post-Zionism, one or two-state solutions, what they call their country links its European colonial heritage to its mutation into a military base for U.S. imperialism, a fact beyond their 1948, 1967, 1973, 1982, or any other date in which Zionist barbarity has inflicted more pain on the broken, but defiant, back of Palestinians. Meanwhile, the militant presence of a Jewish state in the region has already given rise to an Islamic Republic, and scores of other countries located in between the Jewish state and the Islamic Republic are in dire danger of collapsing into other forms of religious tribalism if their current medieval potentates fail to cultivate institutions of civil liberties, civil societies, and civil rights. The US-led invasion of Iraq in March 2003, shock and awing, as the U.S. Secretary of State Defense Donald Rumsfeld put it at the time, a nation into submission, culminating in the horrific pictures of the Iraqi prisoners' abuse in the U.S. torture chambers in Abu Ghraib prison in April and May 2004, and then paving the way for an Iraqi constitution that might in effect create yet another Islamic republic in the region, has made the entire area from the Indian Ocean to the Arabian Sea to the Persian Gulf exceptionally volatile. Over the spectrum of these facts on the ground is now rising the specter of a global empire with no regards for international law or for diplomacy, and confident in the pursuit of its sheer, brute, and naked material and strategic interests. In conjunction with that imperial design and execution, a global rise in terrorist attacks, now extended into European and U.S. soils, has once again raised the fear of Islam as the principal nemesis of the Western civilization, leading the US neocons to demand and exact apologies from Muslims across the world, asserting categorically that there is something inherently violent about their religion and culture. The daily headlines around the globe report of deadly terrorist attacks and even more devastating carnage caused by the US-led military invasions and colonial occupations of sovereign nation-states. An estimated 655,000 Iraqis and unknown tens of thousands of Afghans have been murdered after the US-led invasion of Iraq, March 2003, and Afghanistan, October 2001. The total number of terrorist acts attributed to Muslims amounts to nothing more than 1% of that number. This comparison does not make Muslim terrorists any less barbaric than their American and Israeli counterparts. It makes them all identical partners in a global spiral of violence that above all has allowed the world to degenerate into medieval tribal identifications. Under these frightful circumstances, terms and phrases have assumed iconic power of their own, with no or merely vacuous connections to reality. If a desperate teenager in Palestine blows himself and everything and everyone around him up into smithereens, that is a terrorist attack, but if the IDF, Israeli Defense Force, razes an entire Palestinian village or refugee camp to the ground, or else carpet bombs from air, sea, and land from one end of Lebanon to the other, it is a defensive act. If Iraqi people of varied political persuasions defend their country against a foreign invasion, they merit the term terrorists, but if the deadliest military machinery in history is brought in to shock and awe them into submission, it is called liberation through something called Operation Iraqi Freedom. In the midst of such linguistic obscenities, foreclosing the violent spiral of fear and fury, Islam and the West, projected as two eternal arch-nemesis, are once again posited as the principal coded categories of this global confrontation between two irreconcilable adversaries, two cosmic forces of good and evil. Manichaeism seems to have finally triumphed in the West, unbeknown to its Christianity. Against this fabricated binary opposition, and beyond the smokescreen of a manufactured Islamic threat, 11 today more than ever we are in need of a calm and quiet reconfiguration of the initial rise of militant Islamism in the shadow of colonial modernity in the 19th and 20th centuries, in contradistinction with its current demise under the shade of a post-colonial empire, as Muslims and other disenfranchised people the world over reconfigure their hopes and reassess their fears in anticipation of new liberation strategies. The fastidious takeover of public discourse by embedded journalists and their counterparts among the recruited, bought and paid for, pundits have hijacked our sense of security and paralyzed our informed and responsible discourses. With academic intellectuals institutionally compromised by their privatized intellect, compromised integrity, mind-numbing specialization, and thus public irrelevance, the arena has been left vacant for lucratively paid and yet astonishingly illiterate charlatans to steal our reasoned conversations and leave us bereft of sane and sustained reflection on our global destiny. No country on planet Earth has a fattier dose of these propagandist officers masquerading as journalists and columnists than the USA. The fate of Muslims and non-Muslims is today more than ever intertwined, and the forces of darkness and ignorance at the service of a global empire can no longer be allowed to divide the world into its sectarian proclivities to rule it. People in the USA, since 9/11 the eye of the storm, are as much implicated in this global condition of fear as anyone else. This has never been a question of Islam versus the West. This binary opposition is politically manufactured and has cast the globe in a permanent condition of fear of terrorist attacks from one side and fear of the US/UK predatory designs on the world on the other, no less terrorizing, and in fact infinitely more deadly, than what they brand as terrorism. Al-Qaeda and the Pentagon are now the two sides of the same coin, when it comes to ordinary, innocent, and bewildered citizens, Americans and non-Americans, Muslims and non-Muslims, all squarely at the mercy of both. Contrary to the prevalent assumptions of a clash of civilization between Islam and the West, we have in fact concluded the period of civilizational conflict. One of my principal arguments in this book is that civilizational thinking had a very short but crucial role in the course of the colonial encounter of Muslims with European modernity, but that it has now effectively exhausted its uses and abuses in facilitating the operation of the globalized capital. In direct opposition to Samuel Huntington's thesis of the clash of civilizations, we have already entered a post-civilizational period in global conflict, one in which we need a fresh understanding of the nature of globalizing power and the emerging revolutionary manners of resisting it. My reading of the global conflict, as a result, is radically opposed to the outdated binary that posits a civilizational conflict between Islam and the West. The binary opposition between Islam and the West was manufactured as civilizational opposites by a mercenary band of Orientalists in the course of colonial modernity, and the category has long since lost its epistemic instrumentality in creating a false consciousness alienating the colonized labor from accumulated capital. In the course of the rapid globalization of labor and capital, it is no longer possible to sustain any legitimacy for that separation between the capital and the colonial, between the West and the rest, for the capital has always been in the colonial in the capital, and the very notion of the West was a coded category privileging the beneficiaries of the capital from the massive multitudes it denigrated, enslaved, and abused. Towards the end of the last century, civilizational thinking emerged in the USA for a last gasp, principally to suppress the multicultural insurrection of disenfranchised communities and recent labor immigrants, a white supremacist move at home to manufacture a global hegemony abroad. 12 These, however, were feeble attempts, unable to fathom the treacherous logic of capital that never wears a worn-out item of cultural clothing twice, that wants the usefulness of the manufactured idea of the West. And all the other civilizational categories it needed and thus engendered had done their services. The meandering, expansive, and amorphous logic of the capital was off to greener pastures and more useful rhetoric to sustain the logic of its operation. The flailing hegemonic disposition of the emerging empire and any manner of revolutionary response to it will have a dialectical relationship to each other. Because the nature of that hegemony is not yet clear, the disposition of revolutionary resistances to it is not yet quite evident. There will not be any action and reaction this time around. The globe is too much aware and very much self-conscious of itself, and Al Jazeera is a mighty competitor for CNN. The emerging logic of capital and the empire that wishes to control it will have a dialectical rhetoric to them. At this moment, we have exited the historic usefulness of Islam and the West as one particular mode of dialectics between empire building and revolutionary resistances to it, and yet we have not entered the next stage because the capital that the emerging empire wishes to serve is an amorphous and capricious genie. The phenomenon codenamed globalization, with its deeper roots going back to the very origin of the global disposition of capital at its very inception, is now shedding the older versions of cultural formations corresponding to the centrality of capital in forming ideologies that sustain and energize it. That capital no longer has a presumed center to its operation. The colonial edges of that capital have always been central to its operation. When the labor that capital abuses in its immediate neighborhood is writ large and global, it is called colonialism. When that colonialism is internal to the polity of capitalist modernity, it is called abused labor. Structurally, the abused laborers in London, Paris, and New York are identical in their relation of power to capital with colonized persons the world over. Civilizational categories such as Islam and the West and the Orient, or more basically the West and the rest, are the principal services that mercenary Orientalists have performed to authenticate the presumed centrality of capital and its high culture in a figment of imagination called the West. This West has now imploded under the pressure of globalization. The collapse of the Soviet Union, the breakdown of the Eastern European bloc, the unification of Europe, and the rise of the EU, European Union, as a major economic and potentially military rival to the USA are among the signs of a remodulation of globalized capital that no longer has any use for the outdated category of the West. 13 With the West having now imploded, all its binary oppositions that mercenary Orientalists had fabricated to corroborate its existence have also lost their historical interlocutor. The Islam that was manufactured as a meta-narrative of authenticity to corroborate the West has now ended, and it is now left for Muslims to figure out what they mean and signify. In the face of a predatory empire that has now emerged wishing to steer the course of the unruly globalized capital, The emerging Islam will also have to be understood in terms that safeguard the hope and aspirations of millions of poor and disenfranchised Muslims around the globe in terms compatible with those of millions of non-Muslims equally at the mercy of this barbaric empire. In understanding the terms of this emerging Islam, it is imperative not to allow the propaganda machinery at the service of the empire to muddy the water and create tribal affiliations that further divide the world to rule it better a Jewish state here, and Islamic Republic there, all in the neighborhood of a Hindu fundamentalism and all in need of a superior Christian empire to make them behave. It is equally important to link the fate of millions of disenfranchised human beings at the heart of the Christian empire, the poor and racialized people that with the violent winds of just a hurricane the cover of propaganda cast over them is blown away for the whole world to see. The savageries of the empire are global, its victims as much Americans as Iraqis or Afghans. Poor Christians in Latin America are equally desperate as poor Muslims in Asia and Africa, and thus the necessity of resistance to that empire in equally global terms, terms that can no longer be in puritanical Islamic juridical terms, but in emancipatory terms at once Islamic for Muslim to have a claim over it and yet in a manner Islamic that embraces all the shades and shadows of a world religion with a varied cosmopolitanism definitive to its historical character. Between hurricanes Rumsfeld and Katrina, the globe is shrunk in size and proportion. To justify its expansive designs on the world, the U.S. empire has manufactured a global Islamic threat, in which context its principal ideologues Samuel Huntington and Bernard Lewis chief among them have resuscitated the outdated cliché of Islam versus the West. No act of responsible scholarship in opposition to this calamitous propaganda machinery can remain aloof and merely academic. It is a matter of global sanity and public safety persistently to historicize, contextualize, inform, and open the domain of public debate. The globalized terrorism that U.S. imperialism at once generates, sustains, perpetrates, legitimizes, and needs in order to justify itself is squarely based on the illusion that Islam and the West are two quintessential realities and that they are at odds with each other, and that illusion will have to be publicly exposed and analytically dismantled. President Bush is not the West, for the West has ended, disintegrated somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the unification of Europe as an emerging site of military and economic power. Osama bin Laden is not Islam, for Islam is the faith of multitudinous masses of people, always subject to historical changes, emotive mutations, its metaphysical certainties always at the mercy of its political vicissitudes. The binary opposition generated and sustained for over 200 years between Islam and the West, as a particular version of a more global power basing proposed between the West and the rest, is no longer valid or operative. The moral and material conditions that necessitated and thus articulated it are no longer extant, and we are on the verge of a new configuration of power and manners of resistances to it by the disenfranchised multitude left poor, homeless, hungry, and indignant by the predatory logic of capital. Released from that binary nexus, Islam, as the faith of a globalized community, has now entered a new phase in its long and arduous history. What the particulars of that new configuration will be is still too early to tell. But that the West is no longer the principal interlocutor of Islam is globally evident, for the West itself has, a mere 200 years after its invention, long since disintegrated. As one of the most potent political events in colonial modernity, namely from early in the 19th to late in the 20th century, Islamic political activism was a major force of contention resisting the onslaught of European colonialism. That mode of resistance to colonialism performed its task and is now over and done for, and recognizing that fact is necessary if we are to clear the confusion generated around the Islamic terrorism that is now codified by 9/11. Based on that premise, we then need to proceed to see the emerging sites of legitimate Muslim resistances to the U.S. empire entirely independent of the fabricated illusion around Osama bin Laden and his cohorts. One of my principal arguments in this book is that militant Islamic ideologies of the last 200 years, before the events leading to 9/11, emerged in combatant conversation between the ancestral faith of a people and their political predicament at the wake of colonial modernity in the 19th and 20th centuries. As that interlocutor has drastically changed its normative and material demeanor, so has militant Islamism lost its revolutionary agenda. This proposition inevitably rests on a historical conception of Islam as the collective consciousness of a people. It posits the political history of the faith over the last 200 years not as a reality sui generis but in fact as the dialectical outcome of a destabilizing dialogue with the catastrophic consequences of European colonialism. That European colonial modernity has now given rise to an American post-colonial empire, and thus have militant Islamic ideologies lost their erstwhile interlocutor and with it their own historical resonances. What the shape of Islam in combative conversation with the U.S. empire will be is yet to be seen. Osama bin Laden is a decoy, a subterfuge, a smokescreen. He is a mirage that is taken for the real thing. The real thing is yet to come. Osama bin Laden is a figment of Pentagon imagination created, crafted, and envisioned to justify U.S. imperial designs. The end of Islamic ideology as we have known it and as the organizing principle of political resistance to colonial modernity is a momentous historical occasion, now categorically camouflaged by a smokescreen generated between a mismatched band of militant adventurers collectively identified with Osama bin Laden, on one side, and a gang of pestiferous and bankrupt ideas identified as neoconservatism and represented by the Bush administration, 2000 to 2008, a period that will go down in history as the most catastrophic manifestation of the absolute worst in American political culture. My thesis, simply put, is this: militant Islamism emerged from the early 19th century in direct and combative response to European colonialism, gradually changing a medieval faith into a solitary site of ideological resistance to colonial modernity. These almost 200 years of incessant transformation of Islam into Islamic ideology came to an end with the success and subsequent failure of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. The demise of Islamic ideology was all but evident soon after the Islamic Revolution in Iran. Islamic ideology succeeded to dismantle the Pahlavi monarchy, but the Islamic Republic failed to become a model of democratic institutions for the region, as the Islamic Revolution failed to expand beyond the immediate Iranian borders. The creation of the Wahhabi-inspired Taliban in Afghanistan, by a combination of US, Saudi, and Pakistani forces, to expel the Soviets was equally successful in preventing the spread of the Shia-inspired Islamic Revolution of Iran into Central Asia. The formation of the Taliban in Afghanistan thus precipitated a course of events that linked the end of a legitimate Islamic ideology to the rise of an adventurous Islamism entirely devoid of any social or economic project. If Ayatollah Khomeini was the last Muslim ideologue of the 20th century, Osama bin Laden is the first militant Muslim adventurer of the 21st century. Reading Ayatollah Khomeini or any other Muslim ideologue of the last 200 years going back to Jamal al-Din al-Afghani and Muhammad Abduh is to read a particularly revolutionary project with widespread social and political agenda. This is absolutely not the case with Osama bin Laden or anyone else among his militant entourage. The U.S. support for Saddam Hussein when he invaded Iran and engaged in an 8-year mutually destructive war was equally instrumental in preventing the spread of the Islamic Revolution westward into the rest of the Islamic and the Arab world, as the creation of the Taliban had done the same on the eastern borders of the Islamic Republic. The Islamic Revolution was thus trapped, the Islamic Republic embattled, and Islamic ideology some 200 years into the making ever more discredited. Soon after the end of Iran-Iraq War, 1980 to 1988, the cataclysmic collapse of the Soviet Union and the Eastern Europe radically changed the global geopolitics. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, the US-sponsored, Saudi-financed, and Pakistani-administered creation of the Taliban backfired and gave rise to an amorphous blowback in the aftermath of the Soviet departure from Afghanistan. 14 The Taliban were no longer freedom fighters in the US lexicon. Overnight they became terrorists. Mirroring the same blowback, Saddam Hussein took full advantage of the same amorphous conditions and invaded and occupied Kuwait. The collapse of the Soviet Union and the subsequent U.S. invasion of Iraq to push it back from Kuwait marked the rise of the USA as the single surviving superpower and the emergence of a historic rift between the USA and Europe that is except the United Kingdom. By the time of the Second Gulf War, the US-led invasion of Iraq in March 2003, Europe had rapidly unified into a major global power and was acting increasingly as independent and in fact in competition with the USA, and thus the end of the West as a legitimate category with any enduring credence left to its economic or political consequences. The USA and Europe were now in competition with each other over how to rule the world economically and maintain it militarily. The dissolution of the West, as an organizing principle of Euro-North American modernity, also meant that Islam had lost its historic interlocutor over the last 200 years, the modernity with which it was engaged in a combatant, counter-colonial, conversation. The result, a simultaneous dismantling of both Islam and the West as the mirror image of each other, and the evident emergence of a new mode of US imperial domination and revolutionary resistance to it. To begin to understand what the parameters of these new revolutionary agenda might be, while noting that we have passed through a major turning point in the global manners of both imperial power and revolutionary resistances to it, is the emerging agenda of a whole new generation of reading, writing, and scholarship. Islam, just like the fate of the world caught between a flailing US and an emerging EU superpower, is now up for grabs. Osama bin Laden is no match for this historic game. He is a false alarm. The end of Islamic ideology, by virtue of forces at once internal to its own contradictions and endemic to the binary opposition posited between Islam and the West, does not mean that in the course of its historic development it was an entirely useless project. It is a historic anachronism, and thus logically flawed, to dismiss militant Islamic thoughts and movements of the last 200 years, prior to the rise of Osama bin Laden, as completely failed political projects. Point 15. As it emerged out of a militant confrontation with European colonialism and thus the origin and demise of Islam and the West as a binary opposition, Islamic ideology was a potent political force that in ideological rivalry with nationalism and socialism helped to map out the contours of Muslim countries resisting the European colonial savageries. Point 16. At the conclusion of Islamic ideology as a perfectly legitimate political project and the collapse of Islam and the West as the productive epistemic machinery that gave rise to it, it is crucial to have an accurate conception of its rise and demise, successes and failures. This assessment is not just a matter of academic interest. It is a critical foregrounding for a clear conception of what will happen next in the course of a new generation of Islamic liberation theology that will have to face the flailing USA and the emerging EU imperialisms after the smokescreen of Osama bin Laden has evaporated and disappeared. Two revolutionary movements in the 18th and the 19th centuries marked the passage of medieval Islamic political thought and revolutionary movements into the main course of Muslim encounter with colonial modernity. Inspired by the staunchly conservative Sunni theologian Ibn Taymiyyah, 1268–1328, the puritanical ideas of Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, 1703–1791, initiated the Wahhabi movement in Arabia, almost a century before Sayyid Ali Muhammad Shirazi Bab, 1819–1850, led a Shi'i millenarian movement whose theological ideas and political aspirations can be traced back to the political philosophy of Sheikh Ahmad Zain al-Din al-Asa'i, 1753–1826, and even further back to the transcendental philosophy of Mullah Sadr Shirazi, 1571–1640, and of course ultimately back to Shi'i doctrine of Imam. 8.17. After these two last gasps of medieval Islamic political thought, one Sunni in disposition and the other Shi'i, the remainder of Islamic political thoughts and movements in the course of the 19th and 20th centuries is categorically located on the sites of Muslim encounters with European colonialism. The British and the French colonial presence in North Africa and the Levant, the Russian incursions into Central Asia and Iran, while the British were concerned about the Russian and French intrusion into their Indian subcontinent, are the principal carriers of the colonial syndrome of an increasingly globalized capital, against which Muslims pick up their Quran and take up their arms opposing their European conquerors. What emerge in this process are the systematic corrosion of medieval Islamic political thought and the simultaneous rise of a succession of militant anti-colonial Islamic ideas and movements throughout the Muslim world in direct and dialogical confrontation with colonial modernity. Point 18. very much confined to Arabia since its initial success in 1811, and subsequently in the 1820s and finally in the 1900s, Wahhabism had very little effect in the rest of the Muslim world, for it was an essentially intrinsic Muslim movement and only of catalytic significance where Muslims were facing the onslaught of European colonialists. Against the background of Wahhabism and Babism, ideas, ideals, and aspirations far more attractive, powerful, and moving came to fruition in direct exchange with colonial modernity. 19 From India and Afghanistan to the Ottoman domains and North Africa, the mobilizing ideas of Sayyid Jamal al-Din al-Afghani, 1838–1897, were formulated and put into action in direct opposition to European imperialism in general and the British colonialism in particular. Afghani's political ideas, ranging from anti-colonial nationalism to militant pan-Islamism, were all formulated in dialogical disputation with European colonial presence in Muslim lands, forcing Islamic doctrinal disposition to flex its muscles with new historical circumstances. 20 It was in direct response to the European colonial presence that al-Afghani reawakened certain selective aspects of both Islamic and nationalist sentiments and thoughts, seeking to use them to mobilize the Muslim masses for national and regional liberation movements. Al-Afghani very much set the discourse for almost 2 centuries of incessant formulations of an Islamic ideology, in direct and dialectical conversation with European colonial modernity, and thus providing Muslims with a legitimate liberation theology compatible with their contemporary historical predicament. Al-Afghani's ideas were propagated in Egypt, and through Egypt into the rest of the Arab and Muslim world by his principal disciple Sheikh Muhammad Abduh, 1849–1905, and after Abduh by his student Rashid Rida, 1865–1935. 21 Despite their at times radical differences with each other, the triumvirate project of al-Afghani Abduh Rida became increasingly important throughout the Muslim world as the very cornerstone of Islamic liberation theology in much of the 19th and 20th centuries. The initial success of Muhammad Ali, 1769–1849, in securing a certain degree of autonomy and power against the Ottomans and his subsequent failures in preventing the onslaught of European colonialism had left Egypt entirely exposed to political and cultural colonialism, of which European Christian missionaries were taking full advantage. Among the 3 responses to European colonialism, al-Afghani's was by far the most radical in revolutionary ideas and global perspective, with a clearly articulated conception of European imperialist designs around the world. Much of al-Afghani's ideas on Islamic revolutionary potentials and practices were in fact informed by this global perspective. Equally important was al-Afghani's trans-sectarian disposition, having been initially schooled in Shi'i philosophical predisposition to the rationalist, Mu'tazilite, school of theology. He did not think of himself as a Shi'i activist and freely expounded his political ideas to and through Muhammad Abduh, a staunchly Sunni, even anti-Shi'i, Egyptian. What al-Afghani took from Shi'ism, namely its philosophical proclivity to the Mu'tazilite principiality of the oneness of God and his everlasting justice, he re-articulated in a universal Islamic vernacular autonomous of any sectarian coinage. 22 Equally important to al-Afghani and his disciples is the crossing of artificial, colonially manufactured, national boundaries. Of Afghan origin, Iranians claim him to and prefer to call him Astabadi. Al-Afghani freely associated with his fellow Muslims throughout the Islamic world and sought to formulate a pan-Islamic response to European colonialism. What is paramount in the ideas of al-Afghani Abduh Rida is that the collective fate of Muslims at the mercy of colonial modernity is the principal interlocutor of the ideas and aspirations they either revive from Islamic intellectual history or else initiate on their own. There is a hermeneutic cycle at work here that both generates new ideas and resuscitates older ones, but all in a dialogical conversation with the European colonial onslaught that in its Enlightenment ideas and material, military, superiority quintessentially challenged the Muslims' world in body and in spirit. 23. The appeal of reformist movements such as those initiated by al-Afghani and followed by Abduh and Rida was far vaster in ideological domains than in actual class formations. These reformist ideas were articulated in a discursive space located somewhere in between the emerging modern bourgeoisie, in whose ideological disposition it partook freely in the globalized European Enlightenment modernity, and the urban poor, the impoverished and dislocated peasantry, and the bizarre mercantile class, and its organic links to the clerical establishment. There is no one-to-one correspondence between the ideals and aspirations of the generation of Al-Afghani and his followers and any particular class formation. But as a catalytic force their ideas have been critically instrumental in generating anti-colonial and national liberation movements. Massive 19th-century anti-colonial movements, such as the one led by Abdel Qadir al-Jazairi, 1808-1883, in Algeria against the French, or the Chechen leader Sheikh Shamil, 1796-1871, in the Caucasus against the Russians, or the Sanssouci revolt in North Africa against Italians, and the Mahdaists in Sudan against the British, were not directly influenced by these reformists' ideas. 24 But the globally articulated anti-colonial disposition of these ideas was catalytically important in occasioning such mass movements. The cumulative effects of both those ideas and these movements were identical and integral to a global Muslim response to European colonialism. Whether ideals of European Enlightenment were propagated as compatible with Islam, or else they generated a puritanical reaction, they both corroborated and ossified the generic notion of the West and were thus mutually integral in a systematic corrosion of pre-modern Islamic intellectual history and all its diverse discursive institutions. For long after Al-Afghani and his disciples, Egypt remained the intellectual capital of much of the Arab and Muslim world in producing pan-Islamic ideas and movements, the most significant of which was led by Hassan al-Banna, 1906-1949, and organized around the activities of the Muslim Brotherhood that he had founded in 1928. With a global reach far beyond Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood was motivated with a deeply rooted hatred of the British colonial domination of Egypt. The intellectual force of the Muslim Brotherhood was much reinvigorated when Sayyid Qutb, 1906-1966, joined it in 1952. As the principal intellectual architect of the Muslim Brotherhood, Sayyid Qutb was deeply influenced by 1. The ideas and aspirations of the Indian reformist Abu al-Ala al-Maududi, 1903-1979, whose ideas were in turn formulated in direct response to the British colonial occupation of his homeland. 2. A short visit Qutb had paid to the USA, 1948-1950, and above all, 3. The colonial occupation of Palestine and the subsequent establishment of the State of Israel. 25. Much is made of the anti-modern or even anti-modern civilization attitudes and ideas of thinkers like Sayyid Qutb. 26 The minor detail that such assessments categorically fail to consider is the colonial context of the Muslim reception of European modernity. European modernity came to Muslim lands through the gun barrel of colonialism. The British colonial occupation of India for Muslim ideologues like Maududi, the French, British, and even Italian colonial occupation of North Africa for militant activists like Sayyid Qutb, and most poignantly the European Zionist occupation of Palestine and the dispossession and expelling of millions of Palestinians from their homeland for effectively all Muslim liberation theologians were paramount in whatever they thought Muslims ought to do. Islam for such ideologues as Sayyid Qutb, as indeed for all Muslims, is the moral domain of legitimate defiance against injustice. They thus formulate a liberation theology, aka an Islamic ideology, that opposes the quintessential injustice embedded in forcefully plundering a people of their dignity, ancestral land, and independence through the most brutal and vicious forms of colonial occupation and outright thievery of other people's natural resources. Muslims have never had access to European modernity except through colonialism, and thus their defiance against colonialism ipso facto means a rejection of European modernity. There was, in this particular case, no way to separate the baby from the bathwater. 27. What people like Sivan and Werblowski, or anyone else for that matter who dismisses and characterized Muslim ideologues of this period as anti-modern, fail to note is that such anti-colonial revolutionaries as Franz Fanon, Aimé Césaire, or Albert Memmi, who were not Muslim, were equally critical of the modernity that came through colonialism. The same is true of the entire liberation theology movement of Latin America, in fact all the way from Father Bartolomé de las Casas, 1484 to 1566, in the 16th century down to Gustavo Gutierrez in the 20th century. Fanon went so far as writing an essay, though flawed in its social assumptions, on the necessity and anti-colonial significance of Muslim veiling in Algeria. 28 Moreover, there is now for more than a century an exceedingly powerful moral and philosophical critique of the European modernity launched from within the European intellectual domain proper, particularly in the aftermath of the horrors of the Jewish Holocaust, from Nietzsche and Kierkegaard to Adorno and Horkheimer, to Heidegger and Derrida, Foucault and Levinas, down to Deleuze and Guattari, Baudrillard and Lyotard, and Paul de Man and Johnny Vattimo. Last time we checked, none of these philosophers were militant Muslim ideologues, and yet their critique of Enlightenment modernity is infinitely more powerful and destabilizing of the project than anything suggested by any Muslim or any other anti-colonial ideologue. Whereas for much of the European critic of modernity it took the nightmare of the Holocaust to alert them to the terror, the dialectic, as Adorno and Horkheimer preferred to call it, of their modernity, for the rest of the world that Holocaust spelled out colonialism and was writ large around the globe. For reasons not too difficult to fathom, observers like Sivan and Werblowski are too eager to brand Muslims barbarians incapable of grasping the splendor of European modern civilization, the way the very last vestige of European colonialism, what they call their Israel, has been. So the legitimate and perfectly poignant critic of a modernity that was exported throughout the world via European colonialism is neither limited to Muslims nor indeed necessarily philosophically flawed, but above all amounts to a barbaric refusal of modern civilization. Why and how the Islamic liberation theologies of the last 200 years failed has nothing to do with its perfectly legitimate reasons to oppose a modernity that European colonialism had delivered to Muslims' doorsteps. Islamic ideology failed, and it is a good thing that it failed, for the horrors of the Islamic Republic of Iran is the microcosm of the terror that it would have perpetrated upon the entirety of the Muslim world if it had succeeded. Islamic ideologies failed, and their failure is good because their principal interlocutor was the grand narrative of Western modernity, in which it paradoxically but freely partook and of which it became a carbon copy, and thus systematically mutating the multifaceted reality of Muslim intellectual history into a solitary site of ideological resistance to colonialism, and as a result manufacturing a principally intolerant, short-sighted, puritanical, and outright fanatical worldview. Particularly when it came down to the critical question of civil, women in particular, rights. For this calamity no one was more directly responsible than Muslim ideologues themselves. In combatant conversation with Western modernity, implicitly partaking in its metaphysical violence, as Johnny Vattimo aptly calls it, 29 Muslim ideologues effectively took the epistemic modality of Islamic law, Sharia, and categorically mutated it into an absolutist ideology identical in its intensity, ferocity, and fanaticism to all other ideologies with which it competed, ranging from socialism to nationalism, and above all identical in its arrogance with the European modernity it engaged in a combatant conversation. What was systematically lost in the process was not just the democratic diversity of various schools of Islamic law, 4 canonical Sunni plus 2 Shi'i schools, and theology, but infinitely more important the counter-narratives of theoerotic Sufism and polyfocal Islamic philosophical disposition, all of which had been historically underwritten by a powerful literary humanism, adab. The range of Islamic political ideologies and movements were thus bound to inevitable and welcome failure. But while they lasted, and as they gave expression to the struggles of millions of Muslims the world over, they were perfectly legitimate, natural, necessary, and welcomed modes of resistance to the savageries of European colonialism. From the hindsight of the terrors of the Islamic Republic of Iran we can welcome the ultimate failure of Islamic ideologies, but we cannot condemn Muslims all over the world for having rethought their faith and picked up arms to resist the creatures that had gone halfway around the globe to steal, rob, and deny them their humanity. A recognition of the moral and political failures of Islamic ideologies are thus not an occasion to blame bygone generations for what they had to do, but an opportunity to rethink their manner of moral and political resistance in a way that will make that resistance even more effective but not susceptible to political tyranny, and Muslims, as historical agents, and Islam, as a cosmopolitism world religion, are perfectly capable of that critical self-reflection. It is the common colonial experiences of the Muslim ideologues of this period that unites them in their collective opposition to colonial modernity and deeply affects their reading of their own faith in combatant conversation with European modernity. As the principal intellectual architect of Muslim Brotherhood, Sayyid Qutb was very much attracted to the ideas of the Indian reformist Maulana Sayyid Abu al-Ala Maududi, 1903–1979, who had in turn helped establish his version of the Muslim Brotherhood. He called it Jamaat-i-Islami Islamic Society, in Pakistan in 1941. The origin of Muslim awakening in the Indian subcontinent goes back to Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, 1817–1898, long before al-Maududi, and was equally shaped by his contemporary Allama Muhammad Iqbal, 1875–1938. Maulana Maududi was one of the most significant Muslim ideologues of his generation. His version of Islam was actively reconstructed during one of the most crucial episodes in the history of Muslim encounters with colonial modernity. Born and bred in the Indian subcontinent during the heyday of British colonialism, Maulana Maududi crafted his revivalist rendition of Islam in direct response to the rising needs of Indian Muslims to define their post-colonial identity and destiny. 30 Evident in the political life and ideological disposition of Maulana Maududi is that dialogical mechanism through which politically viable remembrances of the medieval memories of Islam became possible in response to the intertwined projects of modernity and colonialism. Maududi's life coincided with the last vestiges of the British colonial rule in India. By tracing the life and the ideas of Maulana Maududi through his formative years in colonial India up to and including his turn to Islamic revivalism, we observe one of the earliest systematizations of a political program of action, later to be institutionalized in the Jamaat-i-Islami, Maududi's political party, in which distanced memories of a sacred imagination came to meet the challenges of the overpowering project of European colonial modernity. That project was brought into the Indian subcontinent by the inevitable logic of the capitalist mode of production, the creation of surplus value, the need for raw material and cheap labor, an open and expansive market, imperialist competition among the emerging capitalist economies, and ultimately the military arm of all these interrelated developments, colonialism. The mode of revivalism in which Maududi re-narrated Islam was dictated by the political necessity of giving millions of Indian Muslims a cohesive identity, a pride of place, with which to negotiate a space for themselves against the simultaneous forces of Hindu sectarianism, on one hand, and the Indian nationalist and socialist projects, on the other, all under the overriding presence of British colonialism. Unmistakably evident in Maulana Maududi's conception of an Islamic state is the totalizing narrative of modernity successfully disguised in a patently Islamic language. Equally important to Maududi is the radical transformation of an ideologue from a modernizing visionary into an active political pragmatist once the colonial project ended with the partition of India and the formation of Pakistan as an autonomous Muslim state. Surrounded by the Indian subcontinent on one side and the Arab Muslim world on the other, Iran was influenced by anti-colonial ideas and movements in both these regions, more directly experiencing the pointed onslaught of European colonialism. Iran was never officially colonized as were India, Egypt, and much of the rest of the Arab and Muslim world, but shared in every other aspects of a colonial experience. Among the first Muslim ideologues of anti-colonial uprising in Iran was Mullah Ahmad Narakai, 1771–1829, who early in the 19th century was critically important in mobilizing national Shi'i sentiments against Russian colonial incursions into Qajar territories. Perhaps his most enduring significance was his formulation of the notion of the authority of the jurisconsult, Vilayat-e Faqih, which later became a central organizing idea of Ayatollah Khomeini's, 1900–1989, revolutionary ideology. 31 A crucial characteristic of Mullah Ahmad Narakai that will be repeated by many other religious revolutionaries was that he was far more socially active than scholastically trained. Biographers of Mullah Ahmad Narakai report that he had not traveled or studied in major scholastic learning as had all the other major clerics. 32 His principal teacher was his father, Mullah Mehdi Narakai. Instead, Mullah Ahmad was a gifted poet with an exquisite command of his craft. Narakai gradually emerged as an exceedingly powerful cleric, dismissing and appointing governors in his home state of Kashan. The reigning monarch, Fath Ali Shah, reigned 1797 to 1834, was quite attentive to Narakai's wishes and demands, asking him to translate for him into Persian works on ethics of kingship and piety. Narakai was instrumental in mobilizing Iranians against the successive Russian invasion of northern Qajar territories and the gradual annexation of considerable Central Asian domains following two successive treaties of Golestan, 1813, and Turkoman-Shah, 1828. Mullah Ahmad personally attended the military camp of Crown Prince Abbas Mirza, 1786 to 1833, wearing a shroud and ready for battle and martyrdom. Mullah Ahmad Narakai is also known for having written a polemical tract against a British missionary called Henry Martin, who had traveled to Iran, pretended to have converted to Islam, and then launched a theological disputation against Muslims. 33. The role that Mullah Ahmad Narakai played in mobilizing forces against the Russian incursions into northern Qajar territories was to be repeated later in the century by Ayatollah Mirza Shirazi, 1815 to 1895, against colonial concessions that the British had exacted from corrupt Qajar rulers. Following the grant of a major contract to a British company for a monopoly over the production and distribution of tobacco in 1889, Mirza Shirazi wrote a succession of letters to the reigning monarch, Nasir al-Din Shah, 1848 to 1896, prohibiting him against this colonial concession. When his letters were left unanswered, Mirza Shirazi issued a famous fatwa, edict, prohibiting the use of tobacco, and thus instigating a major national crisis, which eventually forced the reigning monarch to cancel the contract. The Tobacco Revolt, as it was later dubbed, effectively became a dress rehearsal for the constitutional revolution of 1906 to 1911, led by two major clerics Said Abdullah Babahani and Said Muhammad Tabatabai. Although the support of the clerical class for the constitutional revolution was not unanimous, and such prominent clerics as Sheikh Fazlollah Nuri, 1842 to 1909, actively and adamantly opposed it, the progressive elements within the clergy were chiefly responsible for the success of the revolution. Although Said Abdullah Babahani and Said Muhammad Tabatabai led the revolutionary uprising against absolutist monarchy, the principal theoretical tract of the period was written by Sheikh Muhammad Hossein Naini, 1860 to 1936. His Tanbit al-Umma wa Tanzil al-Millah, 1909, is one of the most significant political texts of the early 20th century, articulating a decidedly Shi'i anti-colonial politics. Naini was as much active in the course of the constitutional revolution of 1906 to 1911 as he was in Iraq against the British, who in 1920 had taken colonial control of that country, having installed Faisal, the son of Hussein bin Ali, the Sharif of Mecca, as their puppet king on August 23, 1921. Naini's Tanbit al-Umma wa Tanzil al-Millah went through many successive editions, one of which, published in 1955, had an introduction by a radical cleric named Mahmud Tailkani, 1910 to 1979, who later became a leading revolutionary activist in the decades leading to the 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran. Almost coterminous with Tailkani was yet another major clerical revolutionary, Ayatollah Motahari, 1920 to 1979, who wrote extensively on a vast spectrum of social, political, and philosophical issues. On a separate track, and equally important in their revolutionary impacts, were the writings of Jalal Ali Ahmad and Ali Shariati, 1933 to 1977. Banking on both these tracks was the single-minded determination of the revolutionary ascetic Ayatollah Khomeini, 1900 to 1989, who ultimately succeeded in bringing down the Pahlavi monarchy. 34. If Naini's political thoughts and activism in the early part of the 20th century were articulated primarily against British colonialism in the region, their active adaptation and expansion by the generation of Ayatollah Talkhani and his fellow clerics leading all the way to Ayatollah Khomeini were principally charged against U.S. imperialism in the very same region. There is thus a logical consistency and a historical continuity between the articulation of militant Islamic ideas and actions that began with active ideological and political opposition to European colonialism and ended with similar responses to American imperialism, systematically raising the polyfocality of its own medieval intellectual disposition, while transforming Islam into a singular site of ideological resistance to European colonialism and U.S. imperialism. It is thus very easy, the way for example Olivier Roy does in The Failure of Political Islam, 1996, to point to the constitutional failures of radical Islamic ideas and movements over the last 200 years. But in the absence of any critical attention to European colonial domination of these societies, we will have no idea who and what these Muslims were arguing against. Their ideas and actions, as a result, are all put together as an indication that they simply have a constitutional, pathological, fear of modernity or an inability to come to terms with the modern world, very much what Bernard Lewis and other Zionist Islamist historians have been telling the world over the last half a century. One cannot resist the observation that while Olivier Roy's French ancestors were chiefly responsible for savagely plundering North Africa and thus generating an Islamic response, as well as anti-colonial nationalist and socialist responses, he is now here to tell North Africans and other Muslims that their politics have failed to secure institutions of civil liberty for them. He is of course right. But the principal source of the disease is in Olivier Roy's own French colonial history, now extended into a new phase of neo-Orientalism of the sort that Olivier Roy and Gilles Capel, yet another French Islamist, best represent. On Monday, March 24, 1980, the day that Archbishop Oscar Romero, 1917–1980, was assassinated in San Salvador, a mimeographed hate sheet had appeared in the streets comparing the courageous liberation theologian to Ayatollah Khomeini. 35 The thematic, social, and revolutionary similarities and correspondences between the Christian and Islamic versions of liberation theology does not begin or end in that momentous occasion. Although there are no apparent reasons to believe that Ayatollah Khomeini and Archbishop Oscar Romero had any direct contact with each other, the fact that at the time of Archbishop Romero's assassination, Ayatollah Khomeini had been on the front page of the world media for more than a year, as he was busy toppling the Pahlavi monarch, makes the comparison quite timely and self-evident. The enemies of the Archbishop had a perfect sense of what exactly moves liberation theologians, Muslim or Christian. A principal problem with our understanding of militant Islamic ideologies and movements over the last 200 years is that they are mostly treated in isolation, and rarely along the lines of other national and regional liberation movements. The rise and demise of Islamic ideologies need to be read in the comparative context of the similar fate of all other ideologies, and the crisis, or what the distinguished American sociologist Daniel Bell has called the end, of ideology in general. 36 Islamic ideologies the world over emerged in responses to European colonialism and in sideways dialogical conversations with other anti-colonial, nationalist and socialist ideologies in their immediate neighborhood. As forms of liberation theologies, moreover, Islamic ideologies of the last 2 centuries must also be seen in conjunction with their Christian counterparts, the liberation theology that emerged in Latin America in particular. To be sure, there are many serious differences between Christian and Islamic liberation theologies, in both context and content, as indeed there are many similarities. But both their differences and their similarities point to an identical source in their mutual rise, the predatory power of European colonialism and American imperialism and their wanton disregard for human decency. The history of European colonial savageries in Latin America and various revolutionary reactions to them go back to the 15th century, when Muslims were still ruled by 3 Islamic empires: the Ottomans, the Safavids, and the Mughals. The rise of Islamic liberation theologies in earnest dates back to the early 19th century when British, French, and Russian colonial adventures in the region ushered in a variety of ideological and political responses, including those rooted in a militant reinterpretation of Islam. In Latin America, the roots of liberation theology is rightly traced back to the heroic activism of Father Bartolomé de las Casas, 1484–1566, and to his eloquent defense of the defenseless Native Americans, A Brief Account of the Destruction of the Indies, 1552, which left behind for posterity an eyewitness account of the criminal atrocities of Spanish colonialism in the Americas, particularly in the Caribbean, in Central America, and in Mexico. From the time of Father Bartolomé de las Casas in the 16th century to the rise of liberation theology across Latin America in the mid-1950s with the establishment of the CELAM, Consejo Episcopal Latino-Americano Latin American Episcopal Conference, in 1955 in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, the history of Latin American liberation theology is interwoven with varied responses to European colonial thieveries. But it was in direct response to U.S. imperialism and the trail of miseries that it left behind in Latin America that the new wave of liberation theology began to take shape and momentum in the 1960s. During the course of their 1968 Medellin conference in Colombia, CELAM articulated the terms of a liberation theology which was best theorized by the Peruvian priest Gustavo Gutiérrez in his A Theology of Liberation, History, Politics, and Salvation, 1972, although some have also identified the Brazilian friar Father Rubem Alves' doctoral dissertation, subsequently published, written at Princeton, A Theology of Human Hope, 1968, as a precursor of Latin American liberation theology. 37 The history of Latin American liberation theology thus in effect embraces that of the Islamic, predates it back to the 16th century, remains dormant during the heydays of Islamic liberation theologies in much of the 19th and early part of the 20th century, and then rejoins it from the mid-20th century forward. What remains constant in both Christian and Islamic liberation theologies is first and foremost their common reactions first to the European and then American colonial and imperial savageries, and second their respective conversations with nationalist and socialist ideas in general and with Marxism in particular, so much so that the idea and aspiration of Gustavo Gutiérrez are almost identical with those of Ali Shariati. Another major difference between Islamic and Christian liberation theologies is the conservative power and the normative predominance of an ecclesiastical order in Catholicism and its absence in Islam. Latin American liberation theologians, who are all Catholic, have had to deal with the Vatican systematically objecting to their social concerns and accusing them of materialism, Marxism, and even heresy, with Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, now Pope Benedict XVI, and his predecessor, Pope John Paul II, having been chiefly responsible for chastising, condemning, and doctrinally refuting liberation theology and its widespread appeal among the poor and the disenfranchised. Precisely because of this tight control of the Vatican over the ecclesiastical order, and despite its origins in the ideas and activism of Bartolomé de las Casas, Christian liberation theology does not start in earnest until much later in the 20th century, while the savageries of European colonialism in Latin America were no less than those in Muslim lands in Asia and Africa. European colonial adventures in Latin America throughout the 19th and 20th centuries do not produce a liberation theology on par with Muslims precisely because of the Vatican's tight control of the doctrines of the faith and also because of the principality of the role of Christianity itself in colonialism. Much of the history of Christianity throughout the classical period of colonialism, from the 16th century forward, around the world is the history of the official European Christianity aiding and abetting the cause of European colonialism. The best case in point is Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda, 1490–1573, a Spanish theologian who was the principal nemesis of Bartolomé de las Casas in justifying the Spanish colonial conquest of the Americas. The overwhelming function of Christianity after Sepúlveda in the colonial world has been to consider the non-white natives as savages and beasts and at best tell them to turn the other cheek as their fellow colonial officers slap them in the face. It was not until the 1960s, when the whole world was up in arms, and when revolutionary movements led by the generation of Che Guevara, and before him by José Martí, in Latin America finally put Christian theologians to shame. The execution of Che Guevara in 1967 in Bolivia and the almost simultaneous rise of Christian liberation theology in Brazil, Colombia, and the rest of Latin America cannot be totally coincidental. The Christ-like figure of the executed Che, in 1967, must have very much been on the mind of liberation theologians like Rubem Alves, in 1968, and Gustavo Gutierrez, in 1972, when they put pen to paper to write the particulars of their faith in a manner that responded to the misery that José Martí and then Che Guevara's generations of Marxist revolutionaries sought to address. Any comparative assessment of Islamic and Christian liberation theologies raises the obvious question of Judaism. What about Judaism? After a long and noble history of safeguarding the dignity and identity of a people against overwhelming atrocities and prejudices, it has been the contemporary historical fate of Judaism not to have joined Islam and Christianity in producing a militant liberation theology launched against the horrors of colonialism. Not only that, and quite paradoxically, Judaism has in fact given rise to political Zionism, itself integral and definitive first and foremost to European colonialism and then U.S. imperialism. Theodor Herzl, 1860–1904, cuts a figure far more similar to that of Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda than to Bartolomé de las Casas. It is thus quite odd and entirely paradoxical that the political equivalent but moral reverse of both Islamic and Christian liberation theologies has been Zionism itself, a European colonial project aiming at the establishment of a colonial settlement on the broken back of another people. Zionism has thus implicated Judaism in one of the most vicious and barbaric acts of colonial occupation and domination in Palestine, rather than being the voice of defiance and rebellion against global domination. Today Zionism has implicated Judaism in by far the vilest and most violent imperial machineries the world has ever seen. Israel, a Jewish state founded on Zionism, replicates, augments, and extends the imperial savageries of the USA in its region. Whatever might be the future of Christian and Islamic liberation theologies, Judaism still has the horrors of Zionism to account for before it can claim the horrors of Nazi Germany and the Jewish Holocaust for an entirely different purpose than stealing another people's country and calling it Israel. No comparative assessment of Islamic liberation theology is complete without an awareness of the rise of a political theology from a corner that has caught much of the contemporary philosophical world by storm, Carl Schmitt's political theology, formulated right from the heart of European Nazi Germany. Carl Schmitt's political theology, 1922, and the concept of the political, 1932, emerged at one of the most critical moments in European self-reflection on the inner contradictions of its Enlightenment modernity, when the crisis of the Weimar Republic was about to give birth to the monstrosity of Nazism. Schmitt's argument that the defining moment of the political was not polity but enmity became, for him, the moral and normative fountainhead of generating ideals and aspirations for which people will be ready to kill and die. It is good and providential, Schmitt thought, that men go to war to kill each other for what they believe in. This is how the Providence, the Catholic philosopher and legal theorist believed, has seen to it that superior ideals are generated and sustained in a culture. The constitution of an enemy is thus ipso facto also constitutive of what is good, and what Kant would also add, sublime and beautiful. Thus for Schmitt liberalism was the absolute last enemy of humanity, a moral atheism that allows anything to go and fights for absolutely nothing. Schmitt despised liberals because they neutralize the enemy and thus kill the political, and with the political, for Schmitt, they deny the divine, the worldly domain of his providence, the site of moral regeneration. What the recent scholarship of Heinrich Meyer has revealed is Leo Strauss's rejoinder to Schmitt, pushing the boundaries of the latter's theological disposition to specifically philosophical domains. 38 Reading Schmitt and Strauss through the groundbreaking work of Heinrich Meyer, one cannot help thinking that in fact both Schmitt and Strauss, at evident odds with each other, speak identically from the absolute abstractions of faith for the former and nature for the latter, and as such addressing what cannot but culminate in political fascism of one sort for Schmitt, Nazism, or another for Strauss, American imperialism. No such abstraction, needless to say, is even possible on the colonial edges of the self-same European modernity that at one acutely critical moment in the fragile Weimar Republic gave rise to the monstrosity of Nazism, the political theology of Schmitt, and the political philosophy of Leo Strauss all at the same time. Carl Schmitt's nightmare was that liberal democracies will one day dominate and rule the world, a prognostication now aptly fulfilled in the bureaucratic declaration of the end of history by Francis Fukuyama, which amounts to yet another ping-pong game between European, German, fascism and American imperialism, categorically not just seeking to rule the world but forgetting that from the vantage point of the world at large people have absolutely no use or patience for their philosophical gesticulations. The varieties of liberation theologies launched either from the colonial edges of European modernity or else from within the ghettos of the metropolitan West have not been cast from the absolutist abstractions of the political, Schmitt, or the philosophical, Strauss, for us in turn to take our pick and choose between the two sorts of fascism that Schmitt and Strauss offer. Liberation theologies from Latin America to Muslim lands to the hearts of Harlem and ghettos of Chicago, New Orleans, Miami, Michigan, and Los Angeles have been offered from the material evidence of history, and the enemy that they constitute is no theological abstraction or philosophical proposition. It is the real enemy, it is the machinery of white European colonialism, followed by white American imperialism, that demands and exacts raw material and cheap labor with the same logic that mutates that cheap labor to nothing but that raw material, and in the dangerous delusions of its theological and philosophical abstractions produces Schmitt and Strauss and then posits them as two absolutist opposites, where they are in fact identical terrors. Regretting too much attention that Schmitt's theology had received after the publication of his book on Schmitt and Strauss, Heinrich Meyer wished that when the English translation of his book came out in the USA, Americans would compensate for this imbalance and pay more attention to Strauss and his philosophical propositions in contradistinction to Schmitt's theology. As far as I can tell, wrote Heinrich Meyer in his February 1995 preface to the American edition of his book, the reception of the book thus far in Germany, as well as in France and Japan, where translations appeared in 1990 and 1993, respectively, has concentrated almost exclusively on Schmitt and political theology. Perhaps the publication of the American edition will bring greater attention to the other side, Strauss, and political philosophy. 39 This wish was uttered in 1995 when the American edition of Meyer's book appeared, precisely at the moment when the American Straussians were positioning themselves as a brand name called neoconservatism to take over the democratic institutions of the USA and hand them over to the Bush administration. 40 In the events after September 11, Professor Meyer did indeed have his wishes fulfilled, and an entire empire began to take Leo Strauss more seriously, and if Schmitt's predilections were coterminous with the rise of Nazi Germany as a particularly nasty manifestation of his political theology, the U.S. empire under the Bush administration was the historical rendezvous of Leo Strauss with an even more monstrous hatred of liberal democracies. In one critical observation, Heinrich Meyer remains categorically correct, that Schmitt's antisemitism must be understood not despite his conception of the political but in fact through it. The question raised by Schmitt's decision of 1933 in favor of the Third Reich, Heinrich Meyer aptly points out, has not been appropriately asked so long as it is addressed to Schmitt the reckless adventurer or opportunist. The question must be aimed directly at Schmitt the political theologian. 41 The enemy for Schmitt in his Catholic conception of the political was the Jew, the Gypsy, the foreigner, and ultimately the Oriental, the mode of racist constitution of the West, of which Islam and the West is but one poignant example, and it is precisely the same Schmittian proposition that in the first generation of Leo Strauss's disciples, Paul Wolfowitz studied with Joseph Cropsey, Francis Fukuyama with Harvey Mansfield, 42 mutates, in the course of George W. Bush's War of Terrorism, into the constitution of the Muslim and the Arab as precisely the same philosophical other that makes the Straussian polity possible. Schmitt and Strauss are not even the two sides of the same coin. They are on the identical side of the same nightmare. After all, Strauss is reported to have pointed out at one point, Schmitt could not possibly allow himself to acknowledge his dependence on a Jew. 43 Strauss was of course correct in pinpointing Schmitt's antisemitism, concealing his indebtedness to Strauss's critique of his ideas. But Strauss himself, as subtextually evident in the letters that Strauss wrote to Schmidt before the latter had joined the Nazi Party 44, remains far too indebted to Schmidt than he was willing to admit. Finally, our reconsideration of liberation theologies across the Muslim lands will have also to include similar theologies that have emerged from the heart of the metropolitan miseries of the underclass and the subaltern within the heart of the imperium, where, whether from Martin Luther King's Christianity or Malcolm X's Islam, we witness a struggle almost identical with their counterparts in Latin America, Africa, or Asia. The era of the civil rights movements in the USA, particularly in the ideas and activisms of Martin Luther King Jr. 1929 to 1968, and Malcolm X, 1925 to 1965, provides ample opportunities to map out a larger frame of reference in any assessment of Islamic and Christian liberation theologies in a manner that is no longer limited to the colonial peripheries of Euro-American imperialism but sees a far more transnational and planetary domain for the operation of presumed divine providence in addressing the terrors perpetrated on the poor and the disenfranchised the world over. 45. The task facing the next generation of scholarship, theory, and activism is radically different from the current practice of looking into political Islamism in order to understand the nature and function of spectacular acts of violence that militant Muslims commit. 46. I believe the common and current understanding of militant Islam continues to operate on an outdated epistemic assumption that we have inherited from the colonial phase of the Muslim encounter with European modernity. That form and manner of Islamic ideological production has now ended, and we thus need to begin to articulate the terms of an emerging geopolitics and, more importantly, the liberation theology that is contingent on the changing parameters of a whole new social history for a globalized Islam. My counterintuitive suggestion, against all the current and dominant wisdom and propaganda alike, is that the collapse of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York City on September 11, 2001 also imploded the Twin Towers of Islam and the West as the most potent binary oppositions crafted and constructed in the course of colonial modernity. At once post-colonial and postmodern, the emerging global reconfiguration of power has no use for that outdated binary, but plenty of room for the globalized empire and manners of revolutionary resistance to it. The specifically Islamic manners of opposing this empire in the aftermath of the Islam and the West binary opposition will engage and preoccupy a generation of a whole new pattern of thinking and activism. The signs of this resistance are all over the globe but still too early to read because the dying ashes of the old dialectic and the emerging fire of the new are mixed. Throughout the colonial world in the course of the 19th and the 20th centuries, anti-colonial nationalism, Soviet-style socialism, and liberation theologies were the rampant modes of resistance to European colonialism and American imperialism. In the course of the 21st century, neither anti-colonial nationalism nor Soviet-style socialism will have much ideological zest or energy to offer. People will inevitably resort to their most common denominator and most basic instincts. A new wave of liberation theologies will thus follow the current phase of iconic violence that at this moment, and as exemplified in the events of 9/11, meets the challenge of the amorphous capital and its wayward empire. Such liberation theologies will obviously emerge in the hotbed of poverty and disenfranchisement with Latin America for Christian, and Asia and Africa for Islamic versions of it. To the extent that Zionism and the State of Israel claim it, Judaism has sided with the amorphous empire and will have no historical rendezvous with its other Abrahamic versions. But the moral authority of Judaism, as indeed the honored memory of the victims of the Jewish Holocaust in Europe, can never be exhausted by Israel, no matter how horrendous, how barbaric, its military occupation of another people's homeland. Signs of prophetic Judaism seeking to salvage the mother of all world religions from the vagaries of the Zionist colonial adventurism are already evident from the peace activists in Israel to progressive synagogues across the globe, particularly in the USA. The prophetic tradition, in the words of Noam Chomsky, is very much alive today. We just call it dissidence. 47 Islam too will have its official Al-Azhar version in Cairo, actively supporting or tacitly condoning the medieval potentate of Hosni Mubarak, as well as its nightmarish theocratic version in the Islamic Republic, as will Christianity its Christian fundamentalist side in the USA, as well as a notoriously conservative Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger as Pope Benedict XVI, both joining the Judaism claimed by Zionism and Israel in siding with and in fact constituting predatory power. All religions will share the fate of Christianity and have their versions of Bartolomé de las Casas and Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda. But from the slums of Cairo to the shanty towns in the suburbs of Casablanca, and from concrete blocks of poverty in Mexico to campesino cooperatives in Guatemala, all the way to the pockets of poverty and resistance in the USA itself, Islam and Christianity will have other sites and sites of hope and despair. Islam is now on the verge of a new worldly reconfiguration in its long and languid history, a mode of historical repositioning that reflects and corresponds with the amorphous capital and its corresponding global empire. The circumstances of the demise of militant Islamism, with all the services it proffered and all the atrocities it inevitably committed like all other ideologies, and the conditions of its current decline are all the signs of its future reconfigurations. The demise of political Islam as we have known and documented it over the last 200 years is coterminous with the collective fate of people around the globe, all of them now in the throes of an emerging global empire, generating emergent modes of anti-imperial resistances to it. If we do not fully document the end of militant Islamism as we have known it as once a particularly potent mode of revolutionary resistance to colonial modernity and continue to think in outdated terms, we will be dangerously delusional and thus blinded both to the imperial configuration of the emerging empire and the necessary modalities of resistance that it is beginning to engender and dialectically empower and legitimize. A historical examination of the rise and demise of militant Islamism, as a result, is a test case study of one particular mode of resistance to imperialism, and an attempt to articulate the broad outlines of what is succeeding in its stead is a necessary move to see the particulars of the empire itself, its manners of self-hegemonizing and thus inadvertently manufacturing its own antidotes, manners of resisting, and modes of puncturing it. As the empire is trying to modulate itself on the model of a guerrilla organization it purports to battle, Al-Qaeda, it has, unbeknown to itself, its real guard down, thus exposing the terms of its own defeat. With a bizarre combination of hubris and stupidity, the emerging empire takes its cues from old hands like Samuel Huntington and Bernard Lewis, who are still advising its generals in very old and tired terms. The military machinery and the intelligence arm of the emerging empire are light years apart, its smart bombs are guided by very stupid strategists, and that precisely is its Achilles heel, but it does not know it. If there was ever an empire with not even a claim to hegemony, the American empire is it. This particular neoconservative empire has neither a Virgil nor even a Kipling. Released from the binary nexus of Islam and the West, Islam as the faith of a globalized community, and the imperial proclivities innate to the operation of capital continue to be evident and commanding the most sacrosanct pieties of millions of people around the globe. What precisely is the nature and function of that globalized imperial power and what an Islamic, or any other, mode of resistance to it would be is still too early to tell. A few facts are evident and articulating them in some detail will clear the air for further urgent reflections. If, as I suggest, the supposition of an eternal conflict between Islam and the West has exhausted its fabricated ferocity and is thus no longer a legitimate binary, and if, as I also propose, the West has lost all its categorical legitimacy to be an antagonistic interlocutor for Islam, what then? Today Muslims, as do millions of other people around the globe who do not confess their faith but share their fate, face an incessantly globalized empire whose amorphous shape has not yet allowed for an articulated response. The task ahead of us, Muslim or otherwise, is to articulate and historicize the contours of that response. The deadly danger that this globalized empire poses is no mere theoretical proposition. Ever since 9/11, the USA and Israel are consistently perceived around the globe, poll after poll, as two lawless warmongers and a consistent danger to global peace. 48 There is plenty of justifiable reason for this anger and resentment against the USA and its colonial subsidiary Israel. An estimated 655,000 people are reported killed in Iraq alone after the US-led invasion. Not even Saddam Hussein murdered that many people in Iraq, and he was a mass murderer, executed in the US-UK occupied Iraq for the murder of 148 Shias. If Saddam Hussein must be hanged for the murder of 148 people in Iraq, people obviously wonder, then who is responsible for the murder of 655,000 other Iraqis since the illegal and immoral US-led invasion of that sovereign nation-state, and what court should pass a judgment on them? 49 Not a single day passes without the USA, and Israel, producing one evidence after another to justify their reputation of state-sponsored terrorism and global warmongering around the world. Egregious disregard for international law and world opinion, illegal arrests and incarcerations, a widespread networks of subterranean torture chambers, legal theorists, Alan Dershowitz, and human rights scholars, Michael Ignatieff, openly and widely circulating their ideas on how to torture people, the moral degeneracy of the very idea of preventive war, unconditional support for the vilest and most retrograde corrupt regimes around the world, equally unconditional endorsement of the Israeli criminal occupation and systematic eradication of Palestine and Palestinians, a wanton disregard for human, civil, and women's rights around the globe, an equally atrocious record of not caring what calamity befalls our environmental condition, while criminally neglecting the social and economic well-being of millions of poor and disenfranchised Americans, are among the hallmarks of the American empire. If even before the US-led invasion of Iraq in March 2003, hundreds of thousands of Iraqi children were killed because of a US-initiated economic embargo, the Bush administration's record of child care within the USA is not any nobler. Massive cuts in social programs involving single mothers as well as job training and health care projects, for example, have been the chief accomplishments of the Bush administration, and its tax cuts that categorically benefit the rich and harm the poor. Meanwhile, if Afghanistan was not a sufficient sign of the catastrophe of neoconservative imperialism, Iraq has proved positively nerve-wracking to face and fathom the diabolic disposition of this band of criminal thugs riding on a constellation of banal and bankrupt ideas. For this gang of highway bandits, camouflaged in clean-shaven faces and wearing ugly ties and polyester business suits, war is unconditionally good and peace is unfathomably bad. These bureaucratic banalities think the world and all its inhabitants virtually within their laptop screens, on which they imagine remapping the world after the image of their own tormented minds. They actively re-invoke the colonial image of Lawrence of Arabia, sadistically sowing the seeds of violence and hatred, and then they call their critics extremists. Bernard Lewis, one of their prophets of doom, advises them that Arabs and Muslims should fear and respect them, and should never be even considered worthy of hating the criminals that have afflicted their world. They joke and tease and cavort with the most vicious ideas ever uttered, and they ascribe namesake doctrines to each other. The Bush doctrine, the Wolfowitz doctrine, the Ladine doctrine, ad nauseum. What is the Ladine doctrine? Every 10 years or so, the USA needs to pick up some small crappy little country and throw it against the wall, just to show the world we mean business. 50 The same Ladine character, the would-be Machiavelli of this ghoulish aping of an age that at least produced a Michelangelo for proportionately childish atrocities that it committed, has written a book on Machiavelli in which he barefacedly, as if no one is watching, speaks of how war is in fact a virtue, peace a vice, war producing such qualities as manly vigor, virility, and character, peace insolence, corruption and effeminate behavior. And then this banality hires the Hirsi Alice, Azar Nafisis, and Irshad Manjis of the Muslim world to help them go liberate Muslim women. 51 These creatures speak of robust imperialism, of tactical nuclear weapons, and of campaigns of shock and awe. Such warmongering is taking place at a time when the military budget of the USA is reaching staggering heights. While the infrastructure of the society at large is crumbling without anyone, particularly at CNN or the New York Times, making a fuss about this true terrorism that is endangering the life and dignity of the entire nation in whose name this barefaced imperialism is perpetrated. The world and its varied cultures, its hopes and aspirations, have all been mutated into a conglomerate of graceless thieveries called corporations with people like Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld at the head, a beneficiary minority immediately under and supporting them, and a global poverty of unfathomable proportions beneath them all. Some 870 million people go to sleep hungry every night around the globe, and this vicious barbarity allows itself the privilege of deciding what civilization is winning the historical game and the obscenity of declaring history ended. This empire means business, and resisting its vicious threats to the global peace cannot be limited to every once in a while picking up a Michael Ledeen here or a Bernard Lewis there, throwing their ignoble names and reputations against the wall of reason and sanity, just to show the world we too mean business. Resisting this empire requires a whole global effort to rethink the most sacrosanct, among them major world religions, which can be, as they have been, as much the source of criminal carnage as the springboard of a crescendo of enabling liberation theologies. To the end of Islamic ideology. Because my mouth is wide with laughter, and my throat is deep with song. Because my feet are gay with dancing. You do not know. I die. Langston Hughes. In the previous chapter I put forward an argument that the emerging neoconservative imperialism in the USA is the single most important danger to world peace, as evident in the blatant warmongering of its leading ideologues, rampant disregard for international law, and the trail of death and destruction that over his 2 terms in office President Bush has left behind in Afghanistan and Iraq. That this, or any other, mode of imperialism must be resisted by any means necessary is a self-evident fact. What is at issue here is whether or not major world religions Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, in particular can have a progressive role to play in resisting that predatory imperial proclivity, instead of either aiding and abetting it, as it is done in the name of Judaism and Christianity, or else launching insane acts of violence further exacerbating instead of resisting that empire, as it is done in the name of Islam. In the case of Islam in particular, over the last 200 years, roughly from the onslaught of European colonialism early in the 19th century in North Africa and Southern and Western Asia, it has had a major role in providing a combative anti-colonial ideology resisting the European and subsequently American domination of Muslim nations. Its positive role in contributing to that global resistance to brute power notwithstanding, that mode of Islamic ideology was formed and framed in a dialogical opposition with a figment of perturbed imagination codenamed the West. As a self-raising/other lowering category, the West was invented in the domain of colonial imagination but then corroborated by Muslim and other non-westernized people around the globe, in fact getting into a combative mode of conversation against it. That combat was of course not against an abstract category, but indeed against the factual ferocity of European colonialism first and American imperialism second. But that particular mode of planetary domination had opted to call itself the West, and thus the anti-colonial movements inevitably called their enemy by its own name and thus their dissident synergy was often termed anti-Western, anti-modern, and thus inevitably vile, violent, and barbaric. The result of this otherwise innocuous semiotics of domination was the gradual but systematic mutation of a multifaceted medieval religion, Islam, into a singular site of ideological resistance to foreign domination articulated in Islamic ideological terms. The particulars of that history of domination, encounter, and combativeness, I have argued, have now radically changed because the underlying moral and material basis of the world have started changing through a planetary phenomenon called globalization, a moment in contemporary history when under the pressure of an amorphous capital the power-basing cultural construction of the West has in fact lost all its meaning and epistemic prowess. The West has now ended and with it has also ended the particular conception of all the binary categories that it had once generated and sustained, via the intermediary of an army of mercenary Orientalists. In conjunction with the demise of the West and all its cultural and civilizational corollaries, Islam, now released from that forced conversation, as all other world religions that have had a share in resisting the planetary tendencies of global domination, will have to change if it is to remain pertinent and relevant to the earthly life of millions of people that confess it around the globe. the phenomenon known as Al-Qaeda and identified with the figure of Osama bin Laden, and through the mind-bugling, but illiterate, neoconservative propaganda machinery extended from multibillion-dollar think tanks to major news organizations designated as the nemesis of this empire is certainly not that legitimate mode of resistance to this amorphous monster. Al-Qaeda is a ghostly apparition that reflects the vision of an illusory enemy that this empire seeks to fabricate and fight in order conversely to authenticate and corroborate itself. This time around neither Islam nor any other world religion having something to say or to do in resisting that empire must begin from the ground zero of historical facts, and thus from a grassroots perception of reality that does not simply reciprocate the language of the conquerors in order to authenticate the terms of its resistances. This time around the language of resistance must be domestic and definitive to the people who do the resisting. If Francis Fukuyama, Samuel Huntington, and Bernard Lewis, most emphatically the last one, decide and determine the terms of a civilizational conflict, the language of resistance to the empire that these three strategists, among others, represent and seek to theorize must not be in terms that further corroborate their delusions, but that in fact dismantles and overcomes them by first noting their delusional dispositions, then by recognizing that these are habitual smoke screens. That capital always creates in cultural and civilizational terms, and finally by articulating the terms of resisting that empire in modes and manners domestic to liberation theologies that unites the grassroots movements in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and thus ultimately in cross-cultural terms that in fact overcomes all such tribal affiliations and sees the common human misery they all seek to address. Because the nature of this empire is amorphous, then Islam, like all other world religions that may have a share in resisting it, must radically rethink its terms of principled opposition to global domination, and it must do so in terms that includes the most disenfranchised and forsaken at the very heart of the imperium. Predicated on that argument, in this chapter 1 I wish to provide a historical account of the demise of Islamic ideology in its last gasp for air, so we can move on to our current condition without any delusional hang-up, thus always a prey to the campaign of disinformation and lies that targets our sanity and intelligence. Here I intend to demonstrate how after a long history of almost 2 centuries of battling colonialism, Islamic ideologies have finally come to a dead end. The Islamic Revolution of 1979 in Iran, I intend to argue in this chapter, amounted to the effective end of militant Islamism as we have known it, at once the zenith of its ideological legitimacy and the testimonial evidence of its institutional failure. Based on this specific historical example in our own time, and indeed on many more similar cases throughout Islamic history, I also intend to make a larger theoretical argument and provide an account of the enduring paradox at the heart of Islam as a religion of protest, that it can only morally succeed when it is politically weak and combative, and conversely it morally weakens and loses legitimacy when it is in political power. It is precisely this paradox, I intend to argue, that will need to be overcome via a necessary and strategic move away from the radically ideologized Islam and worked creatively towards an Islamic theodicy, a mode of liberation theology that accounts for the existence of its moral and normative shadows by in fact embracing them. Early in the year 2000, as the world was tuned into a millenarian turn in the Christian calendar, in an Islamic republic Iranians were minding their own business, poised to cast their fateful vote in the 6th round of parliamentary elections after the success of an Islamic revolution in their homeland in 1979. The parliamentary election for the 6th Majlis was a momentous occasion for a nation much maligned in its modern history by a debilitating combination of domestic tyranny and imperial hubris. This parliamentary election marked yet another turning point in the political maturity of a people who have inherited all the malignant ailments of a semi-colonized state and none of the institutional experiences of a fully colonized country. Iran was neither fully colonized like India, so that in its post-independence history could transform its anti-colonial struggles into an institutional basis of a democracy, nor was it totally immune to Russian, the French, the British, and ultimately American imperialism, so that it could mature politically in its own domestic terms. By the commencement of the colonially mitigated project of modernity early in the 19th century, no political community in the world could any longer mature in its own domestic terms. Instead, incorporation into an increasingly global mode of economic production became the defining moment of every major and minor component of the planetary momentum. In Iran, successive generations of corrupt politicians facilitated the colonial plundering of the nation, while aborting any pregnant possibility of domestic political maturity. The success of the Islamic Revolution in 1979 put an effective end to half a century of tyrannical Pahlavi monarchy and its active complacency in integrating Iran into a servile state in the global configuration of capital. But 3 decades into its success, the Islamic Republic too has catastrophically failed to rescue the nation from the full and tightening grip of the global reign of a neoliberal free market economy which demands very little from Iran more than providing its faltering logic of production with oil and buying nothing more than consumer products. The general contour of the economic predicament of Iran at the threshold of the 21st century is exactly as it was at the turn of the 20th century, a minuscule link in the global chain of economic production. The collapse of the Qajars, the rise and demise of the Pahlavis, and the successful institutionalization of an Islamic Republic have not in the slightest measures changed the predicament of Iran from a single product economy principally contingent on the erratic logic of global capitalism. The catastrophic consequences of this predicament have been the effective formation of a capital-intensive, rather than labor-intensive, economy with very little grassroots pressure to demand and exact, rather than theorize and expect, democratic reforms. Democratic reforms, as a result, have always been promised ideologically rather than predicated on social structural class formations. Social revolutions, military coup d'état, foreign interventions, and now for the first time parliamentary elections have been the sites of the most intensive ideological contestations of material forces in Iran. On Friday, February 18, 2000, the Iranian electorate, the young men and women in particular, were called on to rescue the beleaguered presidency of Mohammad Khatami, whose landslide victory in May 1997 caught the entrenched vested interest of the religious right by surprise. This parliamentary election in particular revealed beyond any shadow of a doubt the cataclysmic moment when the long and arduous history of Islamic ideology too, as a mode of liberation theology, had finally come to an end. The running wisdom in Iran and abroad had been that this election had a potential to have the Islamic parliament occupied by reformists, ousting the conservatives, and thus giving President Khatami yet another popular mandate to draw his nation out of its moral and material nightmares. This assessment, however, is only the tip of an iceberg far more colossal in its historical implications. The hasty collapse of the Iranian political tension between the two opposing camps of the reformists and the conservatives is as much insightful as blinding to the realities of a nation, and by extension an Islamic political culture, in the tightening grips of a debilitating moral and material crisis. The dominant and domineering political discourse between the reformists, as the liberal left, and the conservatives, as the religious right, has now assumed an almost entirely ideological disposition, and the legitimate demands of Iranians for freedom of expression has successfully obscured the underlying economic forces that define and delimit the rhetorical excesses of both these ideological claims. Confined and limited by the material forces beyond the measures of their control, the liberal left and the religious right, the reformists and the conservatives were nevertheless engaged in a fateful and momentous battle for the moral and material mandate of a nation. On the side of the reformists was an army of hopes invested in President Mohammad Khatami and his delightfully smiling face, compensating for 2 decades of sober and sad faces, angry and stubborn looks, stark and austere demeanors. Some 80% of the Iranian electorate, more than 38 million people, some 60% of them under the age of 25, were initially reported to have gone to voting polls with the frightful memories of 2 decades of a theocratic terror in their mind. They were thirsty and hungry, impatient and restless for change. Names such as Abdal Karim Sarash, Mohsen Kadivar, Abdallah Nouri, and Akbar Ganji were emerging as the iconic invocations of a new dawning of freedom and hope. None of these names meant anything to anyone at the dawn of the Islamic Revolution 20 years ago. All of these names have emerged from the very depth of the Islamic Revolution itself. They are its dialectical negations. Having read and analyzed, admired and criticized, these post-revolutionary visionaries of a better future, young men and women in unprecedented numbers and with precocious political alertness flooded into streets and made their presence, their demands, and their inalienable rights, palpable, undeniable, factual. Chafing under 2 decades of a medieval theocracy, the young people in particular had no enduring memory of the Islamic Revolution and by all accounts could not care less about that piece of historical amnesia. They were the harbingers of a new dawn in Iranian history, vanguard of a whole new visionary recital of the possible, heralding the beginning of a fresh defiance. They had successfully learned to forget, if not forgive, their parental paralysis. But all is not well in the state of Islamic Republic. The defining moment of its very constitution is the medieval principle of the absolutist rule of a single jurist, vilayat motlaqe. He is the letter of the law personified, the vertiginous claim of his tyrannical claim to power having deafened and blinded a whole nation. Under the sacred canopy of that terror, the most powerful institution safeguarding a curious combination of lucrative economic interest and medieval theocratic convictions, the 12-member, male-only, Guardian Council was constitutionally poised to disqualify some 600 candidates, among them some 200 committed reformists, who must have in one way or another posed constitutional threats to the very legitimacy of the state, or at the very least politically modulated a reformist groundswell. The defiant voice of Abdallah Nuri, a convincing, and convicted reformist, had to be treacherously silenced and jailed so that the most retrograde force of entrenched economic interest of the ruling elite, Ali Akbar Hashimi Rafsanjani, could once again hope to emerge as the power broker of the religious right. The bogus charge of weak commitment to Islam, leveled against these candidates by the Guardian Council, is the clearest ideological code of their potential threat. The resistance to the possibility of a political backlash against more than 2 decades of tyranny covering up an equally long period of disastrous economic mismanagement of the national resources has been quite adamant. Mohammad Reza Bahanur, spokesman for the coalition of followers of the line of Imam and the leader, had expressed his confidence that his faction will win more than 50% of the 290 seats of the parliament in the February 2000 election. His sadly mistaken assurance was predicated on the fact that the Supervisory Guardian Council, an unelected and undemocratic panel of senior clerics and jurists, had carefully screened the candidates for their ideological complacency with the Islamic Republic and its theocratic predicates. The supreme leader Ayatollah Khomeini had as usual squarely sided with the most retrograde forces in the election battle and accused the reformist camp of representing the enemy. Real and fictitious enemies of the Islamic Republic are ritually invoked in Khomeini's speeches in order to create an atmosphere of imminent danger over which republic of fear he can then supremely preside, occupying, as he does, the most insulting office to the most common conceptions of democratic principles, that of the supreme jurist, vilayat-e-faqih. The parliamentary election of February 2000 was thus the fateful site of yet another momentous encounter in ideological battle for the moral soul of a nation, to control the material body of its evidence. Khomeini failed, however, in giving a new lease on life to such tired and old clichés. The former Speaker of the Parliament for 9 years and President for 8, Ali Akbar Hashimi Rafsanjani, who was at the time the powerful chairman of the equally undemocratic Expediency Council, returned to the campaign trail to run for a seat in Tehran and continue to represent the most powerful vested interest of the theocracy. His entering the race on December 15, 1999, was a last-minute scramble to foster the dwindling position of the political and economic beneficiaries of the ruling theocracy and an attempt to rein in the totally out-of-control revolt of the youthful population. He was squarely defeated, and only after some massaging of the ballots was he able to be the 30th of the 30 members of the parliament elected from Tehran. The fact that Rafsanjani had once again emerged as a key power broker, putting all his political and parliamentary prowess at the disposal of the reigning theocracy, pointed to the desperation of the religious right. The Rafsanjani factor, banking on his reputation as a wily pragmatist, was the key communicative factor trying to check and balance the potentially overwhelming victory of the liberal left. Rafsanjani's revolutionary credentials go back all the way to the early years of the revolution when Ayatollah Khomeini appointed him as a member of the Islamic Revolutionary Council. He was among the founding members of the ruling Islamic Republic Party. He was in the assembly of experts that drafted the Constitution of the Islamic Republic, while the smokescreen of the American hostage crisis diverted everyone's attention. Elected to the parliament in 1980, he became its speaker and held on to that prominent position until Khomeini's death in 1989. Khomeini's death created a vacuum in the position of the supreme leader, to which was promoted instantly the far less juridically qualified but far more politically correct President Ali Khomeini, who in turn bestowed his vacated post to Rafsanjani. The political faction that Rafsanjani now represented called itself Karguzarani Sazandiji, or the Executives of Reconstruction. Rafsanjani himself has been bestowed with the superlative title of Sardari Sazandiji by this group, the Generalissimo of Reconstruction. The Persian penchant for the superlative is positively diabolic. The Rafsanjani factor failed to factor much. The constitutional crisis of the religious right, the fact that the overwhelming majority of the legislators were thrown out of the Majlis by one of the most significant democratic events in modern history, the fact that an entirely new generation of parliamentary democracy was now poised to recast the course of Iranian political culture, all pointed to the dawn of a whole new day beyond the fateful encounter between Islam and colonial modernity. If the presidential election of the 2nd of Khordad, 1376/Friday, May 23, 1997, that brought Mohammad Khatami to power was not strong enough an indication, if the student uprising in the month of Tyr, 1378/July 1999, was not cataclysmic enough an outburst, then the 29 of Bahman, 1378/Friday, February 18, 2000, that swept the Iranian parliament clean of all but a memory of the religious right is the incontrovertible evidence that we have witnessed the end of an era, the end of Islamic ideology as a specific product of the fateful encounter between the ancestral faith of a people and the colonially mitigated project of modernity. The unfolding history of the Islamic Republic may indeed falter and meander, bring one faction or another to power, but the ideological exhaustion of the Islamic Republic of all political legitimacy points to more enduring phenomena. Just before the inauguration of the 6th Majlis in May 2000, in April the judiciary banned scores of reformist newspapers, and yet in the August of the same year a number of leading jurists issued a fatwa consenting to women congregation authorities leading public prayers, a clear indication of a homegrown form of feminism not entirely controlled by the Islamic Republic. In June 2001, Khatami was elected for a second term, confirming the national demand for reformist changes against the entrenched will and interest of the conservative clergy. By January 2002, the U.S. President Bush responded to that sign of hope by placing Iran on an axis of evil. This open declaration of war by the choice imperial presidency of the neoconservative warmongers, Paul Wolfowitz and co., did not dampen the courage and imagination of hundreds of thousands of students who led an anti-government protest in June 2003, a democratic spirit that was much boosted in the following October when Shireen Ebadi received the Nobel Peace Prize. But what President Bush's announcement and the subsequent tug-of-war over the nuclear issue did do was to drag the internal affairs of the Islamic Republic into regional politics and potentially fortified its artificial endurance. The death of some 40,000 people and the destruction of the ancient city of Bam in December 2003 gave the clerical clique ruling the Islamic Republic yet another occasion to assume a non-existent, benevolent authority and appear in position of power and control. By February 2004, the religious right was back in Parliament, with the Council of Guardians having disqualified scores of reformist candidates from running for election. This victory was a premonition for the even more emphatic triumph of the clerical clique during the presidential election of June 2005 when Mahmoud Ahmadinejad came to power and thus resumed yet another cycle of reform and reaction, a circumambulatory cycle that does nothing but point to the quintessential absence of moral and normative legitimacy of the Islamic Republic. What the factional bifurcation and political seesawing in the Islamic Republic between the liberal left reformists and the religious right conservatives partially reveals and thus successfully conceals is a larger political fragmentation and the gradual dissipation of the whole ideological foregrounding of the Islamic Revolution, some 2 centuries after its historical formation. Deeply rooted in the anti-colonial movements in the early parts of the 19th century, the Islamic ideology gradually emerged as the dialectical outcome of a dialogical conversation between the ancestral faith of Muslims and the colonially mitigated project of a European modernity over the material and moral articulation of which they had little or no control. The seeds of the active desedimentation of the Islamic ideology were already evident in the critical moments of its formation. Islamic ideology emerged and was gradually articulated in successive moments of critical crisis in modern Islamic history. What has happened in Iran of the last 200 years and to Shi'ism in particular is not exclusive to either. It is symptomatic of far more universal events in the Muslim world at large and Islam in general. Point 3. The collective mutation of Islam into an Islamic ideology is a much more global development, documentable all the way back to the earliest encounters between the Islamic world and the colonially mitigated project of modernity. Point 4. The active production of the Islamic ideology as a site of ideological resistance to colonialism has been a more universal event, producing a religiously nativist response to colonialism. The rhetorical confrontation between Islam and the West is the most immediate symptomatic of this encounter. Point 5. The making of an Islamic ideology, a project that begins in the earliest parts of the 19th century with such figures as Mullah Ahmad Naraqi, d. 1829, and concludes with Ali Shariati in the latter part of the 20th, d. 1977, is the most vociferous version of a much more universal event. Point 6. What we see in Shi'ism and the production of an Islamic ideology from its critical encounter with colonialism is the microcosmic version of a far more universal mutation. In this respect, Shi'ism is not just a branch of Islam. It is Islam's disruptive dream of itself, remembering its own revolutionary bursting into history. All Muslims are, as it were, in the Shi'i state of their faith when they revolt against injustice. Shi'ism is the collective remembrance of a promise not delivered, a conscience collective that keeps remembering and disremembering itself. The active mutation of Shi'ism into an Islamic ideology is thus a symptomatic mutation at the bone marrow of a metaphysical conviction charged to complement history. Shi'as believe that a grave injustice was perpetrated when their first charismatic leader, Ali, did not succeed the Prophet as the legitimate leader of all Muslims. They cast this inaugural injustice as a long shadow over history. They have institutionalized the charismatic authenticity of their leader's claim to authority from Ali forward and call it Imamah. This institution received its most revolutionary moment in the year 680 when a band of Shi'as followed yet another of their leaders, al-Hussein, d. 680, to a revolutionary uprising against yet another usurper tyrant. From then on, insurrectionary uprising has been second nature to the Shi'as, martyrdom, or shahada, the very cornerstone of their faith. The Shi'as believe that their charismatic leaders are infallible, or ma'sum, and thus outside the cross-current of materiality and history. By far the most revolutionary aspect of Shi'ism, however, is their doctrinal belief in Ghaiba, or occultation, or simply the belief that the last of their charismatic leaders is well and alive but out of sight. He is present but absent, evident but invisible. The doctrine of Ghaiba is constitutional to Shi'ism and its sense of insurrectionary expectation. They are always waiting for their hidden imam to arrive, and that expectation gives their attendance upon history a critically anticipatory disposition. Point 7. In its combative mode, Shi'ism is a tempestuous template of revolutionary uprising. The gradual re-articulation of Shi'ism into an Islamic ideology was predicated on the fertile ground of this faith as historically the most militant version of Islam. Shi'ism is Islam in its most combative claim upon the world. Shi'ism began with a negation, a denial, a usurpation. As a result, Shi'ism is ipso facto a religion of protest, a faith avenging itself upon the world for having done it wrong. Shi'ism is an incomplete religion, always waiting for its own final delivery, always anticipating its own fulfillment, and the world is the very site of this shortcoming, militantly translated throughout history into an agenda of insurrectionary action. Shi'ism is in a perpetual state of expectation, awaiting its own delivery, hoping for its own promise, anticipating to deliver itself. The active mutation of Islam in general into an Islamic ideology is thus most immediately and iconically represented in the ideological mutation of Shi'ism, its most charismatic moment in history, a moment institutionalized into a faith. 8. By virtue of its doctrinal disposition, Shi'ism throughout its history has fed the revolutionary aspirations of the most radical social movements. From the insurrectionary disposition of the follower of Ali, d. 661, from which Shi'ism found its very name, the party of Shia, Ali, to the paradigmatic battle of Karbala, 680, to the revolt of Zayd ibn Ali, d. 740, early Islamic history is inundated with revolutionary movements under the raised flag of Shi'ism. What is paramount in these movements is their inaugurating, originary power over the rest of Islamic history. Shi'ism is historically condemned to remember the trauma of its birth forever. Not a historical moment has lapsed in which Shi'ism has not transmitted itself into one form of massive social movement or another. In the Ismaili branch of Shi'ism, from the latter part of the 8th century forward, we witness one of the most radical social movements in medieval Islamic societies, ranging from North Africa to Central Asia. 9 Ruled by a pantheon of everlasting martyrs, Shi'ism has been a red flag raised high upon the entirety of the Islamic history. Martyrdom, as a result, is constitutional to the agitated memory that is Shi'ism. Whether patently identified with Shi'ism or not, insurrectionary movements that have led the cause of the oppressed against entrenched power have had a share in the inaugurating moment of Shi'ism in history. What gives Shi'ism its constitutionally revolutionary disposition is its doctrinal refusal to let go of the charismatic moment of Muhammad's prophetic mission. The Shi'as have sought to perpetuate that charismatic moment by transferring it from the Prophet to their Imams and then from the Imams into the doctrinal institution of Imamah, and from there personified in the present absence of the last Imam. The result is the generation and sustaining of a perpetually charismatic moment pulsating the routinized course of any Islamic history. But all is not emancipatory revolt in Shi'ism, and thus the paradox. Precisely the same insurrectionary disposition that inaugurates Shi'ism into history constitutes its Achilles heel. Shi'ism is predicated on a paradox. It fails upon success. Just like the myth of Sisyphus. Shi'ism is a religion of protest. It can never succeed. As soon as it succeeds politically, it negates itself metaphysically. Its material success is its moral failure. The success of the Islamic Revolution in Iran over the last 2 decades is the most recent example marking its political predicament that when it has succeeded politically it has, ipso facto, reversed its own legitimacy. Shi'ism cannot be turned into an official ideology of repression without immediately negating its own very reason for being. The key operative concept constitutional to Shi'ism is that of mazlumiyat, having been wronged, or having been tyrannized. The paradigmatic expression of this key operative concept is the third Shi'i martyred Imam, al-Hussein, whose very honorific appellation is Husseini Mazlum, Hussein the tyrannized. So far as Shi'ism is on the side of the oppressed, it is in its full revolutionary blossoming. The instant that it becomes fully institutionalized into an apparatus of power, it ipso facto mutates into a most brutal theocratic tyranny. All its revolutionary zeal now comes back to haunt and turn it into a monstrous negation of itself. This is the defining moment of Shi'ism because it has never surpassed its Karbala paradox. Not now, not ever. The defeat of the third Shi'i Imam in the Battle of Karbala in 680 is constitutional to its moral and material culture. If Imam Hussein had succeeded in Karbala, Shi'ism would have had an entirely different disposition vis-a-vis political power, and thus the origin of the Shi'i myth that Imam Hussein was divinely ordained to be defeated in Karbala for Islam to survive. The defeat of Imam Hussein in the Battle of Karbala has made Shi'ism both a religion of protest and a moral manifesto against all successful constitutions of power. Shi'ism covets what it cannot attain, and thus it is a religion of protest. Shi'ism cannot attain what it covets, and thus it is a moral manifesto against all political power. Between those two normative opposites, Shi'ism dwells as a paradox. The result of this paradox has been the historical formation of Shi'i dynasties that in their very institutional claim to power have lost all their charismatic claim to authority. The Islamic Republic in Iran is not the first instance when the mutation of Shi'ism from revolutionary protest to dominant state ideology has robbed it of its own critical claim to legitimacy. As early as the early part of the 10th century, the Hamdanid dynasty of Mosul, 904 to 991, and Aleppo, 944 to 991, had claim to a Shi'i state religion. So did the Buyids in Iran and Iraq, 923-1055. The Fatimid dynasty of Egypt, 909-1171, extended the Ismaili branch of Shi'ism and institutionalized its power over much of North Africa. Had these Shi'i dynasties not have their own internal sectarian and political differences, they would have completely taken over the entire medieval Islamic world from the Sunnite majority. As far west as Iraq and Syria, as far north as Azerbaijan and Mazandaran, as far east as Deccan, Lucknow, and Kashmir in India, and as far south as Bahrain and other Persian Gulf regions came under the full political power of one Shi'i dynasty or another throughout the medieval world. But no dynasty ever reached the paramount power of the Safavid Empire that ruled over a major segment of the Islamic world from the dusk of the medieval world in 1501 to the dawn of colonial modernity in 1722. These successive and simultaneous dynasties drained every ounce of revolutionary energy from the creative memory of Shi'ism. In the repressive measures of these imperial powers, Shi'ism became an effective state ideology and all but lost its defining doctrinal moments. In becoming the state religion of reigning tyrannies, Shi'ism does not as much passively forget as actively disremembers itself. In these dynastic formations, Shi'ism became a historical antithesis of itself, a contradiction in terms, an oxymoronic self-negation, a paradox. If and when it succeeds politically, it fails, ipso facto, metaphysically. Its material victory is its moral defeat. It was in an attempt to reach towards this paradox that Ali Shariati, by far the most brilliant ideologue of Islamic ideology in recent memory, while getting Shi'ism ready for yet another revolutionary posturing, distinguished between two kinds of Shi'ism, the Safavid Shi'ism and the Alayvid Shi'ism. 10 What he meant by Safavid Shi'ism was the historical metamorphosis of an aggressive mode of revolutionary resistance into an ideology of repression. And, conversely, what he meant by Alayvid Shi'ism was the archetypal endurance of revolutionary resistance to tyranny, a global insurrection without frontiers in time or space. Quite intuitively, Shariati identified the successful institutionalization of Shi'ism into a dynastic rule with its moral failure, and its revolutionary posturing as a religion of protest with its political failure. But what Shariati tried, unsuccessfully, to break into the Safavid and Alayvid Shi'isms, in oppositional plural, is in fact the intertwined paradox that is Shi'ism itself. There is no breaking up Shi'ism into its constituent oppositional ends without breaking it up altogether, denying it its transformative energy, alternating mechanics. Because Shi'ism was born metaphysically by being denied politically, it always covets the political in order to reclaim itself metaphysically. Shi'ism has had to turn into its own worst enemy in order to justify its own historicity, its own place in the world. If the Sunni majority, the world at large, were the only other that Shi'ism had to battle to prove and implicate itself, it would have long since been rendered obsolete, redundant, outdated. Shi'ism had to bifurcate itself into a site of insurrectionary revolt and then into its own negation in order to see itself in the speculum of its own defeat, so that it could always already rise again and remember itself triumphantly. Shi'ism does not forget but misremembers itself. And that is the paradox definitive to its history. This active self-remembrance, always bracing itself for a misremembrance, punctuates the interface of Shi'ism as a conscience collective and its proclivity to charismatic outbursts. If we put together the classical Durkheimian insight of religion as a system of actions aimed at making and perpetually remaking the soul of the collectivity and of the individual, 11 with the equally poignant Weberian insight that it is recognition on the part of those subject to authority which is decisive for the validity of charisma, 12 we begin to have a clearer angle on Shi'ism in its historical paradox. As a paradox, Shi'ism rests on its inaugural moment of being born as a refusal to let go of the charismatic moment of Muhammad's prophetic mission. 13 Islam itself was born as a religion of protest, a militant defiance of the self-paralyzed patrimonialism operative in the Arabian Peninsula, a moral mandate against the fragmented Arab tribalism. The death of the Prophet for the majority of Muslims meant the systematic routinization of his charismatic authority in a multifocal set of institutions. But for the Shi'i minority the inaugural charismatic moment was to continue in first the figure and then the paradoxical institution of the Imam and the Imamate. 14 The disenfranchised community that was inevitably generated around the opulent center of the early Islamic empires became the fertile ground of Shi'i and proto-Shi'i sentiments and movements. Something of the early charismatic conscience of the early Islam, an agitated memory of its inaugural moment, remained in Shi'ism. As a conscience collective, Shi'ism thus remained persistent on the insurrectionary birthbeat of Islam, its defining moment. Throughout its history, Shi'ism has dissipated its conscience collective in moments of historical atrophy and then recollected that insurrectionary memory in the figure of a charismatic persona, always on the prototype of the Prophet and the historical modulations of the infallible Imams. Bringing Durkheim and Weber together and having them simultaneously observe Shi'ism will rescue Durkheim from the elaborate and superfluous arguments of trying to place the conscience collective on an epiphenomenal level which is post-material and pre-phenomenological. 15 Weber from the tiresome reformulation of the nature of charisma which ultimately collapses his sociology of charismatic authority to a pathology of power rather than elevating it to a hermeneutics of its historical manifestation. 16 And Shi'ism from its own blind spot of not seeing itself as a self-propelling, self-paralyzing paradox. Thus located, we can see how Shi'ism is paradoxical at the moment of its inception because it wants to capture a fleeting charismatic moment, and that it is paradoxical at all moments of its potential destinations because its political success is ipso facto the metaphysical negation of its validity. Having been born as an insurrectionary defeat, Shi'ism cannot politically succeed without negating its own charismatic occasion. Shi'ism cannot be in a position of political power because the state that it thus forms will have to have a claim on a monopoly of violence. 17 And it cannot claim that monopoly without turning every mode of opposition to it as the de facto versions of Shi'ism. The reigning Shi'i state, a contradiction in terms, makes of all its mortal enemies a more legitimate contender to Shi'ism than itself. That is why the student uprising against the tyrannical institutions of an Islamic republic, institutionalized in the position of the supreme leader as well as the guardian and the expediency councils, has a far more effective claim on Shi'ism than the reigning theocracy. This predicament is not exclusive to the Islamic Republic and its failure to institutionalize an uninstitutionalizable claim to charismatic authority. The whole gamut of Shi'i scholastic learning, the ulama, and the whole history of Shi'i dynastic rule, from the Fatimids in Egypt to the Safavids in Iran, have scarcely escaped or diverted this constitutional logic of Shi'ism as a paradoxical religion of protest, quite to the contrary. The most glorious achievement of medieval scholastic learning, Mullah Sadr Shirazi, d. 1641, who brought the entire spectrum of Shi'i learning to its epistemic finale during the reign of the Safavids, could not but translate in his Transcendental Theosophy the political ambitions of a Shi'i empire. 18 In his Transcendental Theosophy, Hikmat al-Muta'aliyah, Mullah Sadr tried to do what the Safavids had done in the realm of political order. The Safavid constitution of a Shi'i empire is reflected in Mullah Sadr's imperial attempt at a metaphysical meta-narrative that would embrace all the diversity of Islamic scholastic learning. From the nomocentrism of the Islamic law to the logocentrism of the Islamic philosophy, to the homocentrism of the Islamic mysticism are brought together in Mullah Sadr's Transcendental Theosophy in a massive centripetal move to unite and unify all the opposing forces of a centrifugal discursive tapestry. All the repressed forces of greatness that come back to haunt the Safavid nightmarish dream of a Shi'i empire find their metaphysical counterparts in Mullah Sadra's equally imperial attempt at giving one final Shi'i shape to the thunderous oppositional forces that animate the medieval scholastic learning. Mullah Sadra's transcendental theosophy is thus in metaphysics what the Safavid dynasty is in politics, the return of the Shi'i repressed to haunt its own dream of otherness. Because it has been the historical other of Islam itself, as Sunnism, Shi'ism can scarcely conceal its dream of being the same. But being the same, whether represented in the dynastic apparatus of the Safavids or the scholastic apparatus of Mullah Sadra's transcendental theosophy, ipso facto disqualifies Shi'ism from Shi'ism. Shi'ism always has to remain the other and yet dream of the same. When it becomes the same, it atrophies into its own nightmare. This is exactly the opposite of what Levinas detected as the primacy of the same in what he would call the Western metaphysics, and identify with Socrates. This primacy of the same was Socrates' teaching, to receive nothing of the other but what is in me, as though from all eternity I was in possession of what comes to me from the outside, to receive nothing, or to be free. 19 Whereas Levinas' counter-metaphysics is to reconstitute the primacy of the other, as the side of morality, for him. Located in the naked face of the other, against a history of the primacy of the same, he never paid any attention to what would happen to a metaphysics that narrates itself as the other of arraigning the same. The paradoxical history of Shi'ism is a good lesson in the equally pathological primacy of the other dreaming of being the same. Shi'ism is the other. Shi'ism is al-Diyarite. By virtue of its own historical roots, it has always been the Islamic other, dreaming itself the same. The mere assumption or even illusion of power gives Shi'ism a sense of political identity, and ipso facto it loses its sense of historical al-Diyarite. Shi'ism can never be the same. It has believed in its own otherness. Before the first slogan or bullet is fired against a Shi'i government, it has lost its own legitimacy by being a government, and thus having an exclusive claim on legitimate violence. The Shi'i claim on any Islamic republic is always tangential, paradoxical, an antithesis running before its own thesis, never near a synthesis. The Shi'as are the Jews of Islam, the other that proves the same. The opposition between Shi'i fundamentalism and Jewish Zionism is not the opposition between two oppositional identities, but the opposition between two identical others, identical in their al-Diyarite. It is with this paradoxical disposition, at once insurrectionary and tyrannical, de jure and de facto, that Shi'ism enters its colonially mitigated history in modernity. What has happened to Shi'ism in the process is endemic to Islam at large: the aggressive mutation under colonial duress of a multifaceted moral imagination into a singular site of resistance to colonialism. The history of Shi'ism in modernity is the chronicle of its gradual revival as a religion of protest. During the Safavid period, 1501 to 1722, Shi'ism experiences one of the sharpest episodes of its active complacency with an aggressive reconstitution of Persian monarchy, being in effect turned into the state religion and as such instrumental in the brutal execution of power. It can no longer speak the truth to power because it is the power. In the material success of the Safavids as a Shi'i dynasty, the moral legitimacy of the faith is critically compromised. Between the decline of the Safavids in 1722 and the rise of the Qajars in 1789, which also coincided with the onslaught of colonialism in Iran, the Shi'i clerical establishment is gradually depoliticized and rendered rather irrelevant beyond its scholastic domains, which is in effect the best thing that could have happened for the insurrectionary disposition of the faith to recollect and resuscitate itself. With the rise of the Qajars and the commencement of the European project of colonialism in the region, Shi'ism begins to resume its revolutionary posture. It is impossible to read the history of modern Shi'ism and its gradual remodulation into Islamic ideology, except as a response to the encroachment of the colonial onslaught and the joint projects of the European Enlightenment and its colonial modernity that it precipitated, not just for the Shi'i Iranians but for Muslims in general. Even events and developments internal and integral to the history of Shi'ism in the 19th and 20th centuries were agitated by a direct catalytic effect from the colonial encounter. From the active consolidation of the position of supreme religious leader to the victory of one school of jurisprudence over another, to the aggressive involvement of religious authorities in the political fate of the society at large, all took place in the immediate context of a critical encounter with European Enlightenment and its instrumental carrier colonial modernity. Shi'ism was reinvented in modernity under colonial duress. The mutation of Shi'ism into an Islamic ideology as a site of resistance to colonialism, however, initially began exactly in the opposite direction and by the leading clerical authorities being aggressively incorporated into the Qajar political apparatus. Shi'ism thus began its modern history in response to colonially mitigated modernity in its complacent, self-negating mode, and not in its revolutionary posturing. It was during the reign of the Qajar potentate Fath Ali Shah, 1797–1834, that he actively recruited the blessings and supports of the Shi'i clerical establishment in legitimizing his political authority. The Qajars were instrumental in the gradual ideologization of Shi'ism by trying, once again and on the model of the Safavids, to turn it into a state ideology. From the collapse of the Safavids in 1722 to the rise of the Qajars in 1789, the Shi'i clerical establishment had gradually emerged as an independent entity, far more independent of the ruling monarchy than they had been during the heydays of the Safavids. This relative autonomy, sustained by an independent source of income from religious taxes, resulted in the autonomous authority of such prominent clerical figures as Sayyid Muhammad Bakr Shafti, the Sheikh al-Islam of Isfahan, who was extraordinarily powerful. 20 The rapid rush of colonialism initially facilitated the incorporation of the Shi'i clerics into the state apparatus, and this was by and large mitigated by the internal rivalries among the competing juridical factions among the ulama. A critical case in point is already evident during the reign of Fath Ali Shah, when Mirza Muhammad Nishapuri, a staunch Akbari jurist, who were engaged in a lifelong battle against the Uzulis, a principally juridical disputation with marked theological and even political implications, promised the Qajar warlord the head of Kshanov, the Russian general who was poised to take over Baku, if the Akbari school of jurisprudence were to be made the state creed. Fath Ali Shah made that promise, and Mirza Muhammad did in fact produce Kshanov's head. But the monarch reneged on his side of the bargain. 21. Shi'ism gradually assumes a more aggressively combative posture in the Qajar period, although still remains subservient to the state apparatus. In the course of Qajar wars in the Caucasus with the Russians, Abbas Mirza, the crown prince, solicited and received the support of the Shi'i clerics in his territorial battles. The increasingly aggressive Russian colonialism was desperately trying to be a rival with the more potent European forces like the British and the French. Even the Ottomans were now something of a local menace for the Qajars. In the course of 1804–1814 wars with Russia, which resulted in the humiliating Treaty of Golestan in 1813, Abbas Mirza wrote to such prominent Shi'i clerics as Sheikh Ja'far Kashef al-Ghita and Mullah Ahmad Narakai and asked them to declare his wars against the Russian a holy war, and they did. 22 The barbarity of the Russian army under such savage generals as Yermolov in abusing the Muslim population of the Caucasus gave ample reason to the Shi'i authorities to become implicated in the frontier wars between the Qajars and the Russians. Abbas Mirza may in fact have used the Shi'i authorities to compel his reluctant father, Fath Ali Shah, into war. 23 Whatever the case, the Shi'i establishment was manipulated by the Qajars to serve their dynastic purposes. As for the clerical establishment itself, they lacked leadership, vision, or even legitimate universal authority to be an effective and autonomous political force. Their effective complacency in the humiliating defeat of the Qajars implicated them in that dynastic disgrace. But the thunderous elevation of popular discontent, caught between the Russian aggression, Qajar incompetence, and clerical complacency, was gradually awakening the insurrectionary spirit of the Shi'i conscience collective. The Qajars are squarely defeated by the Russians and lose much territory in the Caucasus, and this gives the Shi'i clerics a new momentum to reclaim political power. Much against Fath Ali Shah's resistance, such prominent clerics as Mullah Ahmad Narakai and Aka Said Muhammad Tabatabai forced him to go to war again and in fact participated in the battles against the Russians. but still the relationship between the clerical establishment and the Qajar potentates is predicated on power politics and not on the Shi'i ulama's awareness of and trust in their popular basis. As a result, the loud rhetorics of the Shi'i clergy while joining force with the Qajar aristocracy did not match their dismal performance on the battlefield. Soon after the start of the campaign, Sayyid Muhammad, the chief protagonist of war against the Russians, abandoned Abbas Mirza's advancing army, retreated to Tehran and died. Add to that discouraging valor the treachery of the entire clerical class of Tabriz under the leadership of Mir Fatah, the son of Mirza Yusuf, one of the most prominent members of the Tabrizi ulama, who betrayed their nation and handed over Tabriz to the invading Russian army. 24 The result is a continued upsurge of Shi'i moral indignation to which the dismal capabilities of the clerical class is yet to reach. Although the agitation of the clerical class resulted in yet another disastrous treaty, Turkmenchai of 1828, and even more losses of territory to the Russians, the ennobling anger constitutional to Shi'ism in moments of revolutionary crisis was now in full political throttle, ready to recast the ancestral faith into a site of ideological resistance to colonialism. The terms fatwa, religious edict, and jihad, holy war, now resumed their militant currency. In the judicious words of one historian of modern Shi'ism, the importance of the Second Russo-Iranian War from the point of view of the ulama, was their emergence as a force capable of shaping national policy. This was, indeed, the first of a chain of episodes where the ulama were to have a marked influence on the course of Iranian history. 25 This still is giving too much credit to a class whose atrophied body was running out of breath trying to catch up with the revolutionary crescendo of their constituency. Even an unabashedly pro-clerical historian like Alger concedes that in the course of these defeats at the hand of the Russians, the ulama had been used initially as instruments for the arousing of religious emotions, but their success in arousing these emotions revealed their potential strength as leaders of the nation. 26 What both these historians confuse is the arrested growth of the clerical class, best evident during the Qajar frontier battles with the Russians, and the far more revolutionary expectations of their constituency. After these wars, the failure of the Qajars to defend their Muslim subjects, and the active presence of the Shi'i clerics in resistance to colonialism, begins to affect the emerging Iranian political culture. Shi'ism in effect enters the phases of its encounter with the colonially mitigated modernity on the battlefields of Turkmenchai and Golestan. The active politicization of Shi'ism in response to colonialism, and the colonially mitigated politics of expectation among the Shi'as, was immediately translated into the institutional consolidation of the supreme position of religious authority. When today we look back at the charismatic figure of a prominent Shi'i cleric like Bar al-Ulam, d. 1797, it is hard to believe that the attribution of miraculous deeds to him by his contemporaries were not the earliest indications of the emergence of the position of supreme religious leader, Marja-e Tiqlid, as a figure of political authority responsible to his constituency at the threshold of the colonial advancements in the region. By the middle of the 19th century, and in the two prominent figures of Hajjat al-Islam Shafti, d. 1844, and Haji Muhammad Kalbasi, d. 1845, the position of Marja-e Tiqlid had been thoroughly consolidated and spread over a multinational, Iran, India, Iraq, domain. Already we hear of such titles as Ra'is al-Ulama and Naib al-Imam attributed to these figures. 27 The active attribution of such superlative political titles was in effect the institutional expression of the emerging expectation of the Shi'i community at large. Foreign aggression coupled with domestic corruption had made the time pregnant with great expectations, and the clerical class would sink or swim in the rising tides. By investing these titles in their religious leaders, the colonially ravaged nation was setting them up against monarchs and colonial officers alike and thus mandating for them an agenda of political action. Colonialism proper had now become the principal cause of Shi'i political revivalism, its main interlocutor. While from the Golestan Treaty of 1813 to the Turkmenchai Treaty of 1828 we see the active politicization of Shi'ism in complacency with the Qajar dynasty and yet in resistance to the Russian colonial advancements, in the clerical opposition to the reforms of Mirza Hossein Khan Sapaksalar, which came to a critical point in 1873, we witness a midway transition to full revolutionary posture because this episode represents the clerical establishment's own vested interest preventing the full revolutionary potentials of Shi'ism to explode onto the political scene. As a reform-minded minister, Mirza Hassan Khan Sapaksalar, d. 1880, was instrumental in initiating some crucial administrative changes that rubbed the clerical establishment the wrong way. In 1872, for example, he tried to systematize and incorporate into a central administrative apparatus the appointment of high-ranking clerics, which in turn deeply angered the Shi'i establishment. 28 Even his attempt to establish a cabinet in Nasir al-Din Shah's court was distasteful to the clergy because it disturbed the feudal political culture of the court. But most objectionable to the Shi'i clergy was Sapaksalar's attempt to modernize the Iranian judicial system, which would have resulted in the clerical establishment losing its power. In the words of one historian, unconditional submission to the primacy of European models would have made their religious learning irrelevant to the affairs of society and destroyed their whole raison d'etre. 29 The vested economic interest of the Shi'i clerics cannot be underestimated either. During the famine of 1871, Haji Mullah Ali Khani, the chief nemesis of Sapaksalar, made millions, as did many other high-ranking Shi'i ulama. The opposition of Khani and other like-minded clerics to Sapaksalar taking Nasir al-Din Shah to Europe in 1873 in order to encourage the monarch towards modernizing reforms is equally informed by their fear that such reforms would put their economic and political power in danger. The situation finally culminated in the clergy's aggressive assault against Sapaksalar while he accompanied the monarch on his trip to Europe. The concession that the Qajar court had made to Baron Julius Reuter in 1872 for the exploitation of minerals and forests as well as the construction of the railroad was the principal occasion that coagulated the opposition of the Shi'i ulama. The opposition was strong enough that Nasir al-Din Shah, having no will or vision of his own, summarily dismissed Sapaksalar in 1873. The fact that such corrupt Shi'i clerics as Mullah Ali Khani opposed colonial concession of the Qajars to the British out of their own vested economic and social interests does not make the resistance an entirely misguided social event. Through these concessions, the nascent Iranian national economy was being aggressively incorporated into a colonial configuration within the global economy of the British Empire and its rivals. At a time when the emerging Iranian national prerogatives needed to be predicated on a sovereign economic policy, the British colonialists were aggressively after incorporating it into their global interests, while the Qajar aristocracy and their liberal reformist courtiers like Sapaksalar were complacent in the design. The secular modernization track that Sapaksalar represented was so utterly enamored by the achievements of the British that it had not an iota of critical stand against colonialism. Thus the aggressive modernization of Iran had very little distance from its equally aggressive colonization. Despite such corrupt figures as Mullah Ali Khani and many other Shi'i clerics like him, they at least had a more critical stand vis-a-vis colonialism. That critical stand was principally out of a corrupt concern with their own pathetic interests. But the critical conscience collective that now Shi'ism embodied and the deprived Shi'i masses represented defied and surpassed that pathological barrier. The Tobacco Revolt of 1891 to 1892 gave a far more precise definition to the emergence of Shi'ism as an insurrectionary movement against colonialism. 30 Nasir al-Din Shah's giving the Imperial Tobacco Corporation the exclusive right to the sale and distribution of tobacco in 1891 resulted in such massive popular abhorrence that the revolutionary force of Shi'ism was in effect exorcised out of a complacent clerical establishment. The initial outburst of popular resentment against the tobacco concession was in the provincial city of Shiraz, and soon spread to other cities such as Tabriz and Isfahan. The revolt that ensued reveals a clear coalition between local merchants like Haji Abbas Urdu Abadi and lower-ranking clerics like Haj Said Ali Akbar Falasiri. 31 The active presence of the merchant class in the tobacco revolt is the clear indication that the nascent Iranian national bourgeoisie was being directly threatened by the encroachment of the colonial interests and had implicated the Shi'i establishment in providing it with an ideological battle cry. Economically, The revolt represented the resistance of the Iranian national bourgeoisie to becoming subordinate to the overriding logic of colonialism. Socially, the clerical establishment was resisting its privileges being compromised. But in the middle of these particular class and colonial interests, Shi'ism, as the iconic constellation of an insurrectionary disposition, was re-emerging with full revolutionary power, over which no particular group, not even the clergy itself, had full control. Rising from the depth of the Shi'i conscience collective is now again its moral protestation against injustice. No particular class, least of all the clerical establishment itself, was in full control of this subterranean defiance of tyranny constitutional to the very moral texture of Shi'ism. The emergence of Mirza Hassan Shirazi as the prominent clerical figure leading the uprising against the tobacco concession in 1891 marks a critical point in the active repoliticization of the faith. The presence of such figures as Sayyid Ali Akbar Falasiri from Shiraz and Aka Munir al-Din from Isfahan in Samarra, where Mirza Hassan resided, points to the aggressive pressure that the merchant class was exerting on the Shi'i authorities to raise the ideological banner against the British colonial interests. The pressure was effective. Between July and September 1891, Mirza Hassan Shirazi wrote 2 letters to the Qajar monarch and publicly declared his opposition to the tobacco concession. While Nasir al-Din Shah was contemplating his response, Mirza Hassan wrote to a reputable cleric in Iran, Mirza Hassan Ashdiyani, in November, and charged him with leading the protest on his behalf. What happened next is a brilliant indication of who exactly was in charge of the Shi'i revolutionary resurrection. Shirazi's communication with Ashdiyani in November is the last factual evidence that we have of his intervention. Early in December a religious edict, fatwa, appeared in Tehran that banned the use of tobacco, and it was signed by Mirza Hassan Shirazi. Earlier versions of the self-same fatwa appeared in Isfahan in November. Suddenly there was a collective conviction among the masses of ordinary people that Shirazi had actually issued this fatwa. The fact of the matter, however, is that there is no evidence that Shirazi actually issued this fatwa. It is as if the collective will of the popular demand had exacted it. And it was issued. It was issued and signed far more by the collective will of the Shi'i insurrectionary disposition than by Mirza Hassan Shirazi. 32. This is not to underestimate the power and influence of the merchant class in fabricating this fatwa in order to protect their own economic interest against colonial intrusions. But at this stage, the formation of a national bourgeoisie is constitutional to the economic interest of the nation at large. The constitution of that national economy is threatened by both the infiltration of the colonial powers and the active collaboration of the corrupt Qajar court, which of course included a healthy dose of such prominent Shi'i clerics as Sayyid Abdallah Bibahani, who squarely sided with the Qajar monarchy and their colonial cohorts and defied the fatwa against use of tobacco, as well as the malleable liberalism of reformists like Sapahsalar. The prominence of such high-ranking Shi'i clerics as Mirza Hassan Shirazi in Iraq and Mirza Hassan Ashdiyani in Iran derived its legitimacy not by representing the economic interest of the Iranian merchant class but by being the spokesman of a far more universal claim on the well-being of a nation. The Shi'i ulama in effect become the personification of the collective will of the Shi'i nation. The people at large were in effect transferring legitimate sovereignty from the court to the mosque, from the king to the clerics. But at all times they were in charge of bestowing sovereignty and legitimacy, and it was in them that the insurrectionary will of Shi'ism was once again being born into history. Sympathetic historians of the clerical class 33 are quick to attribute the success of the tobacco revolt to the leadership of the clergy. But the fact is that the best and most revolutionary among the clerical class followed, not led, the movement. When Nasir al-Din Shah wrote his threatening letter to Mirza Hassan Shirazi admonishing him for not allowing the use of tobacco, the leading Shi'i clergyman of Iran packed his bag and was about to leave the country on January 4, 1892. It was the gathering of a massive crowd at his residence, protecting him and demanding that he stay, that turned him into a leader. He did not lead the protest. He followed it. The revolutionary disposition of the conscience collective of a people, agitated at the moment of historical crisis, has a far more fertile ground to give birth to a militant memory than the vested interest of any given class can either stop or control it. The whole tobacco episode came to an end when Nasir al-Din Shah repealed the concession and Mirza Hassan Shirazi lifted the boycott on January 6, 1892, which was followed by Mirza Hassan Ashtiyani restoring calm to the capital on January 26 of the same year. By then the Shi'i insurrectionary disposition had come to full revolutionary recognition. This succession of political events ultimately culminated in two cataclysmic courses of insurrectionary movements that marked and forever changed the history of Shi'ism in its critical conversation with colonial modernity. One is domestic to Iranian Shi'ism and marks the last pre-modern revolution that tested the doctrinal boundaries of the faith, while the other confronted Shi'ism fully fledged with the colonially mitigated project of European modernity. The first, the Babi movement of 1844 to 1850, carried Shi'ism to one of its most radical doctrinal conclusions, while the second, the constitutional revolution of 1906 to 1911, cauterized the predicament of colonial modernity on its forehead. What the active participation of the Shi'i clerics in the Qajar frontier wars with the Russians in the first 3 decades of the 19th century reveals, as does public uprising against the Reuter and tobacco concessions in the last 3 decades of the century, is the resurgence of the Shi'i conscience collective as a religion of protest. No particular class, least of all the Shi'i clerical elite, was in total control of this insurrectionary conscience collective. It had a reality sui generis and it invested and divested power and authority on revolutionary figures and movements that remained loyal to its hopes and served its aspirations. What the Babi movement of the middle of the 19th century and the constitutional revolution of the end of the 19th/beginning of the 20th century ultimately reveal is how as soon as the insurrectionary spirit of Shi'ism degenerates in one case it resuscitates itself in another. As soon as the Babi movement of the middle of the century degenerated into the Baha'i religion, the constitutional revolution of the end of the century becomes the repository of all the hopes and aspirations that were brutally murdered with the execution of Bab in 1850. The collective spirit of protest that is in Shi'ism in its most insurrectionary moments divests its aspirations from the lofty but irrelevant and megalomaniac claims of Baha'u'llah and invests them in local and anonymous figures far closer to their miseries and hopes. The constitutional revolution thus rises like a sphinx from the ashes of the Babi movement. 34. In its domestic, feudal, and pre-modern features, the Babi movement marks yet another case of Shi'ism giving revolutionary momentum to an insurrectionary uprising and then degenerating, at the point of its success, into, in this case, a pathological universalism. The Babi movement was the last, universalized, revolutionary disposition of Shi'ism in its medieval terms before in Baha'ism it turned into a jaundiced reactionary negation of itself. As the last insurrectionary event predicated entirely on doctrinal developments internal and integral to Shi'ism in its scholastic predicates, Babism tested the inherited Iranian political culture at its outer limits. As such, Babism gave political momentum to yet another healthy, robust, and revolutionary potential before it was doctrinally transmuted by the onslaught of colonial modernity. As a political movement that shook the Qajar dynasty to its foundations, Babism began ideologically in Shaykhism, by far the most revolutionary doctrinal event in Iran of the 19th century. The founder of the Shaykhi movement in Shi'i scholastic doctrines was Shaykh Ahmad Asai, 1753 to 1826, a prominent jurist and philosopher of the late 18th and early 19th century. The origin of Shaykh Ahmad Asai's thoughts can be traced back to the rise of the school of Isfahan in the 16th century, particularly in the ideas of such prominent philosophers as Mullah Sadr Shirazi, d. 1641, Mir Damad, d. 1631, Mir Fenderesky, d. 1640, and Mullah Rajab Ali Tabrizi, d. 1669. 35 These philosophers gave an unprecedented universalizing momentum to Shi'i scholastic thought and sought for the first time in Islamic intellectual history to produce a unified field theory, as it were, of Islamic metaphysics. Mullah Sadr Shirazi, the most towering figure of the school of Isfahan, set upon himself the monumental task of bringing together centuries of conflicting Islamic scholastic thought in juridical, nomocentric, philosophical, logocentric, and mystical, homocentric, terms and give it a sustained metaphysical field theory which he called Hikmat-e Muta'aliyat, transcendental theosophy. 36 There was a remarkable correspondence between the transcendental claims of Mullah Sadra's metaphysics and the universal claims of the Safavid state on a Shi'i empire. In his theory of transubstantial motion, Harakat-e Jahari, Mullah Sadra sought to generate a meta-narrative to embrace divergent forces of the metaphysical foundations of Islamic scholastic thought. Mullah Sadra was passionately driven by a constitutional conviction that a single set of metaphysical forces and principles were at work in both the manifestations and the material working of the sacred, and his lifetime project was to articulate this simple and elegant universe. Sheikh Ahmed Asai was a direct descendant of these groundbreaking events in Islamic intellectual history. By far the most revolutionary aspect of Sheikh Ahmed's ideas was his active reconstitution of the very idea of Imam in Shi'i imamology, directly rooted in its prophetology and theology. Although there was nothing particularly new in his attribution of divine qualities to the very light from which the Imams were believed to have been emanated, his distinction of the divine attributes into dhati, essential, and mudath, created, gave material agency not only to the figure of the hidden Imam but by revolutionary extension to the charismatic community of his believers. Suddenly in the ideas of Sheikh Ahmed Asai, the dormant, post-Safavid, Shi'ism once again resumed a doctrinally theorized revolutionary disposition that gave the Shi'i believers and their leaders charismatic cause to be historical agents in the absence of the hidden Imam. By far the most politically significant aspect of Sheikh Ahmed Asai's imamology was the creative constitution of historical agency for the charismatic community of his believers. Although in Asai's own ideas this political implication remains dormant, it nevertheless was instrumental in the active restoration of historical agency to the charismatic community in expectation of its final delivery. Sheikh Ahmed gave that metaphysical finality historical immediacy. There was only one step from Sheikh Ahmed Asai, who died in 1826, and Ali Muhammad Bab, 1819 to 1850, who led a revolutionary uprising against the Qajars, and their clerical companions in 1848. Bab, meaning gate, abruptly announced that the dawn of a new revelation was upon the world and that he was its agent. The year 1848 on the Christian calendar corresponded to 1260 on the Islamic and marked the 1000-year anniversary of the disappearance, Gaba, of the Muslim Messiah for the Shi'is. This Y1K occasion, as it were, had given the Shi'i world reasons to expect cataclysmic changes signified in the reappearance of the hidden Imam. Bab was the figurative manifestation of that expectation and hope. Through a disciple of Sheikh Ahmed Asai, Said Kazem Rashti, d. 1843, Bab was closely linked to the Sheikhi movement. After the death of Said Kazem in 1843, in 1844 Bab first proclaimed himself the gate, Bab in Arabic, and thus his name, to the hidden Imam and then soon after the hidden Imam himself. His claim won considerable approval among the peasantry and the urban poor, ready to follow any raised banner against the blinded tyranny perpetrated by the Qajar aristocracy and their clerical cohorts. Bab's theoretical articulation of his leadership was both simple and elegant, and as such squarely rooted in Sheikh Ahmed Asai's imamology. The figure of the hidden Imam was alive and present in the realm of archetypal absolutes, Herkalia. The earthly manifestations of that archetypal absolute was simply here to give historical agency to the Shi'i community. 37 The political result of these theological speculations was a critical bypass of the clerical establishment and their vested interest in the status quo. By claiming direct communication with the hidden Imam through a moral conception of his will, Bab in effect personified the charismatic community of the hidden Imam's followers. The revolutionary implication of these ideas is not merely in their resuscitation of Hermetic, Ismaili, and Gula tendencies in Shi'i scholastic thought. 38 There is something far more dangerous to the status quo in these beliefs. Although Sheikh Ahmed Asai's close followers considered him personally as the one in communication with the hidden Imam, and although Bab claimed that status openly for himself, the fact is that in these ideas were dormant the restitution of active historical agency for all Shias and thus in the Shi'i community at large. What is theorized in Sheikh Ahmed Asai is nothing other than the historical disposition of the Shi'i community, namely their collective constitution of a charismatic Gemeinschaft with historical agency. This is what was potentially evident in the Sheikha school of thought, brought from de jure to de facto by Bab and thus most feared by kings and clerics alike. The Babi movement was one of the most glorious revolutionary uprisings and the very last insurrectionary protest to come out of the Shi'i charismatic disposition in the pre-modern period. Bab's movement embraced both the impoverished peasantry and the urban poor, suffering under the double jeopardy of feudal tyranny and colonial encroachment, and shook the tyrannical reign of the Qajars to its foundations. But the final predicament of the Sheikha school and of the Babi movement unfolded in the colonial consequences of the onslaught of European modernity and revealed the cruel fate of this noble uprising that gave birth to some of the greatest heroes of modern Islamic history. What happens to this movement at the end is yet another catastrophic example of Shi'ism collapsing on its own face upon success. Bab was arrested and executed in 1850. He had appointed one of his followers, Mirza Yahya Sobaid Azal, 1830–1912, as his successor. An attempted assassination against Nasir al-Din Shah by Babis resulted in their massive persecution, which in turn culminated in their migration to Iraq in the Ottoman territories. The leadership of Yahya Sobaid Azal was soon challenged by a number of other Babis, among them his brother Mirza Hossein Ali, 1817–1892. The Ottoman authorities, under pressure from the Qajars, finally divided the two groups and sent Yahya Sobaid Azal and his followers to Cyprus and Mirza Hossein Ali and his followers to Acre. Meanwhile, in 1866, Mirza Hossein Ali took the title of Baha'u'llah, Glory of God, and claimed to be the Messiah promised by Bab. Soon he expanded his claim and thought of himself as the promised salvation of all religions, from Zoroastrianism to Christianity. Baha'u'llah systematically eradicated every ounce of revolutionary energy from Babism and put it squarely at the service of the reigning monarchy and of Russian and then British colonialism. By the time that Iranians were getting ready to tear down the very foundation of Qajar monarchy in the course of the constitutional revolution, Baha'u'llah officially sided with Muhammad Ali Shah. His son and successor Abd al-Baha went even further and was knighted by George V, and under the British mandate established the center of his vanity in Haifa. And thus Shi'ism succeeded once again in giving revolutionary momentum to one massive social protest in the form of Babism and then degenerating upon its success into Bahaism. By the time Baha'u'llah and his successors were busy giving themselves obscene egotistical titles, the revolutionary momentum that had now degenerated into their personal vanity had dwindled into non-relevance in the birthplace of the movement. The revolutionary disposition of the movement had long since abandoned it and left it a graceless universalism with no material or moral claim on the fate of a charismatic community that had once invested it with that grace. Having come to the cul-de-sac of the personal vainglory of yet another self-proclaimed prophet, managing his fortune distanced from the predicament of the nation, the Shi'i community now turned to the most consequential event in its fateful encounter with colonial modernity, the Constitutional Revolution of 1906–1911. The Constitutional Revolution of 1906–1911 was the ultimate event that fully implicated Shi'ism in the globalizing project of colonial modernity, bringing a century-long process to a cataclysmic turning point. The confrontation with the European colonial modernity transmuted Shi'ism once again into a site of ideological resistance to colonialism while exposing its doctrinal roots to the brutally corrosive onslaught of instrumental rationalism at the heart of the European Enlightenment. If the Babi movement in Iran is the last medieval insurrection in the Iranian feudal society, the Constitutional Revolution is the first modern revolution upon its successful formation as a nation-state. The moral force of this revolution was predicated on the material basis of subterranean changes in the new Iranian social formations. A wide spectrum of forces and classes participated in the constitutional revolution and three distinct ideological formations divided their attention. Socialist, nationalist, and Islamist persuasions are distinctly evident in the course of the constitutional revolution. The effervescence of these ideological formations, however, is only the evident index of far more serious subterraneous movements. The constitutional revolution is the most significant development in modern Iranian history by virtue of its marking the collapse of the medieval Persian political culture and the simultaneous rise and expansion of the Iranian civil society. This dual development was squarely predicated on the progressive integration of the Iranian national economy into the global circulation of capital and its colonial ancillary. As it was struggling to pull itself out of its medieval fetters, the rising Iranian bourgeoisie was also in a fateful battle with the encroaching colonial interests, and the dual encounter resulted in the measurable expansion of the material basis of the civil society. The constituent components of the civil society now were in full view of history. The landlords and peasants continued to form the principal class formations throughout the 19th century. They were dominated by and incorporated into the Qajar feudal monarchy and the network of their princely division of the country, along with their military apparatus and bureaucratic officialdom. The merchants, craftsmen, and shopkeepers were the nucleus of the expanding urbanization, soon to be augmented by a rising industrial, commercial, and financial bourgeoisie as well as an industrial working class. 39 These continuous and creative class formations were now in a nascent state of a revolutionary coagulation that would forever change the moral and material disposition of the society. The active incorporation of the nascent Iranian national polity and economy into global capitalism and the semi-colonial status of Iran in that predicament had the unintended consequence of providing the nation with the material infrastructure of its civil society. The dramatic expansion and increased security of the highways, completed in the north by the Russians for their own colonial interests, as well as the improvement of the postal service and in particular the establishment of telegraph lines, completed in the south by the British for similar reasons, began to weave the warp and woof of the territorial texture together. 40 The simplification of Persian prose that had started early in the century, the proliferation of printing machines, and the emergence of a robust press gave color and texture to the national character of the civil society. The nationalization of Iranian history and culture, literature in particular and chiefly by European Orientalists, soon followed. Though inorganic, an aggressive group of what can now be called a national intelligentsia emerged and began to defy their moderate class interests and speak the harsh truth to the entrenched power and become the opened windows of the national consciousness. It is in the creative imagination of this national intelligentsia that the very idea of Iran as a nation begins to take shape. The significance of these intellectuals in theorizing the idea and ideal of a civil society as the social side of the nation cannot be overemphasized. In the careful wording of said Amir Arjomand, the social background of the intelligentsia at the turn of the century was undoubtedly diverse and included clerical, bureaucratic, landowning, and mercantile elements. But this diversity of social background did not prevent their unification on the basis of a single ideology comprised of the philosophy of the Enlightenment, the Victorian conception of progress, and the political ideas of nationalism and of parliamentary democracy. Nor did it prevent the intelligentsia from acting as the agent of mobilization and political enfranchisement of the growing civil society on the basis of the same ideology. 41. There thus developed an always massive discrepancy between the ideas and ideals of civil society as articulated by a national intelligentsia and the weak material basis of a national bourgeoisie that could never exact, but would only wish for, such ideals. The central significance of Shi'ism in the revolutionary disposition that resulted in the groundbreaking victory of the civil society over the Qajar court, as the symbolic citadel of Persian feudalism, was directly related to the jaundiced complexion of the Iranian national bourgeoisie. Again in Arjomand's words, in the early decades of the 20th century, civil society, though growing in economic importance, was nevertheless quite small and weak. The mercantile bourgeoisie could not act effectively without seeking support from the hierarchy, and the urban alliance of the mosque and the bazaar could not fail to draw the military might of the tribal periphery into political arena. 42. Shi'ism thus re-emerged as a revolutionary site of resistance by virtue of a historical mission it now had to perform in order to compensate for the material absence of a powerful bourgeoisie and the moral want of an ideological formulation of their ideals. Once again, as in the case of the Babi movement, this revolutionary conscience collective had to release its critical creativity from the bondage of the clerical class. Contrary to the persistently infantilizing readings of Iranian history that considers the disenfranchised classes as the passive side of manipulation by the clergy, 43 the active side of this critical consciousness is nowhere else but among the dispossessed classes, the brutalized peasantry, the urban poor, the economically insecure artisans, shopkeepers, small manufacturers, as well as the disenfranchised tribal communities, all of which were actively represented among the dispossessed lower-ranking clerics. The triumph of the revolutionary conscience collective of the Shi'as over the petty rivalries of the Shi'i clerics is best evident in the hostilities between the seminarians of the two madrasas of Muhammadiyat and Sadr. 44 being transformed from such degenerate competition for religious endowments and seminarian stipends to revolutionary leadership of a massive social protest in modern history was no small feat and certainly no work of the sort that pretexts were sought and found for the excitement of popular religious emotions against the state. 45 As the infantilizing, irrationalizing, readings of modern Iranian history would have it, the fact that the infamous picture of Nas, the Belgian Minister of Customs, in the Shi'i clerical robe became a focal point of attention for the revolutionaries has very little to do with exciting popular emotions and very much to do with the colonial target of the anger that now brought the clerical class closer to the economic interests of the rising Iranian bourgeoisie. The weaker the Iranian national bourgeoisie in its material basis, the stronger the need for the moral reconstitution of Shi'ism as a site of ideological resistance. The weakness of the nascent bourgeoisie was primarily rooted in its being pulled down by the Qajar feudalism and asunder by the overwhelmingly more powerful global capitalism in its colonial contingency. The massive influx and trading of the British and Russian consumer goods inside Iran could of course as much strengthen the rising bourgeoisie as stifle it if coupled with forced colonial heavy-handed interference. The anti-colonial disposition of the mercantile bourgeoisie was thus diametrically opposed to the proclivity of the corrupt Qajar court that had a banal ball giving out lucrative economic concessions to colonial powers in exchange for cash to finance their obscene trips to European capitals. The result is quite simple and forthcoming: in the absence of a robust political apparatus, political parties, organs, discourses, and contestations, to respond to its needs, a natural alliance developed between the nascent Iranian bourgeoisie and the clerical establishment. The clerical establishment itself was in general disenfranchised from its customary position of material power in the interregnum between the fall of the Safavids and the rise of the Qajars. Particularly under the reign of Nader Shah Afshar, their control of the religious endowment was much curtailed. As late as the reign of Nasir al-Din Shah, the Qajar court had the audacity of under Sepahsalar appropriating the religious endowments into its bureaucratic administration. With few prominent exceptions, such as the monumentally corrupt clerics like Mullah Ali Khani, who himself was among the major feudal landlords, the lower-ranking clerics suffered along with everybody else the consequences of an inept and corrupt Qajar court and their colonial potentates. A few staccato events of crucial catalytic impact led to the success of the constitutional revolution and Mozaffar al-Din Shah granting his signature to the drafting of a constitution to his subjects while effectively on his deathbed. Among these events, the seminarian students' attack on the site of the Russian Bank of Tehran and then the governor of Tehran's public punishment and humiliation of a group of Tehran merchants on December 12, 1905 are clear indices of the economic causes and the social significance of the revolution. By January 14, 1906, the ailing monarch was forced to put his royal seal and personal signature on the establishment of an Adalat-Khana, House of Justice. The persistence of the monarch's prime minister Ain al-Dawli in power and the procrastination in the implementation of the royal decree resulted in two other major events that are equally crucial in revealing the underlying forces of the constitutional revolution. First was the massive migration of the major ulama to Qom on July 15, 1906, and second the seeking sanctuary of some 30 merchants and clerics in the British Embassy 4 days later and submitting their demands for, 1. The return of the ulama, 2. Dismissal of the stubborn Prime Minister, and 3. The establishment of the House of Justice to the monarch through the British charge d'affaires, Grant Duff. By the end of the month they had achieved all their 3 objectives. The result of the constitutional revolution, more than anything else, was the inauguration of the very idea of civil society and its ancillary expansion of the political community to include the new social formations in the Iranian social structure. The Shi'i clerics played a central role in the actual events leading to these groundbreaking conclusions. But at no point were they the sole historical agency of its achievement, or in full control of all its major events, nor did they have a complete conception of what a constitutional revolution had to achieve. A critical body of national intelligentsia, with waxing or waning religious sentiments, were equally, if not more, instrumental in translating the ideals of a constitutional democracy into the Iranian political culture. The road for this critical role to be played by a national body of lay intellectuals was paved as early as the early 19th century and in the writings of such prominent figures as Mirza Saleh Shirazi, Hajzin al-Abedin Maraghai, Mirza Fath Ali Akhundzadeh, Abdulrahim Talbouf, Mirza Maqam Khan Nazem al-Dawli, and Mirza Akka Khan Kermani. As a result, in the course and certainly after the constitutional revolution, we can no longer see the Iranian social elite in its medieval composition of kings and clerics. Instead we witness the birth of a nation in direct response to the colonial domination, through which the joint projects of European modernity and the Enlightenment were now perceived. The progressive formation of Iranian civil society was contingent on the active constitution of any number of national nuclei at symbolic, textual, and institutional levels. The gradual composition and nationalization of a progressive intelligentsia was a critical factor in this creative nationalization of the Iranian historical memory. From diverse social origins, Iranian intellectuals began to conceive of themselves as the unitary spokespersons of a new national reality. Their creative imagination became the very effervescent site of a national psyche, a national narrative, and a national self-projection. The nationalization of the Iranian history, culture, and literature in particular, was an instrumental development in this critical point. The scattered and dynastic history of the land began to be re-narrated in national terms. The territorial integrity of a certain cultural identity began to be articulated in very certain terms. Persian literature, poetry in particular, became the literary and artistic location of a transcontinental claim on a national continuity of creative character. As highways, railroads, and telegraph lines began to chart and graph the land, as the shape of a sitting cat began to identify the cartographic appearance of a homeland cut to a shapely size by the cutting edge of colonialism, so did a national intelligentsia begin to narrate a national history, a national literature, a national poetry, in short a national claim on time and space. All of this was in direct response to colonialism. As colonialism was the hegemonic denial of national sovereignty of other nations began first by identifying themselves as nations, and nations became the territorial sites of resistance to the colonial denial of national sovereignty. But behind colonialism were European modernity and its Enlightenment. Through the prism of colonialism but in the mirror of European modernity did Iranians of the constitutional period begin to see and seek themselves as a nation. It is all but obvious that Shi'ism, now the de jure and de facto religion of the overwhelming majority of Iranians, would not be spared of this universal nationalization of the emerging collective psyche. In the course of the ideological preparations for the constitutional revolution, Shi'ism itself is nationalized in Iran and increasingly identified with Persian elements in the Islamic culture. The successful nationalization of Shi'ism was so indisputable that it became something of a shock to generations of students educated in national curriculum to discover that the great figures in the Persian poetic pantheon were in fact Sunni. In order for the nationalization of Persian literature and the simultaneous nationalization of Shi'ism not to collide, contradict, and cancel each other out, the nationalization of Shi'ism inevitably accompanied a Shi'ification of the Persian intellectual, poetic in particular, Legacy. Ferdowsi's presumed Zaidi affiliation became a particularly poignant point in case wherein one iconic figure, the nationalization of Shi'ism and the Shi'ification of Persian poetic imagination, convened in each other. But the nationalization of Shi'ism was not merely reflected on the cultural constitution of a collective character. From the beginning of the 19th century, and as anti-colonial resistance began to take momentum in Iran, Shi'ism was effectively implicated in the nationalization of that resistance. The territorial losses to the Russians in the early part of the 19th century and the economic concessions to colonial powers in the middle and towards the end of the century all culminated in the constitution of a national mode of resistance in which Shi'ism was being actively implicated. By the commencement of the constitutional revolution in the late 19th and early 20th century, Shi'ism was fully invested in the aggressive nationalization of anti-colonial resistance, leading to the formation of a national polity. Here it really did not make a difference that some of the ulama were constitutionalist and others against it. Both constitutionalist ulama, such as Mirza Hossein Khalil Tehrani, Mullah Muhammad Kazem Kharaizani, and Mullah Abdallah Mazandarani, and those who opposed it, such as Sheikh Mohammad Kazem Yazdi, Haji Mirza Hassan, and of course Sheikh Fazlullah Nuri, all contributed, in positive or negative terms, to the aggressive nationalization of Shi'ism, whereby the scattered symbolics, institutions, and texts of the faith coagulated into the iconic forces of a national religion. The actual constitution itself officially recognized Shi'ism as the state religion and as such gave ultimate legal status to the constitutional nationalization of a medieval faith. The nationalization of Shi'ism meant its aggressive modernization, and its modernization meant the exposing of its medieval doctrinal roots to the corrosive elements of the joint projects of colonial modernity and European Enlightenment. The result was enduring and cataclysmic. But in the immediate aftermath of the constitutional revolution, Shi'ism managed to safeguard its potential revolutionary posture by not being politically successful. Had Shi'ism succeeded in dominating and singularly defining the constitutional revolution, the ultimate failure of the movement in establishing a representative democracy would have been immediately translated into yet another moment of crisis for Shi'ism. But fortunately for the revolutionary disposition of Shi'ism, it failed to monopolize the ideological discourses of the constitutional revolution and had to yield considerable space and leverage to alternative modes of mobilization constitutional to the colonially mitigated project of modernity. Two other simultaneous sites of ideological resistance to colonialism emerged in the course of the revolution: nationalism and socialism, in the broadest sense of these two terms. The nationalization of Shi'ism in the course of the constitutional revolution and the simultaneous exposure of its doctrinal roots to the corrosive elements of the joint projects of modernity and the Enlightenment meant its concurrent conversation with nationalism and socialism as the other two modes of ideological resistance to colonialism. Shi'ism thus entered the 20th century completely mutated into a religious nativism that competed with the Iranian ethnic nationalism and Third World socialism as rival sites of resistance to colonialism. 46. The competitive claims of nationalism and socialism to modernity ipso facto rendered the nationalized Shi'ism into religious nativism. The result of this fear of its two ideological rivals was catastrophic, not just for Shi'ism but for the nation at large. The fear of the Shi'i ulama that in the post-constitutional Iranian political culture they will lose the battle to the so-called secular nationalists and socialists forced them into an ill-fated alliance with Reza Shah in 1923 and the safeguarding of the Persian monarchy. Little did they know that they were now in the claws of a far mightier force. Reza Shah soon mounted a massive campaign towards the administrative centralization of power that would sweep away the clerical establishment of all but a shadow of the respect and responsibility they had gained and richly deserved in the course of the constitutional revolution. Soon after he ascended the peacock throne, Reza Shah commenced a massive process of administrative centralization that became the hallmark of post-constitutional statism. In 1925, a succession of commercial, criminal, and civil laws began to codify and centralize the Iranian legal system, all at the expense of religious courts. In 1928, the Shah decided to give a new look to his subjects and by a royal decree ordered men out of their customary habits and limited the clerical habit only to those who could prove their legitimate claim to wearing it. In 1929, the government was put in charge of qualifying exams recognizing the juridical status of the clergy. In the same year Sayyid Hassan Modars, a solitary voice of resistance to Reza Shah's megalomaniac consolidation of power, was put in jail. Reza Shah had masterfully divided the Islamist, nationalist, and socialist forces that had come to revolutionary prominence in the course of the constitutional revolution and was destroying them one by one. In a pathetic degeneration of the revolutionary spirit of the constitutional period, all forces of opposition receded to their tribal limitations and allowed a massive centralization of power by a tyrant to take root. In the name of modernization, Reza Shah mounted one of the most frightful manifestation of fascist statism in modern history, eliminating all autonomous centers of voluntary association, generating a Gleichschaltung program very similar to Hitler's in contemporary Germany. In the 1930s, the totalitarian tendencies of Reza Shah's tyrannical statism only intensified. In 1931, even harsher limits were imposed on the operation of clerical courts. In 1932, the power to issue property titles and other notarization responsibilities was divested from the clerical courts. In the same year the king prohibited performances of the Shiite passion play, Tazia. In 1934, the curricular decisions of the religious seminaries were appropriated by the government. In the same year, the establishment of the Faculty of Theology at Tehran University created a de facto alternative to religious seminaries and critically compromised their autonomy. In 1936, Reza Shah carried his intention to give a new look to his subject further and ordered Iranian women out of their veils. A year later, in 1937, he had Sayyid Hassan Modars murdered in jail. When under pressure from the Allied forces, Reza Shah was forced to abdicate in 1941, the clerical establishment was left in a state of total shambles, the insurrectionary spirit of Shi'ism nowhere in sight. The formation of the Fatah-e-Islam in 1945 and the series of political assassinations for which they assumed responsibility between 1946 and 1951 were the most obvious evidence of the Shia insurrectionary spirit immediately after the abdication of Reza Shah and the Allied occupation of the country. Instead, it was the Third World Socialism of the Today Party that now singularly defined the political agenda of the nation between the abdication of Reza Shah in 1941 until the downfall of Mossadegh in 1953. In the 1940s it was the massive appeal of Today Third World Socialism that tested Shi'ism as a site of insurrectionary mobilization. In the battle, Shi'ism was totally cornered and had to yield the banner of insurrectionary mobilization to one of its two principal secular rivals. The catalytic impact of the Today Party Third World Socialism, its successes and failures, was to radicalize Shi'ism even further in its revolutionary resolve. Whereas the experience of the Constitutional Revolution and its competition with Iranian nationalism were to nationalize Shi'ism in its political disposition, its competition with Today Party Third World Socialism had an enduring effect in its equally socialistic economic disposition. Another major catalytic impact of the Today Party on the Shiite political disposition was the translation of the transnational Third World Socialism of the Today Party into the transnational Pan-Islamism to which now such prominent Shiite figures as Ayatollah Kashani aspired. In the 1950s, it was the turn of the nationalism of the Mossadegh era to test and overrun the revolutionary potentials of Shi'ism. Although Ayatollah Kashani was instrumental in Mossadegh's assumption of power in 1951, the increasing political presence of the Today Party in and out of the nationalist prime minister's government frightened the top Shiite clerics and other members of the clerical establishment. Kashani's anti-colonial position at the height of Mossadegh's nationalization of the Iranian oil industry was an extraordinarily positive force in the 1950s. But once again the competitive edge between Shi'ism and its two secular counterparts in ideological resistance to power was turned against them all. When the CIA-engineered coup of 1953 brought the Shah back to power, Kashani led the clerical sentiment in welcoming the monarch back to power. Thus twice in the course of the 20th century, once in 1925 and once in 1953, the Shi'i clerical establishment was instrumental in restoring monarchical rule to Iran, in both cases out of their fear for the rise and supremacy of alternative sites of ideological resistance, socialism in particular, to the Shi'i clerical position. What the experience reveals is that both nationalism and socialism successfully constituted themselves as alternative sites to Shi'ism and had their significant share of the insurrectionary conscience collective of the nation. They in turn had a catalytic effect on the nature and disposition of Shi'ism as an equally forceful ideological force. Whereas nationalism nationalized Shi'ism, socialism socialized it. Nationalized and socialized, Shi'ism, now in full conversational posture with two dominant ideological forces of anti-colonial modernity, was fully prepared for revolutionary mobilization, while at the very same time was massively exposed to the corrosive forces of instrumental reason, totally unbeknown to itself. By the 1960s, Shi'ism, now nationalized and socialized, was ready for an aggressive re-ideologization against both nationalism and socialism in order to reclaim its full revolutionary potentials. In the course of the June 1963 uprising, led by Ayatollah Khomeini, it momentarily regained that revolutionary posture, but now top-to-toe exposed to the corrosive elements of anti-colonial modernity, and wall-to-wall metamorphosed via its conversation with nationalism and socialism, plunging it even deeper into its predicament of Enlightenment rationalism. That Khomeini's uprising in 1963 fails only reinvigorates Shi'ism as a revolutionary ideology. No sooner had Khomeini's uprising been brutally suppressed than the eloquent voice of Ali Shariati was raised to give by far the most powerful expression to the Shi'i insurrectionary disposition. When Shariati returned to Iran from Paris in 1965, the eloquent, cosmopolitan, and flamboyant voice of a defiant generation in conversation with liberation movements all over the world, the suppression of the June 1963 uprising had totally demoralized the revolutionary disposition of Shi'ism. It is impossible to exaggerate the impact that Shariati had in single-handedly giving full ideological expression to all the suppressed revolutionary potentials of Shi'ism since the commencement of its fateful conversation with the colonially mitigated European modernity. By the mid-1970s, and before his forced departure for and subsequent death in London, Shariati had successfully transformed Shi'ism into the triumphant site of ideological mobilization against the Pahlavi regime. The consummate summation of a century and a half of exposure to the corrosive forces of modernity, Shariati finally delivered Shi'ism into Islamic ideology, at the very same time delivering its coup de grace too. Shariati was the prophetic voice of Shi'ism in the course of its encounter with anti-colonial modernity. Having conversed with and subsumed nationalism and socialism, Shi'ism could not but see itself in the speculum of European colonial modernity as its supreme other, and it became that other. Shariati was the last Shi'i metaphysician and the first Shi'i ideologue, the very picture of a medieval faith in the mirror of colonial modernity. He was the culmination of a century and a half of persistent exposure to the colonially mitigated project of European modernity. He coagulated Shi'ism into Islamic ideology and by that very act delivered its last, fatal, stroke. By the time Shariati attended Shi'ism in the mid-1960s, it had been effectively sidestepped by nationalism in the 1950s and by socialism in the 1940s and thus conversely nationalized and socialized in return. Khomeini's 1963 uprising was no ideological match for the combined attraction of nationalism of the National Front or socialism of the Today Party and the Fatah-e-Khalq organization. Khomeini had to be defeated in 1963, as it were, for Shariati to emerge in the late 1960s and early 1970s in order to prepare the ideological foregrounding of Khomeini's second coming. Shariati stole the show from both the nationalist and the socialist sites of resistance by out-nationalizing one and out-socializing the other in his fiery speeches at the Hassaniya Irshad. In the concise wording of Ervand Abrahamian, the central theme in many of Shariati's works is that third world countries such as Iran need two interconnected and current revolutions, a national revolution to end all forms of imperial domination and to vitalize, the country's culture, heritage, and national identity, and a social revolution to end all forms of exploitation, eradicate poverty and capitalism, modernize the economy, and most important of all, establish a just, dynamic, and classless society. 47. Shariati, however, did far more than merely appropriate the nationalist and socialist agenda and incorporate them both in a massive repoliticization of Shi'ism as Islamic ideology. His years in Paris in the early 1960s coincided with the height of student activism on behalf of the Algerian and Cuban revolutions. His political maturation was thus instantly globalized in the French capital. His translations of Sartre, Fanon, and Che Guevara were the most critical indices of his active incorporation of Shi'ism into a global revolutionary disposition. With Sartre, he gave an existentialist twist to his historical defiance of the essentialized Muslim subject. With Fanon and Che Guevara, his revolutionary persona expanded to cross-cultural proportions and assumed a sense of global camaraderie. The result was that he delivered Shi'ism to its full ideological formation, not just by subsuming all other ideological products of the colonially mitigated encounter with colonial modernity, but, far more importantly, with a sense of global significance and urgency. With Shariati, as a result, Shi'ism was not only ideologized in response to colonialism and its two ideological ancillaries, ethnic nationalism and Third World socialism, but far more significantly it was globalized beyond its native contingencies. Shariati took that historically globalized conception of Shi'ism as Islamic ideology and brought it so critically close to the conscience collective of the Shi'i insurrectionary disposition that he almost completely deauthorized the clerical class as the custodians of that conscience. The clerical class, after Shariati, was no longer the chief defining force in charting the Shi'i revolutionary disposition. Much against the anger and frustration of the clerical class, Shariati successfully wedded Shi'ism to the historical agency of the Shi'as themselves, bypassing the wavering instrumentality of the mullahs. By the dint of a historical accident, Shariati was interjected into this fateful mission exactly after the failure of Khomeini's June 1963 uprising and right before his triumphant return in February 1979. Shariati came to Iran in 1965, less than 2 years after Khomeini was forced into exile following his failed June 1963 uprising, and he left for London less than 2 years before Khomeini returned to finish the job he had left behind in 1979. Khomeini had to vacate the scene, as it were, for Shariati to come back to his homeland from Paris and read Shi'ism fully into its ideological modernity. Khomeini returned triumphantly back to Iran soon after Shariati left for London, to die less than a month later from a massive heart attack, and rode on the rising wave Shariati had set in motion. It is at this point that Khomeini becomes the sole defining factor of the Shi'i insurrectionary disposition. If one revolutionary figure were to personify the paradox of Shi'ism at its insurrectionary best and its tyrannical worst, it is Ayatollah Khomeini. For decades he was the very voice, the cathartic elegance, of the noble anger that is Shi'ism, and then at the moment of his success in establishing a diabolic theocracy he became the incubus nightmare that always awaits any Shi'i success. If in the course of the 1977 to 1979 uprising, Khomeini was the beacon of revolutionary hope, the 10 years of his tyrannical reign between 1979 and 1989 were an interminable nightmare in their medieval terror. The Iran-Iraq War of the 1980 to 1988 only postponed the self-evident, that Shi'ism had once again defeated itself at the moment of its victory. By the end of the war in 1988 and the death of Khomeini in 1989, the 1990s witnessed Shi'ism in full tyrannical swing, the return of its repressed. The clerical class now set upon itself the task of routinizing the terror minus the charismatic occasion of its inauguration. Khomeini's revolutionary success was the simultaneous failure of Shi'ism as the insurrectionary conscience of a people. But this time around Shi'ism was so thoroughly conversant with colonial modernity that its medieval doctrinal roots were dangerously exposed. Colonialism was the historical conduit of exposing Shi'ism to modernity. as alternative sites of resistance to colonialism, nationalism, and socialism were the two ideological surrogates of modernity. Whether it resisted colonialism or competed with nationalism and socialism, Shi'ism, at the heart of Islam in general, ipso facto exposed its medieval doctrinal roots to the corrosive elements of European Enlightenment and colonial modernity. The paradoxical history of Shi'ism in modernity, constantly turning from a revolutionary ideology into an ideology of tyranny, has now ended in the cul-de-sac of the clerical establishment stubbornly holding on to power, while reform-minded Shi'as like Abdul Karim Sarish are trying to restore to Shi'ism its inaugurating authority. 48 On the two complementary poles of theory and praxis, Sarish is trying to expand the historical claim of Shi'i scholastic limits, while President Mohammad Khatami is trying to rein in the dialectical outburst of the forceful self-negation of Shi'ism as a historical paradox. They, Sarish and Khatami, in their complementarity, are contradicting each other. All the appearances are that they complement each other in theory and practice. But in effect they are negating each other. One is contracting the hermeneutic effervescence of Shi'ism against itself, whereas the other is expanding that very dialectic into a conversation with its historical others. Sarish is pulling the Shi'i paradox towards a metaphysical resubjection, Khatami is pushing the edges of the self-same paradox to restore agential autonomy to its history. In the dialectic of their cross-negation is now inserting itself a youthful revolution that feeds on nothing but the raw testosterone of its material, anti-Oedipal, revolt. Sarish and Khatami are the historical mutations of Shariati and Khomeini. One is trying to de-ideologize Shi'ism back into its metaphysics of certainty, whereas the other is trying to have it engage in a civilizational dialogue with its historical others. Sarish is trying to globalize Shi'ism into a hermeneutics of progressive changes, whereas Khatami is trying to engage in a politics of dialogical self-affirmation. They will not necessitate, they will negate each other. The July 1999 student uprising in Iran is the final demarcation of the end of Islamic ideology, not because this massive outpouring of anti-governmental mobilization was anti-Islamic, but precisely because it was non-Islamic, non-nationalist, non-socialist, in one word, non-ideological, or post-ideological. It rendered not just the Islamic but any other form of ideological meta-narrative irrelevant. The material force of their defiance exceeds and postdates the necessity of any ideological convictions. By appearing to reform the Shi'i state from within, in both moral and material terms, what Sarish and Khatami in effect are doing is to gloss over the fact that the age of Islamic ideology is effectively over, that Iran as a nation and as a political culture is on the verge of an entirely new moral and normative agency, and that both the glorious and the catastrophic consequences of the Islamic ideology have now resulted in an entirely different political culture, one that can no longer be contingent on the medieval vocabulary of a theocracy. From the very ideological predicate of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic on the supreme political authority of the jurist, Vilayat-e-Faqih, to such repressive organs as the Council of Guardians and the Expediency Council, the pernicious mutation of a once revolutionary reading of a cataclysmic faith is now in full view. The seeds of this mutation have been self-sprouting in Shi'ism itself. Because of its long and arduous battles against tyranny, from the tyranny of the early caliphs to that of the latest monarchs, Shi'ism itself easily collapses into the most ferocious form of tyranny of the most sacred severity the instant that it assumes power. Shi'ism has to be defeated in order to remain victorious. Shi'ism is a religion of protest. It can never succeed without negating itself. When it succeeds, Shi'ism is in double jeopardy. In the Islamic context at large, it partakes in the masculinism of its transcendental deity, as in the Iranian context in particular it exacerbates the monstrosity of a monarchical claim on our credulity. The emerging claims of the so-called dynamic ijtihad that today we hear in Iran and among the expatriate Iranists is an entirely bogus claim to gloss over this critical moment in the demise of Islamic ideology. It is hard to believe that some 200 years into the catastrophic consequences of an ideological formation that has resulted in a tyrannical theocracy, still serious people can talk about dynamic ijtihad. Dynamic ijtihad is yet another trap to plunge the cosmopolitan Iranian political culture even deeper into an exclusively Islamic discourse. 2 decades into its success, Shi'ism has once again completely lost its revolutionary momentum and turned into an ideology of tyrannical suppression. What we have witnessed over the last 2 decades is global capitalism rendering all religious nativism, ethnic nationalism, and third world socialism obsolete, exactly at a time when the constitutional paradox of Shi'ism is coming back to haunt it. This at a time that Abdul Karim Sarash is trying to dehistoricize Shi'ism and with it Islam itself to rescue it from its current predicament, whereas Khatami is trying to historicize it through a forced dialogue with its already outdated civilizational others. The result is that Sarash and Khatami, who look compatible on the surface, will in effect work against each other. While global capitalism and the Shi'i paradox will corroborate each other and thus Shi'ism as Islamic ideology will lose its discursive legitimacy, Islamic ideology loses its claim on state legitimacy, and Shi'ism as religious nativism will join ethnic nationalism and third world socialism as outdated ideological formations, once again letting go of the central paradox of Shi'ism to roam freely into its future history. The end of Islamic ideology is not the end of ideology, nor is it the end of history, or the appearance of the last man. 49 Such self-congratulatory assumptions at the presumed centers of globalizing power are nervous signs of the encroachment of the periphery, the fear of the foreign. The center can no longer hold, and the periphery is now the center periphery, and thus the instantaneous collapse of all nervous bifurcations that have for too long divided the world to rule it. The end of Islamic ideology is not the failure of political Islam either. 50 If an iota of self-respect and historical agency has remained for Muslims some 2 centuries into the ravages of colonialism, it is precisely because of their having successfully turned aspects of their ancestral faith into sites of resistance to colonialism. The remarkable common feature of all such diagnosis of Islamism as political failure 51 is their selective historical amnesia that the mutation of Islam into Islamic ideology took place under duress and in the shadow of the extended guns of colonialism. The Islamic ideology exhausted, Shi'ism, as Islam's insurrectionary dream of itself, will recede back into the latent layers of Muslim collective memory, awaiting yet another charismatic occasion to reclaim itself, to come back and lead yet another revolt that will be defeated at the moment of its success, Sisyphus paramount. Neither Mullah Sadr Shirazi nor Sheikh Ahmed Asai, neither Abdul Karim Sarash, nor Aristotle himself can save Shi'ism from its historical predicament. Shi'ism is a paradox. It dies at the moment of its success. It succeeds at the moment of its failure. It is only alive when it speaks the defiant truth to the entrenched power. It dies the second it succeeds and assumes power. The bullet that at the conclusion of this paragraph was sitting in the spinal cord of Saeed Hajarian, a reformist ally of President Mohammad Khatami who was the target of an assassination attempt in March 2000, is the most eloquent argument that I can offer in defense of my thesis. In a moving phrase that characterizes the social evolution of Christianity, the father of Christian liberation theology Gustavo Gutierrez speaks of a historical pilgrimage of the religion itself, a pilgrimage from which we ought to learn its success, its omissions, and its errors. 52 This is a critical self-reflection that ultimately amounts to our heritage or the way a religion historically understands itself. What I have sought to outline in this chapter is in the spirit of a similar historical pilgrimage in order to argue that such a heritage, particularly in its political articulation in Islam, is not given but earned, effectively rehistoricized and reassessed by way of clearing the air to see in what particular terms it has done its services, run its course, and is now ready for another dispensation. In the context of Christianity proper, Gustavo Gutierrez speaks of a succession of attempts ranging from theology of temporal realities to theology of history, theology of development, even of a theology of revolution, and ultimately of course of a political theology and a theology of liberation. He categorically dismisses the historical record of Christianity in having taken the realm of the political or what he calls the domain of social praxis seriously, and as of 1971 could write that in Christian circle there was and continues to be difficulty in perceiving the originality and specificity of the political sphere. 53 He observes that Christianity was very much limited to the private sphere and that the public sphere was left outside the domain of Christian theology, or at best, delegated to an abstraction called common good. There was, in the Islamic case, quite an overabundance of emphasis on that political sphere, so much so that there remained very little room for the non-political sphere. There has in fact never been a clearly articulated bifurcation between the private and the public domains in the Islamic political culture. If anything, Islam has been too much public in its demands upon the individual, particularly during the last 200 years and in its active interlocution with European colonialism. Gustavo Gutierrez believes, we must take a new look at Christian life, we must see how these emphases in the past have conditioned and challenged the historical presence of the Church. A similar assessment and moral inventory is obviously in order in the Islamic case as well, and its combative encounter with colonial modernity. The positing of the political, as Gustavo Gutierrez argues, will in fact generate and articulate a new kind of Christianity. In his own words, in this participation in the public domain will be heard nuances of the Word of God which are imperceptible in other existential situations and without which there can be no authentic and fruitful faithfulness to the Lord. He goes so far as radically posing the question, what does it mean to be a Christian today, and adds further momentum to this question by forcing it to face the existential dilemma posed by Albert Camus, to decide whether life deserves to be lived or not. 54 Islam deserves and demands no less a vigorous question if it is to be rescued from the militant adventurism of Osama bin Laden around the globe and the vagaries of an Islamist theocracy in Iran alike. To ask the similar question of what does it mean to be a Muslim today, and thus to face the identical question that Camus poses and remains valid, is to have what Gramsci has called a historical inventory of how and when did Muslims come to where they are now. If we are able to escape the frightful nightmare that bin Laden and his American/Israeli neocon counterparts have created, we will have that necessary sanity to rethink Islam in its most recent history. The history of Shi'ism over the last 200 years, in the way I have outlined it in very general strokes in this chapter, is the history of Islam in general, and indicative of a more pervasive rise of Islam as the site of ideological resistance to European colonialism and now American imperialism. In the course of this mutation, Islam as a cosmopolitan culture in and of itself was mutated into a singular political citation confronting a monumental abstraction called the West. While Islam in general was stripped of its innate cosmopolitan disposition and systematically mutated into a singular site of ideological resistance to this West, Muslims themselves were being increasingly incorporated into a cosmopolitan culture of different and entirely worldly nature. In specifically political terms, socialism, nationalist, or Islamist dispositions were the divergent ideological insignia of integration into a far more cosmopolitan nature, in correspondence to which Muslims were at times not even considering themselves Muslims, and simply as human beings partook in the moral and normative imaginary of a planetary worldview to which they were integral but over which they had no complete or exclusive control. Any singular claim to absolutist authenticity, Islamist, nationalist, or socialist, was bound to distort and thus repress the more worldly disposition of this cosmopolitan culture of resistance to colonialism. Because Islamist ideologies emerged in dialogical contestation against colonialism and thus perforce in dialectical conversation with the two oppositional ideologies most responsive to the same malady, nationalism and socialism, Islam too became a meta-narrative of absolutist salvation, a proclivity not entirely alien to its own pre-modern metaphysical disposition. The combination of its own innate absolutist tendencies and its combative contestations with colonialism, as well as with anti-colonial nationalism and socialism, inevitably pushed Islam towards the nomocentricity of its juridical disposition, rather than the logocentricity of its philosophies or the homocentricity of its varied forms of mysticism, and thus the jurists, Sunni or Shi'i, became the principal iconic spokespersons of political Islam. The exclusive and combative juridicalization of Islam in its entirety meant that political Islamism also became correspondingly juridical and thus was systematically corroded, not just the cosmopolitan disposition of Islam itself but in fact the emerging cosmopolitanism of Muslims in their renewed worldly Weltanschauung, philosophy of life. These tendencies towards absolutist certainties were not of course limited to Islam. As Islam was thus reduced to yet another form of nativism, so was nationalism degenerated into jingoism, as did socialism into Stalinism. Among all the Muslim ideologues of the last 2 centuries, Ali Shariati was the farthest into a radical ideologization of Islam and thus, quite paradoxically, closest in seeing it through a breakthrough into a new cosmopolitan disposition, and that by virtue of his prolonged and transformative conversations with Fanon and Che Guevara, and through them with the larger world revolutionary movements. As a result, throughout his writings Shariati became worldly in his disposition and nearest in rescuing Islam from its nativism, which is precisely what his American counterpart Malcolm X was about to do after his break with the Nation of Islam, from the exactly opposite direction. If we take the 2 leading revolutionary figures of the latter part of the 20th century as our iconic conclusion of what has happened to the faith in general, whereas Ayatollah Khomeini's revolutionary practices were ultimately trapped inside the paradox of Shi'ism, Ali Shariati's revolutionary ideas were emancipated from that disabling paradox and thus wedded the particularity of Shi'ism to Islam at large, and even further on connected Islam to a world revolutionary mobilization. It is now from that transitional vantage point, when Islamist nativism has all but forgotten its originary cosmopolitan moment and yet it is about to discover a renewed worldly cosmopolitanism, that I need to tell the rest of my story. 3. Blindness and insight. Europe is literally the creation of the Third World. Franz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, New York, Grove Press, 1963, 208. While studying in Paris in the 1960s, Ali Shariati, 1933 to 1977, carried the Islam within him into a fateful conversation with radical revolutionaries and revolutions around the globe, with those in Cuba and Algeria in particular. Just like his contemporary Malcolm X, 1925 to 1965, Shariati was shedding one skin after another in exposing his faith to ever wider revolutionary circles, mobilizing his Islam to face potent insurrectionary uprisings, a global reconfiguration of power in which Islam had to play an integral, but never a definitive, role. It is in that role that Islam could have, and yet has not, discovered its renewed cosmopolitan worldliness. Shariati moving from Iran to Paris, just like Malcolm X moving from America to Mecca, connected 2 colonially divergent worlds to make room for a far wider domain of revolutionary engagements, one that would make no distinction between a center and its peripheries, between a Christian who had become a Muslim, and a Muslim who had gone global. The only crucial advantage of Malcolm X over Ali Shariati is that Malcolm had never any delusional configuration called the West bog him down. For him the white man was the bugbear of his noble anger, which apparition he finally overcomes towards the end of his short but glorious revolutionary career. The combined wisdom of Ali Shariati and Malcolm X bears fruitfully on Franz Fanon's revelations. Not just literally, as Fanon has said, but conceptually Europe is the invention of the Third World, which is a far more insidious proposition. It is not just Europe, as Fanon has rightly proposed, that is the invention of the Third World. The Third World itself is the invention of Europe, which results in a far more pernicious dialectic in which Europe, and thus the West, always wins and the Third World always loses. In the dialectical treachery of that reciprocity dwells the roots of where and when Muslim intellectuals and activists the world over have picked up their pen or gun and started shooting. Here in this chapter, I wish to give a detailed outline of why and how is it that at the most serious epistemic level, any intellectual engagement with Islam that is still conversant with the very centrality of the notion of Europe, or more specifically with the European colonial modernity, has hit a cul-de-sac, and how is it that in one particularly potent and persuasive figure, Abdul Karim Sarash, an ambitious intellectual, manages to write with an astonishing intellectual proficiency and yet have absolutely nothing to say about the global predicament of Muslims today. My intention here is to examine Abdal Karim Sarash as the very last Muslim ideologue, the Muslim ideologue who is actively engaged in an Islamic conversation with a dead entity. In debunking the outdated project of Abdal Karim Sarash, with an aside on an even less relevant figure, Tariq Ramadan, I wish to resuscitate the moral outrage and revolutionary project of Ali Shariati, but this time around with the global spirit of Malcolm X running through his rebellious veins. Thinkers such as Abdal Karim Sarash and Tariq Ramadan have brought the revolutionary projects of Ali Shariati and Malcolm X to a false, premature, and forced conclusion by either subjecting them to a scholastic hermeneutics, Sarash, or thinking the locus of the encounter shifted to a vacated neighborhood in the West, Ramadan, or above all once again refetishizing, both Sarash and Ramadan, the West, a colonial concoction that had been all but surpassed in the works of Ali Shariati and which had never been even a factor in the more advanced project of Malcolm X. In thinking through the emerging terms of a new liberation theodicy, we need to cross over the recent works of thinkers like Sarash and Ramadan and go back to those of Ali Shariati and Malcolm X and resume a conversation with their unfinished projects, which are almost identical, though launched from two opposing ends of the fictive line of the West. Any serious reconsideration of the emancipatory aspirations at the heart of Ali Shariati and Malcolm X's unfinished project will wash over and supersede the belated works of people like Abdal Karim Sarash or Tariq Ramadan. In proposing a resumed conversation with the unfinished revolutionary projects of Ali Shariati and Malcolm X, I also intend a not-so-hidden warning against the notion of European modernity as presumably still an unfinished project. Jürgen Habermas, the distinguished German philosopher, still insists on considering the European, for the rest of the world colonial, project of modernity unfinished, seemingly unaware or indifferent to the fact that the rest of the world received this lofty project through the gun barrel of European colonialism. What I am ultimately proposing here is to posit Ali Shariati and Malcolm X's unfinished global revolutionary project, to which particular liberation theology Islam is integral, but never definitive, up against Jürgen Habermas' reading of European modernity as an unfinished project, to which Europe, and by extension the West, is not just integral but in fact definitive. For us to reach, at the end of this book, a critical evaluation of Malcolm X's unfinished revolutionary project as a prophetic vision of a new liberation theology, we will also need to see how what Habermas calls the unfinished project of European modernity is itself a further and more insidious philosophical trap towards which the non-European world cannot have any attraction or interest. Point 1. For Habermas, the critical point of departure in the philosophical history of European modernity is Kant, and by the time Kant had published his What is Enlightenment, 1784, he had already long since initiated the philosophical discourse of modernity. The philosophical tradition of European modernity considers Kant the precursor of the young Hegelians, the first philosopher to make a clean break with the European metaphysical tradition, the philosopher who made everyone after him suspect. Everlasting assumptions of the metaphysics. In his essay on Kant's What is the Enlightenment, Foucault, who otherwise criticizes Kant for having made the whole range of human sciences and the will to knowledge possible, considers him the first to have initiated a philosophical preoccupation with modernity that makes Hegel, Nietzsche, Max Weber, Horkheimer, and Adorno, and even himself possible. Point 2. The only objection that Habermas has with Kant is that the father of Enlightenment modernity opted for a subject-centered self-criticism as the inaugurating moment of modernity, while Habermas proposes an intersubjective alternative that is predicated on a communicative reading of reason, a perspective, he believes, that will ward off the postmodern critique of modernity, while saving it for posterity. The fact that this liberal-minded philosophical articulation of intersubjectivity is always already predicated on a nasty political imbalance of power does not seem to bother Habermas. But that is the least of Habermas' problem and his reading of Kant so far as the world beyond the Danube River is concerned. The marking of Kant as the inaugural moment of modernity is quite crucial when we take a look at another work of the father of European modernity, namely his Observations on the Feeling of the Beautiful and Sublime, 1763, in which we witness Kant willing to perform certain moral surgeries on Arabs, the Spaniards of the Orient, Persians, the French of Asia, or Japanese, the Englishmen of this part of the world, to endow them with the hope of becoming like Europeans, though everything about them in Kant's estimation is either degenerate or grotesque. But alas, no moral surgery can save other Orientals in Kant's book. The Negroes of Africa believed the author of What is the Enlightenment, 1784, have by nature no feeling that rises above the trifling. Mr. David Hume challenges anyone to cite a single example in which a Negro has shown talents, and asserts that among the hundreds of thousands of blacks who are transported elsewhere from their countries, although many of them have even been set free, still not a single one was ever found who presented anything great in art or science or any other praiseworthy quality, even though among the whites some continually rise aloft from the lowest rabble and through superior gifts earn respect in the world. 3. On another occasion, Kant quotes a statement about women that is attributed to an African and reported by a certain Father Labat, to which the author of Critique of Pure Reason adds, and it might be that there were something in this which perhaps deserved to be considered, but in short, this fellow was quite black from head to foot, a clear proof that what he said was stupid, for this is the author of a modernity that Habermas considers still unfinished, but worthy of getting there. Habermas is known for his insistence that Germans should come to terms with their Nazi past. But he is yet to see the evidence of Immanuel Kant on the ground of European concentration camps and the Jewish Holocaust. In his Dispute of the Faculties, 1798, Kant had considered if not the French Revolution itself then the enthusiasm with which it was perceived and received as the empirical indication that the general direction of the human condition had a moral tendency towards the better. Kant considered the French Revolution central to his theory of historical emancipation of the human condition for the better, for that event is too great, too closely interwoven with the interest of mankind, not to be remembered by the peoples of the world under the inducement of favorable conditions and awakened for renewed attempts of this kind. 5. Habermas takes this as an indication that Foucault discovers in Kant the first philosopher to take aim like an archer at the heart of a present that is concentrated in the significance of the contemporary moment, and thereby to inaugurate the discourse of modernity. 6. Both Kant and Foucault, and of course Habermas, are correct in detecting in the French Revolution the inaugural pause of a history of emancipation in modernity. But it is not quite clear from any of these glosses if Kant considers people who are quite black from head to foot, a clear proof of their stupidity, among what he considers the peoples of the world and thus worthy of this emancipation. In Kant's world humanity at large was the world, in Kant's notion of emancipation humanity at large was worthy only of slavery. This does not seem to bother Habermas. In Habermas' reading of Kant, he is principally responsible for transforming thought into a diagnostic instrument, because he entangles it in the restless process of self-reassurance that to this day has kept modernity in ceaseless motion within the horizon of a new historical consciousness. 7. From Hölderlin to Foucault, Habermas considers a genealogy of poets and philosophers who contribute to the sharpening of the modern time consciousness that made its entrance into philosophy with the question, what is enlightenment? The philosopher becomes a contemporary, he steps out of the anonymity of an impersonal enterprise and identifies himself as a person of flesh and blood to whom every clinical investigation of a contemporary period confronting him must be directed. 8. The only problem with this entrance into the lofty contemporaneity of the European philosopher is that he, and they are all he, has an imperial notion of Europe by which the world has to abide or else be called a savage. All these savages, Habermas seems to have neglected this part of Kant's wisdom, have little feeling for the beautiful in moral understanding, and the generous forgiveness of an injury, which is at once noble and beautiful, is completely unknown as a virtue among the savages, but is rather disdained as miserable cowardice. 9. One must not for a second be distracted by the vicious racism of this passage, lest we will forget that as savages we non-Europeans have simply no entry into Kant's moral imaginary. It is not that we are just ugly, degenerate, grotesque, quite black from head to foot, and thus incapable of grasping beauty. But we are so because we are part of the knowable world, at the benevolent mercy of the white European, who alone is for Kant the knowing subject. When predicated on his reading of Kant, Habermas generously offers the world the chance to engage in forming intersubjectivity. He fails to understand that we colored folks are the objects of Kantian subjective observation and can never be the subjects to any intersubjectivity. This is the problem that the rest of the world faces, even if we were to try to give Habermas a helping hand in finishing his project of modernity. For Habermas, modernity is an unfinished project. It has a long way to go. He opposes Lyotard's critic of modernity because he believes that the dismantling of any project will ultimately have to rely on a rational discourse. Habermas equally criticizes Horkheimer and Adorno for their critique of the Enlightenment project by abandoning systematic theorization for what he calls ad hoc determinate negation. 10 In Richard Rorty's words, anything that abandons such an approach to generate universal theories will be counted by Habermas as more or less irrationalist because it drops the notions which have been used to justify the various reforms which have marked the history of the Western democracies since the Enlightenment, and which are still being used to criticize the socio-economic institutions of both the free and the communist worlds. Point 11. Rorty further adds that abandoning a standpoint which is, if not transcendental, at least universalistic, seems to Habermas to betray the social hopes which have been central to liberal politics. 12 One might still insist in seeing Habermas' point that the world needs to have social hopes, for social hopes are good, and in order to have them we do indeed need to have at least universalistic if not transcendental standpoints. But the problem is that for the world to join Habermas, and Rorty for that matter, in entertaining such social hopes, people must cross this particularly tall wall that the very father of European Enlightenment has erected between them and the fortunate white folks. So fundamental, Immanuel Kant insists, is the difference between these two races of man, and it appears to be as great in regard to mental capacities as in color. 13 So it is not just their unfortunate color that the black folk have no clue what to do with, but their very mental capacities that stands between their wretched existence and the social hopes that on behalf of Kant, Habermas wishes to impart to them. People around the globe do indeed wish to partake in those social hopes and attest to certain universal principles by which they are to be attained. But alas, the blacks are very vain but in the Negro's way, and so talkative that they must be driven apart from each other with thrashing. 14 Thrashing, that is, as in inflicting corporal punishment with repeated blows, as in whacking, beating, and such. So what Habermas calls irrationality is unfortunately written into our Negro's way, and there is no way we can give a helping hand in finishing this particular project of modernity. If we were to open our mouth to say something in support of finishing this project of modernity, we are afraid we will expose our tenacity in talking too much and thus necessitate a solid whipping to stop us from talking. The blindness of Habermas and the entire racist modernity he represents is solidly written into the insights that he shares with his fellow countryman Kant. One can of course argue that the defense of European Enlightenment modernity and the cause of finishing its project must perhaps altogether abandon Germany and Immanuel Kant and go to the United Kingdom and John Stuart Mill and begin with his magnificent essay on liberty. But here too, alas, we face an even taller citadel. The sacred duties. This is John Stuart Mill talking, after 23 years in the service of the East India Company, which civilized nations owe to the independence and nationality of each other, are not binding towards those to whom nationality and independence are certain evil, or at best a questionable good. 15 We are, however, not at liberty to make such shifts, because if we look at the same problem from a post-structuralist, postmodernist perspective, the principal objection of Foucault to Kant is in fact his having initiated this modernity. The postmodern critic of Kant considers him the epistemologist who initiated the age of anthropological thought and made the human sciences possible with his analysis of finiteness. In The Order of Things, for example, Foucault argued that the mode of knowledge prevalent in modernity is characterized by the cognitive subject becoming self-referential and aware of its finiteness and thus demanding infinite power. As Habermas puts it, Foucault believed that Kant transforms this aporia of the self-referential cognitive subject being aware of its finiteness and thus demanding infinite power into a structural principle of his epistemology by reinterpreting the limitations of our finite faculty of cognition as transcendental conditions of a knowledge that progresses on into infinitude. 16 Thus the project of modernity is inseparable from Kant's epistemological project, nor is his racism. Habermas, nevertheless, is relentless and uncompromising in his defense of European modernity. In his theory of communicative action he argues that rationality is a moral imperative that is social. The communication among social agents places them in a moral bond. This is the conceptual premise of his defense of modernity around the idea of autonomous public spheres. Through the work of Habermas, the entire course of Western European philosophy, in particular the Enlightenment, is actively relegitimated. In addition, Habermas' claim for the Western European project of the Enlightenment is no longer even culture-specific to this region but in fact constitutionally universal. Concerned about the rise of neo-fascism in Germany, Habermas has branded the entire sweep of post-structuralist developments, from Nietzsche to Heidegger and Derrida, as neoconservatives and politically dangerous. Habermas' critique of the postmodernists and the accusation of labeling them neoconservatives, have to do with the fact that he considers modernity as a philosophical condition through which we have a critical stance towards the foundations of our beliefs. His critique of the postmodernists is that they deny the existence of a universally legitimate moral consciousness from which we can sustain a critical stance to these foundations. He indeed may be correct in calling postmodernists what he does. But what for the rest of the world is entirely unclear is what exactly the seesawing between European modernity and European postmodernity has to say about the particularities of a universal colonial condition that was first placed outside the fold of Enlightenment modernity by its very founding father and then again deemed demonstrative of the inapplicability of such meta-narratives by those who were thought to be criticizing Kant. Enlightenment modernity had no room for the colonized world, the vast expanse of the world at large in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, because it thought that black folks are constitutionally stupid and that they talk too much. Postmodernity does have room for the colonized world but only as the exception that proves the rule of universal humanity false. So either way, the non-European world is placed outside the fold of both the European reason and the European unreason. So it makes absolutely no difference for the rest of the world whether this debate between modernists and postmodernists goes one way or another. Either way, we are out. To be sure, the postmodernists are not rolling back and pretending they are dead when it comes to Habermas' defense of modernity as an unfinished project. Jean-François Lyotard, for example, criticizes Marx, Freud, and Habermas, among others, for having produced meta-narratives as the theoretical enunciation of modernity. For Lyotard the term modern refers to any science that legitimates itself with reference to a metadiscourse. 17 A metadiscourse is an explicit appeal to some grand narrative, such as the dialectics of the spirit, the hermeneutics of meaning, the emancipation of the rational or working subject, or the creation of wealth. 18 For Lyotard, the term postmodern is an incredulity towards meta-narratives. Lyotard criticizes Habermas for producing yet another meta-narrative, this one of emancipation, which is even more abstract than the Marxian or Freudian meta-narratives. Lyotard considers any attempt such as Habermas to generate universalizable theory as yet another meta-narrative in the Enlightenment spirit of modernity. This indeed is a crucial warning when it comes to any liberation idea, theory, or theology, and thus the necessity of understanding liberation theodicy as a mode of thinking and practice that is always narratively unsure but morally certain of itself, and it does so by working its shadows of doubt into the shades of its certainties. Richard Rorty, too, criticizes Habermas for insisting on theory, and in turn opts for what he calls ethnocentrism and social practice. Rorty opposes Habermas' attempt to argue that Western democracies are predicated on a sustainable theory that is traceable to the Enlightenment. He insists that, whereas Habermas complements bourgeois ideals by reference to the elements of reason contained in them, it would be better just to complement those untheoretical sorts of narrative discourse which make up the political speech of the Western democracies. It would be better to be frankly ethnocentric. 19. This frankness on the part of Rorty is quite crucial and in fact necessary, and indeed closer to what Kant had in mind by his enlightenment, and thus the rest of the world will not have any delusional fantasy, nor would there be any expectation from it, to come and join Europeans in achieving the ends of their modernity. As Rorty rightly says, these ideals and aspirations have been the social practices of Europeans and their Western democracies, as in fact a definitive and a particularity of these democracies as slavery in Greek city-states and colonialism in European modernity. Rorty's unabashedly ethnocentric references to the political speech of Western democracies and even more emphatically his confession that it would be better to be frankly ethnocentric are where the postmodern critic of the projects of modernity finally yields inroad into a post-colonial critic of modernity which is conspicuously absent from the argument of both the defendant and the opponents of the Enlightenment. Rorty's admission that what Habermas insists in universalizing into the status of theory is really nothing more than the social practice and the political speech of the Western democracies exposes the honest-to-goodness ethnocentrism of these democracies. Once that ethnocentrism is thus exposed, and once we altogether abandon Habermas' insistence that the whole world must swallow such ethnocentrism as rational and theoretical, we are in a far better position finally to turn to Rorty himself and ask by what power, and by what authority, have these Western democracies been put in a position thus socially to practice their political speech. In other words, it is precisely in the relation of power constitutional to the colonial practice that Western democracies have been put in a position not only to define their social practices and deliver their political speeches, but also to borrow from both the metaphysics and the Enlightenment to call their practice reason and name their privilege theory. Habermas' critique of the postmodernists and the accusation of labeling them neoconservatives have to do with the fact that he considers European modernity as a philosophical condition through which we have a critical stance towards the foundations of our beliefs. His critique of the postmodernists is that they deny the existence of a universally legitimate moral consciousness from which we can sustain a critical stance to these foundations. What Habermas is seemingly unaware of or indifferent to is the fact that whether we call it modernity, enlightenment, or a universally valid moral consciousness, the philosophical discourse of modernity, from Kant to Habermas, has been concomitant, not just historically but in fact epistemically, to a period of Western European history in which a handful of countries in these regions have colonized almost the entirety of the human race. Such problems as domestic colonialism, as in the case of Northern Italy versus Southern Italy, or capitalist entrepreneurship versus the working class, or the catastrophic consequences of the rise of National Socialism in Germany, or the Nazi concentration camps, are troubles enough for a position that argues for the existence of a universally valid moral consciousness in the public sphere, as issued from the very site of these atrocities. But if we open the Western European window of Habermas to the larger world, a much more troubling vista will open for him, his philosophical project, and his wish for us to join him in finishing the European project of modernity. There we will see that the project of Enlightenment modernity is precisely where the power-based production of knowledge in the Western European age of empire building puts Habermas and his philosophical ancestry in a position of power to define what exactly rationality is, and, ipso facto, places the rest of the world in a receptive passivity that has to be told what rationality is. Other than being a bit too talkative and otherwise constitutionally demented, Habermas' philosophical parentage thought we were capable of no other thing. The absence of the monumental problem of colonialism in Habermas' project of defending modernity points precisely to where the rationalism he defends is rational only for white people, this according to Kant himself and not according to the critics of modernity, and thus entirely irrational. For the native, as Fanon used to say, objectivity is always directed against him. 20 In other words, whenever Habermas utters modernity, the rest of the world hears colonial modernity. This strange echoing effect is the byproduct of the way, to borrow from Heidegger's famous phrase, philosophy speaks German. Habermas, however, is entirely correct in accusing postmodernism of neoconservatism and dangerous political ineptitude. Postmodernism, understood in its most populist sense, can indeed turn its devastating critic of modernity into a supercilious language game in which no moral position can be held about anything. but that corruption of the postmodernist critic into moral indifference is really a nihilistic reaction of the self-same white people's, Kant's choice race, rationality that has ultimately opted to throw up its hands in exasperation and altogether give up on the universality of their ancestral claim to reason. A much greater and potent potentiality is evident and palpitating in the critique of the European project of Enlightenment modernity, which has to do with the mounting of that project on the back of the colonized world. It is impossible to imagine the Western European project of Enlightenment modernity without its destructive shadow cast over the entirety of the colonized world, and it is to that world, the world at large, that Habermas seems to be entirely indifferent. There is one other crucial point worth noting here. It is quite crucial to note that Habermas' attack against postmodernism is garbed in implicitly Christian terms, though seemingly unbeknown to himself. Against Derrida, for example, he charges that he is merely saved from the aesthetic tastelessness of a new paganism by unconsciously belonging to the Jewish Kabbalistic tradition. Point 21. What Habermas does not realize is that this very charge is a two-edged sword, and when he thus spotlights Derrida as a Jewish philosopher, he has in fact done the same on himself and underlined the Christian elements of his own blindfold insistence on the universality of the European project of modernity. If it is Derrida's Jewish Kabbalism that saves him from the aesthetic tastelessness of a new paganism, is it not then the Christian ecumenicalism of Habermas that informs his own bravura insistence on the universality of the European Enlightenment, for him the supreme sign of human salvation? There is nothing wrong with being a Jewish, a Christian, or a Muslim philosopher. But the arrogant self-confidence with which Habermas speaks as a German or a European and yet claims to speak for a moral universalism is at issue here, a point not entirely lost to his critics. He has been asked, point blank, when he uses the plural we in speaking in the defense of modernity, what exactly he has in mind. Who is we? Is the we universal, or does it mean we Germans? Or does it even mean that because of their historical experience Germans now carry the world historical burden of the universal? If so, Habermas would be in perhaps uncomfortably close proximity to Heidegger's claim that when others want to philosophize they speak German. We should note that whoever is meant by the we here, it is at least we Europeans. At the end of his book on modernity we find, who else but Europe could draw from its own traditions the insight, the energy, the courage of vision, everything that would be necessary to strip from the premises of a blind compulsion to system maintenance and system expansion their power to shape our mentality. 22. The problem with using a we by a German philosopher and then implicating something called a moral universalism has perhaps, as Strong and Sposito think, something to do with Habermas' unresolved complexities in his relation to Kant. 23. But something far more insidious is at work here. That claim has to do with the audacity of the Germans, if we are to think like Habermas and Heidegger, because after all we, that is they, are philosophizing, first giving the world Auschwitz and then by virtue of that calamity claiming the sole authority in philosophizing the modernity that conditioned it. Suppose what Nazis gave Europe in the form of the Holocaust was a sample of what Europeans have given the world in the form of colonialism. What then? Can the subaltern, to borrow Gayatri Spivak's rhetoric, philosophize? If we were not to be reprimanded and punished by the father of Enlightenment modernity for speaking too much, we might venture to say how fortunate we think we are that the European project of colonial modernity has remained unfinished, for it would have finished only by finishing the rest of the humanity off. The problem of the Muslim subaltern over the last 200 years has not been the permission to philosophize. What in face of a predatory history of European colonialism Muslims, as all other colonized people, have done is simply to find a refuge, and a manner of mobilization and resistance, in, among other revolutionary ideologies, a rereading of their ancestral faith. In positing itself against two mighty rivals of anti-colonial nationalism and socialism, Islamism has had an innate propensity towards nativism and even at times obscurantism. The hostility to colonial modernity and a turn to what they have invariably termed the real Islam as an alternative to both Western democracies and Soviet socialism is nothing new or exclusive to Muslims. Similar, or variations on the theme of similar, reactions are evident in the very heart of European capitalist modernity. Consider the post-Weimar Germany and the reaction of German intellectuals, thinkers, and philosophers to the social and economic ravages of World War I, which has assumed an almost mystical anti-technological anti-modernity. Almost half a century before the advent of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, and just about the time when the collapse of the Ottoman Empire was beginning to teach Muslims their harshest lessons ever in their colonially mitigated reception of modernity, at the heart of European modernity Heidegger had sought refuge from the ravages of modernity in a mystical perception of National Socialism. Jalal Ali Ahmed's return to Islamism in his Westintoxication, 1962, was predicated on Ernst Junger's critic of technological modernity, who had an identical effect on Martin Heidegger. 24 The subjugation of Muslims to the military might of the colonial powers at times translated into varied modes of technophobia. This colonially mitigated technophobia is frighteningly similar to Heidegger's philosophically derived anti-modernity, which narrows in on his condemnation of the technological age. As early as 1937, as noted by Luc Ferry and Alain Renet in their Heidegger and Modernity, 1988, Heidegger had noted the calculative reason as a feature of the technological age. Heidegger's critique of technology focused on the resubjection of man as a functionary of the useful in the modern age. Technology had demystified the world by making it an inventory of useful energies. Modernity was this period in history where the successful resubjection of man had made technology that paramount spirit of the age. While in Heidegger's thought Ferry and Renet have detected a reading of Nazism as the achievement of modernity, they have equally noted his conception of the movement as a response to modernity. 25 It is in this latter reading that Heidegger always saw in the Nazi endeavor the search for a third term irreducible to either Western democracies or Soviet collectivism. His 1935 Introduction to Metaphysics, which describes the globalization of technology as the spiritual decline of the earth, conjures up the pincers of East-West conflicts in which Europe is caught. From a metaphysical point of view, Russia and America are the same dreary technological frenzy, the same unrestricted organization of the average man. 26. The similarity of these passages to Khomeini's slogan of neither the East, nor the West, but the Islamic Republic is frightfully familiar. What Germany experienced in the aftermath of World War I was just a taste of what the rest of the world has experienced subject to the savageries of European colonialism forever. Global capitalism experienced perhaps its most fateful demise, as recent economic historians propose. 27 In the immediate aftermath of World War I, when the USSR was chiefly responsible for the degeneration of a succession of socialist revolutionary movement around the globe into Soviet imperialism, while European fascism was reaching for quick fixes to varied social and economic crisis, and the USA had not yet entered world economic disorder in full throttle. The genocidal horrors of Nazi Germany, the depth of Soviet corruption, the demise of the social movements of the 1960s and the criminal involvement of Americans in the Vietnam may also in part account for the rise of European postmodernism, in which the capitalist modernity experienced yet another intellectual blowback in the form of postmodernism in the widest sense of the term. In this context we may also understand the reasons for Foucault's misreading of the Islamic Revolution in Iran as well. He too detected in what he categorically identifies as an Islamic revolution a momentary pause in the ravages of the European project of, for him invariably flawed, for the world always colonial, modernity, a charismatic escape from the routinized mendacities of the instrumental reason. 28 But he too, just like Habermas, could never see the doubly catastrophic consequences of European modernity for colonized or semi-colonized societies like Iran. Whatever the malaise of modernity and its instrumental reason might be, colonialism had constituted the very subjectivities of the colonized person at the receiving end of the project. The anti-colonial reason and agency that these struggles have generated and sustained have been instrumental to a worldly cosmopolitanism that went completely over Foucault's head when he spent a few days in Tehran and wrote about the Islamic Revolution in Iran. 29 The Islamicity of that Islamic Revolution, even if we were to disregard the significance of a range of nationalist and socialist forces integral to that revolution, has always been in active and transformative conversation with otherworldly visions of reality that has translated into a planetary cosmopolitanism that European thinkers like Habermas and Foucault have categorically failed to see. In face of the ravages of capitalist modernity, Germans turned to Nazism and wreaked havoc in Europe. In face of millennia of European anti-Semitism, ranging from pogroms to the Holocaust, European Jewry turned to Zionism. Both these developments were domestic to European economics and politics. One wreaked havoc in Europe and among its other atrocities exterminated some 6 million Jews, while the other took its perfectly legitimate but entirely misplaced revenge on the broken back of Palestinians. The rise of worldwide socialism, anti-colonial nationalism, and Christian and Islamic liberation theologies in Latin America, Asia, and Africa were the more global consequences of the self-same capitalist modernity, initially in response to European colonial savageries throughout the world and subsequently, soon after World War I, to the rapid globalization of American imperialism. The cite and citation of any reconsideration of Islamic liberation theology, in this context, and in a manner that resumes the thinking and activism of visionary Muslims like Ali Shariati or Malcolm X, will have to be similarly global in proportion and perspective and certainly away from the limiting purview of the polar opposition posited between Islam and the West, the binary axis on which such Muslim intellectuals as Abdul Karim Sarish and Tariq Ramadan continue, belatedly, to operate. To posit and purpose the global stage of rethinking the unfinished project of Malcolm X, and thus to articulate the cosmopolitan disposition of his unfinished liberation theology, we must abandon and discard the colonial context in which such figures among his kindred souls as Ali Shariati were incarcerated, normatively severed, and framed held tightly in pigeonholes like Iran, the Middle East, or even Islam. As a colonially fabricated designation, the term Middle East is simply too obscene to be even considered critically. It is a recent vintage of European colonial imaginary and has no basis in any pre-colonial geography. It was invented by Bernard Lewis's colonial pedigree and is today as discredited as Bernard Lewis himself. As equally colonial categories, and the way mercenary Orientalists have used and abused them, and not as extended insignia of collective identities throughout the ages, both Iran and Islam were, invented in the shadow of European modernity and by the very logic of its colonial extension. If Iran was invented in a manner to incorporate a colonial outpost into the globalizing logic of capitalism, Islam was counter-invented by insurrectionary rebellions against colonialism as an ideology to resist that incorporation, and these Iran and Islam have scarce anything to do with the collective identities of millions of people over millennial of moral and normative solidarity. 30 Neither Iran nor Islam was of course left to the malicious devices of mercenary Orientalists to make and manufacture them in a manner subservient to European colonial designs. Both Iran and Islam were countercoined in a manner liberating and emancipatory in the course of more than 2 centuries of anti-colonial struggles. As the more overriding term, and as an ideology of resistance to incorporation into the globalizing logic of capitalism, Islam has now failed, and capitalism and its varied 7D of the 21st century, and more than 2 centuries into the predicament of Iran, Islam, and modernity, there is absolutely no difference between that ideology of incorporation into global capitalism and that manner of Islamic resistance to it. Today, there is no difference between the Pahlavi imperial dynasty and the Islamic Republic that has succeeded it. As all other nation-states in its immediate and distant vicinity, Iran was, invented in the 19th century in the course of the global project of capitalist modernity and its extended arm of colonialism. The term Iran or Persia and a sense of communal identity called Iranian or Persian of course predates colonial modernity and has identified Iranians in a successive set of formulations. 31 But the idea of Iran as a nation-state, in a manner that is easily incorporated into a constellation of national economies, national polities, and national cultures, is an entirely new invention, immediately traceable to the rise of European capitalist modernity, the spread of the project of colonialism, and the constitution of national identities compatible with these 2 interrelated projects. From E.J. Hobsbawm to Ernest Gellner to Benedict Anderson to Parth Chatterjee, all the major theorists of nationalism concur, in one way or another, that the invention of nation-state and nationalism as a political ideology is a modern, modernist, colonial, and/or anti-colonial project. Not only Iran but the whole panorama of modern nation-states, from the heart of capitalist modernity to the remotest colonial outposts in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, was a necessary political predicate to the rise of globalizing capital. Not just its political predicates but the very ideological roots of modern nation-states is squarely located in the rise of capitalist modernity and the European project of self-globalizing enlightenment. Only a conceptual confusion between the enduring varieties of communal identities and the emergence of the modern national identities can lead to the assumption that nations are to be traced to their ethnic origins. 32 Communal identifies, through a variety of mechanical and organic modes of solidarity, have always existed. The rise of nation-states, however, is an entirely recent event with its political and economic reasons and causes immediately traceable to not earlier than 1789 and the events leading to the French and other bourgeois revolutions. Naturally, the modern conceptions of nations are predicated on traces and assumptions of pre-modern ethnic communities. The role of the intelligentsia in the construction of modern national identities 33 is an entirely secondary role, predicated on their organic or inorganic membership in an already incorporated political community identified as nation. The basic characteristic of the modern nation and everything connected with it, as E.J. Hobsbawm has accurately observed, is its modernity. 34 Even in Europe, where the project of capitalist modernity originated and where the very idea of nation-state took shape, not until 1884 was the term nation used in the sense of a state or political body which recognizes a supreme center of common government. 35 In such colonial outposts as Iran, terms like Melat, Vatan, Maihan, or Keshvar were neologisms based on their pre-modern uses but meant to match nation and by then had a range of meanings and connotations entirely distanced from the notion of a state or political body which recognizes a supreme center of common government. Neither will nor culture, as Ernest Gellner has argued 36 in and of itself constitutes a legitimate defining occasion for any idea of the nation on the colonial edges of capitalist modernity. Quite to the contrary, in the course of the European Enlightenment historiography, Iran, or Persia to be more exact, among other civilizational others, was narrated as an infancy, a tangential idea, an arrested growth, a historical predicate the way that Hegel for example treats India, Egypt, and Persia as the precursor of history, which begins in earnest in Greece, takes momentum in Rome, and comes to its conclusion in Germany. Because we were thus the passive recipient of a condition in which the very subjectivity of our national identity, Iran, Islam, etc. were narrated by the Orientalist agency of capitalist modernity, and because we countercoined anti-colonial nationalism or Islamism as competing ideologies of resistance under duress, we now need to denarrate ourselves out of all such predicaments before we can think ourselves free from that historical predicament in which we were in fact party to having painted ourselves into a colonial corner. That freedom will come with a clear recognition of the origin of modern nationalism in the formative logic of global capitalism. Underlining the roots of nations and nationalism in capitalist modernity, Benedict Anderson's notion of imagined communities, which is predicated on a much longer tradition of the sociology of knowledge and the social construction of reality, posits the self-propelling mental pictures of a nation as the modus operandi of how a national collectivity normatively registers itself. 37 Anderson's notion of print capitalism in the various vernaculars of the emerging nation-states traces the roots of this particular manner of nationalism to its economic modes of operation. The active mutation of nations into nation-states, Anderson further argues, is contingent on the decline and fading out of dynastic histories and the emerging need for collective polities, all of course predicated on corresponding economies and cultures. In his equally important study, Nationalist Thought and the Colonial World, Parchaturgi demonstrates how nationalist thought, even, or particularly, in its anti-colonial postures, has perforce operated precisely in the framework of a mimetic structure that does not repudiate but in fact emulates and thus exacerbates the structure of power it imagines dismantling. 38. a critical awareness of the rise of nation-state as the modus operandi of global capitalism, predicated on the basis of national economies, polities, and perforce cultures, is a prelude to resuming a creative conversation with Malcolm X's unfinished revolutionary project. At the root of Habermas's notion of modernity as an unfinished project remains Kant's constitution of the white European male as the knowing subject, the rest of the thus racialized and colonized world as the knowable object, in the context of which no democratic constitution of an intersubjectivity is logically plausible and thus an entirely useless proposition. The received, racialized and nationalized, bifurcations between Malcolm X and Ali Shariati as having belonged to two different worlds is a byproduct of a pernicious colonial geography coterminous with global capitalism that is neither valid any longer nor even factually self-evident. The need for a new and entirely different imaginative geography is not only necessary but in fact self-evident. The momentous occasion when during his Hajj pilgrimage in 1964 Malcolm X recognized his global solidarity with a far wider constituency is faithfully replicated in Ali Shariati's similar discoveries in Paris, especially through his correspondences with Frantz Fanon and active solidarity with the Cuban and Algerian revolutions, which as fate would have it would also culminate in 1964 when he received his doctoral degree from the Sorbonne. The pharmacon of globalism is in its own poison. In order to see the global South in evident solidarity with the immigrant, the racialized, and altogether disenfranchised communities in the global North, all sorts of nativism, regionalism, and tribalism will have to be abandoned in favor of a globality of learning and action that simply resumes the process by which Malcolm X emerged from a common criminal to become a Muslim believer and then a revolutionary activist with a global vision of his commitments, a process replicated in a similar manner by Ali Shariati as he traveled from a devout Shi'i Muslim to engage in a critical and creative conversation with liberation ideologies all over the globe and finally to become, just before his premature death, the ideological vanguard of a revolutionary uprising in his homeland and beyond. One must see the structural similarities between domestic economic hardship in the heart of the metropolitan West and the rampant savageries of colonialism and imperialism all over the world and thus not single out Islamic or Christian liberation theologies as odd or outlandish modes of resistance to globalized tyranny. In the context of Islamic liberation theology in particular, the evident cosmopolitanism of Islamic cultures over the last 1,400 years are the effective blueprint of resuming that open-ended worldliness in the making of a liberation theodicy that welcomes the shadows of its own doubts into the shades of its momentary certainties. The necessary moral imagination to resume that conversation will have to be predicated on visualizing the normative emergence of a new geography of liberation that can no longer be bogged down on a debilitating East-West axis or framed and incarcerated within specific nation-states that have hitherto distorted the far more global potentials of such revolutionary Muslim liberation activists as Ali Shariati or Malcolm X. Modern nation-states, whether they were incorporated into a colonial mode of nationalism or in turn revolted in anti-colonial nationalism, in effect amounted to the same and in fact corroborated and exacerbated the modus operandi and the power structure they thus wished to dismantle, as Partchaturgi has successfully demonstrated. In the age of globalization of capital, all matters of identity politics are a bit more than frivolous bourgeois pastime. Liberation theologies in particular will have to cultivate cosmopolitan and transnational solidarities, the way initiated by revolutionary visionaries like Ali Shariati and Malcolm X. Before we have denarrated ourselves out of those nasty narrations that have divided people to rule them better, we will not be able to re-narrate ourselves in an emancipatory and liberating manner. The ideas of prominent examples of persistence in narrating our global whereabouts on an outdated, divisive, and disabling East-West axis, or else positing the defeatist ghetto mentality of something called Islam in the West, a variation of Islam and the West, will first have to be critically considered and dismantled, before we can proceed apace, and it is to that task that I now turn. After the success of the Islamic Revolution in Iran in the late 1970s, it became something of an academic exercise in futility to give an account of the cosmopolitan disposition of the country at large in the immediate decades preceding that cataclysmic event. 39 When Ahmad Shamlou, the most distinguished public intellectual of his generation, died on July 24, 2000, his funeral had an air of an archaeological excavation about it, something quite mummified and eerie about the most elegant poetic voice of the last 2 centuries dying in his homeland now officially called the Islamic Republic of Iran. From participant observers, suddenly an entire generation of Iranian public intellectuals turned into chronographers and historians of their own demise. As the fortunes of the Iranian inorganic public intellectuals of the Pahlavi period declined, the stars of a new constellation of, as they now opted to call themselves, religious intellectuals, Roshan-Fikrani Dini, were on the rise. With an Islamic shadow now cast on the entire history of the Iranian colonial encounter with modernity, these religious intellectuals excavated a long and illustrious pedigree for themselves. From Mullah Ahmad Narakai, early in the 19th century, all the way to Ali Shariati in the wake of the Islamic Revolution of 1979, the religious intellectuals sought and found a sustained and legitimate genealogy for themselves. The public intellectuals of the Pahlavi period either effectively went into hiding or else left the country altogether. Some of them were brutally murdered. The religious intellectuals became prominent, occupying official positions, and a vast spectrum of government-sponsored forums was put at their disposal. Pre-Islamic Revolution public intellectuals no longer dared speak the truth to power. Decidedly religious intellectuals were in power. Practically all the major religious intellectuals today have had official affiliations, in one capacity or another, with the Islamic Republic. But, as it is in the very texture of critical intelligence of any denomination, religious intellectuals soon parted ways with the clerical circle in power. They assumed oppositional postures, and very soon they became subject to official censure. Abdal Karim Sarash, periods of incarceration, Akbar Ganji, vicious attacks by hoodlums hired by the religious right, Hassan Yusfi Eshkeverit among scores of others, and even assassination attempts, said Hajarian. A quarter of a century into the successful institutionalization of the Islamic Republic, the term religious intellectuals, Roshan-Fikrani Dini, has now assumed complete discursive legitimacy. What does it exactly mean to be a religious intellectual? 40 How can an intellectual be religious, and how can one metaphysically committed to a set of doctrinal certainties be a free thinker, an autonomous subject, a critical intelligence, an intellectual? No single person embodies the series of contradictions in contemporary Iran better than Abdal Karim Sarash. 41 The most eloquent and controversial public intellectual in post-revolutionary Iran, Abdal Karim Sarash was initially trained as a pharmacologist in England in the 1970s but soon emerged as the leading theorist of the post-Islamic revolution politics of radical hermeneutics. His intellectual ambitions matched his political engagements with the Islamic Republic. He went so far as being a leading member of the Advisory Council of the Cultural Revolution, appointed by Ayatollah Khomeini to purify Tehran University of all its undesirable elements, that is, such members of the faculty that were deemed incompatible with the brutal Islamization of the curriculum. But very soon after the successful institutionalization of the Islamic Republic, Sarash began to articulate theoretical positions on Islamic hermeneutics that have come against severe criticism by the clerical establishment. The predicament of Abdal Karim Sarash as a religious intellectual is thus symptomatic of a larger phenomenon, at once liberating and arresting, in the colonial history of combative encounters with European modernity. By far the most significant public intellectual of post-revolutionary Iran, Sarash personifies the predicament of a much larger universe of failed ideas. Understanding him is thus not yet another exercise in futility, a Monday morning quarterbacking after the game of Islamic confrontation with colonial modernity is over. In his blindness dwells his insights, for Sarash represents some 2 centuries of bewildered attempts to locate a historical agency for the Muslim subject in colonial modernity. The colonial integration of Islamic societies at large into the project of capitalist modernity necessitated anti-colonial responses that could not but adopt global modes of social mobilization, nationalism and socialism, or create its own nativist sites of resistance, Islamism. The intellectual pedigree that Sarash now represents claims such illustrious luminaries as Sayyid Jamal al-Din Asad Abadi, Al-Afghani, 1838-1897, Muhammad Abduh, 1849-1905, Rashid Rida, 1865-1935, Ahabd al-Razik, 1888-1966, Abu al-Ala al-Maududi, 1903-1979, Sheikh Mahmud Shaltut, 1892-1963, and, perhaps most significantly, a protege of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan named Chirag Ali, 1844-1895. Sarish is the very last metaphysician in the Islamic colonial encounter with modernity, the very last ideologue in whose blindness and insights we can see the decline and fall of the most massive mutation of Islam in its long and languid history into an Islamic ideology. The Islam of Sarish's birth and breeding was an Islam invented in colonial encounters with European modernity. Gradually code-named Islamic ideology, the Islam of Sarish's world and vision was coined and made current to match and balance the West, by far the most massive manufacturing of a categorical concept in modern history. The West was the categorical conception of a world that had emerged in modernity to replace medieval Christendom, substituting, ipso facto, its dynastic components with the aggressive formation of the European national cultures. As the most dominant categorical imperative of colonizing modernity, the self-same West was in dire need of its alternating others in order to authenticate and believe itself. The East in general and Islam in particular were invented by Orientalism, as the intelligence arm of colonialism, to match and mate the West. Muslims themselves in turn categorically bought into this colonial game, whether they opposed the West and aggressively mutated Islam into a site of ideological resistance to it or else collaborated with it and sought to ape and emulate its manufactured ethos. 42. Sarish is the last in a long and illustrious line of Muslim ideologues who have remained creatively oblivious to this dialectical constitution of their ancestral faith and have categorically failed to disengage its systematic counter-essentialization, Islam and the West. But where Muslim ideologues have failed, history has succeeded. It is the fate of Abdul Karim Sarish to have articulated his particular conception of Islam in silent conversation with the West at a time that the West no longer exists. As the polar opposites of the West and the rest are collapsing because the rapid globalization of labor and capital can no longer sustain their once ideological necessity, Sarish has been busy dehistoricizing Islam in a mute dialogue with an absent interlocutor. As the world and all its binary oppositions dissolve into the modular formation of one singular empire, Abdul Karim Sarish has been hard at work saving an essential Islamic noumenon to allow its phenomenological variations to have a historical conversation with a modernity that has long since vacated the scene. He is so late in the last round that some have taken him as early in the next and call him the Muslim Martin Luther. 43. Sarish's project sums up in the evident urge to save the sacred from its history. His principal proposition in his exceedingly lucid and massive body of work is what he has called the theoretical contraction and expansion of religious knowledge, Kabz o Basti Oraki Shariat. This theory is predicated on a metaphysics that he considers entirely innovative, which is to say hermeneutic, Marifatchanazana, and historical, Tariki, as opposed to theological, Motkalemina, and interpretative, Mufassirina. 44. The critical proposal of the theory of the theoretical contraction and expansion of religious knowledge is to separate religion itself from the knowledge of religion, and to put forward the proposition of the historicity or the subjectivity tabi'iyat of the religious knowledge to other forms of human knowledge. 45. In this theory, Sarish argues for the contemporaneity of religious knowledge, its accountability, as it were, to its historical presence. According to Sarish, the purpose of his theory is to give a new space and possibility to religious democracy. 46. He also admits that he has sought to predicate the religious government on the religious society. 47. Epistemologically, and Sarish does consider his proposition epistemological in nature, he wishes to predicate what he calls the current and collective hermeneutics on the collective reason, and religious knowledge on anthropology and jurisprudence, and religion on justice. And not justice on religion. In principle, he wishes to propose the fallibility of religious knowledge but safeguard religion itself. Sarish's conception of the theoretical contraction and expansion of religious knowledge is linked to an equally significant notion he calls the historical constriction and dissipation of the school of thought, Lafo Nashri Taraki-e Maktab. What he means by this is that religious knowledge not only theoretically contracts and expands by being in dialogue with its contemporary modes of knowledge, but it also fluctuates in response to its historical vicissitudes. Religious knowledge, to be carefully separated from religion itself, is tested both theoretically and practically by being placed, ipso facto, in a historical location. Thus, he proposes that the perception that our contemporaries have of religion is at once a creature of history of the religious life and is placed in the geography of human knowledge. Tomorrow, when the book of history is turned again to a new page, and upon the soil of knowledge newer flowers have grown, religious knowledge too will assume a different pigmentation and aroma. And this transformation of colors and aromas is an inevitable and endless phenomenon. 48. Equally related to both conceptions of the theoretical contraction and expansion of religious knowledge and the historical constriction and dissipation of the school of thought is Sarish's insistence on an ennobling understanding of religion, dark-e azazana yedin. What he means by that is the proposition that a religion can as much advance a people toward progress and dignity as it can compel them toward backwardness and misery. One's understanding of a religion must thus be geared toward an ennobling of its adherents, their being propelled into an active role in history. The religious hermeneutician, as a result, will have to have a soda yesarbala, or the ambition of upper mobility. 49. Finally, the theoretical contraction and expansion of religious knowledge, the historical constriction and dissipation of the school of thought, and the ennobling understanding of religion are all capped by the collectivity and currency of religious knowledge, Jam'i and Yari Butni Marifati Dini. What Sarish means by that is the historical facility of providing a multiplicity of human understanding of the silent religion, and thus preventing the possibility of the ideologization of religion, and inhibiting the propensity to give one final, exclusionary, and official interpretation of it. 50. Thus separating religion itself from the knowledge of religion, the principal task of Sarish is to place the production of such knowledge in what he calls the general geography of human knowledge. Hermeneutic in its stated ambition, Sarish's project is targeted toward a systematic epistemology. With a trace of Thomas Kuhn's conception of scientific progress, with the obvious exception of his paradigmatic constitution of the scientific truth, Sarish believes that human knowledge does not progress cumulatively, but exponentially and qualitatively. Things we know do not accumulate unit by unit, but, instead, constitute a composition, atom by atom. The resulting composition is constantly in qualitative increase. 51. Any new intrusion into human knowledge requires other modes and modalities of accumulated and systematized knowledge to negotiate a new position for themselves. Thus new discoveries in physics, for example, or in cosmology, or in astrophysics, require substantial epistemological remodulations in religious and philosophical thought. There is a domino effect to the neighborly relations among human and religious sciences. More specifically, we may conclude from Sarish's concern about the qualitative changes in human sciences that the Copernican revolution in particular and the substitution of a heliocentric conception of universe for a geocentric one has had enduring consequences for religious knowledge by having a destabilizing effect on its entire epistemological foregroundings. The result of this challenge to the continued viability of religious knowledge is that unless one has a current anthropology predicated on a host of related sciences that animate and inform that anthropology, one cannot have a legitimate and current theology. But since in addition to anthropology, not in the disciplinary but in the etymological sense of the term, a whole host of other sciences are in a constant process of progression and development, then so must be the understanding of a religion. 52. Resorting to the 16th century Shi'i philosopher Mullah Sadr Shirazi's theory of transubstantial motion, al-haraka al-jahariya, Sarish suggests that the changing notions of belief in accordance with the changing topography of human knowledge does not diminish the continued legitimacy and authority of religious knowledge. Quite to the contrary, it contemporizes and further authenticates the sanctity of religious knowledge. The medieval Islamic metaphysics was predicated on a historically specific physics. Now that physics has changed, Sarish proposes, so must the metaphysics responding to and corresponding with it. For the progress of the profane, human knowledge, Sarish believes in its reality sui generis. Humans are constitutionally disposed to discover things, and that is compatible with the divine will. 2.53 If in the West, and here commences Sarish's sliding down towards an absolutist reading of the world at large, people have abandoned their faith, it is because they could no longer cultivate a legitimate theology that was compatible with their emergent, scientifically based anthropology. In Iran, Sarish points out, those who want to safeguard their faith and secure it against all historical odds and those who argue for a progressive theology are both responding to the onslaught of modernity and its threatening postures against the historically received understanding of their ancestral faith. As humans are constitutionally disposed to progress in their discovering of new things, so are they also in possession of an absolute and abstract reason, Sarish adamantly believes. He accuses those who believe in the historicity of reason of Hegelianism. Their judge is history, not reason. Because they have followed the command of the God of history and beheaded reason. 54 Sarish exonerates himself from any attachment to Hegelianism or historical determinism. He believes reason and the progress contingent upon it are realities sui generis and immune to any subjugation to history. He denounces the Hegelians for the principality of history in their understanding of reason and of rationality. He maintains that his argument for contemporizing religious knowledge is not tantamount to collapsing his hermeneutics into what he considers to be the Hegelian historical determinism. The theoretical development of the religious knowledge, Shariat, thus assumes an acceptable meaning. The proposition is not to add an item to what is doctrinally enjoined, or subtract an item from what is doctrinally forbidden, nor is it to abrogate a Quranic verse, or to distort a prophetic or Imamite tradition. That which is being changed is the human understanding of the religious knowledge, and that which remains constant is the religion itself. 55. Sarish then proceeds to suggest that the philosophical, juridical, or even literary orientations in Islamic intellectual history are precisely such examples of multiple readings of one singular sacred reality. History is silent, but historians make it sing different songs. Nature is silent, but physicists and biologists make it tell different stories. One needs to have a theoretically consistent awareness of these multiple readings. It is useless to compare a stagnant jurisprudence with a progressive jurisprudence when we still lack the principles of a hermeneutics that inform us as to what exactly is stagnant and what is progressive and why. Sarish considers himself as having provided the foundations of that hermeneutics. From this premise Sarish concludes that so far as the nature and function of religious knowledge is concerned, it cannot remain indifferent to changes that occur in other modes of knowledge. Since the knowledge of the material world is changing, so must our knowledge of the religion itself. There ought to be a dialogue between religious and non-religious forms of knowledge. Here, Sarish gives primacy of action to the knowledge of the world at large and not to the religious knowledge, because that which rationally and practically comes first and stands first and designs the geography of knowledge in general are the human forms of knowledge, that is to say, one first has to have a conception of the world and of the humanity in it before one can place the function of prophethood in that context. In other words, it is the human Weltanschauung which gives the permission of entrance and issues the license of legitimacy to the religious Weltanschauung, and not vice versa. 56. Upon this extraordinary suggestion, Sarish then proceeds to argue that a comprehensive understanding of the human condition is the function and responsibility of what he calls the religious intellectual, Roshan Fikri Dini, 57, who is to make peace between the two worlds and lead them to benefit from each other. Sarish obviously considers himself an example of that prototype of the religious intellectual operating on the borderline of religious and non-religious modes of knowledge. Guiding the religious intellectual in this project is what Sarish calls Akli Parsa, or the pious intellect. The pious intellect does not lead to the periodization or to the relativization of truth, the charge against which Sarish is particularly adamant, but to an active dialogue between the multiplicity of human knowledge and the singular, but ever-changing, Nature of the religious knowledge. That task, Sarish confesses, is not easy. It is much easier to shut the doors and windows to one's fortress of belief and keep a simple conviction in certain eternalities, safe and sound against all active intrusions of doubt. But it is much more courageous and indeed inevitable to dwell in the transubstantial motion of a religious knowledge that fluctuates and keeps itself afloat against the tumultuous sea of intergalactic changes in human forms of knowledge. To formulate a hermeneutic which corresponds to that difficult task, the religious intellectual must be as diligent, serious, comprehensive, and principled as the functionaries of the human sciences are. Sarish summarizes the principles of his hermeneutics in 3 major steps: 1. A description of the developmental nature of religious knowledge, 2. A causal analysis of the reasons of and the mechanics behind this development, and 3. An encouragement that Muslims should engage actively in advancing this development. 58 He points out that a cursory look at any form of knowledge, or even a literary tradition, demonstrates that man's understanding of things is constantly on a course of steady progress. Without admitting as much, Sarish's is an essentially Hegelian teleology in which man's knowledge of things is on a perpetual course of progress. Sarish is emphatic that the kind of progress he proposes pertains to what he calls the secondary forms of knowledge that are produced on the primary sources of the religious tradition. This he emphasizes so that his clerical critics would not accuse him of considering the sacred texts and the sacred knowledge of the faith itself to be subject to historical progress. When the heavenly sanctity of the sacred revealed itself to mortals, Sarish argues 59, then it inevitably became sullied by human reality, and it is a reading of the vicissitude of the dialogue between the sacred and the profane that is the subject of investigation for religious hermeneutics. Sarish is equally careful to separate the essence of belief and the religious rituals related to it from the subject of his hermeneutic investigations. 60 These are eternal, sacred, and the signs of divine attention to the mortal creatures. The subject of Sarish's concern, in contrast, are the worldly, earthly, and historical vicissitudes of a knowledge of that sacred essence in the context of what he repeatedly calls the geography of human knowledge. Here he demands an extraordinarily diligent observance from the religious intellectuals who ought to be both aware of the non-religious knowledge and actively read them against the principality of their religion itself and the forms of religious knowledge pertinent to it. Man, as a result, ought to be seen in the mirror of the faith in the mirror of man, but in both these cases, it is the developmental and progressive nature of the knowledge of the world that are the deciding factors. Sarish's theory of knowledge is neither accumulative nor completely Kuhnian. He does not believe that knowledge is incrementally accumulated, nor does he believe, as does Thomas Kuhn, that there are epistemic breakthroughs in the production of knowledge. He believes that every new item of knowledge that is added to our inventory of knowledge forces the other accumulated ones to resituate, redefine, and replace themselves. Scientific discoveries, as a result, do not ipso facto discredit the accumulated forms of knowledge, but force them to redefine and replace themselves in accordance with the factual and epistemic assumptions of the new findings. This principle is as much applicable to religious knowledge as to non-religious knowledge. The Ptolemaic geocentric cosmology, for example, required one kind of consistency in all other related and non-related forms of knowledge, whereas the Copernican heliocentric cosmology another. If the climactic condition of the world, Sarish adds 61, was limited to one season, there were logical consistencies of one sort operative in it. But as soon as the second, third, and the fourth season appear, all such consistencies need to be reworked. On the basis of this epistemological stipulation, Sarish then proceeds to examine some of the most recent Quranic commentaries by such contemporaries of his as Sayyid Mahmud Talqani and Alamat Abatabai in order to begin to map out their underlying, but never articulated and theorized, hermeneutic principles. 62 These principles are presumed and followed by these Quranic commentators and yet not completely thought through or actively theorized. Such deliberate and conscious theorization and articulation of the already practiced incorporation of contemporary non-religious forms of knowledge into religious knowledge is the principal hermeneutic task of Sarish. In doing so, he does not occasionally hesitate 63 to demonstrate how such contemporary luminaries of Shi'i thought as Alamat Taba'i would hold one specific epistemological position in their Quranic commentaries and yet do not think through a systematic account of their hermeneutics, and as a result would have to hold totally unacceptable doctrinal positions. Because Alamat Taba'i, Sarish contends, did not think through a systematic and consistent hermeneutic apparatus, then in such problematic places as the male and female children of Adam and Eve he would run into difficulties. When Taba'i has to address the Quranic assertion that from Adam and Eve their male and female offspring emerged, and thus when they married then sisters and brothers must have been able to marry, Taba'i must believe, as he does, in the conventionality of religious laws and not in their essentiality. Fitri. Point 64. This is a constitutional problem in Taba'i's position, Sarish contends, because we cannot believe in the mere conventionality of religious laws. They are, Sarish believes, natural, quintessential, and essential. Taba'i falls into the trap of having had to consider incestuous or even homosexual relationships as potentially acceptable to a religion the moment he conventionalizes and essentializes the sanctity of the religious laws. He falls into that trap because he does not think through the implications of one epistemological assertion for the rest of his hermeneutic system. A hermeneutic system is precisely what Taba'i and all other religious thinkers of Islam have hitherto lacked and what Sarish is henceforth providing them with. In short, there is a juridical Islam, and there is a philosophical Islam. There is a mystical Islam, and there is a theological Islam. Point 65. The function of a hermeneutician like Sarish is not to judge between Allama Majlisi, a 10th/16th century Shi'i traditionalist, and Allama Taba'i, a 14th/20th century Shi'i philosopher. The task of a hermeneutician is to see upon what hidden and unarticulated assumptions their respective readings of the faith are predicated, and then set himself the task of monitoring and articulating those principles. Sarish is that hermeneutician that the Shi'i, and the Islamic, intellectual history has lacked and now achieved. To summarize, religious knowledge is a humanly achieved form of understanding and, as such, quite similar to other forms of knowledge in a constant state of flux. The contraction and expansion of religious knowledge is always contingent on fluctuations in other forms of knowledge. Religious knowledge, in other words, is not independent of our growing knowledge of nature. Thus in the same way that non-religious knowledge is progressing constantly, so must religious knowledge. Point 66. This sets an active responsibility of contemporizing the religious knowledge. To have a contemporary knowledge of a religion means a fourfold task. 1. Our understanding of religion must be compatible with the current status of knowledge of the time. 2. Our understanding of religion must be influenced and aided by the current status of knowledge. 3. It must be responsive to the theoretical questions of the time, and 4. It must be responsive to the practical questions of the time. Point 67. To elucidate further his distinction between religion itself and the knowledge of religion, Sarish gives an account of historiography 68 in which he argues that what remains constant is the historical events themselves, and what is changing is the reading of those events in light of new theoretical developments in historiography. In his account of the theoretical changes in historiography, which though without any footnote are nevertheless informed by the current status of the discipline, Sarish in fact goes far beyond anything achieved in the theoretical sophistication of Islamic historiography in either Persian or in Arabic. His principal purpose here, though, is to strike a similarity between the theoretically informed historian and the silent nature of historical events, and the suggestion of a similar relationship between the changing character of religious knowledge and the immutability of religion itself. As historical events and texts, religion, too, is sitting silently, waiting for us to question it. We will get to know it in correspondence with responses it gives to our questions. Imagine a scientist who is sitting silently, not uttering a word. It is our questions and his answers that gradually reveal his character to us. This character is constantly subject to reconstitution. The person who asks him only philosophical questions, because he himself is philosophically oriented, would get to know him as a philosopher, and the person who asks him only literary questions and hears in response literary answers puts upon him a literary cloak. 69. Sarish's most ambitious intention is to argue for a similarity between nature and religion, and thus between the changing logic of knowledge produced on one and on the other. Natural laws are constant, but our understanding of them is subject to progress. God is unchanging and perfect, but our understanding of God is changing and imperfect. Religion and religious dogma are immutable, but our interpretation of them is subject to historical mutation. This is the principal proposition of the theory of the theoretical contraction and expansion of religious knowledge. 70. Religious knowledge is itself a human knowledge, despite the fact that its object of study is a non-human reality. This knowledge has a collective and current status, and is in a constant state of progress. Religious knowledge is located in the midst of other forms of human knowledge and has, or ought to have, a persistent dialogue with them. The more legitimately a religious knowledge is sitting among other forms of human knowledge, the more intelligent, current, and relevant the questions it can ask from the otherwise silent religion. In addition, there must be a consistency between the interpreter's current understanding of nature and their understanding of religion. Religion and nature are the products of one creator. 71. Thus the understanding of them ought to be concurrently consistent. The religious intellectual must begin with a universal understanding of the history and the geography of contemporary knowledge of the historical person and the world in which she or he lives. The evolving understanding of religion must then be compatible with those other forms of knowledge. The concurrent correspondence of religious knowledge with non-religious knowledge will thus constitute the epistemological foregrounding of asking new, pertinent, and liberating questions from religion and making it continuously relevant to the contemporary modes of knowledge. Identical facts, such as the rising of the sun 72, have different meanings when they are read in the context of different theories of cosmology. For example, the world is thus like a written text. No written text reveals its own meaning. It is the language-knowing mind that reads meaning into it. Sentences are hungry for meaning, not pregnant with them. 73. The simpler a mind, the simpler the meaning it reads into the world as text. This Sarish calls raw realism, whereas the more complicated the mind, the more sophisticated the meaning it reads into the world as the text. This he calls complicated realism. How exactly is a text to be well understood? Sarish takes his readers through three successive steps. First, we need to understand the world and the worldview of the author. Second, we need to understand the logical and historical antecedents of the subject of the text. And third, we bring our own theories and knowledge to the text. 74. This hermeneutic system anticipates and concludes a religious knowledge that originates in this world but targets the sacred, the religion itself, that Sarish has delegated to the other. Divesting agency from the subject, that perhaps inadvertent implication ultimately informs Abdal Karim Sarish's hermeneutics. Two sets of interrelated anxieties inform Sarish and his elaborate attempt to take Islam itself, as he calls it, out of history. 1. The general anxiety of facing European modernity, intensifying, and 2. The particular anxiety of being party to a political triumph of Shi'ism, which in the classical Shi'i paradox is tantamount to its moral defeat. Understanding Sarish, as a result, is understanding the final end of Islamic ideology, as we have known and documented it over the last 200 years, the collapse of its political viability, the defeat of its aspirations to posit a legitimate location for itself once it was dragged into a combative conversation with European modernity. When today we look at Sarish's proposition about the theoretical expansion and contraction of religious law, closer to 3 decades into the success of the Islamic Revolution in Iran and more than 2 centuries into the meandering history of the colonial consequences of the European modernity in the region, we see that his project comes at the tail end of some 200 years of actively mutating Islamic normative, institutional, moral, and intellectual history into a singular site of ideological resistance to colonialism, the venue from which we received the European project of Enlightenment modernity. Responding to those two anxieties, Sarish has 2 simultaneous projects, one global to Islam, the other local to Iran. First, to dehistoricize what he calls Islam itself in order to safeguard it for posterity and make it immune to political catastrophe every time it has to have a conversation with modernity, and second to separate the political success of Shi'ism in the Islamic Republic from its instantly manifested moral collapse. The first project is flawed, for Islam is its history, the second is quixotic, for Shi'ism too is its history. The paradox of Shi'ism is constitutional to its doctrinal origin and has scarcely anything to do with its particular predicament in modernity, whereas the predicament of colonial encounter with European modernity is circumstantial to its global periphery, where Sarish receives it. Shi'ism is paradoxical. It morally fails at the moment of its political success. Sarish's attempt to separate Islam itself from its history is to save its moral authority from its political success. Modernity, meanwhile, is paradoxical on its colonial edges, so Sarish has to save Shi'ism from its failures. Saving Shi'ism from its success, in order to break its constitutional paradox, and from its failure, in order to sever its link with modernity, combine to lead Sarish to suppose and suggest a religion itself, which is immune to its own political success and moral failure internally, as it is immune to its ideological failure and moral success externally. If we take Shi'ism as the unfulfilled promise of Islam, as we may, Sarish's project as a Shi'i Muslim intellectual is to save Islam from a paradox constitutional to its formative doctrines and a predicament accidental to its modern history. At the hermeneutic core of his project, Sarish is no longer a mere Shi'i. He is a Muslim at large conversant with its most enduring internal paradox, the Meccan, revolutionary, and Medinan, institution building, polar opposites of its revelatory moment. He, though, has been too busy articulating his hermeneutic theory to recognize these subterranean anxieties that inform and sustain this ambition. That he ultimately fails is less an indication of his theoretical limitations than evidence of his historical tardiness. Sarish is simply too late, and he does not see it. The most significant aspects of Sarish's work are his acute, however inarticulate, awareness of the constitutional paradox of Shi'ism, that it morally fails at the moment of its political success, and his attempt to break it. His entire hermeneutic apparatus is targeted toward an active separation of the political success of Shi'ism from its moral failure and thus safeguarding Shi'ism from its own success. Sarish's proposition to separate religion itself from the knowledge of religion is to keep Shi'ism itself intact and yet subject the religious state, as a manifestation of the religious knowledge, to a historical dialectic. He believes that Iranian society is constitutionally religious and thus needs a religious government, and that religious government, by definition, will have to be Shi'i. But he does not want the political failings of an Islamic republic discrediting Islam itself or Shi'ism itself. Thus Islam itself, or Shi'ism itself will have to be segregated, quarantined, from the political failures of an Islamic republic. The critical move of Sarish to achieve that end is to expand the hermeneutic circle in charge of the historical articulation of religion. To do that, he detheorizes the clerical establishment as the sole custodians of the sacred. The clerical establishment has been the exclusive organ of interpretation in charge of making the sacred accessible to its social constituency. Sarish, on the trail of a genealogy of lay ideologues that includes Ali Shariati, wishes to dismantle that privilege. But this time he does so from the middle of his historical hermeneutics. The assumption of the silence of the religious knowledge, contrary to what is imagined, will not render it susceptible to the whimsical imagination of intruders. But of course it will prevent its interpretation from becoming the exclusive prerogative of a single group who thus have a claim on it, and who having reached one interpretation wish to prevent or proclaim as blasphemous all the others. Thus, understanding religion, and indeed understanding it well, is incumbent upon everyone being equally a participant in and responsible for the construction of religious civilization and of civility, which belong to everyone and which constitute a commonly received divine gift. The understanding of no one and no group excludes others from understanding religion and understanding it well, nor does shrugging from that responsibility excuse his ignorance. We all stand alone in front of God. 75. That expansion of the hermeneutic circle achieved, Sarish heralds and unleashes an avalanche of lay interpretations to usher his ancestral faith onto the battleground of modernity and yet save it from its historical failures. He has fully recognized that the pre-modern discourses authenticating the faith or fortifying it to face modernity are just too much invested in the religion itself, and he wishes to dislodge that investment. He has a far more accurate conception of the devastating power of European modernity and its ability to corrode into the very fabric and texture of religion itself. Left to decompose with its historical dismantling, the very core of the sacred will equally lose its metaphysical claim to legitimacy. Sarish wishes to save the religion itself against its successive failures to face European modernity, while saving Shi'ism in particular, which as a religion of protest is the very promise of Islam, from its incidental political success. Sarish fails to achieve his objectives. That failure is less a matter of theoretical blindness than a measure of historical belatedness. Sarish is the last Muslim ideologue, the very last layer in a variegated site that was actively cultivated in colonial response to modernity, and precisely in its representation of the very last gasp for an air of legitimacy his writing marks the death of Islamic ideology. The Islam of Sarish's captive imagination was invented in dialogical contestation with European modernity, in response to European colonialism, and as such it matched and countered the West, its paramount other. As a global, and increasingly globalizing, movement, the European project of colonial modernity abstracted and universalized its bourgeois point of origin and codenamed it the West, and in turn unleashed an army of mercenary Orientalists to invent a succession of Eastern others to originate and authenticate the otherwise false assumption of the West, chief among them Islam, to this day the single most abiding counter-presence of this West. Sarish does not seem to, or care to, know that dialogical genealogy. He takes the Islam of his colonized imagination for his ancestral faith. The result is a double jeopardy, the metaphysical foregrounding of what he calls Islam itself and the equally metaphysical underpinnings of modernity, itself, which to aggravate the result even more and make it more deadly he receives through the petrified imagination of a colonial subject, combine to give his expansive prose an absolutely terrorizing metaphysical certainty. But the problem is that with the dawn of globalization, the Islam of Sarish's colonized imagination no longer has an other against which it can articulate itself, nor does it have the imperial power with which to assert itself. In the normative absence of that binary opposition, Islam and the West, which made both its parties possible, Sarish is in effect carrying on a heated debate with a dead interlocutor, with the ghost of an apparition once called the West. What has remained after the death of that interlocutor is the phantom pain of Islam and the West, still haunting the perturbed imagination of a Muslim intellectual long since rendered irrelevant by the world at large. The reason that Sarish fails in his stated objective is that he is proposing what he calls a progressive theology in conversation with a modernity that no longer exists. Conversation with modernity is what Muslim intellectuals have been conducting over the last 200 years. Today that conversation is no longer viable or even possible, because one side of the dialogue is no longer there. The European project of modernity has now imploded epistemically from within, by its own succession of inner self-negations, long after it had already contradicted itself externally at its colonial borders. At the colonial edges of its claim to universality, Enlightenment modernity never had any claim to legitimacy. But now even for the European intellectuals, constitutionally blind to the colonial catastrophes of modernity, it is obscene to believe in the promises of a modernity that had the Holocaust up its sleeve. Sarish does not realize that the Islam that he now has in his mind is a dialectical outcome of a conversation under duress with a colonial modernity that has long since mutated its shapely relationship with the capital it systematically served. So in effect, that Islam that came into conception by virtue of that dialogue no longer exists, because it no longer corresponds with the lived realities of living Muslims. That Islam is dead. What Islam will emerge in a globalizing context where all binary oppositions have melted away is yet to be seen. Islam and the West mirrored, originated, and authenticated each other in the speculum of each other's reflection. Take one away, the other no longer exists. Sarish himself, as a result, is the phantom phenomenon of an intellectual who can only make sense of the presumption of two transparent realities that used to mirror each other but are no longer there. Those two mirrors removed, the entire oeuvre of Sarish's writing is an exercise in futility, a ghostly apparition, real only in the removed mirror of a dialectical negation that no longer is. The world has moved beyond the presumption of a Western center and its Eastern peripheries. North and South for a while attracted a far more compelling division in world wealth and distribution. But massive pockets of poverty in the North, from suburbs of Paris to slums of New York, New Orleans, and Los Angeles, and the obscenity of sheikdoms like Kuwait or corrupt African warlords sporting European designer suits have long since destroyed that binary as well. The viability and usefulness of the categorical imperative code named the West has now dissolved into the global formation of an empire that can no longer sustain the legitimacy of any nation-state, any national culture, or any mode of civilizational thinking. 76 Sarish does not seem to know any of these, and as a mobile piece of archaeological curiosity can only simulate a dead duel, an outdated and stale redux of once a furious debate between Islam and the West, as a particular brand of the entirely bogus game of tradition versus modernity. We can no longer think in those terms. The world has left that false opposition behind. Even if its ghostly interlocutor was not dead, the progressive hermeneutics that Sarish proposes is simply too petrified by the European project of Enlightenment modernity to take it to task. It takes modernity ahistorically for granted, divests itself of its most sacrosanct, and thus most viable, elements, and punches with empty and vacated gloves. In fear of modernity destabilizing Islam, Sarish deposits Islam itself in a metaphysical safe box and in the process inadvertently cross-essentializes modernity out of its own history. Modernity was a European project in the course of its colonial savagery around the globe, and the two events were coterminous. As such, modernity is very recent in its invention and coinage. The fiction of reason and progress that it invented was entirely recent in its coinage and currency. Michel Foucault in Madness and Civilization thought it necessary to have imprisoned the unreason in European mental asylums in order to define reason in reasonable terms. But we know that this reason needed a much bigger space to deposit its shadowy nightmares and exotic subconscious, and thus it invented the Orient as a much larger abode of unreason and backwardness in order to ascertain itself in reason and progress. So the interlocutor that Sarish wishes to engage is really a moving target. Amorphous in nature, it may feign an existence in the peripheral anonymity of its colonial translations, but it has lost all credibility in its original claim to authenticity. We can no longer take it seriously, let alone be intimidated by it and hide our innermost vulnerabilities from its ferocious fangs. Disillusioned European intellectuals like Foucault, at their best, may seek in vain to detect a prophetic resistance, alternative, to the catastrophe of modernity that Khomeini once personified and Sarish now theorizes. But our historical facts no longer allow for any such illusions. Such illusions lead to the eloquent articulation of an Islam itself that aggressively mutates in ever more miasmatic spaces, this at a time of predatory globalization of capital and labor. Taking modernity too belatedly seriously, Sarish is letting loose the self-abstracting metaphysical underpinnings of Islam itself, colonially conditioned, exactly at a time when the material world is expanding in ever larger disproportionality of globalized capital exploiting impoverished labor. Sarish, as a result, is pushing Islam itself, so far as it can have any meaning in a post-modernity beyond its feeble control, toward a metaphysical metastasis, a theological mutation, an epistemic vaporization, where it can signify absolutely nothing because it can mean just about anything. In awe of European modernity and entrapped in its time and narrative, Sarish is petrified into a numbing positivism that lacks any conception of not just the range and topography but in fact the content and epistemic foundations of sciences being predicated on institutions of power outside their claims to autonomy. Absent in Sarish's conception of social and biological sciences, with which he believes the religious sciences ought to converse, is any awareness of the presence, force, and ferocity of power in their very epistemic and operative parameters. He has a numbingly positivist conception of knowledge formation devoid and independent of all human interests, completely autonomous in its operation, so much so that if the military conquest of space is epistemically conducive to the advancement of a certain astrophysics as opposed to others, Islamic theology becomes contingent on the whims of American generals at the Pentagon. This does not concern Sarish in the slightest, for his metaphysics of knowledge is entirely innocent of any sociology of knowledge. He believes that Islamic sciences need to be conversant with the changing discourses of scientific modernity. What constellation of global power and class interest informs and sustains the production of such scientific modernity, from medical research in aids to space sciences in astrophysics, is not of immediate or even remote concern to Sarish. His is an essentialized and dehistoricized conception of science as solid and eternal as his religion itself. By essentializing religion itself as a noumenon sui generis, Sarish equally essentializes modernity as a trans-historical reality. It has no European origin, no colonial consequence, no frightful instrumentalization of reason. Blindfolded by modernity itself, otherwise how could he think of Islam itself? Sarish sees the dual imperatives of reason and progress as immutable, and does not even see them as modern parameters in the course of Enlightenment modernity and in the full service of a certain mode of the economic production of reality. Tucking away religion itself from the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, as it were, Sarish is also, negationally, dehistoricizing the European colonial modernity that has scared the sacred witless, as if this modernity is now so triumphant that the sacred has no recourse except running away into the bosom of an absolute irreversibility. Sarish is far too Hegelian for his own benefit. All of these failures, in having a critical grasp of the origin and vicissitude of the European project of modernity, pale in comparison to the catastrophic anthropology that is contingent on Sarish's theology. Changing, he suggests, would be the human understanding of religion and constant religion itself. In proposing this, Sarish is categorically oblivious to what will happen to the historical agency of the subject. He has thus in his implicit anthropology depleted of all his sacred certitude rooted in historical experience, and waving in the air by the fluctuating wind of his ever-changing understandings. What use would that religion itself have for the historical person once it is ritually and piously tucked away in some sacred safe deposit box? What an empty shell of wavering beliefs would humans be without their most sacrosanct convictions put on the line, exposed to historical elements? Faith, as in hope for an alternative to human misery, becomes a matter of private piety, publicly irrelevant. A precious piece of antiquarian interest, perhaps, a museum piece of incidental curiosity, but inconsequential on the battlefield of humanity in history, a single person's presence in the world. Trying to save Islam itself from its doctrinal paradox and historical predicament constitutes the constellation of a very good set of intentions, paving the way for some catastrophic consequences. Sarish's project certainly succeeds in saving religion itself both from its political success and its ideological failures, but in the process he squarely manages to deplete Muslims, qua Muslims, from historical agency. Once their religion itself is squarely essentialized and safely deposited in some extraterrestrial domain, Muslims, qua Muslims, will have no historical investment in their faith or any historical agency in their world. Sarish's theology may indeed be quite clever, but his anthropology is positively disastrous. The religion itself is not particularly saved from this theology either. It too is cut off from its worldly presence, its historical relevance, as it is irrelevantly saved and deposited in the museum of dead certainties. Saving the sacred from its history means manufacturing an empty shell instead of a historical person with moral agency. The sacred that is saved from profanity of the historical person is a museum piece of exotic curiosity, quite expensive among the antique dealers of historical pieties, worthless though in the streets and deserts of human suffering. Sarish is no Martin Luther, 1483 to 1546, of his faith, as some have suggested him to be. Sarish is the Mullah Sadra, 1571 to 1640, of his time, with half his philosophical genius, twice his metaphysical certainty. Like Mullah Sadra, Sarish has the creative courage of trying to combine two opposing forces in Islamic intellectual disposition, law and philosophy, the nomocentric and the logocentric proclivities effectively at war against each other throughout Islamic intellectual history. He equally inherits from Mullah Sadra his poetic prowess to fuse the nomocentricity of Islamic law and the logocentricity of Islamic philosophy, with the homocentricity of Islamic mysticism. Sarish's fascination with Rumi, 1207–1273, is not a belated addendum to the massive output of his restless, yet alarmingly poised, writings. It is constitutional to his hermeneutically breaking the back of Islamic law by subjecting it to a philosophical distinction between its essence and its attributes, its noumenal certainty and its phenomenal doubts, its metaphysical otherworldliness and its historical mutations. The catastrophic difference between the two is that Mullah Sadra did most of his serious philosophizing in the privacy of his exile in a remote village in central Safavid Iran, whereas Sarish does his in the full publicity of an increasingly globalized space that is checked only by the nativity of his writing in Persian. The result might be irrelevant for the rest of the world that does not read Persian but is deadly for those who do. The captive audience of some 70 million Iranians who, having barely survived a retrograde monarchy, are now collectively tormented by a medieval theocracy, falsely promised by an eloquent prophet, while in the throes of the globalizing terror of capital and labor, of which they know very little, to which they have no choice but be victim. At a time when Iranians at large need to recognize the bestial barbarity of the globalizing terror of capital on labor, Sarish is intellectually leading them to ever more expansive spaces of a metaphysical thinking that evaporates the reality of Muslims themselves into the paradisiacal inanity of Islam itself. Instead of responding to the globalizing terror of the postmodernity of capital and labor, Sarish's hermeneutics corresponds to its metaphysical constitution of a digitized empire of abstractions. The entire spectrum of Sarish's discursive universe is a locally outdated, globally irrelevant nativism, rendering the very philosophical culture that generates and sustains it epistemically self-absorbed and universally exotic. Sarish is the very last relic from the Islam and the West archaeological site in whose insights we can see how the pathology of power divides to conquer, and in whose blindness we can imagine otherwise than being trapped in a false binary opposition. Separating the historical readings of Islam from Islam itself seeks to safeguard an iconic conception of religion in order to save it for posterity and then offer a carbon copy conception on which history can leave its footsteps and traces. This, in a simpler language, is to try to have your cake and eat it too. This also is the final fear in facing European colonial modernity, the anxiety of a colonized, petrified mind writ large, and all of that at a time when the project of racialized modernity itself has self-destructed. Having failed to face this colonial modernity, and having mutated itself into the rotating mirror of realities originated elsewhere, Islam is finally made by Sarish to run for cover and leave behind a conceptual surrogate, a historical shadow, to face the world. This is worse than trying to have your cake and eat it too. This is postulating an agential impossibility, where historical agency is impossible because we are no longer real when we have checked ourselves out of history, imagined a hidden metaphysical haven to run to, where we never face the real because we are not real. We are the shadow of our own former faith. If Abdal Karim Sarish is a belated nativist persisting on the false binary opposition between Islam and the West, Tariq Ramadan is a cream puff by the mainly European media to play a variation on the similar theme of, this time around, Islam in the West. The problem with Sarish, who is an infinitely superior intellectual force and formidable thinker, is that paramount in his hermeneutics remains the centrality of a time that is, entirely unbeknown to himself, a European time, a colonial time, a time out of joint, a time that is neither Islamic nor worldly. But Sarish's, with all its faults, is an immensely erudite mind, a vastly learned intellect, albeit caught in an entirely captured and colonized imagination, writing deeply informed and spectacularly learned essays and books in a principal Islamic language, Persian, which is not what one can claim for Tariq Ramadan. With Sarish we at least know that we are in the presence of a magnificent, however retrograde, intelligence, as we can also detect exactly where his epistemic problems originate, when, for example, we note that the interlocutor that he wishes to place in front of this religion itself is, subconsciously, an impersonator of the West, someone imagining what this West wishes him to say. None of these are even remotely applicable to Tariq Ramadan, who is far more a media hype than an intellectual force. Tariq Ramadan is a product of Euro-American media sensationalism, especially after he was denied a U.S. visa on the ludicrous charges of affiliation with a terrorist organization. His appointment at a teaching position at Notre Dame University and subsequent denial of an entry visa to move to the USA created an international spectacle from which Tariq Ramadan emerged as yet another candidate for this bizarre epithet of the Martin Luther of Islam, hitherto given to any number of other candidates. Tariq Ramadan is a Muslim, Martin Luther has declared Paul Donnelly at the Washington Post. The work of Tariq Ramadan will take its place in the annals of Islamic thought, chimes in El Monde Diplomatique. By what authority and on the basis of what evidence, and do Muslims around the globe need to have a Martin Luther of their own? No one dares to ask or cares to answer. To be sure, it is mostly European and American, Christian, Protestant, observers who seem to be in search of a Muslim Martin Luther and keep bestowing it on Sarish one day, Ramadan another, and now even on Reza Asian. The calamity of 9/11 has bizarre repercussions of a variety of vintages. Only the least of them is the rise of fictive Martin Luthers to save Europeans and Americans from their fear of this chimerical creature they keep calling Islam. One looks in vain at Tariq Ramadan's work for the trace of any original idea, any sign of a path-breaking suggestion, anything remotely resembling the Catholicity of Sarish's hermeneutic or theological learning, anything that will touch upon the sufferings and repressed aspirations of people, Muslim or otherwise, around the globe. Swiss by birth and breeding, his conception of the Muslim world is from the vantage point of a belated European provincial at heart, parochial in diction and disposition. As a media product, Ramadan is quite an oddity and has a particularly difficult time being taken seriously by any Muslim, or non-Muslim, readership. Such scholars, theorists, and activists as Nasr Hamid Abu Zaid 77 or Nawal el-Saada'i 78, to give two prominent global examples, cut far more formidable and compelling figures. Ramadan, though of Egyptian descent, does not write in any Islamic language, Arabic, Persian, Turkish, or Urdu. His writings are published in English, though evidently he is more at home in French than in English. 79 And yet his books are readily available in English, and yet, bizarre indeed, he does not write them in English but has them translated for him into English by a certain Claude Dabashi, on one occasion, and a Carol Babayi, on another, translators whom he thanks in his acknowledgments but who do not receive credit on the cover of the book, thus creating the impression that Tariq Ramadan originally wrote his books in English. 80 English, French, whatever, the authorial voice of Tariq Ramadan is fabricated, concocted, oscillating, miasmatic. Even bypassing all these bizarre circumstances and irregularities, the substance of what one reads over Tariq Ramadan's signature is singularly vacuous and useless, mostly a primer in an elementary knowledge of Islam mixed with yet another tiresome juggling of Islam and the West, or tradition versus modernity. To be sure, on the surface what Tariq Ramadan is proposing is rather an innocuous reconsideration of some basic creedal and communal parameters of being a Muslim in a European context. In To Be a European Muslim, 1999, for example, he provides a handy and perhaps useful primer for young Muslims about the classification of various branches of Islamic juridical, and exclusively juridical, learning, a classification that is neither wrong nor particularly noteworthy. Muslims have been dividing and subdividing their various branches of knowledge at least since the time of Abu Nasr al-Farabi's, 870 to 950, Is-al-Ulam. Ramadan's purpose here, however, is to give young European Muslims a generic exposure to various modes of knowledge production in Islam, though, and there is the rub, mostly in juridical terms, with a nod towards Islamic ethics. 81 What is particularly noteworthy in Ramadan's conception of Islam is that his reading of his faith remains at a quintessentially juridical level, with very little or non-existent awareness or notice of the non-juridical, in fact counter-juridical, dimensions of Islam. Beyond these innocuous preliminaries, Ramadan does raise some quite serious questions about the identity, the whereabouts, and the possibilities of coexistence of Muslims in Europe, somewhere between assimilation and alienation. 82 But all these questions are predicated on his normative geographical worldview, the way he sees the world divided, and that precisely is where his problems dwell. The problem with much of what Ramadan writes and proposes remains his astonishingly provincial and outdated conception of the globe, very much partaking in the European provincialism that embraces him and he embraces back as a European Muslim. Central to this provincialism is his worldview as it is best articulated in his chapter on Where Are We, in his To Be a European Muslim, where he has an elaborate discussion about old concepts. 83 Here lies Tariq Ramadan's captured imagination, oscillating between an old, useless, irrelevant, and entirely banal juridical bifurcation between Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb, on one hand, and a center and periphery conception of the world, with the West at the center and the rest of the world at its periphery. 84 A number of crucial consequences are contingent on this central blind spot of Tariq Ramadan, consequences that alas make him a central figure in the racist presumptions of the whitewashed Eurocentricity that has in turn opted to celebrate, embrace, and anoint him as a Muslim Martin Luther. At the very outset, Ramadan acknowledges that these two binary concepts, Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb, are nowhere to be found either in the Quran or in the Hadith literature. But nevertheless he proceeds to pick on the juridical distinction made between these two abodes, or spaces, for effectively legalistic purposes and functions, mostly the regulated and codified rituals of piety, incumbent upon a Muslim. From this point forward he is at great pains to prove that a close study of these two definitions shows that the parameters on which the recognition of a specific and qualified Dar is based are not strictly antithetical. 85 He then goes so far as proposing that in fact the opposite is true, because Muslims are sometimes safer in the West regarding the free practice of their religion than they are in Islamic countries. 86 Reviving an old, outdated, entirely irrelevant, and at its essence a matter of codifying the ritual obligations of Muslims in certain schools of law, with little to no particularly enduring effect in the course of Islamic civilization, though later revived and trumpeted up by some Orientalists dead set to essentialize, antagonize, and alienate an entire civilization. What in effect Tariq Ramadan is doing here first and foremost is revealing his own vertiginous juridical, legalistic disposition. The man cannot breathe a word outside a strictly jurisprudential, fiqh-based and sharia-conscious state of mind, which for him is Islam in toto and par excellence. That legalistic disposition marks just about anything and everything that Tariq Ramadan thinks of and writes about Islam, all underwritten by an evident piety which he flaunts in his subordinate clauses, greetings that he sends to the Prophet and such, which in and of themselves are entirely innocent and innocuous but give his language and discourse a decidedly pietistic, and thus juridically binding, disposition. Within that disposition, in the domain of Islamic law proper, the Sharia, we are facing a medieval legal system that is, just like Jewish or any other sacred law, quintessentially, categorically, and at its very epistemic roots predicated on a gender-apartheid jurisprudence. In this law, half of the humanity is systematically barred from equal rights in the eyes of a Muslim judge. None of these facts seem to bother Tariq Ramadan as he goes about stripping Muslims of their cosmopolitan cultures, which includes Islamic law but is not limited to it, and reducing them to a homo juridicus. These facts do bother Nawal el-Saada'i and scores of other Muslim women scholars, theorists, and activists, which European sexist disposition cannot even imagine as the Muslim Martin Luther. Equally important is Tariq Ramadan's mental entrapment inside an Orientalist disposition which makes him effectively speak to an imaginary white European interlocutor pointing an accusatory finger at him and his faith, against which he assumes an apologetic and explanatory posture. In effect it is this fictive white supremacist European that narratively teases out ideas, concepts, meanings, and doctrines that Ramadan feels obligated to enunciate, explain, or dismiss and revise. The result is a dual essentialization of Islam, in an absolutist and irreducibly juridical reading, and the West, as an equally absolutist, essentialized, and ahistorical icon. Thus Tariq Ramadan's conception of Islam in the West is just another gyration of the same old colonial cliché vintage Orientalist manufacturing company of Islam and the West. Having posited a fictively binary and entirely outdated and irrelevant geography, Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb, to target and dismiss, Tariq Ramadan then moves to articulate what he believes is now the more compelling and legitimate picture of the world in which we now live, and here his case goes from bad to worse. Westernization, which for this Muslim Martin Luther is the legitimate daughter of pluridimensional globalization, can be far better expressed through the notions of center, the West and its relay capitals in the South, and periphery, the rest of the planet, than by the representation of two abodes living the reality of a confrontation 87. Here lies the kernel of why is it that Europeans are so excited about Tariq Ramadan and have bestowed upon him the honorific title of Muslim Martin Luther. It is impossible nowadays to imagine a more reactionary, retrograde, stale, parochial, mothball of a manner in which to see the world than this center-periphery, the West and the rest, that this European Muslim is proposing for the world to note. Muslims settled in the West, Ramadan congratulates himself, are at the center, at the heart, at the head of the system which produces the symbolical apparatus of Westernization 88. One can only resort to an assumption of intentional blindness, for the alternatives are simply logical fallacy and momentary delusion, when one sees Tariq Ramadan thus entirely oblivious to the fact that he has just posited a binary opposition between the West and the rest, when he proceeds to say, for Muslims, at the heart of the West, what matters is not to fall back into the old bipolar vision by looking for foes, but rather to find partners who will, like them, be determined to select in what Western culture produces in order to promote its positive contributions and to resist its destructive deviations, both on the human and environmental levels. 89. Having just dismissed the bipolarity of Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harb as irrelevant and inappropriate on pages 125 to 126, he proceeds on pages 148 to 149 to place the privileged European Muslims at the center of an even more inane center-periphery bipolarity, the West and the rest, which he posits as the quintessential fact of the world, in fact the legitimate daughter of pluridimensional globalization, without as much as a blink of a notice that he just fell from the frying pan into the fire. Without even noticing it. Not only that, he in fact proceeds to admonish Muslims to stop thinking in old bipolar ways, while congratulating them for having made it into the heart and the head of the West, and thus to an advantageous position in a superior bipolar phase. What Tariq Ramadan is effectively doing is asking the supremacist European country clubs if they would please not mind admitting a few good European Muslims into the center of their globalizing provincialism, which he believes in pious earnest that such clubs are Allah's gift to humanity. Perhaps what the European admirers of Tariq Ramadan mean by the Martin Luther of Islam is a European whitewashed version of Islam that may help admit a number of good Muslims into their country clubs, please. But Ramadan's entire project, predicated on this noxious notion of the West versus the rest, means absolutely nothing for about 1 billion Muslims scattered around the globe, or even more importantly for their emancipatory part in the fate of billions of other, non-Muslim, people who share their predicament. As a fabrication of mostly European media, Tariq Ramadan speaks more to the anxiety of those who have manufactured him as a Muslim Martin Luther, and thus aborting the infinitely more material and worldly reading of Islam evident in the short but compelling careers of someone like Malcolm X in Africa or Ali Shariati in Europe. In specifically Islamic learning with a superior hermeneutic implication, no one, Abdul Karim Sarish and Tariq Ramadan put together, comes even close to what Nasr Hamid Abu Zaid has done in his Quranic hermeneutics, or Nawal al-Saada'i in her revolutionary rereading of Muslim sacred sources. Nawal al-Saada'i in particular speaks to the repressed realities of half of the humanity, Muslim and non-Muslim women, categorically absent in this Muslim Martin Luther's universe of imagination. But who outside the small circle of Islamic scholars ever heard of Nasr Hamid Abu Zaid, and who other than a small circle of transnational feminists ever cared for what Nawal el-Saadawi has to say, or Fatima Mernisi, Asha Jabbar, Nadia Yassin, etc., for that matter? Nawal al-Saadawi cannot be a Muslim Martin Luther. She is of the wrong sex. The racism of the proposition is confounded by its unabashed sexism. The point of all such fabrications of one Muslim Martin Luther or another seems to address the phantom fears of Europeans themselves, exceedingly nervous about Muslim, and other, immigrant communities in their midst. The fabrication also keeps the unfinished project of such Muslim revolutionaries as Malcolm X or Ali Sharia buried under the dizzying ping-pong game between Islam and the West, or alternatively between tradition and modernity, as if Muslim societies have fallen from some extraterrestrial abode and have not been integral to the global formations of cosmopolitan cultures of identity and defiance the world over. At a time that massive labor migration from various corners of the world into Western Europe and North America is bound to change the demographic disposition of nation-states and once and for all override the cartographies of racialized imperialism, the function of Tariq Ramadan seems to be precisely in the reverse direction, to re-authenticate the racialized bifurcation between the West and the rest by congratulating the European Muslims for having made it to the heart, the head, and the center of universe. There is no such center to this universe. European colonial racism assumed that central role to give its predatory capitalism a cultural claim to superiority over its colonial ravages around the globe, and generations after courageous revolutionary thinkers and activists, from Frantz Fanon to Malcolm X, having sought to override that presumption, Tariq Ramadan is here to revive and re-author it. As I will demonstrate in some detail in the next chapter, precisely at a time when groundbreaking ideas and practices of revolutionary activists ranging from José Martí and W.E.B. Du Bois, down to Frantz Fanon, Che Guevara, and Malcolm X are in dire need of revisiting in order once and for all to dismantle and discard this racist conception of the West colonially constructed morally to belittle and subject the entirety of humanity. In comes Tariq Ramadan as a bizarre concoction called European Muslim to revive and re-authenticate, and in fact give an Islamic disposition to, the most racist conception ever manufactured in the history of colonial modernity. A more reactionary, retrograde, and self-delusional proposition can hardly be imagined. At a time when the very long, shameful, and barbaric history of European colonial ravaging of the globe has finally exposed the rotten roots of its very denominational formations. Europe is literally the invention of the Third World, Frantz Fanon. Suddenly a Tariq Ramadan has appeared, seeking admission into the European country clubs, and thus re-authenticating that idea, but this time around infusing an Islamic element into it. Muslims are not the only immigrant community in Western Europe or North America, nor has their Islamic affiliation been the prima facie cause of their immigration to the western corner of Tariq Ramadan's captured imagination. The massive poverty and the unraveling destitution caused by European colonialism and now by American imperialism, aided and abetted by International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, are the principal causes of such massive labor migrations to Western Europe or North America. Muslims immigrated to Europe not as Muslims but as immigrant laborers, and there is a fundamental, factual, and categorical difference between the Islam of an Algerian, Moroccan, or Afghan illegal immigrant washing dishes in the basement of a restaurant in Paris, and that of the Saudi, Kuwaiti, or Bahraini sheikhs and their concubines strolling by Lake Geneva. Unaware, indifferent, or oblivious to such differences, Tariq Ramadan promotes yet another generic brand of juridical Islam, while congratulating himself and other European Muslims as if they are the only immigrant group entitled to a dignity of place, or to positing themselves in a symbiotic relationship to this colonially manufactured spatial idea called Europe or the West. Europe, as they call it, is being increasingly creolized, as they say in cultural studies, and all for the right, and all for inevitable, reasons. Migration and diasporic communities have raised questions about the very idea of Europe and the assumptions of its cultural, religious, or even political unity, integrity, collectivity. Only in the mind of incurably racist assumptions is the West the center of the universe and the whole world its periphery. That periphery is already in the center, for that center was roaming through its peripheries causing calamities and stealing resources. Intermingling of diverse communities of sentiments having gathered in the West from all the colonized lands prevents any essentialist assumption about any collectivity anywhere in the world. Migratory movements, breaking of diasporic boundaries, the shifting landscape of continental divides have all made the world look like a quilt rather than an encircled center. Millions of refugees are now the permanent fixtures of world demographic distribution. Their minor literatures and cultures are major to them. Post-coloniality means very little to new forms of labor abuse and household slavery. Before he thinks of French for Dar al-Islam or Dar al-Harb, outlandish and irrelevant terms, Tariq Ramadan needs to think of Arabic for mestizage, creolization, Luso-tropicalism, etc. Massive labor migrations from scores of countries to Western European and North American domains have been definitive to their economic and demographic dispositions. Italian, Irish, Polish, Scandinavian, Eastern European, North African, South Asian, East Asian, and Latin American communities have immigrated in their millions into these domains over the last 200 years, in particular in desperate search of job. Why should the fate and lot of Muslims as Muslims be any different from others like them? Why should North African, South, or West Asian communities even be reduced to their Islamic identities? Do they lack any other aspect, equally compelling perhaps, equally formative, equally if not more binding in them than their having been born to a Muslim parentage? Suppose they are nothing but Muslim. Why should a blindfolded, vertiginous, and entirely juridical conception of Islam have an exclusive claim on their faith, despite its magnificent cosmopolitan character and culture over the last 1,400 years throughout the Muslim world? Islamic philosophy and its various epistemically liberating branches, Islamic mysticism and its globally forgiving reach, Islamic political thoughts of diverse normative disposition, Islamic natural and biological sciences in various fields and domains. Why not Arabic, Persian, Turkish, or Urdu literary humanism? Why not exposure to and the active cultivation of a worldly cosmopolitanism, an anti-colonial modernity, throughout the Muslim world over the last 200 years alone, their exposure to an equally, more immediate, worldly and cosmopolitan culture be the defining moment of Muslims in their contemporary condition? Who decided, and upon what pulpit exactly, that Muslims, even these European Muslims, are nothing but inanimate objects at the cold and calculating mercy of a Swiss Muslim jurist, akin to and reminiscent of Calvin's brutally meticulous Protestantism, deciding their moral and normative whereabouts? Reducing Muslims' worldly character exclusively to their Islamic identities, dwarfing their collective claim to a magnificent cosmopolitan Islam to a theologically pedantic juridical Islam, and then placing that naked homo juridicus, stripped of any claim to a cosmopolitan culture innate to her and his history, next to a fictive white supremacist European assumption that the West, wherever that is the center of the universe and thus Allah's gift to humanity, and whereby to re-authenticate the racist assumption at the root of the very notion of the West that is Tariq Ramadan in a nutshell. The Islam of a contemporary world that does not place the immigrant Muslim laborer, in the full regalia of her and his claim to a worldly and polyfocal civilization, next to a poor Christian Mexican laborer, equally full-bodied and about to cross the border and yet at the shooting range of a redneck Minuteman, and both of them then placed next to an Indian Hindu cab driver pulling a backbreaking 12-hour shift in New York, and then all of them next to a Hungarian Jew running from European pogroms and the Holocaust, and then add to them, above all, a pagan, a kafir, an atheist, and a shaman from the heart of Africa selling fake Gucci bags in Florence, and then underlining their illegal immigrant status and noting the ghastly gender imbalance of power among them all. An Islam that is thus not situated in the real world has not an iota of credibility with a decent vision of humanity at large, let alone a claim to the visions of a prophet whose very first messages of hope was for the homeless and the illegal immigrants of Mecca and Medina of his time. Muslims do not need a Martin Luther. If anything, they need to revisit the historical vision of their own prophet, or at least that of his trusted companion Bilal al-Habashi, or even in a shorter cut that of Malcolm X, or in his absence a resumption of the project he left unfinished. Islam can no longer speak. It has no particular interlocutor. Its once Western interlocutor has now imploded, vaporized into the thin air of globalization. The world has no center, no periphery. In the absence of a civilizational other, Islam has become mute. Mullah Omar and Osama bin Laden speak for nothing but a vacuous and vicious violence. Faceless, voiceless, praying in silent soliloquies, Muslims face an other beyond their active imagination. And thus precisely in their amorphous wonder they mirror the phantasmagoric violence of a mode of globalization that the most devastating military machinery in human history, now led by George W. Bush, can barely begin to claim or control. The war is no longer, if it ever was, between tradition and modernity, between the East and the West, or between Islam and the West. The war is not between US imperialism and the Taliban, or Al-Qaeda either. The war is between a monstrous apparition called globalization and the mirror reflection of the terror it visits upon the world, now codenamed terrorism. The US Army may now fashion itself to become the military arm of globalization, as Al-Qaeda is made to represent its carbon copy, terrorism. But the battle lines are far too amorphous and porous to yield their imaginative geography so early in the game. That remapping needs active agency, though in a manner yet to be envisioned, outlined, peopled with a faltering humanity. The very ideas of the nation-state, of cultural identity, and of civilizational boundaries have long since lost their categorical legitimacy. After the events of September 11, 2001, the retrograde ideas of such instruments of power as Samuel Huntington and Bernard Lewis were once again dusted off and taken for yet another tired ride. But they are wrong. Even louder microphones can be given to Huntington and Osama bin Laden. But civilizational thinking is over. Bernard Lewis can frequent the Pentagon even more often and Mullah Omar may go into hiding to resurface again. But Islam and the West is today more an inane binary opposition than it ever was. The battle was never between Islam and the West. Kuwaiti sheikhs and Enron executives are of the same ilk, culture, and disposition, so are the inner-city kids from Harlem and Bronx who join the US Army and the Taliban fighters from Kandahar. Islam of the Saudi princes is not the Islam of Algerian migrant laborers in France, and there is no western corner of any globe and universe that can bring together Park Avenue in New York City and the slums of Newark, New Jersey. Left to the ravages of Katrina, New Orleans looks uncannily identical to Baghdad. Islam and the West was one particularly malicious invention of colonial modernity. With modernity dead and the postmodern infusion of globalization rampant, that ghostly opposition means nothing. Globalization means nothing other than the lifting of that smoke screen of civilizational divides that covered the vertical and horizontal colonization. What difference does it make if the British colonized India or Ireland, the Italians Mezzogiorno or Libya, or the French bourgeoisie the French or Algerian laborers? Colonization is colonization is colonization. Colonialism is integral to the operation of capital. Colonialism is the abuse of labor by capital writ global, times racism, multiplied by predatory warmongering. The capital colonizes labor, not cultures. Nike will sell shoes to American Marines and the Afghan Taliban alike, no discrimination here. Formation of national cultures, the British, the French, the Germans, etc., succeeded the European dynastic histories by way of giving ideological cohesion to the emerging national economies as the optimum unit for the maximum abuse of labor by capital. Formation of civilizational divides, constituting the West and separating it from the Islamic, the Chinese, the Indian, etc., all invented by an army of mercenary Orientalists, succeeded the medieval idea of Christendom and thus expanded the ideological cohesion of national economies to their colonial divides. The Germans thought they were Germans against the French so that they would not see the brutal class division that internally pulled them apart, as the Westerners saw themselves as Westerners against Muslims, Chinese, or Indians, Orientals in general, so the structural similarities between the ravages of capital on labor whether in Paris or in Cairo would not reveal itself. This was the historical smoke screen that is now lifted from the global face of desperation and destitution that the brutality of capital on labor has visited upon the world. It is far more than theoretical blindness to perpetuate and authenticate inanities such as Islam and the West by forgetting that the Islam of that opposition, as indeed its West, is the figment of a tormented, colonized, and captive imagination. From its very inception, Islam has been a religion of protest. What is called Shi'ism is nothing other than the very soul of Islam as a religion of protest. But Shi'ism has succeeded precisely because, as the very soul of the Islamic message, it is a paradox. It can never, and should never, succeed. It should always speak the truth to power. It can never be in power. A Muslim ruler is, as it has always been, a contradiction in terms. All the current rulers in the Islamic Republic of Iran who have not been democratically elected are usurpers of power. The very constitution of the Islamic Republic, the very idea of wilayah-e-faqih, is the usurpation of power. Democracy, as the will of a people to self-governance, is constitutional to Shi'ism and by extension to Islam as a religion of protest. The confirmation or denial of authority to their leaders is always the sole prerogative of Muslims. The source of legitimacy is from the ground up and not the other way around. The fancy footwork of belated and blind ideologues notwithstanding, the ordinary Muslims in the streets of Tehran, Cairo, Peshawar, or Ramallah, whether or not they even consciously recognize themselves as believing Muslims, are the sole source of revolutionary energy and moral aspiration. That has always been the case, before and after colonial modernity. That will always be the case, before and after post-colonial postmodernity. For Islam and globalization. Here lies a yellow man, killed by a BM black man, fighting for the WM white man, who killed all the RM red man. Malcolm X. Corporate globalization, or shall we call it by its name, imperialism. So all this is empire. This loyal confederation, this obscene accumulation of power, this greatly increased distance between those who make the decisions and those who have to suffer them. Arundhati Roy. So may I work the mills just as long as I am able. And never meet the man whose name is on the label. It be me and my machine. For the rest of the morning. And the rest of the afternoon. Gone to hell for the rest of my life. James Taylor, mill worker. In a brief but powerful speech that Arundhati Roy delivered at the closing rally of the World Social Forum in Porto Alegre, Brazil, on January 27, 2003, the defiant anti-war activist, award-winning novelist, and the recipient of the 2002 Lannan Foundation Prize for Cultural Freedom outlined the vicious circularity of the violence that U.S. imperialism unleashes upon the world. Identifying the empire as the scattered constellation of the U.S. government, its European allies, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the World Trade Organization, WTO, and multinational corporations, she then declared that this empire has sprouted other subsidiary heads, some dangerous byproducts: nationalism, religious bigotry, fascism and, of course, terrorism. All these march arm in arm with the project of corporate globalization. One of the principal examples that Roy provides to illustrate her argument is her own country, India, where she reports that the government is divided into two arms. While one arm is busy selling India off in chunks, the other, to divert attention, is orchestrating a howling, baying chorus of Hindu nationalism and religious fascism. It is conducting nuclear tests, rewriting history books, burning churches, and demolishing mosques. Censorship, surveillance, the suspension of civil liberties and human rights, the questioning of who is an Indian citizen and who is not, particularly with regard to religious minorities, are all becoming common practice now. Point 2. The deadly combination that Roy identifies as the high mark of globalization: economic buccaneering, overnight robbery of national wealth on the high economic seas of transnational commerce, on one hand, and cultural tribalism on the other, is evident all over the globe. As part of this schizophrenic scene, Roy describes what she calls a state-sponsored pogrom in which thousands of Muslims, women in particular, were gang-raped and slaughtered by Hindu fundamentalists. More than 150,000 Muslims, Roy reports, have been driven from their homes. The economic basis of the Muslim community has been devastated. What have Indian authorities done in response? Narendra Modi, architect of the pogrom, proud member of the RSS Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, equals a right-wing Hindu cultural guild with a clearly articulated anti-Muslim stand and a nationalistic notion of Hindutva, the ideological backbone of BJP, the Hindu Nationalist Party, has embarked on his second term as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And then comes Roy's principal point: if he, Narendra Modi, were Saddam Hussein, of course each atrocity would have been on CNN. But since he's not, and since the Indian market is open to global investors, the massacre is not even an embarrassing inconvenience. 3. The point of Roy's argument, pointedly observed, is that if the market to globalized capital is wide open and lucrative, the presiding imperial hubris could not care less if consumers are eating each other alive, so far as it can make a lucrative business out of the spectacle. Add those countless Muslims murdered by Hindu fundamentalist thugs in India to countless more murdered by the Jewish state in Palestine, and the even more countless massacred by the Christian Empire and its allies in Afghanistan and Iraq, and then bring Arundhati Roy's voice of moral outrage closer to the mournful testimony of Judith Butler, and ask with her what are the cultural barriers against which we struggle when we try to find out about the losses that we are asked not to mourn, when we attempt to name, and so to bring under the rubric of the human those whom the United States and its allies have killed, for we can, of course, as Judith Butler knows only too well, easily name the nameless, for they all have a name. His name is Muhammad al-Dura, 1988-2000, cold-bloodedly murdered by the Israeli sharpshooters on September 30, 2000 in the Gaza Strip at the beginning of the Al-Aqsa Intifada. Her name is Abar Qasim Hamza al-Janabi, 1991-2006, the 14-year-old Iraqi girl from the village of Mahmoudiya near Baghdad who on or about March 12, 2006 was gang-raped by the U.S. serviceman, PFC. Stephen D. Green and his company, before they burned and murdered her ravaged body along with her father Qasim Hamza Rahim, 45, her mother Fakhriya Taha Muhazin, 34, and her 7-year-old sister, Hadil Qasim Hamza. They are not nameless. Like all other humans, they have a name. CNN anchor persons may not know how to pronounce them. Fox News propaganda officers may not care to consider them human. The New York Times might be complicitous in giving its reporter Judith Miller wide-opened columns to help the Bush administration to cheat and lie its way to bombing Abar Qasim Hamza al-Janabi's entire country to rubble. But they all have proper names. The question though that Judith Butler raises, when she attempts to name, is far more fundamental, far more disconcerting. In a mournful voice depleted by the power of its own fear in the face of the inhumanity she has witnessed, Butler questions the specter of anonymity cast upon the immediate and distant victims of a neoconservative Zionist global terrorism. The veil of that anonymity is far thicker than the proverbial burqa that the propaganda machinery of the U.S. empire has cast upon Muslim women, a burqa categorically different from the habitual garment of one form or another worn by women around the globe. Taking her lead from Chandra Mohanty's groundbreaking essay, Under Western Eyes, Judith Butler reaches out for a manner of transnational feminism that is no longer contingent on an imperial succumbing to the white women's notion of agency. Suppose, Butler has learned from Mohanty, that this thing that Hillary Clinton mispronounces as burqa had a multiplicity of functions entirely unbeknown to the white and white-identified women. What then? Suppose that there were certain aliens who had by hook or by crook smuggled themselves into the belly of this beast they call the West and who have actually grown up, played hide and seek for example, or else sought protection from nasty flies in cool summer afternoons, under those multifunctional things that Lynn Cheney, now that we are naming names, cannot even bring herself to pronounce, will not attempt to name. What then? Judith Butler's answer, predicated on Chandra Mohanty's timely intervention, is clear and concise. It seems to me now that the possibility of international coalition has to be rethought on the basis of this critique and others. Such a coalition would have to be modeled on new modes of cultural transaction and would be different from appreciating this or that position or asking for recognition in ways that assume that we are all fixed and frozen in our various locations and subject positions. We could have several engaged intellectual debates going on at the same time and find ourselves joined in the fight against violence. 5. What Judith Butler is proposing here is the active mutation of a single, solitary, and fixed subject position, and she must never wear a veil, into a multiplicity of equally agential subject positions, each located on a differing, and superseding cartography that no longer recognizes the imperial mapping of the world, on which is acknowledged and revealed a few as worthy of life and liberty, while the majority of the inhabitants of the world are dismissed as unworthy of either life, liberty, or even death, and thus rendered anonymous and faceless behind a burqa far thicker than what Hillary Clinton and CNN can fathom. The death of the foreigner will have to remain foreign and unmourned, and the death of the familiar and mourned. And the twain, in the classical British imperial thinking of Rudyard Kipling, shall never meet. The geography of human emotions that this politics of mourning entails is contingent on a simultaneous emotive solidarity with the familiar and permanent estrangement from the foreign. What Judith Butler calls for, predicated on a path-breaking reading of Levinas' notion of the face, 6 is the reversal of that order, where the foreign becomes dialectically familiar by way of the familiarity of one's own death becoming uncannily foreign. The politics of mourning names the familiar victims and leaves the foreign nameless, faceless, countless, irrelevant, and thus covered under a veil of anonymity far thicker and more imposing than what it calls a burqa. Named or nameless, subject formations are the insignia of a cartography of motions and emotions, the bright or blighted colors with which we map the world. The problem that Judith Butler's generation of critical theorists and feminists have faced, and are now trying to overcome, is not naming the nameless or when we attempt to name but pronouncing the already named, Aber Qasim Hamza al-Janabi, and thus reimagining the globe on a more emancipatory map, a map on which Aber Qasim Hamza al-Janabi has a home just before it is raided by U.S. soldiers. The map of the world that George W. Bush seeks to rule is overwritten by a schizophrenic bifurcation best captured by Arundhati Roy's description of India: rampant corporate globalization on one side and religious fanaticism on the other. In other words, the manner in which the US-led globalization of capital and its human and cultural subsidiaries seems to operate is the planetary expansion of a postmodern productive machinery on one side and the aggressive disintegration of cosmopolitan cultures into medieval tribalisms of one sort or another. Reflecting similar tendencies around the world, that bizarre concoction of corporate-sponsored tribalism assumed a spectacularly jingoistic disposition in the USA soon after the events of 9/11. The meanings attached to flag waving, observes Susan Willis in her Portents of the Real, a primer for post-9/11 America, very much reflecting and expounding Arundhati Roy's insights about India, have a lot to tell us about the America that emerged phoenix-like out of its ashes to remake itself for the 21st century. 7. Thinking of the flag as something of a circulating signifier, Willis ultimately concludes that in its power to evoke healing and perseverance over New York and retribution over Kandahar, this flag shows itself as an empty signifier. Concomitant with this contradictory evacuation of meaning from the American flag, Susan Willis observes, we were told to shop. Shop to show we're patriotic Americans. Shop to show our resilience over death and destruction. Shop because in consumer capitalism shopping is the only way we can participate. 8. Shopping and showing the American flag. Willis continues her probing insights into the immediate semiotics of post-9/11 flag waving, became effectively interchangeable. For some time you shopped for just about anything, including a t-shirt you just bought and wore with an American flag on it. For many turned to displays of the flag as the only available mode of proclaiming community. 9. That sense of community though was trans-regional, not just American, for in the course of America's new alliance in the fight against terrorism, every nation's own troublesome dissidents become a pretext to adopt America's search and destroy policy. Russia's war against the Chechens, China's repression of its Muslim population in Xinjiang province, and Israel's drive to exterminate the Palestinians all implicitly fly the American flag of approval. 10. But in one crucial way. The waving of the American flag remained a quintessentially American thing, for, as Susan Willis puts it, we Americans show with our car-mounted flags that we know the war against terrorism is the code term for the preservation of our interstates, cars, suburbs, and the petrochemical octopus that feeds and clothes us. 11. Whereas in specifically economic terms, Americans seem to manufacture less and less and yet accumulate wealth more and more, in cultural terms globalization has amounted to their positively catapulting their proverbial parochialism abroad, and thus systematically barring the formation of any cosmopolitan culture in their midst by branding, stigmatizing, and dismissing it as multiculturalism. The combined contradictions of vacuous globalization of capital and the incessant tribalization of sentiments against which Arundhati Roy, Judith Butler, and Susan Willis warn is not limited to India, the Muslim world, or the USA. Europe, the self-proclaimed paragon of civilization, has its own version of this deadly mixture of an even more potent provincialism. Consider the manner in which Julia Kristeva speaks of our Europe, where she believes we must not lose sight of the crucial point: the effort to construct the European Union is more than that, it is a global civilizing effort. 12. This is not provincializing Europe, as Dipesh Chakrabarty is suggesting what we need to do. 13. This is globalizing European provincialism and calling it its civilizing mission of all people, proposed by a Bulgarian, herself historically cast out, along with gypsies and Jews, as the internal other of the very idea of Europe. Somewhat reminiscent of Berlusconi and Felice's identical positions on the matter, Kristeva warns Europeans, on the threshold of the third millennium, we Europeans are encountering a major challenge involving the values of civilization, values that, for better or worse, we have succeeded in establishing and that will or will not be transmitted to the societies that come after us. 14. That subordinate clause of for better or for worse is a bit too much in a hurry to gloss over who exactly got the better and who the worse over the last millennial galaxies of terror and robbery that we, them, Europeans have inflicted upon the earth. A global landscape left to ruins by a savage history of European colonialism may wish to raise an objection and flag that for worse in that subordinate clause and ask Kristeva, Berlusconi, Felice, and any other we, them, Europeans that there are millennial histories and ruined landscapes of humanity that could not care less that societies that come after us will not repeat what European colonialism did on the planet Earth. Will a European today dare to ask if the legacy of European barbarism that caused countless pogroms and culminated in the Jewish Holocaust will or will not be transmitted to the societies that come after us? What European racists did to European Jewry in the course of the Jewish Holocaust, despite its unique and unfathomable criminal enormity, pales in comparison to what the self-same Europeans have done to colonized continents for centuries and for generations. The Jewish Holocaust was just a local sample of what Europe did outside Europe, and the world is much better off making sure that these Europeans will not repeat what they have inflicted on planet Earth. One reads Julia Kristeva's blinded provincialism as if the remnants of a history oblivious to its own memory. In this identification of the subject with freedom, she stipulates pointedly, an identification that crystallized at the intersection of Greek, Jewish, and Christian experience before being formulated by Kant, resides the essence and the most precious advantages of European civilization. 15. Really? A whole pedigree of theorized and practiced slavery and misogyny marks the birth of the Greek in that trio, while an entire history of pogroms and a genocidal Holocaust distances that Jewish from that Christian duo, while at the very same time that Jewish has the denial and denigration of an entire people, the Palestinians, to account for, standing in line right behind that Christian and its complicity in the murderous extermination of Native Americans during the onslaught of the European conquest of the New World. Christianity is not all turning the other cheek. The testimony of Bartolomé de las Casas on the massacre of Native Americans is also Christian in color and character. As for Kant, he systematically barred the entire humanity, minus the Europe of Julia Kristeva and Tariq Ramadan, who themselves as a Bulgarian and an Egyptian Kant will chuckle to embrace as a European, from even entering the domain of the human. Does the world really care for this essence and the most precious advantages of European civilization, coming out of that particular pedigree, to define the terms of its globalization? The Europe of Kant, Kristeva, and Ramadan is even more horrid, racist, and imperial than the nightmare of American neoconservatives, the thuggish savagery of Hindu fundamentalists, and the blinded and banal hatred of Osama bin Laden all put together. This Europe can form a union as it wills, but considering that unification a global civilizing effort, as Julia Kristeva supposes, and Tariq Ramadan endorses, is a tad too late, and ought to be a bit more embarrassing, in the post-colonial game. Between Judith Butler's necessary critique of American provincialism, where you cannot name let alone pronounce Abur Qasim Hamza al-Janabi, and Julia Kristeva's vertiginous flaunting of the European version of the self-same provincialism stands Susan Sontag's attempt to cross the boundary. In an unguarded moment in an otherwise nostalgic rumination on the US-European relations from the time of Tocqueville and D.H. Lawrence to that of post-9/11 consternations, Susan Sontag uttered the inner anxieties of a revealing gaffe. Speaking of the various colorations of the US and European perceptions of each other, particularly exacerbated in the aftermath of 9/11, she observed, "What the Americans see is almost the reverse of the Europhile cliché. They see themselves defending civilization. The barbarian hordes are no longer outside the gates. They are within, in every prosperous city, plotting havoc. The chocolate-producing countries, France, Germany, Belgium, will have to stand aside, while a country with will and God on its side pursues the battle against terrorism, now conflated with barbarism." Point 16. Let's for a moment hesitate from reading what Sontag says fewer than 2 pages later as clearly contradicting herself when she says, "Americans have got used to thinking of the world in terms of enemies. Enemies are somewhere else, as the fighting is almost always over there, with Islamic fundamentalism having replaced Russian and Chinese communism as the implacable, furtive menace." 17. For here in this unguarded moment what we see the preeminent American literati doing is an act of flipped-over anxiety, where her fear of the enemy abroad, over there, somewhere else, has been internalized into the immigrant communities inside. The barbarian hordes are no longer outside the gates. They are within, in every prosperous city, plotting havoc. The South Asian, North Africans, Arabs, Muslims, etc., migrant communities that have descended upon European capitals and are defecating on Italian architectural masterpieces, as Oriana Fallaci used to say, are also coming to the USA to generate the functional equivalent of the same sentiments among the liberal literati. Ordinarily, and when well guarded, Susan Sontag would not have been caught dead in such company. But when drawn into a charming, endearing, and nostalgic mapping of the US-EU relationship over the centuries, at one point even invoking the image of a parent-child metaphor, then the over there and somewhere else mutate, reverse, and become, the barbarian hordes are no longer outside the gates. They are within, in every prosperous city, plotting havoc. Who exactly did the great, late American literary icon have in mind? Arabs, perhaps, Africans, South Asians, Latinos, maybe. Racism of the learned becomes so positively tasteless in their otherwise charming disposition. Point 18. The problem with Julia Kristeva and Susan Sontag is not a mere garden variety parochialism, bordering inevitably with racism, disguised under the thin veneer of a Hoka Ultra Eurocentricity. The far more important problem is the provincial imagination of an imperial cartography that cannot see the world except on a west-east axis. In the 21st century, observes the distinguished American feminist scholar Zilla Eisenstein, the West means the US more than Europe, as well as the globalized forms of cultural capitalism which no longer have any one geographical location. 19. That is the beginning of an emancipatory wisdom, for that is a far more liberating manner of revisiting the world through a revised geography of emancipation. Dismantling that geography of domination, predicated on the globalized forms of cultural capitalism, is the first step towards reimagining the world in alternative and liberating manners. What Eisenstein has achieved in her extraordinary work, Against Empire, 2004, is one such critical remapping that brings the crucial issue of women's liberation movements into an entirely new and path-breaking light. The flows, by which Zilla Eisenstein means both labor and capital, and their miasmatic cultures, travel from global capital to sites everywhere, yet there still are flows traveling in reverse against these developments from Seattle, Washington, and Johannesburg, South Africa. These cross-currents of domination and revolt radically remap the world and draw new lines of human agency. What we understand by globalization can be thus as much the scattered instrumentalities of domination as the varied strategies of resisting it. Given the relations of power, flows both ways are absorbed by power-filled discourses which appropriate and silence subversive variety. But that silencing is not a fait accompli. Eisenstein is of course correct in alerting us to power-filled discourses. But those discourses, ipso facto, are invitations to assault. It is certainly a project aided and abetted by the corporate media of the North American variety. But that constellation of banality is far more a paper tiger than a formidable force. Eisenstein's point, to be sure, is clear and concise, echoing Arundhati Roy's global capitalism parades as globalization. Globalization holds out the probability of world poverty worsening along with repressive measures against those who suffer most. It also holds out the possibility of resistance against these forces. This latter point, however, is a site of contestation, where human will to defy complicity is loud and clear, particularly at the heart of this predatory barbarity, the USA itself, which is now ipso facto no longer the center of anything other than its own parochial imagination. Growing criticism of global capital and its culture of domination, Eisenstein rightly observes, has taken hold in places like Seattle, Paris, and Barcelona, locations peripheral and central at the same time. The critical fusion of the imperial mapping of the globe that Eisenstein notes dismantles the cartography of power we have received and points to a far more liberating manner of looking at and imagining the world, and thus marks the way humanity at large is creatively reimagined. Bourgeois culture, she pointedly notes, is seductive and captivating, and it is oppressive and isolating. Monitoring is needed, and most of all, the US needs to surveil more and more of the globe in order to protect its own needs, which extend well beyond its own territorial borders. So the US builds empire for itself, and the globe be damned. 20. What Eisenstein identifies here is the imperial urge to dominate the world in a manner that safeguards the privileged classes not only within the US borders but just about anywhere else. Those who are the beneficiary of this imperial design are not just the American millionaires. The Saudi and Kuwaiti billionaires, just like Jordanian or Moroccan monarchists, or Latin American drug cartels, Asian entrepreneurs, Russian businessmen, Iranian clerical cliques, Chinese party apparatchiks, Indian Hindu fundamentalists, Israeli Zionists, European corporations, etc. They are all, as Susan Willis would put it, flying the American flag. Infinitely superior to both Julia Kristeva and Susan Sontag in her vision and insight into the critical remapping of the world is the extraordinary work of Amy Kaplan in The Anarchy of Empire in the Making of U.S. Culture, in which she outlines and exposes the fabricated dichotomy between the inside and the outside in a far more convincing way. For Amy Kaplan, manifest destiny is manifest domesticity, and foreign policy is written into the fabric of domestic affairs, and thus the U.S. wars against Native Americans, extended into the war with Mexico in mid-19th century and then later against Spain, Cuba, the Philippines, Korea, Vietnam, etc. are all not just related but in fact integral and definitive to matters domestic to the Imperial Republic. The anarchy of empire in its convulsive reach across the globe, Amy Kaplan argues, both erects and destabilizes the geopolitical boundaries of nation-states and colonies and the conceptual borders between the domestic and the foreign. 21. One of Amy Kaplan's most salient arguments in her Anarchy of Empire is when she turns to W.E.B. Du Bois' Pan-African internationalism as posited against the grain of American imperialism. Du Bois not only condemned the United States as an imperial force in the world, but used the framework of empire to disentangle America as a product of broader global forces, and at times to recenter his own international authority. 22 Concentrating on Dubois' Darkwater, Voices from Within the Veil, 1920, Amy Kaplan demonstrates how through seismic shifts of perspective, Darkwater expands the geographical terrain of World War to encompass the colonization of Africa and Asia, post-Reconstruction America, and the U.S. empire abroad. 23 Amy Kaplan's own ambitious project echoes W.E.B. Du Bois, mapping the overlapping terrain of the foreign and domestic involves contests over writing of history. I am interested not only in how we write the history of imperialism, but also in how the participants and critics of the imperial projects historicized empire in their own time. 24 Precisely at a moment when us European warmongering had termed their rivalries over who will get to rob the world of its resources. World War I, Du Bois wrote The African Roots of War, 1915, in which, as Amy Kaplan puts it, he moves Africa from geographic periphery and historical backwater into the central vantage point from which to rewrite the history of the present and remap the terrain of the World War. The essay offers more than the causal economic argument for which it is known. By grounding his inquiry in Africa, Du Bois exposes the way the representations of space and time have been structured by imperial maps and narratives of the world, and from this location he draws alternative maps and writes new historical narratives. 25. The superiority of Kaplan's argument, predicated on Du Bois' critical remapping of the world, puts both Kristova's parochial Eurocentrism and Sontag's mothballing endearment to her European friends, both almost a century behind the creative intelligence of W.E.B. Du Bois, to shame. The point though, when we connect Kaplan to Evenstein, Willis, Butler, and back to Roy, is not to shame the obviated provincialism of imperial imaginings that is particularly, not surprisingly, evident in its most so-called progressive and liberal voices, when their guarded and studied demeanors fall and their inadvertent racism shows through. But to pick up where Du Bois left off, the way Amy Kaplan does, and then posit the idea that in his turn Malcolm X was the Muslim version of Du Bois in their mutual defiance of the imperial mapping of the world and their decentering of the American empire. It is well known, Amy Kaplan points out, that Du Bois drew a powerful link between segregation at home and colonialism abroad, and that he connected these spheres through the common denominator of the color line. 26 This is also precisely what Malcolm X did following his break with the Nation of Islam and his historic Hajj pilgrimage, after which he began to cultivate a far more universal conception of his revolutionary project. Africa, as a result, was the identical site of the universal transformation of both Du Bois and Malcolm X in wedding the problem of racism at home to colonialism around the world. Objecting to previous generations of scholarship on Du Bois, Amy Kaplan suggests, by limiting Du Bois' treatment of empire to the European colonization of Africa, scholars of Du Bois often overlook the international role of the USA in demarcating and policing the global color line, as well as the way global imperial dynamics affect race condition within the USA. An analysis of Du Bois' complex representation of American imperialism, I contend, can enrich our understanding of how his internationalism deconstructs the bifurcation between racism at home and colonialism abroad. 27. The gradual blurring and final crossing of that false bifurcation between domestic racism and global colonialism assumed for Malcolm X a specifically Islamic disposition when he had to face his own falsely racialized conception of his own faith and altogether abandoned the assumption that only black people could be Muslims, a recognition he reached while on his Hajj pilgrimage with millions of others of his fellow Muslims converging in Mecca from four corners of the world, where the color line, if Du Bois were to be with him on that Hajj pilgrimage, meant absolutely nothing. What remains dormant in Malcolm X, 1925 to 1965, but evident in W.E.B. Du Bois, 1868 to 1963, who was born 57 years before Malcolm X and died only 2 years before him, thus living an active and prolific life for about 55 tumultuous years more than Malcolm X's. The full revolutionary course of a manner of rethinking, remapping, and renarrating the world in a way that, as Amy Kaplan puts it, imperialism did more than propel U.S. domination abroad, it also struck at the heart of the domestic nation. Thus rather than just condemn the United States as a center of world power, Du Bois used the framework of empire to decenter American power and destabilize its national boundaries. 28. Today, decades beyond both Du Bois and Malcolm X, the world desperately awaits a remapping of their unfinished projects the way, for example, that committed and visionary scholars like Amy Kaplan do. Kaplan's reading of Du Bois' conception of European colonialism and American imperialism very much anticipates the manner in which, for example, Antonio Negri and Michael Hart propose the idea of Empire 29 as a mode and manner of imperialism in which an integrated constellation of political and financial powers ranging from powerful nation-states, such as the USA, to their client colonial settlements, Israel, to nauseating hubs of abusive treatments of immigrant laborers by predatory capital, United Arab Emirates, to transnational institutions, IMF and the World Bank, and above all major corporations and transnational civil society NGOs, non-governmental organizations, sustain the benefits of a few at the astounding misery of the rest. Though still pathologically Eurocentric in the economic grasp of this empire, Negri and Hart understand and propose the idea as the modus operandi of a capital that is no longer homebound, if it ever was, but is in fact amorphous and planetary in its ravages. Partly for that reason, Michael Hart has recently argued, for being more purely capitalist, its forms of domination, social segregation, and geographical divisions of the globe will be even more severe, its structures of poverty more brutal and its forms of exploitation more degrading. 30. The problem should not remain at a semantic level. Is globalization merely Americanization of the globe, or is it an entirely different creature, in which the USA is a more destructive and viciously driven force? As Hart puts it, in light of recent events, this notion of an emerging empire gives us, now more than ever, a framework for understanding why imperialism cannot succeed today, and specifically why the Bush administration's unilateral projects in Iraq and elsewhere are failures. No single power can be successful in this situation without paying attention to the internal dynamics of empire and gaining the collaboration of others, not only the other dominant nation-states but also the subordinated nation-states, the supranational institutions, corporations, and so forth. This does not suggest that the various collaborating powers in this network are equal. The USA undoubtedly is and will remain for the near future the dominant nation-state of the network. It simply means that no power can go it alone. 31. The question thus at some point becomes academic and moot. There is no doubt that the conglomeration of forces and institutions that Negri and Hart outline and call empire is globally evident. But does that constellation of forces in any significant way diminish the evidence of what the USA has been doing in Afghanistan and Iraq as anything other than imperialist? Certainly not. Thus, within the notion of empire as Negri and Hart propose and understand it, there is a predatory imperialism that, on the classical conception of the practice as we have understood it from Max Weber, to J. A. Hobson, Vladimir Lenin, and Joseph Schumpeter, has now built and put in gear hundreds of military bases around the globe to facilitate its smooth operation. 32. The global reconfiguration of power, the ever-expansive geographical domains of the capital, massive labor migrations, the collapse of hitherto compelling binary oppositions, east-west, north-south, etc., and above all a planetary reconception of the globe in unfamiliar terms are among the leading indices of an emerging condition in which Islam, among other metaphysical claims on people's credulities, will have to relocate and reconceive itself. The specific conditions in which the decline and demise of militant Islamism, as we have known it over the last 2 centuries, just before the success and failure of the Islamic Revolution in Iran and ultimately the rise of Al-Qaeda and the events of 9/11, is both socially visible and doctrinally inevitable, is now fast upon us, thus setting the stage for a new liberation theology that will correspond and converse more specifically with the globalized condition of Muslims living in the shadow of a post-colonial and post-modern empire. The political fragmentation of the social basis of militant Islamism as we have hitherto known it is now in full view under the conditions we call globalization, the premise upon which we must consider the emerging modes of revolutionary resistances to any manner of planetary imperialism. On Thursday, October 12, 2000, Iran's foreign minister, Kamal Karazi, met with Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah in Beirut. The prestige of Hezbollah for having just scored a singular victory against Israel in southern Lebanon had increased its status among the revolutionary aspirations in the region. At this time, the Islamic Republic, as represented by Foreign Minister Karazi, had a lot to boast about this decisive victory. At the wake of the Israeli withdrawal from southern Lebanon, Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah and other leaders of Hezbollah had journeyed to Tehran, met with Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic, and sought his advice and of course financial backing in the aftermath of their victory. The Iranian dailies sympathetic to the supreme leader reported jubilantly as to how he had delineated for the Shi'i guerrilla movement the outline for a final liberation of Jerusalem. 33. The configuration of Sheikh Nasrallah of Lebanon and Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran poses a particularly troubling picture for someone who is as much delighted in the revolutionary heroism of the Shi'as in the liberation of southern Lebanon as deeply troubled with the reign of terror and intimidation the clerical clique has imposed in the Islamic Republic of Iran. As a signifier, albeit with two slightly different inflections in Arabic and Persian, the term Hezbollah today signifies two diametrically opposed meanings. In Lebanon and in the rest of the Arab world, both in 2002 and then again in the aftermath of the savage Israeli invasion of Lebanon in July 2006, the term Hezbollah rightly signifies the heroic effort of a band of Lebanese fighters who liberated their ancestral homeland from foreign occupation, and then defended it against yet another barbaric invasion, for which they have the love and admiration of any human being with a grain of decency. In Iran, though, the term Hezbollah signifies an entirely different range of association, club-wielding bands of thugs, mercenaries hired by one of the most tyrannically repressive regimes on earth, violent forces recruited from the most retrograde elements to suffocate the most elementary forms of democratic behavior, brutal executioners barring the most innocent expressions of youth, beauty, sensuality, love, affection, friendship, political assassins, moral militia, social psychopaths, economic mafia, cultural pathologies. Utter the name Hezbollah in Iran and that is the range of its factual meanings. How did that happen? How could one term signify two such radically different sets of meanings in such a tight neighborhood? Ayatollah Khomeini of today was Sheikh Fazlullah of yesterday. Sheikh Fazlullah of today might become Ayatollah Khomeini of tomorrow. And precisely in the certainty of that possibility dwells the paradox of Shi'ism as a religion of protest. Shi'ism is a religion of protest. It cannot succeed without contradicting itself. As the prototype of the noblest sentiments definitive to its doctrinal texture and history, Shi'ism is triumphant at the moment of its insurrection, defeated at the moment of its success. Because it has historically spoken the truth to power, it cannot be in power, because it then robs itself of speaking the truth to power. Whereas Shi'ism, as a particular branch of Islam, is a religion that is insurrectionary in its very historical soul, what today we call Islam was invented across the colonial divide as a meta-narrative of resistance opposing a European project of colonial domination. As a religion of protest predicated on a paradox of power, Shi'ism was aggravated in its historical encounter with the colonial shadow of European modernity. As the collective faith of a colonial by-subjugated people, from India all the way to North Africa, from Central Asia to the Malaysia and Indonesia, Islam was categorically invented as a site of ideological resistance to European colonial modernity. The gradual mutation of Islam, as the ancestral faith of a people, into Islamic ideology, as the site of political resistance to colonialism, from the earliest decades of the 19th to the latter part of the 20th century, corresponded to the two complementary projects of capitalist modernity and the European Enlightenment. Both these projects reached the farthest corners of the world through their extended arm of colonialism. Inevitable and justifiable reactions to European colonialism were in turn conducive to the production of the nation-state and of national economies, national polities, national societies, and ultimately national cultures. Anti-colonial nationalism, revolutionary socialism, and religious nativism, Islamism, were the direct result of various ideological and political resistances to the aggressive encroachment of the European colonial adventures. Whereas anti-colonial nationalism borrowed the very modular imagination of the nation from the centers of capitalist modernity and used it against colonialism, religious nativism recast the ancestral faith of the natives at large and sought similar ends. Parthiturgi has articulated in some detail the manner in which nationalism in the colonial world was colonially remodulated in response to capitalist modernity. 34 Nationalism was the ideological predicate of the political claim to the nation-state and as such corresponded with the modulation of national economies best suited for both capitalizing and colonizing the world economic order. It was the substance, not the form, of nationalism that provided the colonial world with a site of resistance to colonialism. In the course of European colonial encounters with Muslims, Islam was invented as the civilizational other of the West by the massive project of Orientalism at the service of the colonial interests that had both occasioned the very idea of the West and necessitated an East to match, balance, and authenticate it. But the material misery of Muslims occasioned by colonialism took precisely the supposition of that civilizational bifurcation and changed it into an ideology of resistance. But ultimately in the binary opposition thus constituted between Islam and the West, Islam was the loser, the West the winner. Islam versus the West was the originary trap in which the West was made to believe in its own veracity and Islam was made to counter-essentialize itself. If Islam, or the East in general, were to be severed from that binary fabrication, the West could hardly recognize or believe itself. If the West were to be exposed for the empty trap that it was, Islam would have no nemesis to find and there and thus to define itself. As we understand it over the last 200 years, Islam has been narrated as an insurrectionary ideology, adjacent to anti-colonial nationalism and revolutionary socialism, in its colonially contingent encounter with European modernity. The mutation of Islam into a site of categorical resistance to colonialism was a specific episode in the contemporary history of its encounter with European Enlightenment modernity. While the operation of capital culturally constituted itself on the premise of the West, the working of the colonial was culturally delegated to the realm of the rest, and in this particular case that of an Islam which was only there to other and thus authenticate the West. The rapid circularity of capital and labor code-named globalization in its most recent spin has finally exposed the fabricated ideology of domination constitutional to the binary opposition between Islam and the West, from which both illusions were made possible. The collapse of the presumed centrality of the capital and its colonial periphery into one globalizing spiral of capital and labor chasing after each other has exposed the naked relation of power for long concealed under the smoke screen of civilizational divides and national cultures, all narrated around the fictive bipolarity of the West and the rest. The collapse of the smoke screen of the ideology of domination codenamed the West has not just dismantled the fiction of its civilizational ipseity, it has, as a result and far more important, collapsed the horizontal, external, and vertical, internal, modes of colonialism otherwise categorically disjointed. We can no longer hold to be self-evident the fictive presumption of national cultures and civilizational divides that falsely separated the working of the capital and the colonial and called it the West and the rest. The event codenamed globalization has made that chronic disease transparent. The imperial mapping of the world, in other words, and as we learn from Amy Kaplan's reading of W.E.B. Du Bois, has lost all its hegemonic ordering of the globe and such power-basing binaries as Islam and the West no longer holds any validity. 35. Two simultaneous developments have now changed the global configuration of power and as a result the continued validity of nativist ideologies, like the Islamic ideology as it emerged in response to classical European colonialism, is no longer a viable mode of emancipatory movement. The rapid globalization of capital, on one hand, and the massive critique of the project of European modernity, on the other, has changed the material and moral foregrounding of both the constitution of the relations of power and of insurrectionary resistance to it. The increasing attention to the emerging significance of the city in economic production is already pointing to the collapse of the nation-state as a unitary category in matters not just political but far more importantly economic. 36 The total collapse of national economies into the overpowering globalization of the economic production has now led to a more critical consideration of smaller, subnational, units that can gauge and monitor the global economy in more accurate measures. In answer to the question, why does it matter to recover place in analyses of the global economy, particularly place as constituted in major cities? Sasson responds that, it allows us to see the multiplicity of economies and work cultures in which the global information economy is embedded. It also allows us to recover the concrete, localized processes through which globalization exists and to argue that much of the multiculturalism in large cities is as much a part of globalization as is international finance. 37 Whether or not the direction of this new geography of economic production of power is towards a transnational politics, as Sasson suspects, or towards a more local insurrectionary resistance, as I suspect, remains to be seen. What is certain, though, is the outdated economic relevance of both ethnicized nationalism and religious nativism as legitimate modes of resistance. What is critical in Saskia Sasson's studies of globalization is the aggressive transnationalization of labor migration that has more than ever turned the world into an ever-contracting factory floor. But the factory floor is now entirely invisible. Far more effectively than the suburban shopping malls, electronic space, shoppingmall.com, has radically suppressed the economic production of reality into subterranean levels. Whether in the geography of its infrastructure or in the structure of cyberspace itself, Sasson has argued, electronic space is inscribed, and to some extent shaped, by power, concentration, and contestation, as well as openness and decentralization. 38. The globalizing economics of domination is now completely amorphous and no political organ is in effective control of its operation. Now we face the monstrous abstraction of the industrial capital mutated into the finance and then re/modulated into the electronic capital. The capital constitution of national cultures and the colonial fabrication of civilizational divides have long since exhausted their ideological uses. We have now completely entered a post-national dominance of cultures and the post-civilizational collapse of capital and colonial divides. The fabrication of Islam and the West as a particularly poignant variation on the theme of the West and the rest no longer holds valid. Islam, as a site of ideological resistance to classical colonialism, no longer corresponds with the predicament of Muslims in the age of globalization. The factual evidence of globalization, by which we ought to understand nothing more than the lifting of the smoke screen that categorically separated vertical and horizontal, internal and external, colonialism has dismantled all binary oppositions. As we have understood it over the last 2 centuries in its colonial resistance to European modernity, the Islam of that binary can no longer function as a meta-narrative of resistance. As colonialism enters a new phase of its globalizing metamorphosis, so do all its contrapuntal narratives of resistance are rendered obsolete, and thus in dire need of revamping. In the event called globalization, we witness the possibility of the final collapse of the state as the monopoly of violence. The U.S. presidential election of 2000 is by far the most serious indication of the crisis of the state, when the U.S. electorate was shown to be completely paralyzed in its choice and the matter had to be decided, quite controversially, by the U.S. Supreme Court. The war on terrorism, in full swing since September 11, 2001, has visibly robbed the state of its exclusive claim to legitimate violence, the way we have understood the notion of the state at least since Max Weber. In the post-revolutionary Iran of the Khatami presidency, we have the peculiar situation that the state is actually in opposition to the ruling clerical clique. In Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and elsewhere in the Arab and Muslim world, we also witness a reconstitution, a complete reversal, of the private and the public domain. As the private domain has become publicly legislated by the Islamic codes of conduct, the public domain has been increasingly privatized. The exchanging of the private and the public, the mutation of the state into opposition, the implosion of imperialism into the empire, the supremacy of the finance over industrial capital, the increasing mutation of the national into expatriate, and mostly compradorial, intellectuals, the lifting of the smoke screen of the difference between horizontal and vertical colonialism, all equal a state of globalization which requires an entirely new mode of confronting the imperial proclivity that seeks to dominate and control it. The possibility of that new mode of resistance, however, is thwarted by an outdated, exhausted, and globally irrelevant nativism. What we know as Islam today has been a meta-narrative of resistance to a meta-narrative of domination. That domination no longer works via a meta-narrative, so it cannot be resisted via a meta-narrative. The meta-narrative of European modernity required and exacted an Islam as a site of resistance to its colonial shadow. The dialectics implicit in Islam and the West cross-referenced, cross-essentialized, metastasized, and thus corroborated each side of the two polar opposites. Post-structurally dissediment, globally circuitous, self-mocking itself as postmodern, the amorphous nature of the beast no longer requires an essentialized resistance, and thus all essentialized resistances it has created are now materially outdated, politically moot, culturally obsolete. But the phantom pain of the Islamic ideology is yet to recognize its amputated legs. Almost immediately after the success of the Islamic Revolution, the watershed of Islamist movements in modern history, the most serious ideologues who had actually precipitated it began to worry about its success. There are indications that even Mortaza Motahari, who was a principal theorist of the Islamic Revolution, before he was assassinated soon after its success, began to worry about its theocratic consequences. But the revolutionary momentum and the war that immediately followed it prevented any serious reflection on the predicament of an Islamic republic. Soon after the end of the Iran-Iraq War, when the charismatic terror of Ayatollah Khomeini had lifted its shadow and neither the revolutionary fervor nor the national defense had created a smokescreen for the brutal institutionalization of the theocracy, people like Abdul Karim Sarash began to realize what had happened and began a monumental project to dissociate Islam itself from the factual evidence of an Islamic revolution predicated on an Islamic ideology. As a devout Muslim intellectual, Sarash's concern was not the active theorization of Iranians or Muslims' predicament as a people, and what they should learn from such historical experiences. His concern, instead, was to separate what he proposed to be Islam itself from its historical predicament. In other words, he wanted to safeguard Islam for posterity, and blame the present condition on our human fallacy. This is how he came up with his theory of the theoretical contraction and expansion of religious knowledge. It is within that context that he and a few other reform-minded Muslim intellectuals are trying to give alternative readings of Islam that are pluralistic, liberal, and compatible with democracy, and of course with neoliberal economics. The principal problem with Sarash's project and that of his reform-minded colleagues, however, is that they are theorizing a democratic Islam at a time when Shi'ism is in power, always a contradiction in terms. This is constitutionally different from when Shariati was theorizing Islam at a time when Shi'ism was the site of resistance to tyranny. Today in Iran, Shi'ism is the site of tyranny. As Shi'ism is paradoxically triumphant and defeated, Sarash and his colleagues are after a metaphysical quarantine to safeguard Islam itself. But Islam itself has been out in the open for a very long time. The Islam of the last 200 years was formed in conversation with colonialism. Whenever it opposed colonialism and tyranny, as it is now doing in southern Lebanon and occupied Palestine, it has revealed its revolutionary potentials. As soon as it came to power, as in the Islamic Republic of Iran or in Afghanistan under the vicious Taliban rule, it has revealed the most monstrous tyrannical tendencies. So what Sarash and others are addressing is really a 19th century problem as we are entering the 21st century. The Islam that will inevitably emerge in conversation with the colossal consequences of globalization that has entailed massive labor migrations from Muslim communities across the globe will be a markedly different Islam than the one we had in conversation with classical colonialism. Islamic liberalism of the sort that Sarash propagates is trying to extend the thinnest, pulled to the point of break, end of nativist Islamic ideology to the most monstrous end of global capitalism. The point of this tie is ludicrously lopsided. The end of Islamic ideology is the end of ideology. But it is not the end of history. The radical critic of the project of European modernity and the instantaneous incorporation of all national economies into a post-national, organically global, logic has posed a new condition and logic of material resistance. The dominant discourse of the most successful material constitution of political uprising against the conservatives in Iran is Meli Mazhabi, nationalist religious. Neither ethnic nationalism nor religious nativism are any longer legitimate modes of thought and operation at the threshold of the 21st century. They are both dead, collapsed on their face with the triumphant surge of global capitalism. The political production of the nation-state and the ideological construction of nationalism are both post-Napoleonic units of identity production compatible with the collective unit of the nation as the most optimum unit of economic, social, political, and cultural units. The Napoleonic generation of colonizing and anti-colonial nationalism has now epistemically aufgehoben, dissolved, into George W. Bush's war on terrorism, war without end, war without borders. Globalization has rendered the Islam that the colonial encounter with European modernity had crafted obsolete. The paradoxical disposition of Shi'ism is one critical example of how urgent it is for us to retrieve and re-articulate the polylocality of Islamic cultures, in their pluralities of historical unfolding. In articulating the specific terms of Muslim polylocalities, the postmodern critique of the Enlightenment itself needs a post-colonial critique so that we stay clear of both a belated fixation with European modernity and a belabored attraction to postmodernity, both of which have been narrated from the falsely presumed centers of the material and cultural production of capital. There is no, and there has never been any, center, and thus no periphery, to the operation of capital and its colonial shades and shadows. The national constitution of cultures and the colonial constitution of civilizational boundaries were both the ideological machination of capital to sustain the optimum level of its operation intact. The assumption of a cosmopolitan center to the operation of capital, codenamed the West, and a vernacular periphery to it, codenamed the Rest, the East, or Islam, can no longer be held legitimate. But the postmodern critique of the European Enlightenment project continues to operate from the presumption of that center because its theorists are colorblind, or a Dubois is missing in their leotard. To find our way towards the multiplicity of resistances that ought to collectively constitute our emancipation in face of a predatory empire, we need to have a strategic foot in the destruction of the very metaphysical foundation of the West as much as we do another in the material basis of our localities. Today in the critique of the Enlightenment, Immanuel Kant is read as the very paradigm of the internal incoherence of the Enlightenment. 39 We need to enter that moment of metaphysical crisis that this statement announces. We ought to know in what particular way are we entering a post-historical condition? The condition is perhaps post-historical for those who had and wrote a history, not for those whose histories were underwritten. From that perspective, the European Enlightenment is not the contradictory encounter between Newtonian science and political freedom. That freedom was complementary to that science, to exploit it and dominate the world. Perhaps the beneficiaries of knowledge as enlightenment had to follow the beast all the way to the Holocaust to realize that their pursuit of freedom had led them to slavery. The rest of the world did not. Reason, as both Vernunft and Verstand, has always been an artifact of history for the rest of the world 40 and not vice versa. But the history that reason, and the reason that history, made possible had a shadow of unreason and non-history, which is the rest of the world, the non-European world, the un-American world. In that shadow, the colonized and brutalized world did not have to wait for the advent of postmodernity to find fault with the promises of reason and progress. The world at large was the failure of that promise. The condition codenamed postmodernity in Europe has nothing to do with the rest of the world at the receiving end of the project. It is the chickens of the European Enlightenment modernity coming home to roost. The world did not have to wait for postmodernism to know the self-destructive nature of the instrumental reason. European intellectuals from Adorno forward had to wait for the Holocaust to taste the bitter fruit of the tree of knowledge Kant had planted. The very heavy root of that tree was on the broken back of the world at large. The condition called postmodernity has opted to oppose that instrumental rationalism by reading freedom as spontaneity. For the rest of the world, freedom is not an apposite occasion for spontaneity. Our freedom has a cause, a purpose, a direction. There is a method to our madness. For the custodians of the European Enlightenment, even those who detect a contradiction in the project, a call for the liberation of humanity from the domination of the anthropological tentacles of the Enlightenment is at once a call to anarchism, since politics as we know it is inevitably enacted by the rationalist state. 41. We cannot see it that way from the receiving end of the project. In the shadow of the European Enlightenment things appear rather differently. The European Enlightenment, both then and now, always assumes to speak for the humanity. It does not. If the latter-day custodians of the Enlightenment consider our emancipation from the shadow of the Enlightenment, aka colonialism, as anarchism, then we are indeed anarchists. We will have to be allowed to seek our own order in that anarchy. The hitherto beneficiaries of the European Enlightenment may indeed engage in name-calling. Thus someone like Foucault, for example, who lapsed into a flirtation with Maoism during his later years, despite the perception that not all forms of domination are undesirable, was immobilized by the contradictions inherent in his own version of enlightenment. 42. Or, archaeological science is replaced by a genealogical transvaluation of values, or a paradoxical, but today almost obligatory, left-wing Nietzscheanism. 43. These may indeed be all true. But it is nothing short of astonishing so late in the game for the leading theorists of post-Enlightenment angst to continue to play the game on the western corner of their imagination. The debate and the disenchantment may indeed be accused of flirtation with Maoism or left-wing Nietzscheanism. But in both these occasions, in practice and theory, dwells the full exposure of the very idea of Europe to a global responsibility. The idea of Europe, not just its material well-being, is chiefly responsible for the global catastrophe of the Enlightenment modernity, whether people have opposed that modernity on the colonial side of its ravages, or else self-orientalized themselves by being westernized, they have authenticated that claim and are thus head to toe implicated in that catastrophic project. But at their worst, their compradorial bourgeoisie, people around the globe are the accomplices. The primary perpetrator is the power-basing project of the European reign of terror visited upon the world. There is no difference between being disenfranchised by the idea of Europe internally as subaltern European or externally as colonial non-European. Globalization means the lifting of the smoke screen of the East versus the West, the capital versus the colonial, the center versus the periphery, and the full exposure of the naked power relations that structurally link the internal and external colonization. The prevalent theories of globalization assume some major ruptures and definitive epistemic shifts in the operation of the capital and its concomitant culture. But none of these are applicable. It only appears that way because the smoke screen was so successful. Globalization has made the categorical essentialization of Islam as a meta-narrative of resistance obsolete. Though Muslims have collectively benefited from that categorical essentialization of Islam in their anti-colonial struggles over the last 200 years, they have also suffered the continental pacification of their constitutionally polylocal histories and polyfocal cultures into a totalitarian claim on their credulity. Within the doctrinal contours of Islam, Muslims have collectively produced a historically polyvocal tapestry of cultures articulated on a map of polylocal texture. If Muslim jurists have opted to legislate the nomocentric disposition of their culture, Muslim philosophers have articulated the logocentricity of their intellectual disposition. If both the jurists and the philosophers have demanded too much of Muslims' law and logic-abiding weaknesses, their mystics have opted for the homocentricity of an agential defiance. These are all in the domain of Muslims' intellectual oscillations with truth. In the literary disposition of their cultures, Muslims have checked and balanced the transcendental unity of that sediment fixation with truth and celebrated the narrative undecidability and literary contingency of the transcendental signified all in the making of their multifaceted literary humanism, adab. Against the forsaken background of a polyfocal Islam, anti-colonial Islamism had mutated Islam into a monolithic proposition. Globalization has made a monolithic Islam impossible. With the collapse of classical colonialism and the rise of globalization, Islam as a meta-narrative of resistance no longer commands any credulity. From the history of Shi'ism in colonial modernity we learn that only a small band of guerrillas can resist the amorphous beast locally and that the declaration of revolutionary insurrection should never collapse into a constitutional formation. Shi'ism, as a paradox of power that should always be in an insurrectionary posture and yet never completely succeed, becomes the prototype of a permanent revolutionary posture with no ideology, a local configuration of resistance that never collapses into a meta-narrative of salvation, a forgetful amnesia that is condemned to remember its own history but never forget it. A whole new mode of resistance movement, neither ethnically nationalist nor religiously nativist, is now needed to confront the predicament of Muslim peoples at large. While postmodernist critique of the project of European modernity is paving the way towards a moral reconstitution of the very idea of the nation, global capitalism has already changed the material basis of that moral reconstitution. It is useless to speculate what precisely the particular disposition of these modes of post-national and post-nativist resistance would be is. But its dominant features are already evident. A total distrust of ideological meta-narratives is by far the most critical feature of this emerging mode of resistance. It is crucial here to carefully consider the case of the Iranian student and press uprisings, all in the aftermath of a massive revolution that Islamism exclusively misappropriated. Such movements are not only non-ideological, they are decidedly anti-ideological. Not only the vested interest of the Islamic Republic but its chief nemesis the Mujahideen Khalq organization are ludicrously wasting their time trying to win this mass movement over. Neither Western nor Eastern, neither modern nor Islamic, these movements fly in the face of any meta-narrative claim on the credulity of its moral and material defiance of empty abstractions, categorical imperatives, and constitutional claims. 2 millennia of stupendous modulation of a dangerous liaison between two utterly empty abstractions, Islam and the West, mean nothing to these movements. Morally and materially, these are the children of a world the Internet has made impossible to divide and rule. Consider the neoliberal economics of Mohammad Khatami's reform movement. More than 38 million Iranians, as the inhabitants of an Islamic republic, aged 16 and up, were eligible and poised to vote in the new round of parliamentary elections in February 2000. In what was shaping up as a referendum on Mohammad Khatami's reforms, some 6,000 candidates ran for the 290 seats of the parliament. Meanwhile, on the eve of the Iranian parliamentary elections, the news from Bangkok, Thailand, was that after seeing the oil prices surge quickly to their highest level in 9 years, Iran had suggested that OPEC might want to try to slow things down. The Iranian Commerce Minister Mohammad Shariat Madari was quoted as having said that a suitable mechanism 44 needed to be found before the world oil market was allowed to spin out of control. The Iranian position was an obvious one: Iran wants higher prices, but the minister said he does not want to see them come through such a quick rise that could prove disruptive to the global economy. 45 The rise of the oil price from $11 per barrel in February 1999 to about $30 per barrel in the New York futures trading on Monday, February 14, 2000 had given the Iranian commerce minister reasons to fear the consequences of the gain. He obviously had vivid memory of the Asian economic crisis of 1998 that, in combination with overproduction by OPEC, threw the industry into a deep crisis. When President Khatami submitted his balanced budget on Wednesday, December 15, 1999 to Parliament, he had outlined his next 5-year plan for the economic revival of the nation. The $13 billion, at the market rate, $36 billion at the official rate, budget was geared specifically to reduce the dependence of the country on oil receipts. 46 According to Khatami's own figures, only 49% of the revenue would derive from oil. The 5-year plan was based on an oil price of $14 per barrel. The plan equally called for wholesale privatization of the railways and telecommunications, an end to state monopolies in tobacco, sugar, and tea. Khatami had also added that he intended to reduce the role of the state in the Iranian economy and increase that of private sector. 47 Ayatollah Reza Ostadi, spokesman for the Council of Guardians, was meanwhile quoted as having said that his organization is radically opposed to such privatization. The railways, telecommunications, civil aviation, and the key sectors of the industry, he said, are to remain under state control. The 5-year plan of Khatami was geared to lower the Iranian rate of unemployment, now officially set at 15%, to 10.5%, an ambition for which Khatami's government had to generate at least 750,000 jobs per year. 75% of Iran's exports consist of oil and gas. The $112 billion in state revenue is broken down as $56 billion coming from oil exports, $44 billion in non-oil exports, and $12 billion in foreign loans and credits. As the editorials in the hardline Jamhuri Islami had warned its readers, a vote for reformists would deal an irreparable blow to the principles of the 1979 revolution. 48 The result of Khatami's neoliberal economics, hidden under the fanfare of a reform movement, is very simple. A coalition of political forces will result in these reforms to be a mode of economic neoliberalism that will continue to keep the $350 billion in GDP, gross domestic product, and the per capita income of $5,000 economy centrally planned, predicated on the state ownership of oil revenues, large industries under state control, lucrative business under the control of private clerical order. Nowhere near the 750,000 jobs that are needed to keep the rate of unemployment at the present level will be achieved. And the 6th Majlis will have a monument social crisis on its hand. But none of these political groupings effectively represents the coagulation of discontent, symbolically represented by the university student organizations, tapping on the raw energy of millions of young people who have been at the cutting edge of the catastrophic decades under clerical rule. Such events as the student uprising in July 1999, such newspapers as Asrea Zadegan, and such catchphrases as civil society or dialogue of civilization represent the emerging sentiments of this vocal majority. With over 60% of the Iranian population of nearly 70 million under the age of 25, it is not surprising at all that the overwhelming majority of this population has no active or consequential memory of the Islamic Revolution of 1979, and it could not care less about that deficiency. By far the most startling fact about the student uprising of July 1999 is the absence of any ideological affiliation in it, neither left nor right, religious or secular. Even at its most radical moments, the anti-Khomeini slogans were not targeted against the Constitution of the Islamic Republic. The absence of any ideological affiliation, combined with the vociferous anti-establishment sentiments, is by far the most critical indication of the end of Islamic ideology in Iranian political culture. Young Iranian women, with 80% of them literate, 51% of them in 1998, 57% of them in 1999, and up to 62% in 2006, as the university entrants are a particular force that can no longer be taken for granted or kept under control. Faiza Hashimi and Jamali Kadivar were among scores of other women candidates running for 2 of the 290 seats, one a daughter and the other the wife and the sister of prominent figures in the Islamic Republic. Both Hashimi and Kadivar have taken the very constitution of the Islamic Republic to task and demanded more freedom. They are as a result among the elite Islamic ideologues who are engaging the dominant regime, even further dragging the political culture in the direction of the Islamic ideology. Faiza Hashimi, however, is far more political, like her father, to be too ideological. By advocating the cause of women's freedom in such symbolic gestures as wearing jeans, engaging in sports, and initiating marriage proposals, she is trying to tap into the larger youth movement of whose needs and aspirations she remains, like everyone else, unaware. There is a raw body of material evidence of absolute and final disenchantment with the age and appeal of ideology on which a spectrum of ideological movements is trying to ride. But such belated ideologies are entirely misplaced. They will of course benefit from the youthful trust of one band of discontent or another. But the youthful force in its entirety cannot be compromised. The Fifth Majlis, even with the presence of as many as 14 women deputies, has the distinction of having ratified legislation that has resulted in gender apartheid in hospitals. Under circumstances that the Iranian medical resources have been systematically eroded, this was nothing short of a criminal act, putting female patients in disadvantage and danger. Hashimi had the ambition of becoming the iconic voice of young women. But her name and her politics are no match for the reality they are trying to tap. Under circumstances that Rafsanjani himself is under severe criticism, Rafsanjani's paternal name recognition is no longer an asset but a definite liability. But religious intellectuals like Abdal Karim Sarash, Mohsen Kadivar, and Abdallah Nouri continue to engage with the Constitution seriously. Their engagement is far more detrimental to the Iranian future than the students' disengagement. From Shi'ism as a religion of protest, paradoxical to the core of its doctrinal disposition, and Islam as a meta-narrative of ideological resistance to colonialism, we learn one abiding lesson as we enter the age of globalization. Given the amorphous nature and disposition of the electronic capital, no head-on collision with the amorphous empire that seeks to sustain and ride on it is even possible, even if advisable. As in the post-modernity of its globalizing logic, the capital has relinquished all its claims to meta-narrative legitimacy, as must all forms of ideological resistance to it. Today only guerrilla warfare, the strategic locating of a target to hit, and the instantaneous tenacity to run marks the polylocality of our presence in our rebellious history, and by this us I mean the brutally colonized world now at the mercy of the USA, the EU, the IMF, the World Bank, and the conglomerate of military-industrial complexes that seeks to sustain their collectively violent disposition. Today more than ever, we need to retrieve the polylocality of our local cultures before they are homogenized, nationalized, categorized into a binary opposition to a figment of colonial imagination called the West. The articulation of the polyfocality of our cultures inevitably leads to the critical formation of pockets of resistance beyond and above a single meta-narrative claim on our emancipatory credulity. Islam, as a meta-narrative of salvation and resistance, totally unconscious of its colonial construction, is now historically undone. Instead will have to emerge an entirely new political culture that no longer assumes its secondary status as an ideology of resistance to Western domination, because neither the West nor the methods of its colonial domination have any further legitimacy. The collapse of the binary ideological formation, Allah Islam and the West, points to a far more material collapse of the center-periphery dichotomy that has for long bifurcated the global logic of free market economy. A full and final recognition of the complete and final integration of the colonizing and post-colonial states into the embracing logic of global capitalism is yet another prominent feature of the post-national, post-nativist world. There is no longer a center and a periphery to the stage of global capitalism. In the constitution of that center and periphery, people in the colonial world had no say whatsoever. It was none other than the greatest critic of globalizing capital, Karl Marx himself, who delegated the non-European world to the backwaters of history. But today that power-basing bifurcation is no longer valid, evident, or material. Endemic moments of crisis at the headquarters of capital are almost identical with their regular occurrences in the field. The fields and the headquarters have become interchangeable sites. The world, from the surface of the globe to the planetary navigation of its cosmic location, is now more than ever one big factory floor where a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico has an immediate effect on the result of parliamentary elections in Tehran. The result is a total and final collapse of the first, the second, and third worlds into one world, ruled supremely by the faltering logic of globalizing capital, sought desperately to be regulated, through the IMF and the World Bank, via economic and political neoliberalism, and thus in dire need of an emancipatory remapping of the sort that W.E.B. Du Bois initiated and Amy Kaplan has revived and theorized. The collapse of the binary opposition between the center and the periphery of global economic production, of the colonizer and the colonized, the imperialist and the colonized, is matched by the collapse of the meta-narratives of emancipation, mobilization, Islamism, nationalism, liberalism, etc. The result is an atomized state of affairs ready to accept the factual reality of moral and material pluralism, the blueprint of a collective, planetary defiance of the manufactured will of the us-led global domination. Historically multifocal, multilocal, multivocal, and inherently cosmopolitan, the Islam that survives the end of Islamic ideology, the Islam that is hidden to Bush and bin Laden alike, has a renewed rendezvous with history side by side and embracing all other emancipatory ideas and movements equally at odds with this predatory empire. The end of Islamic ideology is the end of ideology, but not the end of history, for the history of a renewed struggle to oppose and end this predatory empire is yet to begin. It is the beginning of a history in the lower case. As a particular branch of Islam, Shi'ism as a metaphysics of protest now recedes into the hidden corners of its once and future adherents, always there as a tempestuous template of revolt, no longer a drawn saber, but always ready to draw. The strategic articulation of a paradox of power that immediately negates itself at the moment of its success is a colonial critique of European modernity that ought to stay clear of a formal critique of modernity that proposes a global condition for postmodernity. We are not implicated in that presumed globality. We are not postmodern. From Arundhati Roy to Judith Butler and Susan Willis, bypassing Julia Kristeva and Susan Sontag's provincialism, we reach a cosmopolitan remapping of the world best represented in the groundbreaking scholarship of Zilla Eisenstein and Amy Kaplan. Theirs is the rebellious cry of a visionary recital imagining a different world. At the end of Islamic ideology, a new Islamic liberation theodicy awaits its long and languorous history. This promise carries the limits of Islam as a liberation theology to its far more emancipatory domains of a theodicy yet to be articulated, written, and promised, on a location where Islam willingly embraces its shades and shadows of doubt, welcomes its others and alternatives, and helps in the making of a global liberation movement beyond color lines and gender apartheid. For if we were ever fooled to think that the global, transnational, abuse of labor by capital were matters of colonizing the yonder lands or else colored men, here is the superior wisdom of an ordinary, an extraordinary, American singer and songwriter from the heartland of its perils and promises, placing a single white mother, and with her the rest of Americans as ordinary people, at the center of the world consciousness. Mill worker. Well, my grandfather was a sailor. He blew in off the water. My father was a farmer. And I, his only daughter, took up with a no-good mill-working man from Massachusetts, who dies from too much whiskey, and leaves me these three faces to feed. Mill work ain't easy. Mill work ain't hard. Mill work it ain't nothing but an awful boring job. I'm waiting for a daydream to take me through the morning and put me in my coffee break, where I can have a sandwich and remember, then it's me and my machine for the rest of the morning, and the rest of the afternoon, and the rest of my life. Now my mind begins to wander to the days back on the farm. I can see my father smiling at me, swinging on his arm. I can hear my granddad's stories of the storms out on Lake Erie, where vessels and cargoes and fortunes and sailors' lives were lost. Yeah. But it's my life has been wasted, and I have been the fool to let this manufacturer use my body as a tool. I can ride home in the evening, staring at my hands, swearing by my sorrow that a young girl ought to stand a better chance. So may I work the mills just as long as I am able, and never meet the man whose name is on the label. It be me and my machine for the rest of the morning and the rest of the afternoon, Gone to hell for the rest of my life. James Taylor. 5 Shiite Passion Play. In July 1863, the introduction of the military draft provoked 4 days of rioting in New York City. A mob composed largely of Irish immigrants assaulted symbols of the new order being created by the war draft offices, the mansions of wealthy Republicans, industrial establishments, and the city's black population. Black men, women, and children were lynched on the streets of the nation's commercial metropolis. Many black New Yorkers fled to New Jersey and Brooklyn or took refuge in Central Park. Eric Foner, Forever Free, The Story of Emancipation and Reconstruction. 2005. You simply get chills every time you see these poor individuals, so tragically, so many of these people, almost all of them that we see, are so poor and they are so black. CNN Wolf Blitzer, covering the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. September 1, 2005. So I am not here as a Republican or a Democrat, not as a Mason or an Elk, not as a Christian or a Jew, not as a Catholic or a Protestant, not as a Baptist or a Methodist. Not even as an American. For if I was an American, the problem that confronts our people today would not exist. So I stand here and speak this evening as what I was when I was born, a black man. Long before there was any such place as America, there were black people. And after America has long passed from the scene, there will still be black people. I represent that which has no beginning or ending. That which is endless. That which is eternal. The black man himself. Malcolm X, 1961. In late February 2005, I was contacted by a freelance American journalist named Stephen Vincent, telling me that he had just brought back from Iraq a number of posters with themes related to the Shiite Passion Play, Tazia, and was now writing a piece on them for Harper's Magazine. He wondered if I would meet with him and help him understand the significance of the posters and what they meant. After a few email and phone exchanges, he finally came to my office at Columbia with a handful of these posters, which he said he had collected while he was in Iraq. I remember we spread Mr. Vincent's posters on the floor of my office and began to talk about their various historical and contemporary significance, their symbolic references, color codifications, storylines, etc. Mr. Vincent seemed quite a learned man who had done some initial reading on the Battle of Karbala, which had happened in the year 680 on the Christian calendar and ever since had remained the central drama of the Shiite Passion Play. He was at home in early Shiite history, and judging from the range of probing questions he had for me, he was mostly interested in connecting the historical significance of what these posters were depicting with the contemporary condition of Iraq. Among the various questions that Mr. Vincent asked me, mostly about the symbolic references of what was depicted on the posters, one was concerning the location where I thought they had been manufactured. In response to which, and as I was speculating how they might have been printed in the basement of a mosque or some printing shop in Basra or Karbala, I casually looked at the bottom of a couple of these posters and noted the address of a printing house in downtown Tehran, written in a Persian font markedly different from the Arabic font on the actual poster. Here, I pointed out to him, here it says that this poster was printed in downtown Tehran. Soon after my meeting with Mr. Vincent, I received an email from Ms. Emily Hyde from Harper's Magazine, who was fact-checking on some of the issues Mr. Vincent had raised in his article, as well as a couple of quotations he had from his interview with me. I responded to Ms. Hyde's queries, and later in the May issue of Harper's Magazine, Stephen Vincent's article appeared, Every Land is Karbala, in Shiite Posters, A Fever Dream for Iraq, Harper's May 2005. The article was quite elegantly written, nicely laid out and illustrated with the posters Mr. Vincent had procured from Iraq, and altogether, I thought, quite informative for a general reader. This was the last I heard of Stephen Vincent, until August 3, 2005, when I was shocked to read in BBC News website. A U.S. freelance reporter, Stephen Vincent, has been shot dead by unknown gunmen in Basra, southern Iraq, police have said. Mr. Vincent was abducted with his female Iraqi translator at gunpoint by men in a police car on Tuesday. His bullet-riddled body was found on the side of a highway south of the city a few hours later. He had been writing a book about the city, where insurgents have recently stepped up their attacks. 1. I was startled, deeply saddened, and could not believe the news. This was the first time that someone I had come to know personally was so savagely murdered in Iraq shortly after I had helped him publish an essay the subject of which had brought him to me and one of my scholarly interests. To learn more about the incident, I went to the New York Times site and discovered that indeed, an American journalist from New York who was writing about the rise of conservative Shiite Islam and the corruption of the Iraqi police was abducted and shot to death Tuesday evening in the southern port city of Basra, American and Iraqi officials said today. The reporter's interpreter was also shot and is hospitalized in serious condition. The incident involving the reporter, Stephen Vincent, an art critic and freelance writer who had worked in Basra for months, was the first time an American journalist has been attacked and killed during the war. A handful of American journalists have died in vehicle accidents or from illness. 2. From the BBC report, I had also learned that in a recent New York Times article, Mr. Vincent wrote that Basra's police force had been infiltrated by Shia militants. I had never read this article. According to the New York Times article 2, on Sunday before his death, the New York Times printed an article on its op-ed pages that Mr. Vincent had written about the British military in Basra, in which he sharply criticized the British for allowing religious Shiite parties and clerics to take control of Basra and populate the security forces with their followers. I went online and read this article of Stephen Vincent, switched off in Basra, in which the following sentence caught my attention. Nor did I see anyone question the alarming number of religious posters on the walls of Basran police stations. When I asked British troops if the security sector reform strategy included measures to encourage cadets to identify with the national government rather than their neighborhood mosque, I received polite shrugs. Not our job, mate. 3. Presumably these were the same posters that Mr. Vincent had previously procured and on the basis of which he had written that article for Harper's Magazine. I read more on and by Stephen Vincent, and the more I learned about him the more I realized that he indeed was a staunch pro-war journalist, heavily invested in what he believed was a US-led liberation of Iraq. I learned that he used to be an art critic who, after witnessing the horrid events of 9/11 from the roof of his house, had decided he wanted to write about what he believed was called Islamofascism, and who had indeed traveled to Iraq, soon after the US-led invasion of that country, and written a book on his experiences. 4. As a journalist, he was embedded with the British in southern Iraq, considering the US-led invasion and occupation of Iraq a noble cause, finding fault with anti-war activists, whom he dismissed as having failed to understand that the Americans and the British were there to liberate the Iraqis. In a blog he had written, I read him expound on how words matter. Words convey moral clarity. Without moral clarity, we will not succeed in Iraq. That is why the terms the press uses to cover this conflict are so vital. 5. He objected to such words as insurgents or guerrillas to describe the Iraqis opposed to the US-led occupation of their country, and thought they ought to be called murderous thugs or alternatively masked reactionary killers. He encouraged the media to call the Iraqi resistance right-wing paramilitary death squads. If that were to happen, Stephen Vincent, the man I had helped understand Shiite posters, not only would the description be more accurate, but it would offer the American public a clear idea of the enemy in Iraq. And that, in turn, would bolster public attitudes toward the war. These were not the only words to which Stephen Vincent had objected. Instead of saying that the coalition invaded Iraq, he had written in the same blog, and occupies it today, we could more precisely claim that the Allies liberated the country and are currently reconstructing it. He blamed the supporters of the conflict in Iraq for not having done their job properly and allowed the terminology and, by extension, the narrative of events to slip from our grasp and into the hands of the anti-war camp. These were not mere matters of cosmetics, Mr. Vincent insisted. More than cosmetic changes, these definitions reflect the nobility of our effort in Iraq, and steal rhetorical ammunition from the left. 6. He categorically dismissed people fighting against the military occupation of their homeland as Saddamites and foreign jihadists and blamed the left for calling them resistance. This he thought was an example of moral inversion. What was endangering Iraqi people, Stephen Vincent believed, was not the US-led occupation but what he thought was the Islamofascists, which he alternatively clarified as evil men bent on turning the entire nation into a mass slaughterhouse. He then concludes, anyone who cares about success in our struggle against Islamofascism, or upholds principles of moral clarity and lucid thought should combat such Orwellian distortions of our language. 7. About 4 months after the tragic death of Stephen Vincent, on the morning of November 19, 2005, the town of Haditha in Iraq was the scene of a roadside bomb attack against a U.S. military patrol. An agricultural community near Baghdad, Haditha had been a major site of resistance to US-led occupation. In the course of this particular roadside attack, Lancecorp Miguel, T.J. Terrazas, who was driving one of the 4 Humvee in the U.S. military convoy, was killed. A U.S. military statement issued soon after the incident simply said, a U.S. Marine and 15 civilians were killed yesterday from the blast of a roadside bomb in Haditha. Immediately following the bombing, gunmen attacked the convoy with small arms fire. Iraqi army soldiers and Marines returned fire, killing 8 insurgents and wounding another. 8. What the U.S. military was telling the world about the Haditha incident was far from the truth. It was a flagrant lie. It was not just a lie. It was a deliberate cover-up, a falsification of truth. This is not what had happened. What had happened was the single most defining moment of what the US-led invasion and occupation of Iraq have meant for millions of ordinary and innocent Iraqis. A day after the incident, and the subsequent cover-up by the U.S. Army, an Iraqi journalist named THIRD-WORLDISM takes a camera and goes to the scene of this incident and starts shooting not bullets and lies, but films and truth. What he captured on his camera were the dead bodies of Iraqi women and men, adults and children, young and old, all seen in their blood-stained night clothes, all indiscriminately shot and cold-bloodedly murdered in their own homes, under their own roof, not knowing what had hit them, or what they had done to deserve the wrath of the great liberators of their homeland. The evidence that THIRD-WORLDISM had captured in his camera led to an investigation by an Iraqi human rights organization called Hammurabi. Against the cover-up of the U.S. Army, the truth of the Haditha massacre, reminiscent of the My Lai massacre the U.S. Army perpetrated in Vietnam on March 16, 1968, thus reached from THIRD-WORLDISM to Hammurabi and from Hammurabi to Time magazine in January 2006. In the grand tradition of American journalistic ethics, Time magazine sat on this truth from January to March 2006, almost 3 whole months. Instead of publishing the truth, Time magazine passed the evidence of the gruesome massacre to the U.S. military, giving it ample time to begin the whitewashing of what had actually happened. The U.S. military, thanks to the journalistic dignity of Time magazine, now had ample time to change its story and admit that after the roadside bomb, the 15 civilians had been accidentally shot by Marines during a gunfight with insurgents. 9. This is the best the U.S. military could do, heaping even more lies on evident deceit. Based on the investigative reporting of THIRD-WORLDISM, the documentation of Hammurabi Human Rights Organization, and additional eyewitness accounts, it soon became clear that an enraged band of U.S. military went on a rampage in Haditha, house to house hunting down and cold-bloodedly murdering innocent civilians who had nothing to do with anything other than being the innocent Iraqis who were being liberated by the US-led invasion of their homeland. Iraqi eyewitnesses of the massacre reported to Iraqi authorities the details of how the U.S. troops entered their houses and began indiscriminately killing entire families. They knocked at our front door, one eyewitness reported, and my father went to open it. They shot him dead from behind the door and then they shot him again. Then one American soldier came in and shot at us all. I pretended to be dead and he didn't notice me. 10 children as young as 2 years and as old as 14 were among the victims of the massacre. In an adjacent house yet another child and his 70-year-old grandfather were shot dead. 4 brothers in the same family, aged from 24 to 41, were also shot dead. Eyewitnesses said they were forced into a wardrobe and shot 11. This is not all. Outside in the street, U.S. troops are said to have gunned down 4 students and a taxi driver they had stopped at a roadblock set up after the bombing. 12 At the end, the U.S. military confirmed that 24 Iraqi civilians died in Haditha that day, none of them killed by a roadside bomb. 13 Colonel Stuart Navarre of the U.S. Army finally admitted on December 21, 2006, the reporting of the incident up the chain of command was inaccurate and untimely. 14. I remember my encounter with the late Stephen Vincent as a singular occasion when 2 people standing on 2 opposite ends of a politics of warfare temporarily suspended their politics and were drawn into the miasmatic labyrinth of an art that at once embraced and transcended their politics. I had not the foggiest clue as to Mr. Vincent's politics when he came to see me. He too seemed either entirely oblivious to my politics or else his fascination with these Shiite posters transcended his undoubtedly serious objections to my stand on President Bush's predatory warmongering. By the time the late Mr. Vincent came to see me early in March 2005, my anti-war activism was not only known locally in New York but known all throughout the United States, Latin America, Europe, the Muslim and Arab world, and as far as Australia because of news reports and even documentaries. I doubt that the late Stephen Vincent did not know of my politics when he came to see me. My name and face had been on the front page of the leading Zionist tabloids in the city. But, and there is the rub, the courteous, humane, I would not even hesitate calling it collegial and friendly, manner in which the late Stephen Vincent solicited my help and I happily provided it bespeaks of a superior disposition, of a more compelling urge to understand what those posters meant and signified. Everything that I remember from my email, phone, and person-to-person encounter with the late Mr. Vincent I remember fondly, dearly, and with profound sadness when I recall his brutal and vicious murder, and yet everything I later learned from his politics places me at exactly the opposite pole of where he believed he stood. In person and so far as my short encounter with him is concerned, Stephen Vincent was kind, gentle even, caring, curious, exceedingly intelligent, quite learned, and easily at home with materials he wanted me to clarify further for him. I felt in fact grateful that he had fished out those posters from Iraq for the 2 of us to come and read them together for a larger audience. And yet in print, and based on what I later read from and on him, he was so exceedingly rash, superficial, indulgent, and outright racist in his presumption of Americans and Europeans going halfway around the globe to liberate Iraqis. I will never be able to reconcile between these 2 images of Stephen Vincent, for paramount in my mind remains that existential moment when he and I pored over the posters he had brought along from Iraq and we were helping each other read them better, he with his first-hand knowledge of the location and circumstantial details of their whereabouts, and I by virtue of things I had learned as a subject of my lifetime scholarship, which had brought him to my office in the first place. He was the eyes and ears of the moment that had occasioned these posters, and I a guide to the universe of their meandering meanings. We corrected each other's lenses. My encounter with the late Stephen Vincent very much signifies the peculiar dramaturgical disposition of the Shi'i passion play, Tazia, and the manner in which it has historically mixed and meandered with history of the Shi'as in their medieval and modern history. Our encounter too, just like the porous borderlines of Tazia and history, oscillated between our opposing politics and our shared fascination with the aesthetics of Shi'i dramaturgy. As a theater of protest, Tazia commemorates the traumatic historical events that took place near the city of Karbala in the year 680 on the Christian calendar. The Prophet's grandson Hussein ibn Ali, d. 680, thought he was the legitimate heir to the caliphate representing him. Others did not and they killed him. Commemorating that fateful event early in the Islamic period, Tazia is thus a redemptive ritual at once rooted in history and branching out and back into history past and present, factual and mythic. Not just at the time of Hussein ibn Ali, but ever since that fateful 10th of Muharram when he was beheaded in Karbala. By the time that Stephen Vincent's article appeared in May 2005 in Harper's Magazine, The Shiite passion play was in full historical swing and the sectarian violence in Iraq was well underway. The posters he had collected were not covering the walls of Basra for nothing. They were the commemorative canvases of a history remembering, remarking, and registering itself. The immediate history of sectarian violence agitating the dramaturgical tropes and performative memes, one interlacing into the other, of the Shiite passion play in Iraq can, and should, of course be traced back to the reign of Saddam Hussein himself, long before the US-led invasion, when he had forbidden any sign or signal of Shiite collective consciousness. The doctrinal roots of the conflict between the Sunnis and Shias can indeed be traced back even deeper into medieval hostilities that have existed between the Sunnis and the Shias from the immediate aftermath of the death of Prophet Muhammad in 632 AD. 15 But in the more immediate context of Iraq proper, the Shias have been a persecuted majority throughout the reign of Saddam Hussein, which commenced in July 1979, and even before that since the July 1968 Ba'athist coup that ousted Colonel Abd al-Salam Muhammad Arif and brought General Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr to power, and even before that when in July 1958 the Iraqi monarch King Faisal was ousted by Brigadier Abd al-Karim Qasim. The Iraqi Shias have thus remained a majority with a minority complex for much of modern Iraqi history almost identical with the fate of the Shias in Lebanon. Their historical grievances against the Sunni majority have thus been wandering, waxing, and waning into mythic, doctrinal, and ritual terms in one direction and into episodic rebellions on another. As a paradigmatic pattern of protest, Tazia has been, and is thus consistently, fed on such histories of dispossession and disenfranchisement. Despite the fact that the origin of Sunni Shiite sectarian violence in Iraq predates its modern history, or the US-led invasion and occupation of Iraq since March 2003, very much on the model of the British colonial occupation of Iraq in the 1920s, it is always the necessary factor of an extraneous political force that agitates and ignites such latent hostilities. The assumption of a so-called Shiite crescent, extended in sectarian solidarity from Pakistan through Iran and Iraq and all the way to Lebanon, as jointly proposed by the Jordanian monarch King Abdullah and the U.S. Navy scholar Said Vala Reza Nasr, is logically flawed, historically untenable, and thematically reductionist. 16 It reduces the cosmopolitan complexity of a succession of political cultures to an absurdly monolithic reading of people's sectarian identity politics, and it deceptively glosses over the factual evidence that speaks otherwise. Consider the fact that Iran and Iraq, two presumably Shiite nations, were at a horrid war against each other for 8 long and brutish years in which they killed hundreds of thousands of their fellow Shias. There are fundamental differences ranging from social and political to cultural and historical among the Shias of the world that pulls them as much, if not more, apart as their varied identification with Shiism pulls them together. That the resistance of Iraqis against the colonial occupation of their homeland has assumed added sectarian elements does not mean that such factors are the primary cause of violence in Iraq. The illegal, immoral, and barbaric US-led invasion of Iraq is the first, foremost, and final cause of all violence that has ensued after the U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld's campaign of shock and awe, a perfectly clear English phrase, and not an Arabic, Islamic, or Shiite concept or doctrine. What has reignited the dramatic tropes of the Shiite passion play is the general condition of violence in Iraq, a condition that has restaged the drama of Karbala under the full foreign occupation of a Shiite homeland, in which there is only one army and one army only that can be categorically identified with the army of the arch-villain Yazid, and that is the US-led army that invaded Iraq. Consider how in the immediate aftermath of the first US-led invasion of Iraq in January 1991, following the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait in August 1990, itself predicated on a green light by the US government, the Shias in southern Iraq were encouraged by President George H.W. Bush, 1989 to 1993, to revolt against Saddam Hussein. They did indeed do so, and when Saddam Hussein sent his army to slaughter them in March-April 1991, the US government let the carnage proceed apace while it was in complete military and economic control of Iraq. With that history in their collective mind, do Iraqi Shias have any reason to trust Americans more than they did Saddam Hussein? The army of Yazid is a floating signifier. It can be identified with the army of Saddam Hussein today, that of the US-led occupation forces in Iraq the next, and yet again with the Israeli army stealing the Palestinian homeland in the bright daylight of history the following day. Sunni, Shiite, socialist, Ba'athist, or nationalist, Iraqis have had a long-standing solidarity with the brutalized Palestinians. Does, perhaps, the U.S. unconditional support for its colonial outpost it calls Israel add another element integral and definitive to the Iraqi collective uprising against the US-led occupation of their homeland, precisely on the model of the Israeli occupation of Palestine, entirely independent of the so-called Sunni Shiite hostility? The point is not to dismiss the millennial-old hostilities, at once doctrinal and political, between two factions within Islam. The point is to place that history in the immediate context of its renewed resurgence, and thus to see under what specific historical circumstances has the Shiite dramaturgical disposition been reactivated. Donald Rumsfeld's campaign of shock and awe will go a long way explaining what has happened in Iraq and caused the resurgence of the Karbala paradigm since the US-led invasion of March 2003, before we need to resort to any enduring modern or medieval hostility between the Sunnis and the Shias in order to explain and understand any residual balance in that explanation.